Chapter 241 Armor-Piercing Incendiary Bombs. Yin Haoge and Chen Cheng were startled and turned their heads to look at Mo Xiao. She did not move at all, and the snow piled up on her head to form a snow cover, making her seem to be integrated with the chimney. Wu Beixian's exclamation in the headset did not seem to cause any emotional fluctuations in her. The finger that pulled the gun was like a machine, without a tremor. If he had not spoken to them before, they would have doubted whether the person next to them was a living person. Calm down. Mo Xiao's calm voice sounded in the headset. The fatal parts are the same. That madman. What is it called? Feng Sandy. Wu Batian retreated quickly, cursing. He dared to come out alone to fight a high-corruption zombie. Batian, lead it to the 2 o'clock direction, due west of the chimney. Mo Xiao's voice was like a clear spring, which slightly cooled Wu Beixian's irritable mood. She suddenly turned around, took out a grappling gun from her equipment bag, and fired it. However, the zombies moved too fast. After the grappling claw was ejected, it failed to hook it, but deviated to one side. Wu Batian groaned in annoyance. Mo Xiao saw this scene and suddenly whispered, "Let Feng Sandy grab the other end." Before she finished speaking, she saw another sturdy and blurred figure in the distance had already grabbed the grappling claw first. With a strong swing, the claw climbed onto a slightly higher roof. As he paused, the highly decayed zombie followed him immediately, and the rotten corpse fluid almost dripped onto his uniform. Although Feng Sandy was strong, he was quite flexible. He leaned back at an angle of 30 degrees to the roof to avoid contact with the zombie. At the same time, he kicked back, and the huge explosive force made him retreat several meters away in an instant. Then, he pulled the middle section of Wu Beixian's hook gun rope in his hand and started to circle with the zombie again. This big fool. He really has some skills, Chen Cheng exclaimed with great interest while lying on the edge of the chimney. He wants to use Beixian's hook gun to create a multi-obstacle space to restrict the movement of the zombies. Mo Xiao narrowed her eyes and smiled softly. Batian, cooperate with him. Sister, don't even call me, Wu Batian muttered, and turned around to cooperate with Feng Sandy in a counter position. The rope of the grappling gun she carried with her was about to reach the bottom. The high-corruption zombie also bumped several times during the chase. Mo Xiao's fingers were slightly bent, and suddenly at a certain moment, she pulled the trigger completely. Puff. It was a very faint sound, and the bullet was not very loud. However, the high-corruption zombie that was jumping at high speed just now suddenly stopped. Like a machine that suddenly jammed, it fell straight down. Its midbrain, pons and medulla oblongata had been destroyed and burned by an armor-piercing incendiary bomb. The collision and compression caused an instant explosion. In just a moment, it burned completely, revealing a hole. Before the apocalypse, this type of bullet was often used against equipment. But after the apocalypse, the Sky Eye Laboratory made new improvements and developments specifically for this type of zombie with stronger self-healing ability, and named it Armor-Piercing Incendiary Bomb. The zombies transformed from semi-infected people have extremely high virus activity, and have stronger self-healing ability than when they were alive. Everyone knows that shooting a zombie's brain stem can kill it with one shot. But facing this type of zombie, unless you destroy the 3 parts of the brain stem at the same time, otherwise, they will repair themselves with terrifying self-healing power. Therefore, ordinary bullets are generally ineffective. This armor-piercing incendiary bomb has a terrifying instantaneous explosion capability. The Tianyan Laboratory does not produce many of them, and each one is very precious. Mo Xiao's team only had this one on hand this time. She was so cautious and finally fired until this moment. Seeing the zombies fall on the roof, Mo Xiao and other teammates breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Brother Can, take a body bag and hand it over. Mo Xiao, who wanted Wu Batian to put away the highly corrupted zombie, turned her eyes and saw that Feng Sandy had already put it on neatly. She raised her eyebrows, jumped out of the chimney, and walked towards the 2. The points for killing a zombie are only slightly lower than the 3rd level points of Task 3. The one in front of him has a high corruption attribute, so he can't be approached easily, and it is extremely difficult to hunt him. In terms of the value of points, it should have exceeded the 3rd level mission. It is estimated that it may be comparable to the 2nd level mission. Of course, the man named Feng Sandy risked his life to deal with it, which is a crucial step to successfully kill it. But Wu Beixian's assistance and the accurate hit of the armor-piercing incendiary bomb in Mo Zhao's hand are also indispensable. It is impossible for her to give up such a large number of points. What are you doing? Before Mo Zhao approached, Wu Batian had already coldly ridiculed the man opposite. Put back your grappling gun and clean up the environment with a disinfectant tank. Mo Zhao patted her shoulder and stood at the front. He looked at Feng Sandy, who was dragging the body bag towards him, and said, "Big brother, let's talk about the points." "All for you," the man suddenly said. The people in Mo Zhao's team were stunned. The other side had thrown the body bag directly over. Chen Cheng and Yin Haoda each pulled a rope, so that it did not hit the roof and make a loud noise. "It's you." Feng Sandy raised his eyelids and recognized Mo Zhao and the others. "I killed it just to avenge my teammates." After saying that, he had already controlled the flight suit to leave. "This guy is really arrogant," Wu Batian snorted coldly. Maybe it was too much of a blow to their team when they were annihilated. Shui Kankan guessed weakly. "You think, will that day come to our team?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was hit on the head several times. "Wu Batian, huh? With your sister Batian here? It's not that easy to die." "Chin Chung, brother Kan. Let's talk. Can you stop cursing me all the time? I want to wait until I return to normal life. Marry a beautiful wife. Have children and enjoy my old age." Yin Haoda, I. Cough. Brother Kan. That? Conditioned reflex. Conditioned reflex, ha. Ha ha. Ha. Don't worry. Mo Zhao went back into the chimney and prepared to wait. "I'm the captain, and I'll be the first to die." The body bags produced by Tianyin are specially made, specifically for transporting high-corruption zombies. Mo Zhao and his team waited for another night. It was not until the gray light appeared in the sky the next day that the zombie tide that was attracted to gather last night gradually dispersed. This time, they carefully dug out the 5 ordinary high-corruption zombies that they had killed before, and put them all in body bags. Fortunately, Feng Sandy threw a handful of bags before leaving. Otherwise, Mo Zhao and his team only prepared 2 bags this time, which was not enough for these 6 high-corruption zombies. The 5 people flew high, and a rope was used to hang the body bags from below to the nearest box B. This kind of lead box is mechanically opened and closed. When it is thrown in from the air, the top cover will automatically open and close automatically when it is hit. Mo Zhao and his team no longer need to get close to each other, and they have completed the resettlement task. Once the lead box is full, a plane will take it away and empty it. By noon, Mo Zhao and his team had returned to Tianyin again. Chapter 242, Going to the Blood Hunter Group Camp. After cleaning the entrance and exit, they returned to the camp to calculate the points. A Class C team went on a mission for the first time, and the team points reached 950 points. At the same time, each member of the team scored 500 points. This news is really exciting, and it also greatly shocked the other cleaning teams. Who would have thought that a fledgling Class C team, only after one mission, it was only 50 points short of the team points, and was about to be promoted to a Class B team. It's not just a matter of points reward. Once promoted to a Class B team, it means that everyone's military rank and treatment will be greatly improved. The Class C 477 team instantly became famous throughout the wild grass camp. Even soldiers from other military branches who wanted to apply for the position of cleaners had heard of their name. Some people tried every means to find out what tasks they had done to achieve such a qualitative leap. After learning that they had killed several high-corruption zombies, the cleaners, who had always been reluctant to have direct contact with the high-corruption zombies, began to rethink this task. In just a few days, the number of teams that took on related tasks in the base increased instantly. As for Mo Zhao and his team, although they became famous outside, they were called to Qin Zhao's office and criticized. A Class C team of newcomers played such a big game in their first mission, and they were so reckless. As the team leader, Mo Zhao was the first to be ordered to reflect on himself. Today, in Qin Zhao's office, after the rest of the team 477 left, Yin Haoda stayed behind. He smiled at Qin Zhao, who was sitting behind the desk. "Captain, I think Sister Xiao Xiao is very suitable to be the team leader. I won't report these things to you in the future. You kid." Qin Zhao grabbed the pen on the table and hit Yin Haoda's forehead with a crisp sound. "Get out. Then I'm leaving." "Cousin." Yin Haoda touched his forehead, not afraid of him at all. Sister Xiao Xiao also said that she would treat us to dinner. If we go too late, there will be no food. After saying that, without waiting for Qin Xiao to get angry, he slipped out of the office door at a very fast speed. Qin Xiao's angry expression disappeared the moment the door closed, and he leaned back lazily on the chair with a smile on his lips. After Mo Xiao treated his teammates to a meal, he began to wander around the street. Bottled drinking water in the underground city has been getting more and more expensive recently. On the contrary, food is much cheaper. The people on the street are not as good as before they all retreated underground. It can be seen that everyone has taken water conservation to the extreme, and many people have cut their hair short. Alas, a group of humans, nesting underground like mice all day long. What do you think of this? Occasionally, you can hear some people chatting in groups of 3 or 2 on the roadside. Mo Xiao paused. He heard someone else say, "Hold on a little longer. I heard that the military has launched a cleaning plan. The Wild Grass Camp and the Blood Hunter Group are the first to bear the brunt. All the major military departments have to send elites to clean up the zombies. We didn't win the defense battle before. Can we win now?" Someone doubted. How can it be the same? Guerrilla warfare is the talent of our dragon people. Speaking of the Wild Grass Camp, I heard that there was a 477 team 2 days ago, and they almost got promoted in one mission. They are so strong. With this group of young people, our future is still very promising. Speaking of this, I think Jiangxi, the captain of the 11th team of the Blood Hunter Group, is really a rare general. I heard that when he just joined the army. You mean Captain Jiang? I've heard of him. The rest of the discussion was mostly about Jiangxi's personal achievements and even his character, and almost all of them were praise. Mo Xiao listened. Suddenly, she got on a bus to the Blood Hunters camp. She realized that Jiangxi might also apply to be a cleaner outside. As someone who had already had this experience, she could share some information with him. As soon as Mo Xiao got on the bus, she found Yin Haoda also squeezed on the bus. "Why are you following me?" She frowned. "This is the way to the Blood Hunters," Yin Haoda said excitedly. "Their Blood Hunters have always been at odds with our Wild Grass Camp. The battalion commander was afraid that you would be impulsive and suffer again, so he asked me to follow you." Mo Xiao pursed her lips and said nothing. Although there is surveillance evidence of the beating of the gangsters in the Eastern Edge area last time. But this kind of fake evidence that you and I know well can only be established if there is someone above. She knew that it was Qin Xiao who cleaned up the mess for her in the end. She didn't scold her this time. Probably because she had learned her lesson and knew how to do something in secret. As for Qin Xiao, she once solemnly warned her not to get too close to the people of the Blood Hunter Group. After all, the two sides have different positions. At first, Mo Xiao didn't understand why they had different positions when they were both for protecting the base and the people. But since Qin Xiao showed her the changes in the armaments of both sides, Mo Xiao understood a little bit. When resources are constant or even gradually decreasing, the interests of some people will be gradually sacrificed. Qin Xiao represents the interests of all semi-infected people. So the Wild Grass Camp must not be weakened. In the final analysis, even if the Sky Eye base seems to coexist harmoniously, they have always been a feared minority. Once they are too strong, they will be feared and rejected. Once they are too weak, they will be bullied. Now it is just right. Qin Xiao is very good at playing balance. He has made an indelible contribution to the social status and stable life of semi-infected people today. Mo Xiao did not stop Yin Haoda and let him sit beside her. In fact, she had vaguely guessed who Yin Haoda belonged to when she settled her father last time, but she never pointed it out. "Sister Xiao Xiao, I heard that the Blood Hunters had gone through a compatibility screening before." "What is that?" Mo Xiao was startled and turned his head to ask. "Don't ordinary people always envy the abilities of us half-infected people?" Yin Haoda sneered. Later, the Sky Eye Laboratory successfully extracted an X-protein antibody from someone. Injecting it into ordinary people can greatly enhance their physical fitness. At first, we solicited volunteers to participate, and many people died. Later, when someone succeeded, we found that they still needed to be adaptable enough. As long as they passed the adaptability screening, they should be able to inject that protein antibody and become the elite cleaners this time. At this point, Yin Haoda laughed at himself. If that day comes, they can replace us, and our Wild Grass Camp will probably be even less popular. Mo Xiao understood. And after a long silence, he slowly spoke. Protein antibodies are consumables. Fundamentally speaking, They need semi-infected people to produce them, unless they have the technology to synthesize them artificially. Yin Haoge smiled and complimented. Our battalion commander also said so. Sister Xiao Xiao is still far-sighted. Mo Xiao rolled his eyes and got off the bus at the stop. The gatekeeper of the Blood Hunter group camp is still the same person as last time. But this time, there are more onlookers outside the fence, including men, women, young and old. TSK. After all, it's the blood hunting group, which is more popular than our wild grass camp. Yin Haoge looked at the pretty girls and pouted. Every time Mo Xiao saw the scene, he always had a strange sense of separation. On the ground, it was the end of the world with murderous intentions. Underground was an ordinary and orderly human society. Even going to school, working, living in the neighborhood, and falling in love and getting married were all normal. Hello. Mo Xiao walked to the guard and showed his identity. I'm looking for Jiangxi. Here. It's there. The guard saw her wild grass camp military badge and registered her identity first. Then he opened the door and pointed to a place inside. Mo Xiao looked in the direction he indicated and found that there was a step resting place over there, where a large number of people gathered. Occasionally, there were noisy scolding sounds, as if there was some dispute. Only when he got closer could he hear clearly that someone shouted coldly, Jiangxi. Don't go too far. Chapter 243. If we didn't treat you as our brothers, we wouldn't say it. The military training camps are all higher. Mo Xiao stood at the edge of the stone steps and looked down. He saw Jiangxi using the stone steps as a lounge chair, lazily sitting with his eyes closed. The dark green military jacket was casually draped over his shoulders, looking very comfortable. If it weren't for the incandescent light on the ceiling reminding him that he was underground, he looked like he was on vacation on the beach, basking in the sun without paying attention to anyone around. Behind him, there was a thin man who was filling out a form carefully. Next to the thin man, a sturdy man with a particularly eye-catching black face was scratching his head with a frown on his face, extending a thick finger and pointing at the form from time to time. Not far behind the two men, a group of soldiers were sitting and resting with smiles on their faces, chatting from time to time. They looked as nonchalant as Jiangxi, and it was obvious that they were from the same camp. In front of Jiangxi, another group of people stood in an arc, staring at him in a confrontation, especially the long-faced man in the lead, who just said don't go too far from him. He realized that most of the light in front of him was blocked. Jiangxi sighed for a long time, finally opened his eyes, and sat up slowly, yawning and said, Hey, isn't this Brother Tong Jin, the captain of Team 12? When did you come? He smiled and scolded his men behind him. Shen Qi, how do you do your job? Captain Tong came and didn't even wake me up? Captain is right. The thin man who was filling out the form immediately apologized. There are too many names on the list of players in our team who can apply to be cleaners this time, and there are a lot of troublesome procedures to go through. I was so engrossed in proofreading that I didn't notice it for a while. Shen Qi stood up with a smile and bowed to Tong Jinwei to apologize. Captain Tong, I'm sorry. Look at me. I'm really too busy. Oh, it seems that the procedures in your team have been completed a long time ago? Oh, I really envy your team. How worry-free you say. After that, he whispered in a voice that everyone could hear, How can you be like our captain? You only know how to exploit the team members. Before he finished speaking, Yin Zhuang beside him slapped him on the back of his head. He staggered and didn't even finish the bow. How can it be the same? Team 12 and the captain only have 5 vacancies in total, and we have more than 30 in Team 11. Yin Zhuang scolded. If you want to enjoy a good life, you can jump to another team. A group of soldiers behind him laughed. Brother Zhuang, you can't squeeze Brother Shen out. There are so many of us, and this troublesome process still depends on Brother Shen's guidance. You guys have grown wings, right? Yin Zhuang, can't guide you? Yin Zhuang scolded with a smile. Brother Zhuang, are we thinking about you? With your little knowledge, you can jump to Team 12 to help. There are only 5 of them at most, and you won't be tired of doing administrative work there. Team 11 was chatting with each other, hearing the 2 high-frequency numbers of 5 and more than 30. The faces of the people in Team 12 were getting darker and darker, especially the leader Tong Jin. His face was stiff, and he endured for a long time before gritted his teeth and looked at Jiangxi and said, What tricks did you use? Why are there more than 30 people in your team? So you are here to seek scriptures? Jiangshi rested his elbows on the steps behind him, his face slightly raised, with a nonchalant smile. I really have a secret to pass the adaptability test. Do you want to hear it? Tong Jin was stunned. Can Jiangshi be so easy to talk to? He couldn't believe it. Are you really willing to tell us? Behind Tong Jin, a team member who had just failed the application could not help but ask. Is this something that can be said? Shinchi hesitated. The soldiers behind him from Team 11, who had passed the test, could not stop laughing. This is not good. Captain, please don't. We can bear it in the team. But people outside the team don't think so. Yes. They might even think that we are ridiculing them. It's a thankless job. The more they said this, the more curious Team 11 was. Even Tong Jin's eyes flickered slightly. And he did not stop the team members from asking questions in a low-key manner. In the end, it was Shinchi, the spokesperson, who seemed to finally be unable to bear everyone's enthusiasm. Seeing Jiangshi's indifferent look, he spoke up. The secret is a real man. Just bear with it, and it will pass. The scene suddenly fell into silence. Some people in Team 11 didn't even understand. Tong Jin was already furious, and said sternly, Jiangshi, how dare you deliberately play tricks on us? Hey, Captain Tong. You can't say that. Shinchi was shocked and muttered. Did our Captain Jiang say anything just now? No. I said it. You ignored me directly like this. Isn't it a bit disrespectful? He looked around and explained sincerely, really? I didn't lie to you. The secret is really to bear with it. Of course. Don't get too excited. Don't think you are not a real man if you can't bear it. Actually. He looked Tong Jin up and down, covered his nose and smiled knowingly with a look that all men understand. If you don't take out the things in your crotch, who would know? Be more confident. We are all brothers. What is there to be angry about? Right? It's easy to make people mistakenly think that you are angry out of shame. Tong Jin's chest rose and fell violently because of his words. The group of soldiers watching the excitement in the rear 11th team have already agreed with a smile. Huh? Who said it's not? Brother Shin is right. We just endured it. If we didn't treat you as brothers, we wouldn't say it. But obviously, the group of people on the opposite side were extremely angry, gathered around, and looked like they were going to fight. The people from Team 11 at the back were laughing and joking, and they all stood up one after another. Their hands were either on their belts or touching the hard weapons behind them, as if they were ready for battle. They were talking nonsense, but the temperature in their eyes gradually dropped. What are you doing? At the bottom of the stairs? On the other side of the playground. Someone suddenly blew a whistle. The man had a red belt wrapped around his arm, with the words Discipline Inspection written on it. Seeing who was coming, the tense atmosphere here instantly relaxed. The team leader asked me to come down and inform you that today is the last day. Hurry up if you haven't submitted yet. The people in the next door wild grass camp have been on a mission for several days. Our blood hunting team can't fall behind. After that, the man looked at Jiangshi and his face became gentle. Captain Jiang, the commander asked you to go to his office. After that, he asked the two teams to disperse and not act like hooligans. And he hurriedly left again. Jiangshi stood up, and Shinchi immediately helped him pick up the coat that slipped to the ground and put it back on his shoulders. You can't wear this when you go to see Lao Xiang. Jiangshi jokingly put on his clothes meticulously and glanced at Tong Jin and his group, who were also resting on the steps not far away. His slender 5 fingers with distinct joints were slightly bent and put on black leather gloves. His eyes turned, and the look in his peach blossom eyes, which were naturally a bit frivolous, instantly became clear and upright. Team 12 was spreading rumors that we were using backdoors and doing things behind the scenes. And today old G asked you to meet the head of the group in front of him. Shinchi laughed softly. I think Tong Jin and the others are getting angry. They are still hanging around, and they will definitely fight if you leave. Are you afraid of them? Yin Zhuang next to him snorted. I can beat them up by myself so hard that they won't recognize their mothers. Don't use your hands if you can use your mouth. Jiangshi lowered his eyes and slowly put on his sleeves. I'm going to be promoted to deputy head recently, and the other teams are watching. After saying that, he was about to leave. Suddenly, a familiar sound of footsteps came from the top of the stairs behind him. Jiangshi was stunned, turned around and looked up, and saw a woman in a black uniform on the high step with her hands in her pockets, looking at him with a smile. Chapter 244 Jiangxi. Long time no see. Mo. Jiangxi's eyes suddenly lit up, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. Mo Xiao. Jiangxi. Long time no see. Mo Xiao went down a few levels and sat down nearby. It seems that you are doing quite well. She looked him over. He has loyal subordinates and a group of soldiers who support him, let alone fighting. Even bickering is a good match, which shows that they are quite good at running in. He is a bit ruffian. It made Mo Xiao feel as if he was back to the kindergarten in the community. At that time, the kindergarten was not open to the residential area, and even built a quarantine protection net. But later, it was made a hot topic by the angry owners. In the end, it was Jiang Yun who made the decision to remove the protective net, so that the children of the owners of the community could go to the same community kindergarten. Mo Xiao was sent there at that time. She was only 4 or 5 years old at that time. She had never been to school before, and there were not many playmates of the right age. Her family conditions were not good, and she had just arrived, so she wanted to keep a low profile in school. Jiangxi had already become a veteran in the class, not to mention his arrogant and domineering personality, plus his family background. He was definitely a bully in the neighborhood. When Mo Xiao, the newcomer, arrived, he found that the new students in the class had all been taught a lesson by the old students. It was nothing more than what the adults on TV said, telling them to listen to someone and join someone's team in the future. Although they didn't fight, being surrounded by a group of people did scare the children. Even the kindergarten teachers didn't dare to control Jiangxi. So as long as it didn't develop into a fight, they basically turned a blind eye and just regarded it as a play between children. Mo Xiao was naturally treated in this way. She thought that she was about to go to class and couldn't be late, so she agreed without hesitation. She closed her eyes and agreed to any treaty proposed by the other party without thinking, because the answer was too smooth. The child who questioned it didn't react a little, and even confirmed it again. At that time, little Jiangxi just glanced at her from a distance, thinking she was a new fool. It was not until noon that it was supposed to be a break time. Jiangxi and his friends led a group of people to play outside. Even the children who wanted to rest had to cry and be forced to join. The teacher seemed to be used to it. He didn't know how many times he had suffered and didn't dare to intervene. Mo Xiao finally attracted the attention of the other party when she stayed in bed. At that time, Mo Xiao was young, loved by her parents, and had not experienced much real-life hardships. She was born with a violent temper. So when a group of people wanted to drag her, who was already drowsy, off the bed, she finally got angry and started to reason. Reason didn't make sense, so she pointed at Jiangxi's nose and cursed. She grew up in the city. She had been hanging out with her parents at night markets since she could crawl. She had seen many hooligans and had been influenced by them. Naturally, her cursing skills were deeply inherited from those drunkards who stayed up late at night. Although Jiangxi was the king of the same age children in the community kindergarten, but due to her family background, she had never seen such vulgar and ugly cursing scenes. At first, she was really confused. Then she reacted and got angry. She ordered a group of people to drag Mo Xiao and tear up the only clothes she bought for school this season in front of her, and tore up her school bag and smashed her stationery. That's how the feud between Mo Xiao and Jiangxi started. After school, she went home and secretly found needles and thread while her parents were away. She patched her clothes and school bags crookedly. She cried when she saw her new stationery being damaged. Later, she felt more and more unwilling. When she was lying in bed at night, she suddenly opened her eyes and asked her parents a question: if I beat a rich man's child, will it hurt my parents? She didn't quite understand the meaning of wealth and power in this world, but she intuitively realized that she and her parents were one. People who can break the rules can hurt themselves. So will they also hurt their parents? At that time, no matter how sleepy Zhang Mei and Mo Yuanping were, they were awakened by their daughter's words. Asked her if something happened at school. Was she bullied? Who did she beat? Until Mo Xiao kept denying and insisted on asking the original question. Mo Yuanping was silent for a long time, and then comforted her with a sigh. How could it be? Dad and Mom are adults. Really not? Mo Xiao poked her head out from the quilt, opened her big round eyes, and asked crisply. Really not? Zhang Mei touched her head and smiled. How can a child's matter hurt an adult? You are the only one who spoils her. Mo Yuanping pretended to glare. You are not allowed to bully others casually. I don't bully people casually. Mo Xiao pouted and retorted, shrinking her little head into the quilt, and couldn't help but jump out after a while, and asked again, Really? Really not? Zhang Mei and Mo Yuanping could not help but be amused by their daughter. Really? Really? No. Go to bed quickly, or you will be late for school tomorrow. Mo Xiao was satisfied and fell asleep peacefully. Mo Yuanping and Zhang Mei taught her since she was a child that poor people also have their own way of life and dignity. Mo Xiao only realized after growing up that there are many things in this world that cannot be helped. It is not enough to be fearless, but also requires courage, strength and wisdom. But she was fearless at the time and really believed it. So the next morning, she ran to school with her school bag on her back and beat Jiang Shi up fiercely. Later, the two became sworn enemies in the process of growing up. And Jiang Shi gradually changed a lot of unreasonable ruffians. The scene just now had not appeared in her vision for a long time. Jiang Shi raised her eyebrows and was about to say that you look good too. Suddenly, she saw a young man rushing out from behind Mo Xiao, with one hand on her shoulder, smiling brightly and asking, Sister Xiao Xiao, is this your former teammate? Jiang Shi's smile slightly faded, and she glanced at him casually. Mo Xiao, your wild grass camp system is not sound, and you actually let child laborers go to the battlefield. Yin Hao's smile froze. I'm already 17 years old. Oh! Jiang Shi glanced at his height as if unintentionally, and smiled apologetically. Sorry. I haven't been feeling well recently. I'm short-sighted. The other party apologized so sincerely. Yin Hao had no choice but to smile and wave his hand. But he felt bitter. Although the other party did not express anything, he always felt that his eyes seemed to speak. Was he just looking down on my height? Yes. It must be. Right? It shouldn't be my illusion. Right? His eyes turned and saw the open and bright smile on the other side. This handsome appearance and noble temperament made Yin Hao doubt himself again. Did he judge others by his own standards? Captain Shen Qi, who was next to Jiang Shi, suddenly lowered his head and whispered, The captain is still waiting for you. Chapter 245. Jiang Shi is indeed a hateful person, but he has only one good point. Go ahead. Mo Xiao saw the scene from beginning to end. She waved her hand and smiled. I just happened to have a day off recently, so I came to see it when I was walking around here. It's nothing important. Jiang Shi caught a glimpse of her slightly awkward look, burst into laughter, and was about to step forward and pat her on the head to ask her to wait for him. Then he heard Shen Qi beside him whispering, Captain. The captain is calling so urgently. Could it be related to the position of deputy captain? Jiang Shi paused slightly. Mo Xiao's eyes turned around them and smiled. Hurry up. I won't wait too long. Wait for me. Jiang Shi didn't hesitate this time. He glanced at her and turned away. Comrade, it seems that you don't like me very much? Mo Xiao looked at Jiang Shi's back and asked Shen Qi with a smile. Captain Mo is worried. Shen Qi smiled and said, You are our Captain John's friend. Captain John's will is the will of our Team 11. How can anyone in Team 11 not like you? As soon as Shen Qi finished speaking, Yin Zhuan agreed loudly. Sister, don't think too much. Our Xiaoshen is always like this. After saying that, he rubbed his black hands and looked at the team members gossipingly. They all gathered around and asked about the relationship between Mo Xiao and Jiang Shi. The enthusiasm of the group of people was too much. Mo Xiao had to stand up and prepare to walk around, saying that it was her first time to visit the Blood Hunter group camp, and she wanted to take a look. When she moved, the group of people seemed to move with her. However, after just a few steps, she was blocked by the people from Team 11. Mo Xiao raised her eyebrows. She knew that the other party was not targeting her, but the group of soldiers under Jiang Shi behind her. The matter between the two teams was the internal matter of the Blood Hunter group. As a soldier of the Wild Grass Camp, she was not interested, and it was not easy for her to get involved. So she moved to the side and took the initiative to avoid the storm. What? Did Team 11 recognize a new sister-in-law? Someone teased. How many good sisters-in-law do you have? Recently, beautiful girls have been delivering gifts one after another. Those who don't know would think our Blood Hunters camp is a duck shop. Ha ha ha. Oh, is Team 12 jealous? Not only can't you apply for the cleaner position, but even the girls don't like you. TSK. Our captain is really capable. Someone from Team 12 replied with a smile, just casually sticking there. Hey, Pretty girls love to get close to you. Unlike some people, who are just short of having a peacock feather, but are still single. The soldiers on both sides quarreled and finally started fighting. But Team 12's Captain Tong Jin sat coldly on the side, neither stopping nor leading the charge. TSK. This blood-hunting group is really harmonious. Yin Haoge sighed, with amazement beside Mo Xiao. If this kind of private fight happened in the wild grass camp, it would be good if Qin Xiao didn't skin it. They are different from us. Mo Xiao's eyes flashed and sighed. They have a much larger base than us. And they value competition more. They want to compete for the strongest people at all costs, so that they can survive outside. Otherwise, they will die. It is better to eliminate them early and make a stable life in the base. But our wild grass camp is different. Any half-infected person often has a higher chance of survival than ordinary soldiers. Thinking of this, Mo Xiao suddenly frowned. Based on her understanding of Jiangxi, Qin must have a bigger plan for repeatedly avoiding provocations. She found that in the past, when they were on the road of escape, they could still rely on each other sincerely. But in the Sky Eye base, where life was much better, everyone seemed to be getting farther and farther away. Mo Xiao didn't think for long before she was awakened by Yin Haoge's angry voice. Sister Xiao Xiao, they dare to make fun of you. I'm going to. Mo Xiao grabbed his wrist with her backhand and shook her head gently. Little girl, listen to my advice. Jiangxi is a person with a gloomy mind. Be careful not to be deceived. Tong Jin suddenly looked at her and said. The fighting behind him didn't stop. Tong Jin didn't care at all. As if they weren't members of his team. Mo Xiao smiled politely, turned around and left without saying anything. Tong Jin stared at her back and sneered. That pretty boy of his got promoted by hooking up with Zhu Ying, the deputy director of the Sky Eye Laboratory, and got into our blood-hunting group through the back door. He was always having affairs with the deputy director, and was living off her. Zhu Ying set up an office for him in our group camp, right next to the group leader's office. Tong Jin's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for Mo Xiao to hear. Yin Haoge listened with great interest at first. After all, Zhu Ying was an iceberg beauty, and secretly felt that Captain Jiang was so experienced in playing games that he even had such means and experience. Later, I found that Mo Xiao didn't catch up. I looked back and saw that she suddenly reached out and grabbed a high and low bar next to her. With a pull, she pulled the iron bar slightly, and with a loud bang, the whole iron frame collapsed. The noise made even the group fighting over there stun for a moment and turn their heads to look over. Yin Haoge's eyes widened in shock. He thought that Mo Xiao was really angry because of Captain Zhang's tricks, and he was at a loss. He rushed over quickly, and this time he was the one to persuade. Captain, this is someone else's camp after all. Our wild grass camp can't fight here. However, Mo Xiao turned a deaf ear and pulled out a steel bar from inside. Like throwing a javelin, throw it far away. Ding. Tong Jin spread his legs, moved his buttocks back, his face pale, and broke out in a cold sweat. A steel bar was inserted diagonally under his D. He almost thought that the woman was going to kill someone. Fortunately, it was just a little bit short. The sharp weapon in front of him was still emitting a faint buzzing sound due to vibration. Along with this buzzing sound, Tong Jin heard the crisp footsteps coming back. Mo Xiao stepped onto the steps, leaned over slightly, looked at Tong Jin, who was sitting there stiffly, and whispered, Jiangxi is indeed abominable. But he has only one advantage. That is, he will rely on his own strength to get what he wants. Even someone like him who looks lazy and unfocused has worked 10 or 100 times harder than an average person. Although I don't know the series of events before and after he joined the army. But at least one thing is certain. Mo Xiao glanced at Tong Jin with contempt and smiled coldly. If there is something you are all competing for, then he must have made greater efforts and costs than all your competitors. No one's success can be achieved easily, even if the other party looks really easy. Jiangxi has always been very popular since he was a child in school. Classmates, teachers, relatives and friends all think he is very powerful. As if he knows everything and can do everything. Life seems to be easy mode for him. No matter where he goes, he can be like a fish in water and become the focus. But they forget that no one is born knowing everything. And no one can easily learn everything. The effort, energy, time that they have sacrificed behind it are invisible to them on the bright appearance. It is precisely because Mo Xiao knows this very well that even though he hated Jiang Shi so much when he was a child, he later regarded him as a rival worthy of admiration. The more Mo Xiao thought about it, the angrier he became. Instead of spreading rumors behind your back, why not ask first? Are you worthy? Tong Jin was scolded by a young woman from the outside camp in front of so many people for no reason, and his expression was very stiff. The onlookers were also speechless. Only a few brave people in Team 12 secretly gave a thumbs up and muttered, "Good guy." This temper is explosive this time. Chapter 246, Jiang Shi and Zhu Ying's cooperation. You ungrateful brat. Get lost. There was a roar at the door of the Blood Hunter Group's leader's office. Jiang Shi walked out, took off his gloves expressionlessly, and was about to leave quickly. Suddenly, he saw the door of a nearby laboratory wide open. A tall woman was leaning against the door, as if waiting for someone. When she saw him come out, her fingertips were slightly bent, as if she was calling him in. After doing this, she seemed to be sure that the other party would come in. Without waiting for him, she turned around and went in first. Zhuing? Jiang Shi frowned slightly. We have already found a high screening method for testing adaptability. So why are we looking for him? It was not time for the routine physical examination today. When he first arrived at the Sky Eye base, Mo Xiao was arrested. The rest of the teammates were also new here, and they could not protect themselves, so no one could help. At that time, Jiang Shi was walking alone on the street that looked like the scene before the end of the world, and suddenly felt that people were coming and going, familiar and strange, from childhood to adulthood. The sentence he hated the most was that someone said he looked like his father. But every time he performed well, outsiders would compliment him, and always say lightly that he looked like President Jiang, as if it was the highest praise for him. Jiang Shi accepted it with a smile, and in his heart, he wanted to tear the other person into pieces. Yes, he never felt that he looked like Jiang Yun. What Jiang Yun likes, he must make himself hate. Jiang Yun said that method A is better. He must rack his brains to use method B to achieve the same effect. Over time, he got to know Jiang Yun more and more. And later, he even unconsciously discovered that some of his behavior patterns were exactly the same as Jiang Yun's. This was his failure. Jiang Shi. He hated and despised himself like this, and began to play badly in this boring life. If there was no doomsday, his future life trajectory would probably be to be an idle rich second generation, finding some fun for himself from time to kill boredom. But the interesting thing is that the world is over. They began to flee, including his arrogant father, who also died in a mess. How powerful and how weak. This world is so familiar, and yet so strange. Even if it is the end of the world, some things have never changed. For example, money and power. Jiang Shi used to hate Jiang Yun, a vulgar man, and always felt that he was detached and had no desire for money and power. But now, he realized that there are some things you can actually not have. But if others have it and you don't, then the nature has changed. For Jiang Shi, he can abide by the rules of the game. But these rules must not be made by others. After frankly admitting that he is a vulgar man like Jiang Yun, Jiang Shi was instantly relieved, as if some of the chains that had once restrained and confined him were broken in an instant. And he felt unprecedented openness and comfort. After getting a detailed understanding of the Sky Eye base in the shortest possible time, he made a plan to reach the pinnacle of power. Started by entering the Sky Eye laboratory and becoming one of the first volunteers. Becoming stronger step by step. Entering the military camp. Becoming the captain. Making his team bigger and stronger. Climbing up at the fastest speed. Now, the position of deputy leader is within reach. Just now, the leader Xiang Ming called him over to give him a chance. It is said that soon, the blood hunting group and the wild grass camp will jointly send a group of people to do the lead mine mission. This mission is very important. In fact, it is to lay some anchor points and build a temporary rope fence for the lead mine that was not fenced off in time during the defeat. With this first step, Tianyan will gradually send people to clean up the zombies inside and build a stronger protective net. Send troops to mine in batches, and finally dispatch helicopters to transport them by air. The last step is particularly important, because the movement of these planes will attract zombies. I am afraid that a zombie wave will break out. With a previous example of failed defense battles, everyone understands that this kind of protective net can't hold out for long, so they will transport them by air after all the collection is completed. There is only one chance. So many planes will be sent this time. Therefore, the last task is a one-shot task that can only succeed and not fail. This lead mine is crucial. So the lead mine task is also divided into many steps. The first step is the simplest and least dangerous, but it is of extraordinary significance. Xiang Ming, the leader of the blood hunting group, intends to assign this task to Jiang Shi to increase his reputation in the group. Then he will take the position of deputy leader. Of course, although Xiang Ming has selfish motives, it is not because Jiang Shi has bribed him before, but because he really admires Jiang Shi and thinks this is a rare good seedling. Jiang Shi knows this is an opportunity, but he decisively refused. Xiang Ming is an upright and honest old-school soldier. He wants to give Jiang Shi this opportunity because it is rare for a junior who he admires so much to appear. But if Jiang Shi really accepts it frankly, is he still the Jiang Shi that the leader admired at the beginning, who is neither humble nor arrogant, competes fairly, and speaks only by his own strength? Jiang Shi knew that before he climbed up. His impression in the mind of the old leader must not change. So he flatly refused and righteously proposed that all 36 teams in the regiment should compete fairly for this opportunity. Xiang Ming seemed extremely furious on the surface, scolding him for not knowing what was good for him and driving him out. But after thinking back, he thought that although he was old, he still had a sharp eye and was right. He must have been very happy in his heart. Jiang Shi perfunctorily dealt with Xiang Ming in a few words. Just as he was about to rush to Mo Zhao's place, he ran into Zhu Ying, who had been waiting for him. "I'm not free today. Let's talk tomorrow if there's anything," Jiang Shi said, and turned to leave. Zhu Ying was surprised and said, "Didn't you ask me to inform you as soon as I got the news?" Jiang Shi paused and squinted at her. "Did you forget?" Zhu Ying frowned and muttered, "I'm really impressed by you soldiers. One or two of you clearly asked me to do something, but in the end it seems like I'm asking for help." "Dr. Zhu." Jiang Shi looked at her with a smile. "Aren't we trading fairly? Since I joined the Blood Hunter group, I have brought you a lot of materials from outside." "Right. The base has rules and regulations. Some materials that are slightly inhumane are not allowed to be kept by scientific researchers. Of course, they are in the base and don't have the conditions to do those things." Zhu Ying was different. She found a hidden line of her own. Jiang Shi. This young man had a low moral bottom line and was very bold. He dared to trample on the rules. He didn't care about smuggling any banned materials. The two hit it off and reached a consensus on the transaction. At first, Zhu Ying thought that Qin Xiao from the Wild Grass Camp would become her partner, so she spent a lot of time on him. But later it turned out that she was wrong. Although the two people looked very similar on the surface, they were completely different inside. Zhu Ying couldn't even believe that Qin Xiao, who was so careless, was actually a person with selfless dedication. Jiang Shi, on the other hand, was just the opposite. As her ally, Jiang Shi helped her experiment more than she thought. Of course, there was also a certain luck factor. Thinking of this, Zhu Ying's attitude became gentle. "I made some progress in the semi-infected person reversal experiment I did before." Chapter 247 Old Friends Reunion. In fact, Zhu Ying has been working on this project for a long time. The white pill and red pill in the base were all developed by her. She also relied on this achievement to become the deputy director of the Sky Eye Laboratory at such a young age. The most important result of the semi-infected person reversal experiment is the white pill. It can suppress the blood addiction of the semi-infected to a certain extent and prolong their zombie transformation time. But even the white pill is only a temporary solution. It cannot really save the semi-infected from the process of zombie transformation. After all, once you become a semi-infected person, you will eventually become a zombie. It's just a matter of time. Not long after Jiang Shi came to Tianyin, he got this information from Zhu Ying. Zhu Ying has several projects at the same time, all of which are related to the X virus. But the research directions are different. In the transaction with her, Jiang Shi asked her to shift the focus to the reversal of semi-infected people. So just now, when she heard that the project had made some progress, Jiang Shi's eyes lit up. And after only a second of consideration, he followed her in. At the entrance of the Blood Hunter group, Mo Zhao, who was about to leave with a gloomy face, was stopped by the people of Team 11. "Captain Mo, don't be angry. Didn't you just tell our captain to wait for him? Why are you leaving now?" Mo Zhao waved his hand and said, "There's nothing to do. I'll leave first. Just tell Jiang Shi when he comes." "Wait a minute." Shin Qi tried to stop him. "Captain Mo, We can't explain if you leave. He smiled bitterly. You know our captain's temper. He will definitely blame us. We can't afford it. Yes, sister. Just wait a little longer. Well, I'll take you around. Shinchi suddenly said enthusiastically. Didn't you say you wanted to visit our blood hunters camp? I can take you anywhere you want. Of course. I can't go to the captain's office. Shinchi touched the back of his head and smiled. But it's absolutely okay to visit the camp training and so on. Mo Xiao, who was about to leave, had a flash of light in her eyes. She was quite curious about how Jiangxi and his team usually trained. The Blood Hunter group was originally just an army formed by ordinary people. But their combat effectiveness and record were quite good. Mo Xiao also wanted to see it with her own eyes and learn from it. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Sky Eye Laboratory on the -6th floor of the base, groups of soldiers from various departments shuttled back and forth, making it very lively. They were all here for adaptability testing. Once the test was passed, they could be transferred to the Blood Hunter group in advance and become a reserve cleaner. In a laboratory, a researcher in a white coat handed a report to a short-haired woman waiting at the table. Land Search and Rescue Department. Chewing. This is your report. The test is passed. He entered the information while saying, You can take this to report to the Blood Hunter group. The man smiled at the information on the panel after he finished speaking. Oh, you are also a super hearing? On the personal information of this girl, who has not been in the army for a long time, there is a note. It says, special talent. The detailed explanation is that she has excellent hearing. After reading the explanation, the man thought to himself that this is really a great specialty. He thought of the benefits he got from a team of the Blood Hunter group, raised his head, and suggested with a gentle and sincere face, Chewing, although it is an honor to join the Blood Hunter group, but the Blood Hunter group has 36 teams. If you want to do well, following the right people is the most important thing. He sighed, since you are a girl, let me tell you something off topic. Have you heard of Team 11? You must have heard of their captain Jiangxi. Right? You will have a bright future if you follow him. After the man finished speaking, he stared at the woman opposite. Under normal circumstances, when he said this, the other party should be very surprised. Then repeatedly confirmed with him whether he could also join Jiangxi's team. Then he promised the other party that he and Jiangxi had some personal friendship. And as long as he made a few words of recommendation, Jiangxi would definitely accept it. Then the other party would definitely be grateful and give him a little gift to show his gratitude. He was very familiar with this process. He had done it countless times since the Blood Hunters planned to expand their recruitment, and the captain of Team 11, Jiang, asked him to help supply excellent talents to the team from the source. But today, it was like running into a wooden man. The woman's face was like a wax figure, without any fluctuation. After a long while, she seemed to react and said oh slowly. She took the report on the table. She stood up and left lightly. She didn't look at him from beginning to end. He was left alone in the office for a long time before he said, Next. Chewing came out from the door of the Sky Eye Laboratory, standing on the stone steps, staring blankly at the crowds of people in the square in front of him. All kinds of noisy sounds kept drilling into her ears. The man just asked her to go to Jiangxi's team, but she actually wanted to go to Mo Xiao's team more. Not only because Mo Xiao was her loyal believer, but also because she felt uncomfortable being alone with Jiangxi. And she couldn't tell what it felt like. It was like taking a nap at the door of a tiger cave, with needles and thorns all the time. And it was uneasy. But being with Mo Xiao was quite comfortable. She liked this feeling. But obviously, she was not a half-infected person. So she couldn't enter the wild grass camp, let alone be with Mo Xiao. Chewing pursed her lips, and her fingers unconsciously entangled with the hair that Mo Xiao had cut short before. A month or two passed. It grew longer again. Should I ask her to cut it again? Thinking of Mo Xiao's surprised look when he knew she had joined the army, Chu Ying's ghostly steps became a little lighter. Surprise! I want to surprise her! With this thought in her mind, she had just taken 2 steps when her ears moved. She seemed to hear several familiar voices. Chu Ying walked towards the source of the sound. She saw several familiar figures in a corridor on the side of the Tianyan laboratory that was rarely visited. 2 of them were wearing dark green military uniforms, and the other was wearing a white coat of a Tianyan laboratory staff member. Chu Ying knew all 3 of them. Lu De, Zhao Peng, and Chu Wenze. The 3 of them also spotted her. Lu De was the first to widen his eyes in surprise. pointing at her with a look of seeing a ghost. His arms trembling. You. Chewing? Chu Wenze pushed his glasses. A flash of surprise in his eyes. Miss Chewing? It's you? Xiao Peng laughed. After not seeing each other for a few months. He still hasn't grown taller. And he's a lot darker. But his personality is much more cheerful than when they first parted. As if he has returned to the way he was before the end of the world. You become a soldier too. Xiao Peng looked her up and down. Grinning. You should have cut your hair a long time ago. You look very energetic. After not seeing each other for so long. Everyone has changed a lot. Xiao Peng and Lu De are much stronger. Chu Wenze is still the same as before. Tall and thin. Hiding his thoughts behind his glasses. And not talking much. Chapter 248. Joining his team is not a good thing. He just nodded slightly. As a greeting. Then he noticed the paper report in Chu Ying's hand. With just one glance. He roughly guessed the situation. Congratulations. You passed the test. Chu Wenze asked. Do you want to transfer to the Blood Hunter group? After he reminded. Lu De and Xiao Peng, who were still in shock, noticed the document in her hand. You also passed? Lu De always felt that it was a bit unrealistic. He wanted to grab her report and read it carefully. But he was a little scared of her and didn't dare to reach out. It was Xiao Peng who helped him. After reading it carefully, he sighed. Brother, my old squad leader, you have a companion. Xiao Peng joined the army right after he arrived at the Sky Eye base. He joined the Air Search and Rescue Division. Xiao Peng had always dreamed of one day being able to see the island of his hometown from the air. So he changed his unreliable temper in the barracks and worked very hard. But as time passed, he never found an opportunity due to practical difficulties. And the new comrades around him died one after another. This made him have a deeper understanding of the significance of joining the army. Now, there is such an opportunity to transfer to the Blood Hunter group. So he naturally wants to try it. But, unfortunately, he did not pass the suitability test. Instead, he had to talk to his parents until he was finally agreed to join the army and Lu De passed the test. Lu De's parents are honest rural people. Originally, they just wanted their family to live in harmony and peace. If the sky falls, there will be someone to hold it up. They only have this one son. They finally reunited in the end of the world. How could they let him join the army? So Lu De has been doing nothing since he joined Tianyin. Until the zombie tide came. The defense war failed and many soldiers were sacrificed. They had to retreat underground. They saw countless bloody soldiers being sent for emergency treatment. Every floor of Tianyin base was filled with the crying and wailing of the lost relatives. Lu De's parents suddenly gave in and agreed to their son's wish. Lu De and Chewing have not been in the army for long. And they have this opportunity. Xiao Peng envied and said sourly, Great. So you can go find Brother Shi. Lu De touched the back of his head and laughed. And it can be seen that he is really happy. Chu Wenze said lightly, You have not been in the army for a long time. And joining his team is not a good thing. Xiao Peng frowned. God Chu. What are you talking about? Isn't it good to have Brother Shi's protection? Jiang Shi wants the strongest team. And the soldiers under his command are all tempered through thousands of trials and tribulations. Chu Wenze calmly analyzed. His rapid promotion speed is inseparable from his ability to complete the most dangerous tasks. In fact, when Jiang Shi was the captain, his team's casualty rate was not low. The current team is a selection of strong people who meet his requirements after multiple eliminations. Joining his team means that you need to face greater risks early. Xiao Peng couldn't listen to Chu Wenze before he finished speaking. He had an inexplicable admiration for Jiang Shi since school, and couldn't bear to hear others say bad things about him. Especially Jiang Shi's almost legendary military experience and promotion speed since he entered the Tianyin base. Xiao Peng, who had been tortured in the army early and is still a soldier, can better understand the bitterness and difficulty. Therefore, he admired Jiang Shi even more. He curled his lips and retorted, It's dangerous to follow Brother Shi. Isn't it more dangerous to follow others? Chu Wenze stopped talking, and the originally harmonious atmosphere of the reunion of old classmates suddenly became stagnant. Chewing didn't say anything. Lu De awkwardly opened his hands to try to smooth things over. I think what Chushan said is right. Another familiar and calm voice came from the corner. Xiao Peng's pupil shrank, and he turned his head sharply to look. I saw a woman who walked with a slight limp, carrying a bag on her back. She was short and calm, and she didn't feel inferior at all because of her disability. It can be seen that she is a very confident person since childhood. Tanya. Chu Wenze nodded at her. Lu De, sister ya. Xiaopeng, sister ya. Sister ya. Tanya took out a document from her bag and handed it to Chu Wenze. The data you asked me to crawl for you last time has been sorted out. Thank you. Chu Wenze nodded politely in thanks. It's nothing. Just be careful not to let others see it. Tanya smiled. The group of semi-infected residents buy white pills on a daily basis. And many of them are private transactions. They don't follow the path of your laboratory. And can only trace the frequency through the back-end transaction records of the identity card. She curled her lips slightly. If you work in the information department like me, do you still need to bother me with this kind of thing? After saying that, she sighed. Her classmates all made choices that were beyond her expectations. This is essentially an act of invading privacy. Tanya added. I don't want to go to the police station for tea. After saying that, she glanced at Lu De, squad leader. You guys just pretend you didn't see it. You guys. Xiaopeng opened his mouth and hesitated for a long time before speaking. The contact is quite frequent. Tanya glanced at him and said lightly, well, it is easier to contact than those who join the army. Xiaopeng was suddenly speechless and lowered his head. Tanya looked at Chuing and exclaimed, I didn't expect that you would join the army. Chuing touched her hair and said irrelevantly, Mo shall help me cut it. Tanya was stunned for a moment. Then laughed, good cut. It suits you very well. Chuing nodded seriously. Looked at her and praised, you have a good eye. Tanya's smile widened, after all. Xiao Mo and I have been roommates for such a long time. After that, she restrained her smile and said solemnly again, I think Chushin's analysis is correct. You two are still newcomers. It is very difficult to keep up with the pace of Brother Shi's team when you suddenly join his team. The gap is too big and very dangerous. Her eyes paused slightly on Xiaopeng, and then continued, the army is different from before. You are no longer classmates, but superiors and subordinates. With Brother Shi's personality, no matter how strong he is, he will not take care of each of you. Xiaopeng naturally understood this truth. He was just a little regretful before, and when he came back, he heard from Lu De that Chu Wenze and Tanya had been in close contact recently, and he felt jealous. Don't worry. I don't plan to join Brother Shi. Lu De laughed. I don't want to hold him back. From the beginning, I plan to choose a team with a low risk factor for the mission and slowly hone my skills. You have to eat one bite at a time. I want to be with Mo Xiao. Chuing suddenly said. Everyone was stunned. This was a simple and rough statement. If you didn't know Chu Ying's character, you might have misunderstood it. Lu De explained awkwardly, Chuing, this idea is not very realistic. You know, Xiao Mo is in the wild grass camp. However, despite his earnest words, Chuing did not respond at all. Chu Wenze took Chu Ying's report and took a serious look at it. His eyes flashed and he said, it's not that there is no way. Chu Ying is a special talent and can be seconded. He pointed to a line of words on the report and said lightly, as long as the original captain agrees. So, she will join Team 11 first. And as long as Brother Shi agrees, she can be seconded to the wild grass camp? Xiaopeng widened his eyes. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to say that sometimes people like Chu Wenze are really smart. He can even think of such a ghost idea. Will Brother Shi agree? He muttered in a low voice in dissatisfaction, seeing his attitude of being a nose and eyes. Tanya finally couldn't help but rolled up the report and knocked him on the head. What do you think? A few minutes later, the five of them went out together and set foot on the road to the Blood Hunter group camp. Chapter 249. I really like her. The Blood Hunters camp. In Zhu Ying's temporary office in the Blood Hunters, Jiangxi took a report and read it. His face darkened. Is this what you call progress? Zhu Ying spread her hands. The enhanced version of the white pill. The suppression effect is better. In the past few months, especially in the past month, there have been several cases in the base where people have turned into zombies even after taking the white pill. Zhu Ying explained, with this, at least the survival time of the semi-infected residents can be greatly extended. Jiangxi looked at her with a smile. Are you playing Tai Chi with me? Zhu Ying, take a look at the name of your project yourself. Besides, your white pills are only effective for the group of semi-infected people who stay in the base all day long. Jiangxi threw the file back to her. For the semi-infected people who need to take red pills to go on missions, it is useless. Zhu Ying raised her eyebrows. Take red pills? Do you mean the soldiers in the wild grass camp? Seeing that the handsome young man opposite did not speak, she pursed her red lips, and could not help but look at him in surprise. I thought you supported me to do this project in order to win over the group of semi-infected residents, and support your ambitions. Zhu Ying narrowed her eyes, and said, thoughtfully, It seems that you have other plans? She remembered the background information of Jiang, that she had read before, and said in surprise, Is it for your classmate who became a semi-infected person? Zhu Ying has been fascinated by scientific research since she was a child. Although she has been single since birth, and is now over 30 years old. She has seen pigs run even though she has never eaten pork. She recalled some of the expressions of the decisive man in front of her, and suddenly realized and blurted out, You like her? She was extremely shocked. She didn't expect that such a man would have a favorite woman. She thought that with his personality, power, money and even women, they were just toys for this guy. Even if this person was replaced by Qin Xiao, Zhu Ying would not feel so outrageous, because Qin Xiao at least had a conscience. And she really felt that this person's character was quite inferior. In other words, he was inhumane. Of course, Zhu Ying first approached him because she saw his inhumanity. If she hadn't wanted to make a deal with him, she would never want to get involved with such a guy, for fear that she would be sold out and kept in the dark to help him count money. While Zhu Ying was shocked, Jiangxi on the opposite side was also slightly startled, and subconsciously wanted to refute. But his lips opened slightly, and he couldn't speak. Before Mo Zhao's mother died, he always told himself that he wanted to see her laugh more by her side. He even maliciously thought that if she fell into the abyss of pain and darkness one day, he would probably feel comfortable. But when the facts really happened, Jiangxi found that all his emotions and behaviors were somewhat beyond his control. It was like a light flashed in his mind. Some questions that he had never thought about because he had known her for too long and was too accustomed to them, seemed to be explained by Zhu Ying's words at this moment. Jiangxi's long eyelashes drooped slightly, and one hand covered his chest. An unbelievable voice circled in his mind. Damn! I really like her? His face changed, and he quickly raised his head and glanced at Zhu Ying with a secretive look. I found the live experiment materials you asked me to find last time, and the other party is willing to take the initiative to participate in the experiment. Zhu Ying's eyes lit up, and she was so excited that she could hardly control herself. Where is it? Send it to me quickly. Oh Jiang, she said slowly with a long tail tone. Zhu Ying, I think a deal should satisfy both parties. What do you think? Give me a little more time. I haven't been able to do this kind of experiment before, so I have made little progress. Give me the materials. I have confidence. Really? Believe me, Zhu Ying said excitedly. I have brought you everything you want, but there has been no progress on what I want. Seeing Zhu Ying looking at him with an urgent and pleading look, Jiangxi smiled unusually brightly. But it doesn't matter. I have found it. If you need it, I will definitely give it to you. He took 2 steps forward. His tall figure was very oppressive. Zhu Ying subconsciously took 2 steps back and almost knocked over the shelf. Jiangxi patted her face and smiled softly in her ear. I believe that you will not let me down, even for the sake of your own and your family's safety. Right? The sound was as pleasant as a string, and even her breathing was clearly audible. Zhu Ying's face turned pale. If this person was Qin Xiao, she would even dare to look up and glare at him or even kick him hard. But the person in front of her was Jiangxi, and Zhu Ying felt a chill on her back for no reason, lowering her head and clenching her fists. Ha! Look how scared I am. Jiangxi suddenly smiled and took 2 steps back. I was just joking. He shrugged and apologized with an innocent and gentlemanly look. Then I'll leave first. Looking forward to Dr. Zhu's good news. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Zhu Ying took a deep breath. Joke? Jiangxi's teasing voice seemed to still be in her ears. She supported the edge of the table with one hand, her heart still beating violently. In any case, the most desired material is here. Zhu Ying couldn't help but curl her lips while panting, clutching her chest with one hand, muttering to herself. Others, in the Blood Hunter group base, Shenqi led Mo Xiao to visit many places. That's the head of the group's office. And that's the office of Zhu Ying, deputy director of the Sky Eye Laboratory. He smiled and explained, recently, because of the adaptability test, Dr. Zhu set up a temporary station in our camp. Team 12 Captain Tong Jin has always been at odds with our captain. Those things he said before were all nonsense. Don't take it to heart. Our captain has never dealt with Jiuying before. They are not familiar with each other at all. Xinqi shook a stack of report forms in his arms. Look. Even the series of matters such as the application for cleaners in the group are under my responsibility. Mo Xiao smiled, and did not respond. Xinqi pointed to the office in front and said, I just need to hand in the form on the way. Please wait a moment. I will come out as soon as I hand in the form, and take you back. His tone was gentle and sincere. It really troubled him a lot to come all the way here. Mo Xiao had heard before that today was the last day for the deadline. Then he waved his hand and said, Go ahead. Business is more important. After Xinqi left, Mo Xiao put his hands in his pockets and prepared to find a place to sit. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly heard a loud sound of heavy objects falling to the ground from a room next to him. Did someone have an accident? Mo Xiao narrowed her eyes. In the camp? Unlikely? But it's hard to say. She thought that there were many people doing adaptability tests in the Blood Hunter group recently, and there were always some adverse reactions. It's possible that someone fainted due to rejection. Out of concern, she took 2 steps to the window of the room to see what was going on. There were some experimental equipment in the room, but the light was not very bright, and it didn't look like someone was doing a serious experiment. From her perspective, she saw a tall man in military uniform pressing a woman against the wall. With an extremely ambiguous posture, Mo Xiao immediately stood up and turned her head away. Okay. It turned out to be, well, don't look at it if it's inappropriate. Worrying in vain. She turned around and left quickly. Chapter 250. What are you doing here? When Jiangxi turned around, his eyes had become extremely clear. He likes Mo Xiao? This realization made him feel mixed emotions. But thinking that Mo Xiao was still waiting for him at the camp, he became extremely anxious and couldn't wait to see her. Jiangxi hurriedly opened the door and strode out. Just after a few steps, he saw a familiar figure not far ahead. Damn it! Isn't Mo Xiao waiting for him there? Why is she here? He was about to call her out. Mo Xiao, who had heard the hurried footsteps behind him, had already turned around. The moment she saw Jiangxi, her eyes widened and her pupils shrank. Her eyes kept scanning back and forth between the doorway where he came out and his body. Finally, she pursed her lips, hesitated for a moment, and then slowly said, You came out. Mo Xiao, I have something to tell you. Jiangxi's voice suddenly sank, and he looked at her seriously. Seeing his rare expression, the scene in the dark room just now flashed through his mind. Mo Xiao subconsciously said first, Let me speak first. You speak first? Jiangxi stared at her with a strange look, and his mood suddenly improved. The corners of his lips unconsciously curled up. Are you sure? I am. Sure. Mo Xiao opened his mouth, took a deep breath, and then slowly said, Okay. Then you tell me. Jiangxi looked at her with a smile, and his nonchalant look returned, with expectation hidden in his eyes. You're good. Mo Xiao clenched his fist and gently hit his shoulder, jokingly saying, You. The word suddenly got stuck at the tip of his tongue. She wanted to say, You're good. You didn't even say you had a girlfriend. But what does Jiangxi's girlfriend have to do with her? Mo Xiao couldn't help but frown. If she mentioned this matter specifically, it seemed that she was overreaching and meddling too much. You haven't been on a cleaning mission yet, have you? The words turned around at the tip of his tongue. Mo Xiao smiled and said, We've been on one, and I think you should have heard about it. This time, I came here to share some experience with you. She crossed her arms and raised her eyebrows. Smiling smugly, there is no need to say more words of thanks. Just remember your sister most kindness in your heart. Jiangxi's face darkened, and he said sarcastically, Is that all you want to say? What else? Mo Xiao glanced at him. You don't want to listen? Then I'll leave? Wait a minute. Jiangxi saw that she really turned around and left, and at a very fast speed. It seemed that she really wanted to leave him immediately. This realization made his face even darker. He stretched out his long legs, took a big step and grabbed her arm, grinning with gritted teeth. Okay. I'll listen. Mo Xiao led him to sit on a bench outside, and really took out a post-war summary report she had written. From the moment she took out the pen, she concentrated on imparting her experience to him. Jiangxi couldn't help but move his eyes frequently, lingering on her clean and focused face. He was a young and energetic man sitting next to her, and he had known her for so long. Could it be that this girl really had no idea at all? He suppressed the little anger that came up unconsciously in his heart. He saw the metal surface next to the buckle, reflecting his face. Sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes. Handsome and beautiful. Just this face. From childhood to adulthood. There are countless people who have fallen for him. Jiangshi never doubted the charm of his appearance. He was distracted by it, and wondered if Mo Xiao was blind. Is she in love with ugly people? Or short people? Huh? Thinking of the group of beautiful women around her, Jiangshi sneered in his heart. Is it a sin to be too handsome? As Mo Xiao was talking, he found that there was no sound beside him. She glanced to the side, and saw Jiangshi staring at himself in a metal buckle, and was fascinated. Her heart skipped a beat, and she felt mixed emotions. Although I always knew that he was narcissistic, I didn't expect him to be narcissistic to this extent. To be honest, if I hadn't run into him and his girlfriend today. Mo Xiao subconsciously pursed his lips, and his eyelashes drooped slightly. Maybe it was because she felt that her classmates and friends, who were very familiar with her, were starting to drift away from her. Silence for a moment. Both of them were in a daze. Brother Shi? Sister Mo. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly sounded behind her. This loud voice. Class monitor? Mo Xiao turned around and found that not only him, but also Zhao Peng, Sister Ye, Chuing and Chu Xin, who she had never seen, were there. Lu De and Zhao Peng were waving their hands excitedly. Sister Ye and Chu Xin looked at her with smiles. Chuing stared at her, looking at these familiar faces. In an instant, Mo Xiao's eyes were slightly red. Brother Shi. Zhao Peng ran to Jiangshi first, wanting to give him a warm hug. Jiangshi held his head, smiled and patted him on the shoulder. You've become stronger, brother. It seems that the training in the army was not in vain. Of course, Zhao Peng said with a smile. As the son of Dahai, it's not a matter of minutes to train these abdominal muscles. Seeing Jiangshi's playful eyes, he immediately patted his chest and changed his words. Of course, brother, she is a role model, and I still have room for improvement. Lu De kicked him in the back. You just came here and you're bragging. Can you be more sincere as a brother? He smiled and patted his belly and said, this is called the present is different from the past. Do you understand? After that, he looked at Jiangshi. Brother Shi, look at my current state. How many girlfriends can I have? At least one more than our Peng Peng. Right? The sadness that Mo Xiaojang had felt was all gone in the two of them. She hugged Tanya and Chuing, and then looked at Chu Wenzhe with sparkling eyes. God Chu, I can't find you every time I look for you. You are really a busy man. Xiao Mo. Chu Wenzhe laughed, and really handed her something like a business card. Next time, ask the guard to swipe this. I will definitely be free. Many people in the Tianyan laboratory rarely see guests because they are busy with experiments. But there are always special circumstances. Therefore, some VIPs will get some emergency call secondary cards. Swipe this card. No matter what its owner is doing, it will be reminded. This card can only be issued if it has a staff, or at least become a formal intern of the Tianyan laboratory. Chu Wenzhe had only been a temporary learning assistant before. A few months later, it was not easy to change majors and start from scratch. But fortunately, he learned to be smart and specialized in one direction, which greatly shortened the time it took to obtain the status of an institutionalized internship. Even someone with super learning ability like Chu Wenzhe took several months to learn the basic content. He had just been transferred to an institutionalized position not long ago. He had been busy studying before, and had no idea that Mo Xiao had come to him. Then I will accept it without hesitation. As if he was afraid that he would regret it, Mo Xiao stuffed it into his pocket. Chu Wenzhe smiled, and shook his head again. What are you doing here? Jiangshi suddenly appeared from behind, put an arm on Mo Xiao's shoulder, glanced at everyone, and raised his eyebrows nonchalantly. Are you going to transfer to the Blood Hunter group? Chapter 251 Radiation? Brother, she is so smart. Nothing can be hidden from you. Lu De shyly took out a report from behind his buttocks, pinched his orchid fingers, and shyly handed it to Jiangshi. Oh my. I passed by accident. Jiangshi smiled and kicked him, took the report and took a closer look. Lu De quickly dodged, but he didn't expect that he was caught by Zhao Peng again, just after dodging this side. You have become more capable. Right? Fan? Xiphon. Are you annoying? Zhao Peng hooked his neck sourly, and the two twisted together in the Thomas turn posture, pulling and spitting in the same place. As the few people laughed and joked, Tanya briefly explained their purpose. Mo Xiao smiled and looked at Chuing. Do you want to join my team? However, Chu Ying did not reply to her. Instead, he stared at her straight, as if observing her expression. Mo Xiao was stunned for a moment, wondering what was wrong with her. Then he quickly realized that she was not waiting for me to be surprised. Right? Mo Xiao blinked and tilted her head slightly, although Chu Ying had no expression on her face. Her eyes also turned slightly as she tilted her head. She was waiting for me to be surprised. Mo Xiao smiled secretly in her heart, and suddenly covered her mouth with her hand, and said in surprise, I didn't expect it. Chu Ying, you actually joined the army, and you passed the suitability test. Her originally round almond eyes were wide open, showing her surprise to the extreme. And she exclaimed, It's amazing. Chu Ying raised a barely perceptible arc at the corner of her lips, and raised her chin slightly, as if she was quite pleased. Not bad, she replied to her in a calm tone. Not difficult. The onlookers observed the interaction between the two, and Jiangxi, Tongya, and Chuanza all had a smile in their eyes. Xiao Peng didn't notice it at all. Only Lu De was shocked. He couldn't figure out why Chu Ying was so easy to talk to at this time. Regarding Chu Shen's proposal, I don't have any problem with it. Mo Xiao smiled. Anyway, my team is not large. After that, he looked at Jiangxi. Your side is not suitable anyway. Why not go through the process and loan her to me? Jiangxi smiled and nodded. Leave it to me. As for Lu De, he chose a team ranked lower in the Blood Hunter group. The missions taken by this team are not difficult, which is suitable for him, who has just joined the army to slowly adapt. Everyone finished their work. Because it is rare for old classmates to get together, they simply went out for a meal together. While eating, Lu De couldn't help but sigh. Food has become more and more expensive recently. Although we live underground, we are still affected by external ecological pollution to a certain extent. Tongya sighed. In the final analysis, it is because the radiation barrier is not in place. What a pity. Xiao Peng put down his chopsticks, a little depressed. If the sixth line of defense had not been broken, it would be great if the lead mine was mined. As a soldier of the Air Search and Rescue Department, he had passed by there at least several times. In order to refine pure lead nearby, Tianyin even built a brand new lead smelting plant outside the fifth line of defense. In fact, there are many nuclear radiation shielding materials, such as some composite polymer materials, which can achieve good results. But lead, because of its good radiation absorption and stability, has a very high cost effectiveness, and is a traditional main material for nuclear radiation shielding. In the final analysis, the current predicament is caused by insufficient radiation protection barriers. If there are enough pure lead blocks to cover far enough, they will be less affected. As time goes by, some weak people in the base have lost their hair recently. If I'm not mistaken, Chu Wenzhe suddenly said, your military should have started to plan for the lead mine again. Right? Really? Xiao Peng and Lu De were not at a high enough level, and had not heard of this news. Hearing this, they were a little surprised. But then, they became worried. We have to cross several lines of defense in the middle. And there are so many zombies in the middle who haven't retreated yet. Isn't it a bit early now? Too dangerous. Some time ago, you rescued a group of pregnant women from outside. Chu Wenzhe said calmly. 3 of them have given birth, and one of the 3 babies has congenital deformity. He works in the Tianyin laboratory, and any abnormal situation in the Tianyin hospital will be reported here as soon as possible. So he got to know the news earlier than anyone else. Mo Xiao narrowed his eyes. Do you suspect that it was caused by radiation? It's just a guess. Chu Wen just smiled at her, indicating that she didn't need to panic. To further confirm it, we have to see the situation of the baby born later. But this situation is enough to alert the higher-ups. Mo Xiao lowered his eyes. You guessed right. I did hear about this news from the battalion commander. It is said that the higher-ups plan to organize a group of soldiers to jointly go to the lead mine to scout the area. And the points for this task are quite high. Jiangxi's eyebrows sank slightly, and he turned to look at her and asked quickly, Did you answer it? No. Mo Xiao spread his hands and smiled. Our battalion commander said that my team was too aggressive. So we stayed at the base for a few days to reflect on our mistakes. Jiangxi laughed angrily, and couldn't help but patted her back of the head. Don't breathe too loudly when you talk. Mo Xiao covered the back of his head and stepped on him under the table, his eyes wide open. Jiangxi, do you want to fight with me? Jiangxi was stunned. He used to pat easily, and Mo Xiao was also used to it, and never reacted so strongly today. Mo Xiao saw that everyone was looking at her, and knew that she had overreacted. She coughed lightly, sat down again and said, don't touch me all the time. If others see it, they will misunderstand. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? He frowned slightly. Suddenly, he heard someone panting in the distance. Sister Xiao Xiao. Sister Xiao Xiao. Why did you leave alone without waiting for me? Yin Haoda was sweating. He agreed to wait for Mo Xiao at the other door. But she didn't come. Later, he searched the camp but couldn't find anyone. Mo Xiao slapped her forehead and greeted him with a guilty smile. God knows that after so many things happened just now, she really forgot that Yin Haoda was still waiting for her. Yin Haoda finally met up with Mo Xiao and grabbed her arm, asking her to treat him to a good meal. Before he could finish his words, he felt like a thorn in his back. He looked to the side and saw Xiao's old classmates sitting at the dining table. A gentleman with glasses was quietly observing them, and 2 women were looking at him curiously. There were also 2 ugly men staring at him with a look of watching a show. In addition, the famous captain of the 11th team of the blood hunting group, Jiang Shi, was holding a handful of melon seeds in his hand, smiling and eating while casually glancing at this side. Illusion? It should be an illusion. Right? Mo Xiao led him back to the table without noticing, introduced them to everyone, and chatted for a long time during the meal. Finally, they said goodbye reluctantly and returned to the wild grass camp with Yin Haoda. Jiang Shi has always been very efficient. The next afternoon, she received a letter of secondment from Chu Ying to their team. But? Mo Xiao looked at Chu Ying's original team on the letter of secondment and frowned slightly. Chapter 252, I want to be the first person to hear the bell. It says that Chu Ying's original team in the Blood Hunter group was Team 36, not Team 11 where Jiang Shi was. That means that, on the surface, this secondment letter has nothing to do with him. Jiang Shi. What does Jiang Shi mean? Mo Xiao accepted the secondment letter with an inexplicable look on his face. Let Wu Batian go to help Chu Ying with the process. But he returned to the dormitory, with his arms behind his head. He lay on his back on the bed, his thoughts wandering. Jiang Shi's obvious move to distance himself from the matter finally made Mo Xiao start to think deeply. In fact, as early as when they met again in the Taita Mountains, she noticed that Jiang Shi had changed a little. At first, she just thought it was because of joining the army, and didn't want to think about it. Later, when it came to the encirclement and suppression mission, she also consciously skipped it. And now, Mo Xiao sat up, knowing that if Jiang Shi wanted to distance himself from her, then he didn't need to help Chu Ying and himself so much. This move clearly meant that he, Jiang Shi, was distancing himself from the wild grass camp. If it was just a soldier, there was no need to distinguish so clearly. But if he could represent the other party as a whole, or even a faction, then some boundaries must be drawn clearly. And obviously, Jiang Shi is currently just one of the captains of the 36th team under the Blood Hunter group. He is not even a deputy commander yet. His ambition is evident from his preparations for a rainy day. Mo Xiao clasped her hands and sat on the bed, with deep worries rising in her heart. Can a team leader or a deputy team leader satisfy him? Based on her understanding of him, it was obviously not possible. If he wanted to continue to climb up, the people who were originally sitting above him would inevitably have to make way. Apart from other things, Xiang Meng, the current leader of the blood hunting group, has a lot of experience. Although he is not young, he is still strong and healthy. If nothing unexpected happens, he will not retreat in the short term. If he does not retreat, others will not be able to surpass him. What exactly does Jiang Shi want to do? Mo Xiao stood up suddenly, and could not help pacing back and forth in the narrow room. Does he still want to kill the team leader who treats him so well? Mo Xiao clenched his fists, thinking hard but to no avail. So he had to suppress this worry deeply in his heart. 2 days later, the task of sending people to the lead mine to scout the site was indeed distributed. Mo Xiao's 477 team did not receive this task. The team members held a welcome banquet for Chu Ying. During the mandatory holiday, everyone worked together in the training camp to train their cooperation and deepen their feelings for each other. That evening, after the training, the 6 members of the 477 team lined up in a row, sweating profusely, and lay on their backs on the sand, looking at the gradually dimming yellow light bulb above their heads. Yin Haoda suddenly asked on a whim. Why do you all want to join the army? Need I say that? Qin Cheng raised his mouth first, stroking his coxcomb proudly. Of course, it's to be the coolest and strongest man. Puff Wu Batian couldn't help but sneer. I am the one who wants to be the strongest. You are already strong enough. Shui Cancan complained in a low voice. Wu Batian fell silent for a rare time, looking at the high ceiling and said, not enough. Everyone tilted their heads to look at her. My family used to run a martial arts school. Martial arts school? Yin Haoda and Qin Cheng were shocked. In this era, there are still such old-fashioned things as martial arts schools in Longhua? Wu Batian glared, pulled out the grappling gun at his waist, and was about to give them a love shot. Shui Cancan hurriedly dissuaded him. After much persuasion, Wu Batian calmed down and continued, my father is the director of the martial arts school. And so is my grandfather. Anyway, it has been passed down from generation to generation. I have been practicing with them after school since I was a child. But the martial arts school doesn't have much business. Young people are pursuing fashion and learning taekwondo. It's a bunch of fancy things. But it's useless when fighting. Seeing that Wu Batian was about to go off topic again, he started to complain about taekwondo. Shui Cancan pressed her forehead with a headache and guided her several times before she got back on track. Later, after a lot of effort, a few children came. But they were still sickly. The parents didn't have time to play with the children. They said they were sent to strengthen their bodies. But in fact, they used our martial arts school as a nursery. We all grew up after practicing. They didn't have much talent. So Wu Batian, naturally became the boss. As she spoke, she started to brag about some of her heroic deeds in the past. Shui Cancan guided her a few times before Wu Batian found the original topic and continued, later. You all know that it was the end of the world. Everyone died. And I was the only one who survived to the eye of heaven. The journey that followed should have been very long. She spoke very briefly. Everyone was silent for a while. Cancan, why did you think of coming to the wild grass camp? Mo Xiao suddenly asked curiously. Everyone listened to her question and cast their curious eyes on Shui Cancan. If other people join the army, they have strong character. But Shui Cancan is really. He can tremble even when he lies on the roof to avoid zombies. It's hard to imagine why he forced himself to come here. Me? Shui Cancan smiled shyly. I don't have such lofty ideals as everyone else. I just want to do my part. Actually, when I first came to Tian'an, I didn't have any family or friends. And I really didn't know what I wanted to do or what I should do. Until one day, someone suddenly informed me that my sister had been found. Thinking of this, Shui Cancan's eyes were slightly wet with excitement. It was the soldiers who saved everyone and helped many people find their lost relatives, who they thought they would never see again. Later, I thought, if I could help others like they helped me, that would be great. So I submitted an application to join the camp. And I didn't expect it to be approved. Shui Cancan smiled shyly. Yin Haoda patted him on the shoulder and said, Brother Can, it's amazing that you can overcome your psychological fear. What about you? Xiaoyan? Me? Yin Haoda laughed. I'm simple. I just want to be a person who upholds fairness and justice like my brother. Amid the noise of the crowd, Chuing also spoke briefly. It's not good to keep the power of genius hidden. This confusing remark made the new acquaintances laugh. Mo Xiao closed his eyes, listened to his companion's laughter, and enjoyed the rare peaceful moment. Then he was forced to open his eyes by Yin Haoda. Where is the captain? Yes. Why did the captain want to join the army? Seeing their expectant eyes, Mo Xiao smiled, sat up, sat cross-legged, and said calmly as if jokingly, when the bell rings, I want to be the first person to hear the bell. Chapter 253 The Phenomenon of Lost Contact in the Mine. The day after everyone talked about their original intentions of joining the army, Mo Xiao and his team could start taking missions again. Because of the previous experience, the mission process was not so reckless this time. In addition, with Chu Ying's hearing assistance, they completed the mission quickly. Although the points obtained were far less than last time, it still made their team promoted to a Class B team. Mo Xiao used the remaining team points to upgrade and purchased another armor-piercing incendiary bomb. Each new team will be given one for free. But after using it up, if you need this rare military supplies again, you have to buy it yourself. Personal points can be used to purchase daily supplies and ordinary military supplies. But for armor-piercing incendiary bombs, you have to spend team points to buy them. This is one of the few uses of team points besides upgrading. According to the theory given by the Sky Eye Laboratory, when dealing with zombies, unless the opponent is killed within 10 minutes of zombieization. Otherwise, once a semi-infected person falls into complete zombieization, after 10 minutes, the activity of its virus will once climb to the peak. At this time, if you want to destroy it, you can only blow up its brain stem. Mo Xiao and his team took on many small tasks one after another, and the team members cooperated more and more tacitly. During this period, I heard that the first batch of cleaners, who went to the lead mine jointly by various military systems, had an accident. It was not known whether it was because of the distance or other interference. They were completely out of contact. In this apocalypse, this phenomenon of no signal is very common. At first, everyone was still calm. But as time went by, not only did they fail to contact each other, but none of them even came back. This was definitely not good news. I heard that an emergency meeting was held above. After everyone discussed it, it was decided to send another group of cleaners to investigate the situation. This time it was just to investigate the situation. So there was no need to send so many people. The first target of this mission fell on the wild grass camp. You go. In Qin Zhao's office, he looked at Mo Xiao and said, "There are so many first-class teams in the camp. Why did you choose us?" Mo Xiao always felt that this matter was strange and might be quite dangerous. And her team still needed to grow. After all, they were still just a second-class team. I also think it's very strange. Qin Zhao supported his forehead with one hand and waved his hand. But there is a wind-hearing person in your team, which may be of great help in the survey and intelligence mission. Just intelligence? Seeing Mo Xiao's caution, Qin Zhao's eyes were rarely gentle and said, "Remember, everything is based on your own safety." After that, he tapped his fingertips lightly on the table, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. Again, the lives of the soldiers in my wild grass camp are also lives. No one has the authority to bypass me and deal with my soldiers directly. In other words, although it was a task assigned by the higher-ups, but no matter what Mo Xiao and his team did, all the impacts would be borne by Qin Zhao. This was like a reassurance. After packing up a bit, the Class 477 team set off again. This time, they used flight suits to travel directly from high altitudes, and encountered no danger along the way. The sky was still gloomy. The wind and snow had not stopped. Looking down from a high altitude, the snow on the ground had accumulated to an unknown depth. The temperature outside was still dropping. This might be the coldest winter in thousands of years. Mo Xiao kept an eye on Chu Ying's movements during the flight, although she had shown good operability in the flight suit in the previous missions. But the previous flights were all low altitude and the distance was not far, just between the first and second lines of defense at the doorstep. And this time, not only did they have to fly from high altitude in extremely cold weather and snow, but they also had to cross several lines of defense. They went directly to the mine outside the fifth line of defense. The span was very large. Mo Xiao was originally worried that Chu Ying had just joined the army and had not been injected with that kind of protein for a long time, so she could not adapt. Unexpectedly, she said nothing. Although there were several operational errors, she adjusted in time and survived. Is the lead mine in front of us? Mo Xiao stood on the top of a big tree and looked through a telescope. The world was covered in silver, and between the pure white, there were some ashes, which only added to the desolate feeling. That is, Qin Cheng suddenly said. Isn't that a protected net? Everyone looked where he pointed. It was found that there were many places outside the lead mine where anchor points had been laid. The anchor points were connected by protective ropes. Before there was a target, the aimlessly wandering zombies would generally change their route when they hit this circle of protective nets. So as long as there was no big noise, such a simple protective net could initially minimize the increase in the number of zombies in the mining area. It seems that they have completed the first step of the mission. Mo Xiao analyzed. Many zombies died in the mine area, and they should have been cleaned up. But before they were cleaned up, an accident happened. Shui Kankan pointed to some zombies that were still alive in the mine area. Mo Xiao smiled coldly. It seems that it is not a natural disaster, but a man-made disaster. Chu Ying, did you hear any movement? Chu Ying shook his head. Mo Xiao waved his hand and said, "Stay alert and spread out in formation number 1. Chu Ying and Xiao Yin, come with me first." Mo Xiao glanced at Shui Kankan before leaving. He immediately understood. "Captain, don't worry. I have found an advantageous geographical location. I will go there now. Well, the others will follow in a linear manner and keep the signal open. If there is an accident at any point, support is available at any time. If you are separated by accident, don't wander around inside. Retreat to Shwekankan and reunite with everyone. Okay, Captain. On the top of the snow forest, several figures suddenly scattered like birds and beasts. Mo Xiao drew out the mace again, and quietly dealt with a group of zombies leading to the entrance of the lead mine with Chu Ying and Yin Haoge. They came to the pit. This is too deep. Yin Haoge couldn't help but complain. The safety ladder is below, and it seems that someone has taken the safety ladder down before them. This mine is at least 200 or 300 meters deep, Mo Xiao explained. I don't know how many people are down there. I'll go down first, and you guys follow. Mo Xiao finished speaking, and he moved gently down the ropeway of the safety ladder, all the way quietly. Chu Ying pressed her ears, and she didn't hear any human activity within a short distance. But this doesn't mean that there's no one guarding down there. Maybe they're also in a static and silent state? This is how Mo Xiao explained it when she encountered similar situations in previous missions. After rejoining Mo Xiao's team this time, she found that she was much more cautious. In the past, Mo Xiao relied heavily on his hearing to detect the situation. But now, he is more conservative. Often before relying on her, Mo Xiao has already made the right judgment himself. This made Chu Ying realize that she didn't help much in these missions, and she won by sheer luck. She was stunned at the entrance of the mine, watching Mo Xiao's figure descend. Chapter 254. The survivor of the outsiders waiting for the rabbit. Yin Haoge smiled and pushed her arm. What's wrong? Sister Ying? It's your turn. Seeing Chu Ying come back to her senses, Yin Haoge, who had been in contact with her for a while, rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Sister Xiao said that the key to whether our mission can succeed this time depends on you. He smiled and said, Sister Ying, you have to stand up. I will follow you. Chu Ying glanced at him, and was not moved by Yin Haoge's flattery. A genius like her can always receive such praise no matter where she goes. She has long been accustomed to it. The key is that in what he just said. Mo Xiao also placed high hopes on her. Chu Ying twisted her hair with her fingers and thought, forget it. Since Xiao Mo cut her hair, she should be more serious and meet her expectations. As soon as Mo Xiao landed below, he rolled on the ground and drew his gun to be on guard for a long time. Except for a few zombie corpses nearby, he did not find any suspected enemies before he stood up to observe the environment farther away. Below this mine pit is a maze of tunnels. Generally, mining operations like this are carried out in different directions according to the distribution of ore. So there is no specific mining area. There are huge stone pillars next to the tunnel to support the top of the mine pit. Some tunnels are large and deep, and mining vehicles can enter and exit. Some are relatively small, and should have been newly blasted not long ago. Before the fall of this place, Tianyin attached great importance to the mining of this lead mine, and was already mining at a very fast speed. However, from mining galena to making pure lead blocks, a complex process is required, so they didn't get many finished products in a short time. Mo Xiao waited for a long time before Chu Ying and Yin Haoge came down. I'll lead the way. Chu Ying was unexpectedly very enthusiastic. One person took the lead. Maybe it was because it was too big. The three of them walked carefully for several hours, and didn't meet any human figures. But they saw a lot of zombie corpses. Someone has set his sights on the lead mine like us, Mo Xiao whispered. This is not surprising. They were all affected by environmental pollution under the Sky Eye base. Not to mention the survivors, who were fleeing all the way outside. At this time, if we can have a base with a radiation barrier, our lives will be basically guaranteed. They should have ambushed them before our people arrived. The joint team that set out before may not be the strongest, but it is definitely not weak. If they were not tricked, it is impossible that no one escaped. There is a sound. Chu Ying, who was walking in the front, suddenly stopped at the corner of a rock wall. At the end of this tunnel, Chu Ying turned his head and looked at Mo Xiao and whispered, there is a voice. What did they say? Can you hear clearly? Mo Xiao asked with a raised eyebrow. Chu Ying listened carefully again, then shook her head. The tunnel is too deep and the structure is complicated. Their footsteps, voices, and water drops are mixed with many echoes, making it difficult to distinguish. Mo Xiao nodded, patted her shoulder and smiled. Okay. You stay here first. I'll go in and take a look. Sister Xiao Xiao. Yin Haoge suddenly shook the communicator. If you go any further, you will lose contact with the outside world. It's okay, Mo Xiao whispered. If there is an accident or other discoveries on my side, you will leave first and meet up with Batian and the others. At the same time, deep in the tunnel, a group of people gathered together, yawning out of boredom. They were wearing Sky Eye uniforms and carrying Sky Eye's special jet flight suits on their backs. Their outfits were all very bright and beautiful. Only their manners did not look like those of soldiers. And some of their clothes were not well-fitting. They were obviously stripped from others. In front of them, several people who had been stripped of their clothes fainted on the ground. They were tied up tightly. We have already captured those Sky Eye people. But the vice president still asked us to guard here. Don't you think he is a bit too timid? Someone smacked his lips and said, I'm going to get metal poisoning from staying in this mine every day. The vice president said that with so many soldiers missing, Sky Eye will definitely send someone to investigate soon. We can only compete if we seize the initiative and wait for the opportunity. The man who spoke at first curled his lips. We have waited for so long and still haven't seen anyone. Who knows how many people are left? What if they never come? Are we just going to wait? You know how serious heavy metal poisoning is. The man sneered. Fortunately, we are half infected. Otherwise, at least half of us would have fallen down by now. Stop complaining. Choose between nuclear radiation and poisoning? Someone said impatiently. You know how important this lead mine is to us. Hurry up and rest and return to your post to wait. That person seemed to have a higher status. After he finished speaking, the people who were just complaining returned to their original positions despite being dissatisfied. They set up several ambushes outside this tunnel. Once someone from the Sky Eye strayed in, they would most likely be alarmed. According to the vice president's meaning, they needed to use this method to hold back batches of soldiers coming from the Sky Eye. Give them time to mine. When they get enough resources, they can build a radiation shield, then use it to build their own base. In this way, they no longer have to run around and be displaced. Fortunately, there are not many of them, so the amount needed doesn't need to be too large. According to the original plan of the vice president, they were going to take their time and empty the mine. Who would have thought that the people from the Sky Eye base would come to their senses so quickly, break through many obstacles, and go straight to the mine outside the fifth line of defense? Fortunately, the enemy was in the open, and they were in the dark. They knew the existence of the Sky Eye, and the people from the Sky Eye were almost completely focused on dealing with zombie beasts. They didn't know that there were survivors waiting for an opportunity in the dark. So they took advantage of the loophole. They defeated the enemy with fewer people and captured the group of guys. After this battle, the vice president quickly adjusted his strategy. While continuing to set traps to ambush the opponent to delay time, he secretly mined from the other side, trying to mine enough as soon as possible and forge it into usable resources to take away. Bang dang. The man who just finished complaining returned to his position. He was guarding a blind spot behind a rock wall, and accidentally hit the weapon on his waist against the stone, making a crisp sound. The man was startled, and hurriedly turned around to cover his hands, secretly complaining that these Sky Eye soldiers wore so many clothes. But they didn't think it was cumbersome. The position he was guarding was the outermost trap defense line. There was a corner in front. From his position, he could clearly see if there was anyone coming from the opposite side, and because of the limited vision, the other party couldn't see him at all. Once an enemy appeared, he would press the trap switch, and the other party would be caught off guard and trapped in his own trap. Even if they are not trapped, there are still traps set by other companions. Chu, the man, felt his nose itchy, rubbed it, and couldn't help but complain softly. After guarding for so many days, there is not even a fly, let alone people. I really don't know what's the point of allocating so many manpower. It's better to go mining. Make a quick decision, and run away as soon as possible after mining. He complained on this side, but he didn't know that behind the opposite corner, just separated by a wall, Mo Xiao stopped moving forward. Chapter 255 Counter Ambush. There is an ambush. Mo Xiao vigilantly took out several objects with metal reflective surfaces. Through the mirror, she vaguely observed the blind spots that she could not observe at her position. A man showed a corner of his clothes, like a mouse hiding in the dark waiting for something. Mo Xiao rolled her eyes and sighed that these guys were not simple. It has been so long, and they are still so vigilant. If the people from Tianyin were a little careless, aren't they just a group of moths flying into the fire? They will be defeated one by one? She thought about it, and took out a small folding bow. The previous compound bow was too big and inconvenient to carry with her during the action. Fortunately, there were many novel weapons in regular organizations like Tianyin. This folding bow is made of good materials, simple and portable, and has good power at short distances. The most important thing is that it is silent. In the military camp, there are not many soldiers who carry it with them. After all, the current contradiction is obviously the contradiction between people and the zombie tide, and the harsh living environment. In the case of other more lethal weapons to choose from, this folding bow is somewhat useless. However, perhaps it was because of the thrilling escape. Mo Xiao always has a deep guard against people, so she has never left this simple and portable small weapon since she got it. Tap. The sound of a stone rolling down. The man who was standing guard lazily suddenly shuddered and opened the trap reflexively. But then, he seemed to realize something and poked his head out to glance carefully. Swish. Another sound of sandification. A small stone rolled down from the top of the cave. I thought it was something else. I almost saw enemies everywhere. The man's heart, which had just been raised, finally slowly let go. He was about to retreat to his original position. Suddenly, he felt a shadow passing by the edge of his sight. The thing was very fast, and he felt a cold light piercing his skin before he could see it clearly. The next moment, a sharp blade pierced his flesh. The man subconsciously reached out to pull out the arrow. But the next moment, the figure that was just a few meters away flashed in front of him at a very fast speed. He opened his mouth, but found that no sound came out. His head slowly rolled twice on the ground. He only saw a back figure that looked very much like himself, with a large piece missing from his neck. Blood rushing to the sky, and seemed to fall. But then, he was supported by a hand, and leaned against the wall without making any sound. All this seemed to have been carefully calculated by someone. And it happened too quickly. The man slowly stood up, and his specially made black military uniform was not conspicuous in the dim vision. But the wild grass behind him was particularly dazzling like a flame. Wild grass, camp, the virus in his body died down, and the last scene of his life completely returned to darkness. Mo Xiao looked back at the head that had been twitching just now, and finally became dead silent, and raised his eyebrows in surprise. The person in ambush was a semi-infected person, and the virus in his body was still very active. This means that he probably never ran out of food. You know, now is not like when the doomsday just broke out. There were still many people alive at that time. It is easy for semi-infected people to find some food. But now, the living environment in the wild is getting worse and worse. And naturally there are fewer and fewer survivors in the wild. In fact, the Air and Land Search and Rescue Department of Tianyin has been investigating and rescuing victims outside. But long before the zombie tide invaded the Sky Eye, the number of survivors that could be found had already dropped drastically with the passage of time. And the man in front of him, under the current conditions, he can still maintain the necessary eating. It can be seen that there is a well-organized and planned group of semi-infected people behind him. It is even possible that they are supporting a lot of ordinary people for blood supply. No. Mo Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly and thought carefully. Maybe they have reached a consensus on mutually beneficial cooperation with ordinary people. Speaking of the wild semi-infected groups outside, Mo Xiao can think of one. It is the semi-infected group that started in Nituling. Although everyone fled and went their separate ways later. But Mo Xiao was still very impressed with them. The opponent who secretly attacked them this time, even if they were not half united, should be of similar nature to them. Mo Xiao wanted to hide the man's body. But suddenly, there was another sound of footsteps in front. Guazi, you just dropped the communicator. I know you are angry, but you can't work with this attitude. This is the first level. You have to be careful for everyone. I tell you. In the dim tunnel, someone stepped lightly and heavily in the mud. Listening to the footsteps, there were not just one, but 3 people. The next second, the 3 people would turn the corner and see her. Reality did not give Mo Xiao time to make a choice. She immediately redrew the bow and loaded the arrow. Guazi, you, the half-head of the man walking in front, appeared first. He turned his head and looked over here as he spoke, but he only saw an arrow tip enlarged in front of his eyes. At this moment, the extremely subtle sound of the wind that should not have been heard seemed to be enlarged in his ears. The man's pupils shrank. He saw a man in the uniform of the wild grass camp almost chasing after the arrow, rushing towards him like a cheetah running in the tunnel. Puff, Blood splashed. He was affected by inertia and naturally fell backwards. There is an enemy! Another person was shocked and was about to press the button of the communicator in his hand to pass the information to his companions inside. The next moment, 2 legs suddenly clamped around his neck. The man supported himself with one hand, jumped up, and rolled over like a crocodile in the water. The sharp blade in his hand had already cut the neck of the third man. The communicator on the second man was smashed against the stone wall next to him by her action, and rolled into the muddy water. The enemy and us switched positions. The man rode on him, twisted his head with both hands, and directly broke his head. Neat and tidy. 1 dead and 2 injured in one encounter. After all, they are half infected, with strong vitality. The first man, who was shot by an arrow and had his throat locked, was seriously injured but not dead, and he quickly climbed up again. There are also strong and weak among the half-infected. He was in a group of half-infected people, and he knew this very well. He had no intention of confronting the soldier from the wild grass camp, who suddenly appeared from nowhere. Instead, he immediately rushed to the communicator that was thrown to the ground. His throat had not recovered yet, and he could only hear the crackling of blood bubbles, but could not make any sound. He rushed over there like a wild dog, rolling and crawling. The man had naturally noticed him a long time ago. He smiled coldly, stepped on his body, and stabbed a sharp blade into the back of his head with hidden strength. The man's body shook violently like a dying fish on the shore, and he turned his head and opened his mouth to bite people. The man seemed to have been prepared. He subconsciously dodged to the side. Who knew that just by dodging, the corner of the man's mouth pulled out a crazy smile. Chapter 256, Underground Siege. It turned out that the biting was just an illusion. He grabbed the third person, who had his throat cut, and fell to the ground, and threw him forward with his last bit of strength. Not good. Mo Zhao's eyelids jumped. The man was thrown just in front of the communicator. He covered his neck with one hand and gasped hard, and grabbed the communicator with the other hand and pressed the button, knocking it to the ground. What's wrong? Guazi? Dongzi? Lao Zong? Shaoli? Only a dozen words of questions appeared on the other end of the communicator, and after receiving only a response of dong dong dong, it fell into silence. Mo Zhao completely eliminated the last person. Pick up the communicator that was still on, but had become very quiet. Who are you? After a while, a calm question came from inside this voice. Mo Zhao narrowed her eyes slightly, and her pupils darkened. Are you from Tianyin? Although she didn't receive an answer, the person on the other side seemed to have confirmed her identity. We have your hostages, the man said calmly, and we want to make a deal with you. Mo Zhao frowned, and suddenly heard footsteps behind her. She turned around suddenly and raised her pistol. She found that it was Chu Ying and the others who followed. She made a gesture of silence in surprise. Chu Ying and Yin Haoge, who were about to speak, saw the communicator in her hand and immediately closed their mouths. Especially Yin Haoge, seeing the bodies on the ground. The admiration and shock in his eyes could hardly be suppressed. Why are you here? Mo Zhao asked with her eyes. After several months of running in, under normal circumstances, the members of her team would not disobey her orders. Yin Haoge spread his hands and looked at Chu Ying. Chu Ying whispered in Mo Zhao's ear, I heard the sound of people gathering and ambushing outside the mine. Mo Zhao was startled, and his eyes flashed as he looked at the corpses under his feet. Chu Ying continued, You have it here too. I have heard the sound of people surrounding several branch roads nearby. After she told Yin Haoge, the two of them simply came to Mo Zhao to gather. What? Have you thought about it? The person on the other end of the communicator was still negotiating with her. As long as you guarantee the safety of my people, we will release the hostages you need. Combined with what Chu Ying and Yin Haoge said, and the obvious delaying words of the person on the other end of the communicator, Mo Zhao's long eyelashes drooped slightly, and a sneer appeared on his lips. After not seeing you for many days, even you, Xia Bumian, have become a lot more cunning. That's right. Listening to this familiar voice, combined with the power background of this half-infected person, Mo Zhao has guessed that the person on the other end of the communicator must be his former teammate, Xia Bumian. It seems that he should have climbed to a position with extremely high voice power now. If these ambushes were all deployed by him, then the ambush in this tunnel is probably just the first layer on the surface. He can quickly use it as bait to build a second layer of encirclement after the first layer of ambush fails. In essence, He was just trying to delay time by offering hostages in the communicator. When Mo Xiao and his men were careless, they became trapped in his encirclement. Wouldn't the new group of people from Tianyin who came to investigate have been lost again? If there were no zombies blocking the middle defense lines, then they, the Bantongui, would never dare to confront Tianyin. Even if the other party only drove here with a convoy of military vehicles, it would be an absolute numerical suppression for the Bantongui, equivalent to a large army. And now, they were forced to retreat to Tianyin and could only rely on the ability of the special flight suits to sneak in as a small team. There aren't many flight suits, and it's inconvenient to move in the sky, and it's easy to become a sitting duck. Therefore, soldiers who usually use flight suits for combat will choose to travel in small groups. They need to pay great attention to concealment. It's impossible to pass through the air in a large scale. This led to the Bantongui being able to use guerrilla warfare to gradually erode the Tianyin's troops and strengthen its own armed forces. Mo Xiao crushed the communicator. Xiao Mo. Chewing pulled her sleeve. Let's go out. How do we go? Mo Xiao asked her. Chewing pointed to a certain direction with some difficulty and said, there are fewer people over there. There are only a few people. Not no one. Bantongui has been here for a long time, and is more familiar with the terrain here than they are. Separate actions? Mo Xiao looked at the mine tunnel in front of him, and narrowed his eyes. Chewing. After I lead them away, you take Xiao Xie to meet up with Cancan and the others. And then? Sister Xiao Xiao. I won't leave. Yin Haoge frowned. How can you abandon the captain and run away at a critical moment? Mo Xiao glanced at him lightly. Yin Haoge curled her lips, and her voice weakened a little. Okay. Chewing pulled her sleeve again. Xiao Mo. My hair. Mo Xiao suddenly smiled. It looks good. After saying that, he waved his hand, and quickly turned his back to the place where the three people came from before. Chewing was stunned, touched the lower half of her face uncomfortably, and swallowed the half sentence she had not finished. It's time to cut. She wanted to say that. Chu Ying's eyes, which had never smiled before, bit unconsciously. But Mo Xiao is really good at seeing. Everyone in the world admires me, but she is the best among them. Right, Grandma? Above a certain mine. Xiebu Mian looked at the communicator in his hand that had not received a response, and handed it to Jupuni behind him. There were background sounds such as dripping water before. Now even these faint sounds can no longer be heard. As expected, the other party has destroyed the communicator. It seems that they have realized that this is a trap. They reacted so quickly, and were so alert. Tianyin is really full of talented people. Vice President. Our people sent a message saying that the people coming are from the wild grass camp. We surrounded the man along his escape route, but still failed to stop him. The team that originally set up an ambush below was killed by that man. Someone ran over in a hurry and reported on the side. But don't worry. Our people have begun to retreat to the ground. Unless that guy shrinks underground forever. Otherwise, we will guard outside and make sure that he can't escape even if he has wings. That person? Xie Bumian repeated in surprise. Only one person. After asking this question, even Jupuni, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but kick the person who came to pass the message. You said that one person killed so many of our brothers? And he could rush out of our encirclement early like a prophet? Really? It's really one person. Judging from the uniform. He is from the wild grass camp. He must be some powerful character. The person who was kicked touched his budding grievance and stood up. If it weren't for the vice president not allowing the people of Sky Eye to touch the environment near the mine or approach the mine in order to make them fall into the trap, could they react so late? Xie Bumian stared coldly at the bottom, with murderous intent in his eyes. Watch the exit. Organize people to check the mine tunnels one by one. I don't believe he can hide underground for a lifetime. As soon as the voice fell, another anxious exclamation came from behind. It's not good. Vice President. The President. Chapter 257. What is the significance of the teammate? The person who came to report the news was very panicked. They had been making a lot of noise all the way here. He was stopped by Xie Bumian's cold stare when he was halfway through his words. There were not only people from their Bantongui here, but also several experts sent by Chiojia. Mining is not such a simple matter. From drilling, blasting, transporting stones, to refining to pure lead. It is a whole complicated and trivial process. There is more than one mainstream smelting method. There is no such talent in the Bantongui team. But Chiojia, A caring person. Has relevant professionals in the team specially assembled. Before besieging the visitors from Tianjin, their group was still organizing mining work normally. The expert sent by Qiujia naturally stayed with them. For example, at this moment, they were sitting not far away and whispering. And they were still looking at the people of the Bantongui with a thoughtful look. The two sides seemed to be cooperating. But Xia Bumian, the vice president of the Bantongui, had always been on guard against that group of humans. And his confidants knew it. After the noisy man lowered his head and approached Xia Bumian, he said in a low and hurried voice again, the president heard that there were people from Tianjin again. And they were from the wild grass camp. So she wanted to go down and encircle and suppress them personally. No one can persuade him. Ever since he had a deadly feud with the people of the wild grass camp on the road before. President Jinzi's mental state has been unstable. And his mood has become more and more irritable. She beat and scolded the people below her at will. Contrary to her mental state, her strength became stronger and stronger. In the entire Bantong society, no one was her opponent. So everyone, from top to bottom, was trembling in fear when facing her, including the elders who had known her for a long time and supported her. They did not dare to say much. It was also from that time that the power of Bantong society began to fall into the hands of others. The prestige of Vice President Xia Bumian was getting higher and higher. Until now, although Jinzi was the president in name, many people in the society were actually more willing to obey the orders of Vice President Xia Bumian. How long have you been in there? Xia Bumian's eyes turned cold when he heard this. And he grabbed the collar of the person who came and asked. It's been almost 3 hours. You've been in there for so long. Why are you reporting it now? Zhupi, who was standing next to him, saw Xia Bumian's gloomy face and scolded him. We just received the news too, the man said aggrievedly. I heard from the brothers over there that the president knew the vice president would stop her. So he specifically ordered them not to tell the vice president. Someone risked his life to secretly pass on this news. Although the president Jinzi is crazy, his strength is there after all. The brutality of killing prisoners a while ago was even more shocking. On the premise that she made a harsh statement, few people dared not to do it. After all, no one wanted to be held accountable by her afterwards. Xia Bumian waved his hand, dismissed the messenger, and said to Zhupani, I will go down and bring the president up, and leave the outside to you. Jinzi had too much hatred for Tianjin, especially the people of the wild grass camp, the previous batch of captives. If Xia Bumian had not thought that it was still useful to keep them and stop them in time, I am afraid that Jinzi would have slaughtered them all in an extremely bloody and cruel way. Even so, among the remaining hostages, there were only ordinary soldiers, and no one from the wild grass camp was left. Because of this matter, although Jinzi agreed on the surface not to continue to be cruel, but he was dissatisfied with Xia Bumian. So this time, I don't know who told her that another batch of soldiers from the wild grass camp had arrived. Jinzi sneaked down when Xia Bumian was not prepared. She must find the enemies from last time and kill them. If they are not among the people sent by Tianjin, then they may be among this group of people. Of course, she must go and take a look in person. Zhupani frowned. Vice President, everyone has gone down. Why should we? He looked around and whispered in Xia Bumian's ear. The people in the wild grass camp are so strong. If they both lose, then we can reap the benefits? Xia Bumian glanced at him and sneered. Did the president wear the self-destruct device seized from the people in the wild grass camp before? Zhupani was stunned when he heard this, and smiled bitterly and shook his head. With her personality, she would not be bothered by the flood after her death. So why would she wear that thing? In the intricate and narrow mine tunnel below. If Xia Bumian paused slightly here, thinking of what the captive said before. He changed his words. If a zombie that is hard to guard against appears, should we continue mining? Jinzi's current state is really dangerous. Before she is completely sure that she can be safely eliminated, it is best for her not to be stimulated and completely transformed into a zombie. After explaining to Zhupani, Xia Bumian led a few people and turned down the mine. In a dense forest not far from the mine, the 5 people reunited one after another. So, the captain is trapped down there alone? Wu Batian raised his eyebrows. How can that be? I'll go down and save her now. Wait, Shui Kankan whispered. The captain said that we should go and inform the base of the situation here. I think we should do as she said. Seeing that the faces of several teammates were obviously gloomy, Shue Kankan mustered up great courage and continued, "The enemy is numerous and cunning. If we don't tell Tianyin about the situation here as soon as possible, if we all die here, won't they fall into the trap again next time? If they keep falling one after another, how big will the loss be? Captain." The captain sacrificed herself for the sake of the overall situation and wanted to minimize the losses. "We can't let her down." When Shue Kankan said this, her eyes were slightly wet, and she was obviously very sad. Wu Batian originally liked his timid appearance. At this moment, for some reason, he felt angry and wanted to slap his head. "I didn't realize that you are still an ungrateful person. The captain protected you so much at the beginning, but when she got into trouble, you just let her go." She was very emotional. If Chen Cheng and Yin Haoge hadn't pulled her hard, she would have really started fighting. Shue Kankan's face turned pale, and she took a few steps back, gritting her teeth and said, "The captain told us to go back and report the news. Wu Batian, do you want to act on your own and disobey orders again? You? Okay." Chen Cheng suddenly stood between the two of them, pushing one with one hand and calling them to stop. "Brother Kan, go back and report." Shue Kankan was stunned. I alone? The enemy is very cunning. There may be an ambush. Be careful to choose the route. We are relieved to give this task to you." Chen Cheng took off his helmet and wiped his coxcomb, while laughing. "As for the four of us warriors, prepare to rescue the captain. I can't do it alone. I can't do it." Shue Kankan shook his head first. Then he pursed his lips and whispered, "The captain's decision is always correct. And she is so strong. We just need to obey her orders." "Brother Kan." Yin Haoge interrupted him with a smile. "The strong also need teammates. The overall situation is the overall situation. And military orders are military orders. If at a critical moment, even our own people in Team 477 can't be emotional, then what is the meaning of teammates?" Chapter 258, Pursuit in the Mine. Under the mine, on the top of a mine tunnel, in a dark stone pit, a shadow seemed to move. But Su remained still. All around was quiet, except for the sound of water dripping and the occasional rustling of stones falling. It was almost impossible to hear any other noise. It seemed that it was finally confirmed that there were no more living people nearby. The shadow crawled out of the pit. It was not until it really landed on the ground that it was clear that the shadow turned out to be a person with hands and feet. This person was Imo Xiao, who was previously trapped underground after being chased by the Bantongui. Judging from the situation, Chu Ying and the others should have successfully gotten out without being discovered. Imo Xiao rolled her eyes, confirmed the direction, and walked along a certain passage. During her previous escape, she found several hostages who were used as bait. Their guns and equipment were all removed. Almost all of them were from the border guards, and it was rare to see people from their wild grass camp. Obviously, there were many people from the wild grass camp in the previous joint army. Imo Xiao had to think of the worst situation. That is, they would not accept prisoners from the wild grass camp. Maybe it was because they were worried that the semi-infected would be difficult to manage and restrain. Or maybe it was for other reasons. In short, they may have killed all the captured wild grass camp soldiers. Under such speculation, Imo Xiao would naturally not let herself be exposed easily. There is no movement around the mine tunnel. They probably all retreated to the surface. Imo Xiao thought in her mind. Based on the style shown by their leader, we just need to wait on the surface to tighten the bag rope. In other words, in the short term, no one will be sent down to hunt her down. After all, it takes too much time and energy to surround and intercept one person with so many people. And it is easy for her to kill him. Even if they are half infected, they can't stay in this environment for a long time. Imo Xiao thought again and again. The difference in the number of enemies and us is huge. She should still wait for the base to rescue her. When her teammates tell the base about the situation she has discovered, the top will make the right response. Before that, she looked at the rocks and various metal mixtures in the mine tunnel. Her eyes turned, and she planned to make a few more simple and hidden shelters and mechanisms. Paw. One foot after another, the sound of unreserved kicks rang out in the mine tunnel. Jinzi turned two knives with 2 fingers, stepped on the mud and water with a smile, and kept looking at the entrances of various mine tunnels. She had a lot of white in her eyes, and her pupils seemed much smaller than those of ordinary people, with a faint creepy red. "Where are you?" "Wild grass camp," she murmured morbidly. and her eyes turned wildly nervously when she heard a little movement. Suddenly, she stopped where she was. After listening for a while with her head tilted, she seemed to hear the sound of someone knocking on stones in the depths. Found it, she giggled, but did not chase after him immediately. Instead, she took off the water bottle at her waist and drank a big mouthful. After drinking, she licked her mouth, and the tip of her tongue and lips were also scarlet. The next moment, she kicked her feet hard and ran towards the depths of the mine at a terrifying speed. Below the mine, Sia Bumian landed and glanced indifferently at the destroyed mine elevator next to him. This opponent from the wild grass camp was indeed cunning enough. If this thing was destroyed, at least their speed of support in and out would be greatly reduced. Sia Bumian looked around, led a few strong men, and followed the footprints of Jean Z in a certain direction. After chasing for a while, he soon discovered that Jean Z's footprints began to become messy. Sometimes it seemed like she was running at full speed. Sometimes it seemed like she was anxiously spinning in circles. Even at the same fork, there were messy footprints. Back and forth. It seemed that she had passed by here several times, and it was unknown whether she was intentionally or unintentionally going in circles. Sia Bumian, who had always been calm and composed, finally frowned because of this strange phenomenon. He squatted down and observed for a while. Finally, he waved his hand and asked the 6 people behind him to split into 2 teams and go to find the president from the left and right roads. He himself set foot on the middle road. The light underground was dim, and time passed by every second. Sia Bumian smelled the blood dripping on the ground, and several empty bottles that were originally filled with blood and then discarded here. I don't know how long it took. He was slightly startled, turned his head, and narrowed his eyes dangerously, as if he was thinking about a decision. After a while, he finally grasped the weapon and ran deep into a mine tunnel. Dong dong dong. Mo Xiaojiang knocked on the 23rd place, and was just changing the mine tunnel to knock on the 24th place. Suddenly, she was startled, turned back as if with divine help, remained still, and listened attentively. Not long after, her pupils shrank slightly, and she quickly put away the tools, changed her position, and ran away at a high speed. Actually, someone came down from the mine tunnel. She knew it yesterday, although she didn't understand why the other party would make such a choice. Mo Xiao had another idea after realizing that not many people came out. She knocked on many places and made a simple wall clock mechanism. A small hammer was hung with a string, using the dripping water from the rock wall. After a period of time, when the water accumulated enough, the mechanism moved the whole body, and the small hammer would knock on the stone wall. It was very similar to the sound she made manually. Using this method, Mo Xiao finally found out who she had attracted while observing in the dark. Gold, the half-same elder she had met a few times before. But now Jean Z is in a crazy state, which is very different from her sober appearance that day. And the young man named Lu Quan, who had been following her that day, is also missing. Based on Mo Xiao's experience, he is most likely dead. Death is normal in the apocalypse, and interpersonal relationships change very quickly. Yesterday's friends may not be today's enemies, such as her and Sia Bumian. The apocalypse has been going on for so long. Mo Xiao has gradually learned to look down on these helplessness. She noticed that Jean Z's mental state was not right, and used this little trick to divert her. It delayed a lot of time, but later, it seemed that a few more people came down. Mo Xiao thought the other party had changed his mind, and was going back to the previous state of escape and killing. She was thinking about what to do with her murderous intent. But the other party seemed to have no intention of dealing with her, but came for the gold. Mo Xiao thought of the state of the gold, and always felt that she was about to become a zombie. If the gold turned into a zombie in this cramped underground, it would be difficult to deal with. She suppressed the urge to risk her life. The other party thought that she was trapped underground and could only wait for death. So she was not in a hurry, and she knew that her teammates had escaped and reported the news, and she only needed to wait for rescue to arrive. And she was not in a hurry to fight. Both sides were not in a hurry, and they could slowly waste time. Mo Xiao originally thought so, but unexpectedly, the person who originally came to find Jean Z seemed to have reacted. The other party realized that she did not take any radical actions, and must have relied on something. Now, he suddenly changed his target. He chased after her, as Mo Xiao hurriedly fled inside. There were bangs in the mine tunnels, but this was a good distraction for Jean Z. but it was of little use to the person who was chasing behind her. Mo Xiao's figure suddenly stopped. The soles of her shoes and the mud made a sudden breaking sound. There was no way ahead. There were gradually clear footsteps behind her. Mo Xiao's eyelashes drooped slightly, and the handle of the gun in her sleeve fell into her palm. She pulled the bolt and held it tightly, and slowly turned back. No way. Just kill a way out. Chapter 259 Experimental Materials. Shuetsuetsue. Outside the Sky Eye base. The wind and snow hit him like a steel knife that cut through his bones. A bloody figure suddenly fell at the door and bumped into a cleaner who was about to go out to do a task. I am Shui Cancan, a member of the 477th team of the Wild Grass Camp. Quick! Send someone to rescue me. The man grabbed the trouser leg of one of the cleaners and said hoarsely. Everyone was shocked and carried him back to the base. Sky Eye base. -6 floors. A laboratory. Jiangxi got up from the bed and pulled off the needles of the instrument patches on his body. In front of him stood Shenqi, who had just rushed in from outside. He just brought a piece of news from a member of the 477th Squad of the Wild Grass Camp, who had escaped with difficulty. At present, the military leaders of the entire Sky Eye base should have known about it. The reason why there has been no news about the joint vanguard they sent to the vicinity of the mine before. It fell into the trap of a half-infected organization called the Halftonghui. It is said that the organization had an old grudge with the Wild Grass Camp. It is extremely hostile to the Sky Eye. Later, Mo Xiao, the captain of the 477th Squad of the Wild Grass Camp, who went to investigate the news, was still trapped underground before the guy named Shui Cancan came back to report the news. I don't know if he is dead or alive after so much time. When Shenqi came, Jiangxi was still undergoing routine checkups. He was one of the first people to undergo antibody protein experiments, so he was an important monitoring target for Zhu Ying. Deputy leader. The higher-ups are preparing to send another group of joint forces to wipe out the Banton society. Shenqi narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, the leader said that you will lead our Blood Hunter group. The Blood Hunter group had been selecting a new deputy leader before, and several team leaders were actively participating in the competition, especially the joint army mission some time ago, which became a hot commodity for them to compete for. But for some reason, Jiangxi retreated bravely and did not participate in the competition. Coincidentally, this mission failed. During this period, according to the review of various points, Jiangxi, the former captain of Team 11 who stayed in the base, has been promoted to the deputy leader of the Blood Hunter group. Let's go! Jiangxi's face was flushed. He put on his military uniform behind him, put on special military boots, and walked out of the laboratory without saying a word. The footsteps of the two people knocked on the ground and gradually went away. Hey you. Zhu Ying cleaned up the mess angrily and couldn't help but complain. Is it so urgent? Jiangxi hasn't come for a while since the data stabilized. She is increasingly unpredictable about his personal data information. This time, she finally used the last experimental material thing to grind him over. But who knew that before it officially started? Shenqi broke in and called him away. Really? The subordinates are just like the master, never following the rules. Except for them. How many dare to be so presumptuous in the Tianyan laboratory? Zhu Ying was complaining in her heart. A curtain behind her was pulled open, revealing a pale and slightly swollen hand. This is obviously a woman's hand. She was born thin, but with a big belly, obviously pregnant. Around the experimental bed where she lay, there were various instruments that were more complicated and cumbersome than the bed where Jiangxi was just lying. Dr. Zhu. What's going on outside? I think I heard Cancan's name just now. She covered her forehead weakly, as if she had just woken up, and the blood vessels on the back of her hand were obvious. Chui Chui. Don't move. Seeing that she was about to stand up, Zhu Ying put down her work and turned around eagerly to the woman. She helped her back to the bed. Be careful. Be careful. Zhu Ying's tone was gentle, and she looked at Zhu Ying with a loving and cherishing look. I just seemed to hear the pregnant woman still asked unwillingly. Zhu Ying sighed and said, the captain of your brother Shui Cancan's team was trapped, and he came back to inform the news. Don't worry. Your brother was injured, but it's okay. After all, he is a half-infected person, which is much stronger than humans. Zhu Ying smiled and comforted. But the woman lowered her head after hearing this and said softly, even if he is a half-infected person, he is still a human. Zhu Ying was speechless after hearing this. Without saying anything more, she turned around and continued to work on her own things. This pregnant woman, named Xuetsuetsue, was exactly the live experimental material that Jiang she had mentioned before. Zhu Ying had always wanted to do an experiment, using certain special characteristics of human pregnant women and fetuses to conduct immunity or reversal experiments on the X virus. Unfortunately, this experiment was particularly bold and very dangerous, and it required the active cooperation of pregnant women. And no expectant mother would put herself and her child in such a dangerous situation. Besides, once such news spread, the residents of the entire Tianyan base would be shocked. It was not conducive to social stability and harmony. So Zhu Ying never found the experimental conditions. Until some time ago, Jiang she suddenly brought her this Xuetsuetsue. At first, Zhu Ying heard that she took the initiative to agree, and thought it was nothing more than coercion and inducement. But during this specific experiment, seeing that she cooperated so well, it seemed that she wanted to help herself sincerely, which made Zhu Ying deeply impressed by Jiang Shi's brainwashing method again. So much so that Zhu Ying kept asking around and finally found the reason. It turned out that this Xuetsuetsue was once imprisoned by a group of gangsters outside. Later, the illegal gang was jointly wiped out by the wild grass camp and the blood hunting group. And this Xuetsuetsue was the lucky one who was rescued. Refugees who have also experienced hardships will have some psychological problems. Generally, after entering the base, they will be arranged by psychologists for observation, care and treatment. Yes, in the Tianyan base, the mental health of residents is taken very seriously. There are professional psychological counseling offices on almost every floor. But Xuetsuetsue is the fastest to recover among the refugees. She has grown up almost like bamboo shoots after rain, and has completely integrated into the life of normal people without any hindrance. She is a very strong woman. Later, her younger brother joined the wild grass camp after she reunited, and Xuetsuetsue herself, somehow, came to Zhu Ying through Jiang Shi and participated in her experiment. The first thing Xuetsuetsue said when she came, she didn't ask whether the experiment was dangerous or not, or what benefits she could get from participating in the experiment. Instead, she asked her directly if she could help more people who were persecuted by the virus if the experiment was successful. Zhu Ying gave her a positive answer, of course. From then on, Xuetsuetsue took the initiative to become her experimental material. Zhu Ying still occasionally feels for these ordinary people with great love, and for those despicable people like herself and Jiang Shi who took advantage of their selflessness and fearlessness. The Sky Eye base acted quickly. It took less than an hour since someone from Team 477 of the Wild Grass Camp reported the news. The entire base quickly formulated a plan and sent out rescue. At the same time, somewhere at the bottom of a mine somewhere within the 5th and 6th lines of defense, before Mo Xiao even turned around completely, the silencer pistol in her hand had already fired a round. Plop. She heard the sound of someone dodging. Chapter 260 You Are Not Dead. Although the pistol has a silencer, the sound of shooting is still much louder than that of a folding bow and arrow. Especially in a place with a good echo. You can't be sure when more enemies will come. Mo Xiao knew that she had to fight quickly. She didn't expect to hit the enemy blindly with one shot. But after the shot, she stepped on the stone wall next to her and approached the back at a high speed in an S-shaped trajectory. The man fired several shots from a long distance, all of which hit the stone wall and failed to stop her action. Mo Xiao had received special training in the training camp of the Wild Grass Camp. Compared to the wild semi-infected, she was naturally much stronger. The enemy saw that several shots missed. Without waiting for the people from the opposite camp to approach, they suddenly turned around and ran. Mo Xiao was slightly stunned, and then realized what the other party wanted to do. He wanted to take advantage of the encounter between him and Jin Zi. Mo Xiao sneered, pulled out the hook gun, and with a puff, shot it at the corner where the opponent in front had to pass. The hook rope suddenly tightened, because the man was too fast. He was caught off guard and tripped and fell to the ground. But his reaction was also very fast, and he rolled on the ground without delaying for long. But this just gave Mo Xiao an opportunity. She did not waste every opportunity, and had already caught up with him, greatly reducing the distance between the two. The grappling gun fired a few more rounds. Every time she pulled it back with brute force, it would cause a large amount of mud and rocks to roll down. It created a lot of obstacles for the enemy. I'll see where you run. There was a corner a few meters ahead. She believed that this was the last one. She would catch up with the person in front here. Click just as Mo Xiao's 5 fingers hooked onto the shoulders of the person in front. He suddenly turned around and smiled coldly. This first face-to-face confrontation at a very close distance made Mo Xiao slightly stunned. The other party seemed to be stunned for a moment. In a small transparent area in front of the helmet, the other party's facial features and facial contours could be vaguely seen. The past few months of shared life and death escape experience made them very familiar with each other's appearance. Siebu Mian? Mo Xiao? 2 voices, one male and one female, came out at the same time. But Mo Xiao had no time to sigh. And both faces changed at the same time. There was a sharp sound of wind in his ears. They pushed each other in the opposite direction at the same time. Ding. A sharp knife passed through the 2 people and inserted into the stone wall next to them. It went deep into the wall. Found. You? At the end of the tunnel at the corner, a short-haired woman slowly approached with a smile. Almost all the people in this mine were fully armed, and they wished they could cover themselves tightly. Only she didn't even have a gas mask, and was very arrogant. She passed by a mechanical small stone hammer, snapped it, and tore it apart with her bare hands. Like throwing a shot put. It hit from a distance. Bang! It was as if some small catapult shells exploded into the stone wall, and the broken stones kept rolling down. Mo Xiao rolled awkwardly and dodged again. Xiao Xie, why are you here? Jinzi hunched forward with his front half of his body, tilted his head, and looked again and again, as if he slowly remembered him. Ha! Are you here with me to kill this bastard from the wild grass camp? Jinzi laughed and licked his lips and said, Good! You finally figured it out. Xie Bumian's eyes quickly switched between the 2. He originally wanted to lure the 2 people here at the same time. In fact, he had thought about letting the 2 people die together, as Xu Pengyi said before. He stopped it at that time because he was not nearby. Now he is down there, just watching from the side. Even if Jinzi suddenly turns into a zombie, as long as he is killed in time, it will not cause a greater threat. But he never expected that. The scout from the wild grass camp of the Sky Eye base, who caused him a lot of headaches, was actually Mo Xiao. It turned out to be Mo Xiao? Siebu Mian narrowed his eyes. He had just thought about it, and Mo Xiao had already taken action. Obviously, the other party also realized who was the most dangerous here at the moment. Go straight to Jinzi. After not seeing her for many days, she made decisions as fast as ever. Jinzi's thinking had gradually become rigid, and she simply abandoned most of the parts that needed to be thought about. Seeing the other party rushing towards her, she felt extremely excited, only relying on instinct. She rushed straight towards Mo Xiao like a beast. Crack. The bloody smell of the red pill spread in her mouth. Mo Xiao's eyes were red, staring coldly at the beast-like enemy, raising his hand and shooting a few shots. At least more than half of them were dodged by Jinzi. There was still half left, although it was embedded in the flesh. But her sense of pain seemed to have disappeared, and there was no rhythm of pausing. She directly picked up the knife to remove the bullet, and the wound healed at a terrifying speed. The 2 of them got close. Puff. Jinzi thrust a knife straight at Mo Xiao. She held the handle of the knife with one hand, but Jinzi smiled wildly, followed her arm movement, lowered his head and bit her. This madman. Mo Xiao hurriedly withdrew his hand. Generally, when semi-infected people fight, they will never bite each other. This is to avoid cross-infection. It is a stupid act of killing 1,000 enemies and injuring 1,000 of yourself. But Jinzi ignored all this. As Mo Xiao withdrew her arm, Jinzi's knife had already thrust forward. She quickly stepped back, and the blade brushed along the edge of the helmet. Crack. The helmet cracked in half, revealing half of Mo Xiao's face. Jinzi was stunned for a moment, then scratched her head and thought for a while. Then suddenly clapped her hands and suddenly realized, It's you! It's you! Ha! It's you! She showed the joy of an old friend on her face. But then she glanced at the wild grass camp uniform on Mo Xiao, and her face instantly became distorted again. It's you? It's you guys. Mo Xiao just hit the mace with his backhand, and she held it tightly with the sharp end. The sharp metal thorns pierced Jinzi's hands, but she didn't notice it at all. The power confrontation between the 2 was deadlocked for a while. Bang! 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 Mo Xiao heard 3 shots behind her. She immediately let go of the handle of the mace, dodged with a backflip, and grabbed the top of the mine tunnel and climbed on it. One bullet failed to avoid it, and sank into her left shoulder. Another bullet rubbed the blood on her left arm, and hit Jean Z's body. Another bullet hit Jean Z's arm directly. You fucking better hit it. Click. Jean Z complained, removing 2 bullets expressionlessly. Mo Xiao was secretly shocked. The bullet that rubbed her blood entered Jean Z's body. You know, she is taking the red pill now. And the virus is very active. She thought it was not good. And when she looked down again, sure enough, she saw that Jean Z could no longer say the rest of the words. Only a hoarse roar. The pupil shrank again, almost shrinking into a small black dot. The limbs twitched slightly. And the little wisdom that was left to identify people just now gradually dissipated. She turned into a zombie. And he became the first person to be targeted. Mo Xiao cursed Xia Bumian in his heart. 10 minutes. Xia Bumian's faint voice came from behind. You can do it yourself. Is he treating himself as a tank to attract monsters? But with no way to retreat behind. Being targeted by a zombie is a very terrifying thing. Mo Xiao had to jump down again, picked up the mace on the ground, and smashed it at Jean Z again. She had already turned into a zombie, and had no intention of stopping. She only knew to bite the man in front of her to death. Mo Xiao hit her head with a stick with great accuracy, causing her body to tilt slightly, with the huge force of Mo Xiao's red pill in a rampage state. This stick would probably crack the stone wall, but it only made Jean Z pause slightly. It can be seen how hard her head is now. Before Mo Xiao had time to hit her with another stick, she was caught by Jean Z's claws at an extremely fast speed. The sharp black long fingertips scratched her clothes, almost causing Mo Xiao to be infected again. She could only use the mace to resist Jean Z's attack while gritting her teeth and looking at Xia Bumian in the distance. If you don't take action, we will all die. As soon as the words fell, there was a bang. A big hole suddenly appeared on Jean Z's head, as if it was burned out by something. The body fell stiffly, hugging Mo Xiao, who was very close to him. Mo Xiao was about to push her away and stand up. But when he heard the approaching footsteps, his eyes suddenly turned, and he fell down at the same time, closing his eyes. Xia Bumian frowned and walked closer. Killing the zombie Jean Z was easier than he thought. The main reason was that he didn't expect Mo Xiao to be so powerful now that he could even confront the zombies alone, providing him with an opportunity. But it was the first time he used the incendiary bomb seized from the sky. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Kill 2 with 1 bullet. The snipe and the clam fight. But the fisherman gets the advantage. Although his goal was achieved, Xia Bumian felt a little empty in his heart. He just walked to the bodies of Jean Z and the other 2, and was about to pick them up. Suddenly, something shot up from below and pinned him to the ground. The next moment, a cold gun muzzle was already against his head. You are not dead, Xia Bumian sneered, and the muzzle of the gun in his hand was pointed upwards against Mo Xiao's jaw. Chapter 261. If one day he is also under your gun. Mo Xiao stared at him condescendingly, and did not retreat a step because of the gun against his chin. His pale face showed a rare indifference. Setting traps to trap the soldiers of Tianyin and killing prisoners of war in the wild grass camp, all planned by you. She is not stupid. With Jean Z's condition, anyone with a discerning eye can immediately see who is the real mastermind behind the Bantongui. Xia Bumian was silent for a moment, and did not make any excuses. Mo Xiao's eyes flashed with sadness, and he pursed his lips and said in a low voice, just to compete with us for the lead mine? Because she has been underground for a long time. Her already fair face looks even more pale, and when her long eyelashes droop, her loneliness increases sharply. I don't know if it was this look of regret from an old friend that pierced Xia Bumian. He suddenly sneered, just. Xia Bumian sneered, you are protected from wind and rain in Tianyin. But don't you see what kind of living environment is outside now? How can we, a group of refugees, survive if we don't build a base with a radiation shield? The mine is outside, and it's ownerless. In the end times, everyone competes based on their abilities. What's wrong with that? Xia Bumian frowned in disgust. Mo Xiao, don't you think you are too kind every time? The lead mine resources are indeed ownerless. But if you want it, you can cooperate and negotiate with us. The mine output is large, and Tianyin may not disagree. Mo Xiao whispered. But what did you do? You killed a group of innocent soldiers who sacrificed their lives to defend their homes and people. Again, you are like this. which makes me feel sick. Xia Bumian's face suddenly changed when she said that, and deep anger was brewing in his eyes. It's the end of the world. The eyes of heaven are powerful. Which group that has survived until now would entrust the hilt of the knife to someone else? He smiled coldly, curled his lips and sneered. How many idiots do you think there are in the world like you? Mo Xiao was stunned, looking at Xia Bumian's extremely extreme and indifferent face under him. Suddenly calmed down. She smiled faintly. I used to think that you were a little extreme and cruel because of your past experiences. They once cooperated to escape together, and went through the most difficult and hard times together. At that time, they could still work together to resist foreign enemies together. Huddled together at the small dining table of the RV. Ate a hot meal under the dim and warm wall lamp. Encouraged each other. And felt that it was great to be alive. But I didn't expect that they could still gather together harmoniously when they were in danger. After gradually growing stronger and gradually adapting to the end of the world, they began to go their separate ways. There may not be many people like me in this world, but there are not as few as you think. Xia Bumian raised his eyes. His eyes were dark. Mo Xiao looked at him quietly and continued. Every soldier in our wild grass camp has sworn to fight for their homeland and beliefs. In this world, not everyone lives just for the sake of living. Especially the soldiers in the wild grass camp. They all know that they are destined to die one day. So they are more open-minded than ordinary people in facing life and death and crisis. Before the departure of the coalition army, some soldiers in the wild grass camp were still teasing each other. And those who stayed behind were laughing and planning to extort money from these lucky guys so that they could deal with the zombies as soon as possible and complete the task and come back to treat them. Who would have thought that a group of pioneers who fought for the people's homes did not die in the mouths of zombies, but died tragically under the butcher's knife of their compatriots? Xia Bumian frowned slightly, thinking of the group of prisoners of war who seemed to have shouted something like live like weeds. If you don't advance, you will die before they died, since you have chosen to stand on the opposite side of us. Then, Mo Xiao's brows were heavy, and her knuckles slowly pressed down on the trigger. Mo Xiao. Xia Bumian suddenly raised her eyes, with strange eyes, staring at her face curiously. You think I am cruel and ruthless, and I am on a different path from you. So I will kill him at the cost of my life. Then Jiangxi, is he on the same path as you? Mo Xiao was stunned, and her eyes were at a loss for a moment. Xia Bumian had already laughed sarcastically. What kind of person is he? You know better than me, right? If one day, he is also under your gun, can you pull the trigger cruelly? The sound of dripping water in the mine tunnel seemed to be particularly clear at this time. After a while, Mo Xiao suddenly put away the gun and stood up. Seeing her move away, Xia Bumian also put away the gun and sat up from the ground. I let you go this time because I don't want to hurt you both, Mo Xiao said lightly. If we meet again next time, I will definitely kill you. Xia Bumian's footsteps paused slightly, without comment, and did not respond. The two of them went in opposite directions, as if they had never met. I don't know how far they walked. Mo Xiao looked at the gun in her palm, and couldn't help sighing. In fact, she could guess that the order to massacre the prisoners would definitely not be the handiwork of Xia Bumian. But when he took that position and stood on that standpoint, it didn't matter whether he gave the order himself or not. As a friend, she hoped Xia Bumian could live well. But as the leader of Bantongui, Xia Bumian must die. Sooner or later. They, Tianyin, will settle this blood debt with Bantongui one by one. Somewhere in Taita Mountains, a group of people were sneaking through the jungle. While walking, they looked back from time to time, as if they were worried that someone would chase them. Brother Jia, let's go now. If we are caught by Bantongui, it will be difficult. Someone in the crowd said worriedly. The internal struggle of Bantongui is obvious. Our people have revealed the news to President Jinzi, and their vice president will definitely take action. Lu Hingxing wiped his sweat and panted, now, while their attention is all attracted to Tianyin, it is the best time for us to escape. Is it that easy? Someone in the team pouted. So many soldiers from Tianyin came before, but they were all captured by Bantongui? I thought Tianyin would be so strong. Someone was disappointed. So weak. Can they really fight against Bantongui? Captain, Uncle Li, and the others are still at the mine. Are we just going to abandon them? As soon as this question was asked, the people in the team were silent for a moment, and they all turned their eyes to the Captain Qiujia and looked at him secretly. Qiujia smiled faintly. How can I ignore it? You have followed me for so long. When have I, Xiaojia, ever abandoned my companions? Then, do we still go to the mine to rescue people from the mouths of the guards of the Bantongui? Someone asked cautiously. Everything should be done within one's ability. Xiaojia waved his hand and said, It's not that we don't want to rescue, but we need to find capable people to choose the right time to rescue. Lu Hengqing smiled and agreed. Brother Jia is right. We are going to find the soldiers of Tianyin to explain the situation of the Bantongui and make a pledge of allegiance. They will definitely help us. So that's the case. Someone laughed. As if relieved. Brother Jia is still thoughtful. I said that our brother Jia is not the kind of person who cuts off his tail like a gecko. Then I feel relieved. Chapter 2620. Isn't this our junior? Xiaojia and his group walked along. Little did they know that on the top of the tree branches that were taller than the villa, there were several pairs of eyes quietly watching this group of humans. There are still survivors? Qin Sheng raised his eyebrows in surprise. Bantongui? Wu Batian frowned angrily. Isn't Bantongui an organization for all infected people? Yin Haoge said in surprise. It looks like they are all ordinary people. It's him. Chu Ying's voice without fluctuations came from the headset. But her teammates who had been familiar with her for a long time could hear that she was hiding a bit of surprise when she said it's him. And there should be a question mark at the end. Sister Ying. Do you know them? Yin Haoge asked hurriedly. Same school. Chu Ying said briefly. After repeated questioning by Qin Sheng and others, she gradually completed the information of Xiaojia, Zhang Yuming, and Lu Hengqing, who she knew. So they have such a feud with our captain? Wu Batian sneered. I'll go and catch them. Hey. Don't. Qin Sheng dissuaded with a smile. Sister Batian. Didn't you hear Sister Ying say that this group of people seem to come to join Tianyin? Qin Sheng has always been shameless to call women sisters, regardless of whether they are really older than him. It will be good for us if they really stand on the opposite side of the Semitonhui. Qin Sheng touched his chin and said, It seems that they have lived here for a while, and they should know the situation here better than us. Let's go down and take a look. This time, Tianyin dispatched a joint team of nearly 500 people. The sky was densely packed, which was particularly eye-catching. Deputy Captain Jiang. There is an ambush of artillery ahead. Listening to the voice coming from the headset, Jiang Shi raised his hand slightly, and a large group of figures behind him stopped in unison. Why did you stop? A person suddenly flew over from the wild grass camp. It was the captain of the Class 3 team, Wang Shun. He frowned and said, From the base to here is a long-distance flight with high fuel consumption. And in this windy and snowy weather, the fuel consumption is even greater. We can't stay in the air for a long time. Shui Can, who went back to report the incident, was like this. He was disturbed by the Bantongui several times on the way back. He finally got rid of them by taking a detour. But it also increased fuel consumption. So before returning to the base, the flight suit could hardly be used properly. So in the second half of the journey, he almost survived on land. If he hadn't been lucky, he wouldn't have encountered any difficult zombies or large zombie groups. It is very likely that he would not have been able to return to the base alive. There are too many people, and the target is too obvious. Jiang, she said calmly. They have air control means, which are probably seized from our people. With so many people, if they really rush in without thinking, the other party doesn't need to aim at all. It's not difficult to sweep a large area with one bullet. Wang Shun's face turned sour. I'll deal with it. After saying that, the whole person fell vertically from the sky like a cannonball. The other members of their team followed. The people who set up the anti-aircraft guns on the hillside of the halfway were still observing the movements in the air. And they found that something fell out of the range. They landed early. Someone shouted. Get ready. Adjust the angle of the turret. Bang! Bang! The sound of the cannons was particularly dense, forcing Wang Shun and his group, who were originally planning to sprint forward with speed, to retreat. However, the sound of the cannon attracted many zombies to gradually surround them. Unless they took off again immediately, they would be surrounded by the zombies if they retreated. Jiang Shi observed the movement below with a cold eye. And Shin Qi beside him smiled. The people in the wild grass camp are really passionate. Since Jiang Shi was promoted to deputy head, he actually won the position of captain of Team 11 in competition with Yin Zhuang. Now everyone can see the weight of Shin Qi under Jiang Shi, the new senior executive. Fortunately, Yin Zhuang is broad-minded and doesn't care about these. The artillery fire is so dense. If we rush in without thinking, our casualties will be large. Jiang, she said lightly. Shin-Chi smiled and nodded. It's not bad to let the semi-infected explore the way. Although after the injection of that antibody protein, their ordinary human physical fitness has also been greatly enhanced. But that's all. They don't have the ability to use the virus to repair and heal like the semi-infected. Fuck. Yan Zhuang, who was not far away, was furious when he saw the scene below, and came to Jiangxi and shouted, Boss, I think the brothers in the wild grass camp can't hold on. Let's go down and help. Let them come up. Jiangxi said. Come up. Yan Zhuang was stunned. The zombies are about to surround us. If we stay on the ground, we will be forced into the shooting circle of the opponent's rifles. Then, Yan Zhuang scratched his head and said unconvincingly, Is there nothing we can do about them? A cold flash flashed in Jiangxi's eyes. It's not that the enemy is too strong, but they have the upper hand and the favorable terrain, which makes them passive everywhere. If they are willing to put in a lot of lives at any cost, it is not difficult for so many of them to break through this line of defense. Thinking that someone is still trapped in the mine, he just made a decision in his heart. Suddenly, Yan Zhuang beside him shouted, Boss, look! What happened to them? Why is the density of artillery fire decreasing? Someone killed them by surprise from the dark in the back. Shin-Chi's eyes were rippled, and he said in surprise, Behind us is a dense forest in the mountains. Heavy snow. If someone hides somewhere and snipers the gunners of the Bantongui, it will be difficult to find them for a while. From the perspective of Jiangxi and his team from a very far and high place, although the specific details cannot be seen clearly, but it can be vaguely recognized that the people in front of several artillery positions have fallen to the ground. Take advantage of now. Jiangxi waved his hand and ordered. Charge. A large number of joint soldiers rushed forward from both land and air. The Bantongui people who were originally stationed here, while they still had to be on guard against sneak attacks from behind at all times, could not take care of so many things at all, seeing that the situation was over. After reporting the news to the upper level through the communicator, many people fled in all directions. Jiangxi and his team killed 30 or 40 people here. Some snow bushes in the back were shaking. Several people in the uniforms of the wild grass camp appeared. The reinforcements are finally here. They looked like members of the Class B477 team. After they appeared, another group of ordinary people in plain clothes showed up with smiles on their faces in the distance. I'll leave this to you. Jiangxi gave a word to Shin-Chi beside him, then waved to Chuing and the others, and led another large group of people to leave at a high speed. This bunch of rubbish. Shupi, who received the news that a large number of reinforcements from Tianyin had arrived, couldn't help but curse. They can't even hold such a good terrain. How could the reinforcements from Sky Eye arrive so quickly? Xu Pengyi was puzzled. How did they know of our existence? Aren't their scouts still trapped underground by us? After saying that, he looked at Xie Bumian, who had just returned from underground, and said, President, what should we do? In terms of numbers, the Bantongui people are undoubtedly at a great disadvantage, with less than half of the other side. Xie Bumian remembered Mo Zhao's fearless look underground before, and his eyes turned cold. So that's how it is. It turns out that she had already passed on the information, but she pretended to be trapped all the time, just to paralyze him. Let him mistakenly think that he can take it slowly. So he was shocked when the reinforcements from Tianyin arrived. Xie Bumian suddenly seemed to remember something and asked, Where are the people who were watching Qiu Jia and his men over there? Xu Pengyi said in a hoarse voice. You asked me to keep an eye on the people above. I was worried that there would be a big mess here, so I transferred most of them over. I'll contact them now. However, he couldn't contact them at all. Xu Pengyi's face turned ugly. He finally knew why his defense line was exposed. It must be Qiu Jia. They must have cooperated with the enemy and betrayed half of their guild. Xie Bumian glanced at the few ordinary people who were trembling with fear and helping with mining over there with a gloomy face. Take them and retreat. However, just as the words fell, half of the people in the meeting had not even assembled yet. A teasing voice came from the horizon, slowly approaching. Oh? Where are you going to retreat to? The person came very fast. Not long after, he landed on the ground. He was wearing a straight dark green military uniform, and his leather boots stepped on the snow, making a dull rustling sound. His eyes were filled with light, which looked clear and cool in the ice and snow. He raised his eyebrows with a smile. Hey, Isn't this our junior brother? I hope you are well. Chapter 263 still not coming out? Xie Bumian's eyebrows tightened, looking at the old acquaintance, who came from the wind and snow. He silently gestured to Zhu Pengyi on the side. Not long after, half of the people from the same association behind Xie Bumian had gathered. At the same time, they brought some hostages from Tianyin. Jiangxi looked at him with a smile. He was the first to arrive just now. After a while, the team behind him had also arrived one after another. Let us go, and the hostages will be returned to you, Xie Bumian whispered. Jiangxi raised his eyebrows without comment, and looked around the crowd carelessly. Xie Bumian said, as if he had expected it, she is not here. At the end, he added in a low voice, I didn't catch her. Jiangxi smiled and said in a matter-of-fact tone, you naturally don't have that ability. Xie Bumian's expression froze, staring at Jiangxi coldly. Only a few people? Jiangxi sneered. You didn't kill the others? I haven't seen you for just a few days. How come you are getting stupider and stupider? Although there were fewer people from the wild grass camp among the hostages. But the wild grass camp didn't win by numbers. In the previous joint army, the border guard still had the most people. In addition, there were some professional technical talents, all of whom were ordinary people. They were not threatening, but also a good blood supply bank. Even if it's gold, they won't kill indiscriminately. So there are still quite a few hostages left here. At a rough glance, it is estimated that there are about 100 people. Xie Bumian has learned to ignore Jiangxi's ridicule. He smiled coldly and said, you are not as good as Mo Xiao in this respect. When she met me before, she didn't ask me about this matter. Jiangxi's smile did not fade, but his eyes darkened. But she didn't want to kill me. Xie Bumian smiled and said, she should still take these hostages into consideration. Right? After all, there are more than 100 lives. At this point, Xie Bumian grabbed a hostage casually, and with just a little force, the man's face turned red like a dying fish. Struggling wildly, she told me how noble you, the soldiers of Sky Eye, are. Xie Bumian looked at Jiangxi's uniform carefully and sneered. I didn't expect that you would become one of them. Is this a fellow traveler? Xie Bumian was surprised and said, if that's the case, you shouldn't ignore so many lives. Right? Jiangxi's eyebrows raised a sharp edge, and suddenly aimed at Xie Bumian and raised his hand to shoot, and was about to pull the trigger. Yin Zhuang next to him held him down and said hurriedly, Xiao Jiang. No! There are so many brothers' lives in their hands. When Jiangxi heard the change of his address, he knew that he had something that could check and balance him. He glanced at Yin Zhuang calmly. Letting a tiger go back to the mountains will bring endless troubles. Yin Zhuang was choked by this look. His face flushed with anxiety, and suddenly took out a token from his arms, and handed it to Jiangxi. Captain Xiang said that our main purpose of this mission is to rescue the hostages. This is a military order. Jiangxi raised his eyebrows in surprise, and looked at Yin Zhuang meaningfully. You have surpassed me, and have a deep friendship with the captain. Yin Zhuang's dark face showed some embarrassment. I have been in the army for a long time, and I just know you for a little longer. Sensing the uncomfortable look from Jiangxi, Yin Zhuang simply gave it a go and whispered, okay. I'll say. In fact, the captain knows that you are always smart, and he is worried that you will make a wrong choice because of your cleverness. That's why I've been watching you secretly. Yin Zhuang is not good at speaking and can't express himself accurately. In fact, the word watch has indeed been used. Xiang Meng may not really be worried about Jiangxi. It's just that Yin Zhuang is honest and upright. Everyone knows his character, and they are assured. So Xiang Meng trusts him very much. Xiang Meng is an old-fashioned soldier who is older. Just like he admires Jiangxi's intelligence and fearlessness, he also admires Yin Zhuang's temperament. It's just that the former seems to be too perfect. As we all know, people who have never made mistakes are more likely to make people feel worried. It's not good to be too smart. Some things need to be handled stupidly. As for Yin Zhuang, he is really stupid. So Xiang Meng asked the two to support each other in a team, hoping that they could complement each other and make progress together. This time, it seems that Jiangxi is the leader. But he is too young after all. Xiang Meng also secretly gave Yin Zhuang a military order. The original intention was to let him use it when it was absolutely necessary. But he didn't expect that Yin Zhuang would reveal it so quickly. Jiangxi's eyes turned and he understood. He took back the military order and the pistol together. He waved his hand at Xie Bumian as if he was driving a puppy, Half an hour. The hostages stay. Get out. Behind him were high mountains and snow bushes. The team that had appeared was only about 200 people. But Siebu Mian knew that Tianyin would never send out only such a small number of people. In the dark, there were probably more guns aimed at them. If it weren't for the hostages, I'm afraid this place would have become a bloody slaughterhouse. The people in the Bantong society had obviously left a way out. They were actually retreating underground towards a mine. Jiangshi raised his eyebrows. And not long after, suddenly, an explosion was heard from underground. Report? After investigating the situation, someone hurried over to report. This mine has collapsed. Another group of people went up to rescue and help the hostages who were left behind. Yin Zhuang was still asking angrily whether to chase and kill them. Jiangshi replied indifferently, the well is 100 meters deep. They have prepared a retreat route long ago. It must lead to the depths of the Taita Mountains. In this weather, can you dig them out from hundreds of mountains with your bare hands? Yin Zhuang knew he was in the wrong, and went to take care of the wounded. Jiangshi walked to another mine entrance. He stared for a while, wondering whether to go down or wait. With such a loud noise, if Mo Xiaoan was okay, he should know that their reinforcements had arrived and would show up on his own initiative. He was just worried that he would miss them if he went down rashly. He saw a figure flashing at the bottom of the well below, and then half of his head was poked out to observe the top, like a little mouse who had lived underground for several lifetimes. Jiangshi couldn't help laughing. Why don't you come out? When it comes to the experience of moles, I don't think many people can compare to you. Hearing this familiar voice, Mo Zhao's eyes lit up. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly realized that he was teasing him in his words. Look down on moles? Be careful that the moles will kick you in the face. Mo Zhao sneered and picked up a handful of mud and sand, squeezed it into a ball, and threw it at Jiangshi's face from bottom to top. Childish. Jiangshi sneered, dodged lightly, and escaped this disaster. Have you found Sister Xiao Xiao? Yin Haoge, who had just come to the wellhead happily, was about to lower his head to explore, and his face was covered with mud and sand. Poor! If he hadn't taken off his helmet before coming, he wouldn't have looked so miserable. Mo Xiao, who accidentally injured him, opened his mouth and smiled awkwardly at Yin Haoge, who had a bitter face. Xiao Yin, are the others in the team okay? I'm fine. Chu Ying's head appeared at the mouth of the well, and she said to Mo Xiao solemnly, Don't worry, Captain. You are finally out. Qin Cheng said with a smile. Otherwise our brother Xiao Yin would be so anxious that he would cry. Captain! Wu Batian punched the mouth of the well, squeezed the 2 men away and smiled. I knew you would be fine. Chapter 264, After many twists and turns. Mo Xiao just came out of the well. She was hugged by 3 enthusiastic teammates. She finally managed to squeeze her head out to take a breath. And then she saw Chu Ying standing quietly next to her through the gap. She smiled, and in the shocked eyes of Chu Ying, she pulled her over. The members of Team 477 hugged each other. The resting members of other teams nearby started to make fun of them. You know what? Team 477 doesn't have many people, but they are very close. Yo, yo, yo. They are still sticking to each other? It's good to be young. Ha ha ha. They are inseparable. Qin Cheng smiled and let go of his hand and retorted, Xian Laowu. You are a rough guy. What do you know? This is called comradeship. If there was a pretty lady in your team, you wouldn't be so idle after the battle and say such sour words. Okay. Xiao Qingzi. You dare to challenge your brother Qin. Right? Why am I idle? I always have a bottle of wine with my brothers after the battle. If it weren't for Lao Wang and his friends this time. At this point, the man surnamed Qian stopped talking. The people watching the show were also stunned, and their smiling faces suddenly darkened. I still remember that not long ago, before Lao Wang and his friends set off, everyone teased like this. They also urged Lao Wang and his friends to finish their tasks and come back to treat them. Who would have thought? None of their people from the wild grass camp stayed. This is the norm in the end of the world. Perhaps after the next mission, some of them who are laughing and joking at this moment will say goodbye to everyone again. Mo Xiao Jiangshi pulled Mo Xiao away, looked at her damaged uniform, and frowned almost imperceptibly. Come here to report the situation. Before leaving, he glanced at Yin Haoge lightly. Yin Haoge touched the back of his head with a confused look. But then he seemed to remember something. Hurriedly caught up. and whispered a few words to Imo Xiao. I know. Imo Xiao nodded, patted his shoulder and said, You rest first. Since the reinforcements have arrived, the things here will be handed over to them. The battle just now attracted a lot of zombies to this direction. If we look at it from a high-altitude macroscopic perspective, the density of zombies around this mining area has been increasing rapidly. This batch of reinforcements has a large number of people, and it is obvious that they are not only for the purpose of encircling and suppressing the Bantongui. We also have to continue the unfinished tasks before. For example, the trivialities such as improving the protective network and staying behind to mine need to be arranged one by one. However, these have little to do with Imo Xiao and his 477 team. Their team's mission was completed after Shui Kankan returned to the base and reported the situation. This is so hard to part with. If you don't know, you would think you are parting forever. Seeing that Imo Xiao was still arguing, Jiangxi seemed to be impatient and said sarcastically, Is it that urgent? Imo Xiao said speechlessly. Is it that urgent? She thought Jiangxi had some urgent military information and wanted her to cooperate with him. It turned out that he just asked some routine questions. This set of procedures will have to be repeated when he returns to the base. Imo Xiao rolled his eyes speechlessly, wondering if he was deliberately picking on him. After telling him what he knew, Imo Xiao had nothing to do. After measuring the virus balance value and resting with his teammates for a while, he received the order to return to the base. Imo Xiao and his team and some hostages went back first. As for Jiangxi and the others, they still had some defense work to deal with. To her surprise, on the way back, she found a few old acquaintances who were taken away with them. Xiujia and the others were still alive? Imo Xiao was immediately filled with mixed feelings. Xiujia and the others had already taken the initiative to surrender to Tianyin and confessed a lot of things. It is said that the ability to break through the air defense line of Bantongui so quickly was largely related to the help provided by Xiujia and the others. Xiujia was shrewd. Lu Hingxing was mercenary. Zhang Yuming was stingy. Imo Xiao's relationship with them was not good. Unexpectedly, after all the twists and turns, everyone was alive, and they were in the same camp. Inside the Sky Eye base, the newcomers Xiujia and others were shocked by the surreal advanced structure in front of them. I wonder if it was because they had been living outside for too long after the apocalypse. They haven't seen such a technological building and configuration for a long time. Yes. Lu Hingxing gritted his teeth and clenched his fist and slammed it hard on his palm, unable to hide his excitement, and said, This time the bet is right. He whispered in Xiujia's ear, Brother Jia, we are finally safe this time. His voice was choked with sobs. What did he see? Elevator, and all kinds of street shops. My God, is this still the world after the apocalypse? Lu Hingxing felt his heart trembling. The market scene that was once so ordinary made him feel overwhelmed and luxurious, as if he was dreaming. It was just like this when Granny Lu entered the Grandview Garden. Lu Hingxing looked at it. His eyes were hot, and he was in his 40s. But he shed tears unconsciously. He has always been cunning and rarely showed his true feelings. Because he was weak since childhood, he exerted his brain power to the extreme in this chaotic world after the end of the world. Like a wild dog, trying to please here and dig for food there. He has lived so hard until now. Of course, luck is indispensable, but more of it is the result of his own unscrupulous efforts. Zhang Yuming, who was standing by, watched the scene and silently touched the scar on his face. Along the way, he lost a lot and left many people behind. But the first one seemed to start with her. Thinking of Zhang Jia, Zhang Yuming felt bitter. He had pried open her fingers one by one when she was begging for help. He said sorry to her and heard her curse that he would be punished. In many moments of near death, Zhang Yuming felt that he was going to be punished. Every time he thought about just letting it go, he was too tired and couldn't live anymore. But he was always unwilling to give up until he aroused the indelible will to survive in his heart. Maybe many people would not believe it, but he really liked her before the end of the world. He thought they were very similar. Funny and pitiful. Maybe it was because they were so similar that they finally reached that step. Xiujia noticed the abnormality of his companions, but he had no time to care at the moment. He really didn't expect that there would be such a large artificial city underground. It even had the order, rules, and life before the end of the world. With a turn of his eyes, Xiujia suddenly saw many passers-by looking at him curiously. He glanced at his tattered clothes, dirty face, and messy hair, and instantly realized something, and felt a rare sense of embarrassment. But the pride of being an elite before and after the end of the world made him subconsciously straighten his chest. It was this pause. He glimpsed a group of people in black uniforms walking quickly over to the side amid the admiration and gratitude of passers-by. The leader had flying short hair, and the blood-stained military uniform did not make her look embarrassed, but added a bit of sharpness and murderousness. The group walked vigorously, and they were led by several soldiers to handle the formalities. They quickly passed them and left. Xiaojia was stunned. Is it her? That junior schoolmate from the same department? She became an officer in Tianyan? Xiaojia felt as if he was in another world. The scene of fighting over a few bags of snacks in the school's small gymnasium was vaguely just yesterday. Now, when they met again, the other party was already in a high position, and she didn't even recognize him when she passed by. No, she might not even glance over here. Xiaojia lowered his eyes with mixed feelings inside. Mining area. Shinchi came to Jiangxi's side and reported some work in a low voice. He paused, thinking of Yin Zhuang's matter, and admired, "You are still as good as a god." If Jiangxi hadn't suspected that Captain Xiang had a spy in the team, he would never have thought that Yin Zhuang, a rough man who looked stupid, would have a military order to restrict their actions. Jiangxi just pretended to be paranoid and ignored the hostages, and the other side surfaced. He doesn't distrust me. Jiangxi sat on the stone bench, leaning one hand on one side of his forehead, and curled his lips. He just wants to be safe. Xiang Meng is such a stubborn old man. This is his character. Chapter 265. Let them fight for it. His style of doing things is quite conservative. The old commander said he admired him, but in fact, he did not appreciate people who seemed perfect. In the eyes of people like him, only people with both advantages and disadvantages and flesh and blood can take on great responsibilities. Xiang Meng has always believed that the foundation of a soldier is blood, and a person with blood will never be perfect in everything. Now Jiangxi looks good in every way, but he just feels that he is missing something. If you want to say what is missing, it is hard to say. With such a dilemma, how can Xiang Meng rashly promote without investigation? But, Shinchi said worriedly, although you were testing him, the higher-ups don't know. Your disregard for the hostages this time. The higher-ups know about it. He was worried that it would ruin the good impression Jiangxi had left on Xiang Meng. Jiangxi smiled faintly. I was just a little impulsive, but I didn't really disregard the hostages. Right? If he really did this, Xiang Meng would almost be sentenced to death. But according to the situation at the time, he was just a little impulsive and didn't really disregard the hostages. On the contrary, Yin Zhuang was so excited that he immediately blew himself up. As for how to make this slightly impulsive seem reasonable, Xiang Mengzi will ask all the people present at the time for questioning. Shinchi bowed again when he heard this, and said with deep admiration and smile, I will arrange it right away. No wonder the formation was arranged like that at that time. Jiangxi arrived first, and the people who came forward afterwards were all their own people. He had long wanted to test it, and did not miss any opportunity. People who plan ahead, even if they are in the middle of a chess game that changes rapidly, will often see things develop smoothly like he is in control. Shinchi hurried out. He had to arrange all the details of these things before they returned to the base. But halfway through, he was suddenly stunned, thought, and could not help but turn back. Jiangxi, who was yawning and preparing to take a nap, saw him coming back and asked casually, Why? Want to ask me why I want to give up the next mining mission? This mission has a lot of points, a lot of money, and a lot of merit. Now, everyone assumes that Jiangxi is the highest executive here. Then, this mission is almost in his pocket. I believe no one will be willing to give up this lucrative job. Shinchi thought so too. Being told what he was thinking, he was no longer surprised and smiled. You be away a starving wild dog that had to compete with you for food? Jiangxi asked with one hand on his forehead. Half asleep. Do you think that dog dares to come back? Shinchi was stunned for a moment, and after thinking carefully, he replied carefully, If there is only food here and the dog is about to starve to death, it will definitely make a last-ditch effort. After saying this, he suddenly realized, the dog will go back when it is hungry. This mining mission is bound to face another round of turmoil. I have said it before. If you don't remove the roots, there will be endless troubles. Jiangxi smiled coldly. Smart people are mostly confident people. He knows Xiaobumian, and he is not so easy to scare. Unlike the high radiation and high attenuation rate of nuclear explosions, The pollution caused by nuclear leakage may not seem serious in the short term, but it is actually very long-lasting. The pollution caused by highly corrupted zombies is similar. Nowadays, the living environment outside is getting worse and worse. If this continues, even the semi-infected will find it difficult to survive without the protection of the radiation barrier, not to mention ordinary people. And this semi-infected society has another fatal flaw. They need to feed a group of ordinary people to maintain their strong physique and daily activities. Therefore, they must guarantee the lives of these ordinary people even more. Once the food is exhausted and they fall into weakness, how can they survive in this increasingly cruel world? Jiangxi knew that they had already planned a retreat. So the hostages they handed over before must not be all the hostages. They may have transferred a group of ordinary people as their backup food storage. Jiangxi turned a blind eye at the time, pretending that he had not thought about it, and did not bother with them too much. In the final analysis, he only needed to ensure the safety of all the hostages to give an explanation to the higher-ups. And there was no need to cause himself unnecessary trouble. As the saying goes, do not pursue a desperate enemy. Once the enemy is forced into a dead end, judging from the strength of the troops, their Sky Eye Rescue Army will certainly win. But the hostages suffered heavy casualties, and their own troops were greatly damaged. The noise of the battle attracted a wave of zombies, and the defense line that was hard to build would collapse if they were not careful. As the nominal commander of this operation, Jiangxi will definitely not escape accountability. By then, being criticized for misjudgment and improper command would be a relatively good situation. With so many people dead, especially with so many hostages, and the failure of the previous mission, the people at all levels of the Tianyan base will label Jiangxi as a person who is ambitious and disregards human life, which will be difficult to wash away. Popular reputation is hard to come by, but it is easy to destroy. Once Jiangxi is punished, not to mention that he will not be able to keep his position as deputy leader. He may even lose his original position as leader. Thinking of this, a cold smile appeared on his lips. So sometimes people should not be too enthusiastic. It's a pity that Mo Xiao, that fool, always doesn't understand this truth and always likes to do stupid things that are thankless. I heard that the commander of the Wild Grass Battalion, Qin Xiao, often taught her. Jiangxi's face darkened. He didn't know how that idiot taught her. Every time he saw her again, he felt that she was even more stupid, and her so-called teammates. It seems that none of them are smart and reliable, especially the one called Yin Haoge, who only knows how to smile foolishly all day long. A man of 17 or 18 years old. He is good at pretending to be stupid and cute. When he and Mo Xiao were this age, they had already been admitted to university. Shin Qi saw that there was no sound above his head for a long time. He couldn't help but raise his eyes and glanced at it secretly, and saw the increasingly gloomy face of the deputy commander. He thought that his brain didn't turn around today, and the questions he asked were too stupid to make him unhappy. So he really thought about it for a long time. And then he said carefully, "So you want to take this opportunity to avoid this possible storm? Who knows when the dog will feel hungry?" Jiangxi shrugged. "I don't have the habit of waiting for the rabbit. There is no doubt that the army stationed here will not be able to get anything good even if they have been prepared. Rather than staying in a dangerous place as bait, it is better to watch from a distance and wait for the dog to show its head before closing the door and beating the dog. Whether to be a dereliction of duty or a savior, this option is obvious. And the reason why Jiangxi left this time is reasonable. He was indeed impulsive at that time. This is a trivial matter when the result is happy and all of them are his own people. But with Xiang Ming's character, he would definitely punish him symbolically in order to sharpen or warn him. Little did he know that he'd lost this lucrative job in the eyes of everyone, just as he wished. Jiangxi returned to the base with this mild punishment and continued to sit leisurely in his position as deputy head of the regiment. The credit for successfully rescuing the hostages was still attributed to him. He cut off his relationship with the mining area, and any subsequent accidents had nothing to do with him. Of course, he had to speak up in front of Xiang Ming from time to time, talk about his judgment on the half community, clarify the interests, and show his deep concern for the mining area, just like an exiled good minister who was obviously ambitious but was demoted. The mining mission is so lucrative. The more eager he is to go back, the greater the resistance he will face. You know, the border guards are not just the blood hunters, but also the air and land rescue divisions. Even within the blood hunters, not everyone is sincerely loyal to him. Jiangxi's sudden withdrawal will definitely surprise and delight many people. Let them fight for it. Chapter 266, but she wanted to give it a try. After Mo Xiao returned to Tianyin, the 477th team of Anlu received great praise and awards. Because this mission was completed very well. Their team got very detailed intelligence on the opponent. The captain Mo Xiao not only attracted the attention of the enemy by himself, dragged them deep into the mine, and even killed the president. And the team members outside also provided strong assistance to the reinforcements that came later. The 477th team of Yekawing was in the limelight for a while, including the previous accumulation. According to the conversion of points, the rank of Class B, which had just broken through not long ago, was directly promoted to Class A. The wallets of each team member also swelled up. Team 477 has become the fastest promoting new team since the establishment of the Wild Grass Camp. The name of its captain, Mo Xiao, and his heroic deeds are also widely praised among residents of all floors. Of course, the most discussed thing is that the captain of the legendary elite team 477 is a young woman. Gossip always spreads more widely than some serious truths. For example, at this moment, on the street at the gate of the welfare home and school on the -12th floor, someone was drooling. Captain Mo. He used to be a top student of our East Lake University. When he was studying at school, he dared to lead people to fight against the underworld. Really? A group of children sat in a circle, chattering and asking in shock. Of course not. When I was working as a security guard at the security department of Donghu University, I saw that scene with my own eyes. There were so many little brothers behind them. TSK. Captain Mo only used one hand to beat the troublemaker to pieces. I was optimistic about this girl back then. She hates evil like an enemy. She will definitely have a great future. Wow! So amazing. But Uncle Lu, what does Wuyong mean? A little girl asked in confusion. You don't understand this? So stupid. A little kid sitting next to her muttered. It's just a group of little brothers. And the two leaders are called Wuyong. My name is Hubo. When I grow up and join the Wild Grass Camp, will I be Captain Mo's Hubo little brother? But, isn't it said that Donghu University is full of top students who study hard and make progress every day? Why would they fight with gangsters? Ahem. This. The man was silent for a moment, then rolled his eyes and said, You little brats won't understand even if I tell you. At this moment, a curious female voice suddenly appeared behind him. Actually, I also want to know, the voice said in surprise. Why did Captain Mo fight with gangsters? The man who was just enjoying the flattery of the little brats heard the voice of the young woman and glanced back, seeing that it was a girl with short hair and slightly curly hair, who was wearing a simple sportswear but couldn't hide her hot body, blinking her bright big eyes and staring at him curiously. Lu Qing immediately became excited. He straightened his back unconsciously. His two mustaches seemed to be flying up, and he said with great momentum, You are all still young and don't understand. This is called justice. The children were stunned by his intimidation and looked up at him. Lu Qing was impressed and sighed. You were born in the wrong era. In this end times, you don't know how much suffering you will suffer in the future. A child opened his eyes and said, The teacher said that children only need to stay in the base and study hard. The soldiers will protect us. Lu Qing was speechless and smiled silently while touching the child's head. Whether it is the ruling group in the Tianyin base or the group of soldiers from various factions fighting outside, he believed that they were sincere in their desire to defend their homeland. After all, this place was not only the root of ordinary people, but also the root of their survival. But besides these great righteousness, the internal struggles, both overt and covert, were the bad roots of mankind that had never been cut off for thousands of years. There were few truly brave and fearless people of pure justice. From his perspective as an observer living underground, the 477th team of the Wild Grass Camp, who took risks regardless of fame and fortune, was one of them. As for Jiangxi, the rising star deputy leader of the Blood Hunter group, who was praised by everyone, his impression of him was very complicated. Sometimes he felt that what he did was really heroic, but occasionally there was a vague sense of disobedience. But strangely, he couldn't find any fault with that person after careful investigation. So, compared to the unfathomable Jiangxi, he felt that the person from the Wild Grass Camp was much more pure and easy to understand. Lu Qing had been praising Captain Mo of the Wild Grass Camp on the streets for a long time. An adult like him could experience the changes in the world earlier and more deeply than a child. At present, it seems that the administrative and military systems of Tianyin do not interfere with each other. In fact, military power is the foundation of the foundation. And because of the special nature of the survival of such a base in the end times, if it really comes to a serious matter, almost no one can surpass the group of people who have military power. Therefore, as an ordinary person, he certainly cares about who has the real right to speak above his head. Judging from his style of doing things, Lu Qing personally admires the wild grass camp more. Of course, he is not the only one, as the two elite military systems that have attracted much attention, the wild grass camp and the blood hunter group, naturally have many admirers. There are many people who brag about it in the streets and alleys, just like the fans of the two teams quarreled on the internet before. In the past, Jiangxi's reputation was the only one. But now there are several more competitors, especially Mo Xiao. Lu Qing picked up some words about the righteousness of the country and family that he could say, and chatted with these little brats one by one. "Do you understand everything?" he said in a pretentious manner. I noticed that the young woman nodded and smiled at him after hearing it. "Mr. Righteousness, I am enlightened." Then he turned and walked towards the school gate. TSK, this figure, this back view. Lu Qing, who couldn't help but stare at it intently, just sighed in his heart. And then he vaguely heard the guard in the distance checking the woman's ID card. And his voice was distorted in shock. "M.O. Captain M.O.?" The thermos in Lu Qing's hand clanged, and he almost lost his grip. The kind and thoughtful children came up to comfort him without knowing why. Only Lu Qing himself, thinking of the tone of the elder, who was pointing and showing off beside the young woman just now. His face was burning. After a long while, he dared to look up and glance over there secretly. How could he see the other person's back? The person should have gone in long ago. Remembering that he had met the real person, the captain of the first rank of the wild grass camp still addressed him as Mr. And his attitude was so humble and gentle. Lu Qing licked his lips that had just turned blue from being scared, and instantly felt that he was fine again. Mo Xiao, who came to the school to visit the children and Guichu, couldn't help laughing when he thought of the scene just now. In the doomsday, the people seemed to be in a daze, but in fact, most of them were sober. Even such a boastful person has profound and simple insights. Speaking of which, she did fight with a group of hooligans outside a school gate before in school. Of course, it was not as glorious as the man named Lu Qing said just now. It was just that her classmate came out of the internet cafe and was attacked by a group of hooligans who asked for her contact information and even groped her. Mo Xiao had just finished tutoring and was eating shaxian nearby. It was very late at that time. The hooligans were tall and strong, with big tattoos on their arms that looked fierce. They looked difficult to deal with. Passers-by didn't dare to step forward, fearing that they would get into trouble instead of helping others. Mo Xiao didn't know why she got excited at that time. At that time, she was not a half-infected person, but just an ordinary healthy woman. She fought 1 against 5 and was beaten a lot. Of course, she was well versed in fighting and focused on catching one of them and beating him up. Neither the process nor the result was as impressive as Lu Qing said. Mo Xiao was in such a mess at the time that she was taken away by the ambulance afterwards. The next day, she was lying on the hospital bed and was pointed at and ridiculed by Jiangxi, who seemed to be visiting her but was actually there to make fun of her. On the contrary, the female classmate she helped was not injured and cried and took care of her for a long time. Afterwards, someone, mainly Jiangxi, asked her if she had thought about the consequences of doing such a stupid thing. Mo Xiao really thought about it. Not because she was fearless, but because she could not turn a blind eye. So she went up, even though she was very weak at the time. Amid the accusations and gratitude of people around her, she had thought deeply about why. The words of the man surnamed Lu just now enlightened her. So, this is called justice. When you are weak, it is difficult to be a person who can uphold justice. After you become strong, it is even more difficult to be a person who upholds justice. But she wants to give it a try. The sound of children reading aloud came from the campus, as if returning to the past. Mo Zhao's vision was hazy. Perhaps this is the warmth that Uncle Guo and others are willing to protect at the cost of their lives. A woman in a long skirt came over, smoothed her hair and smiled at her. "You are here." Chapter 267. Shirchingi was beaten. The person who came was Guichu. Imo Zhao's classmate and old teammate who had fled all the way after she came to Tianyin. She has been a teacher here. Later, when Imo Zhao joined the army, he talked to his father about his mother and naturally mentioned Sun Quan. Although Imo Yuanping was disabled, he was stubborn and did not accept his daughter's help. He was also curious about the children his wife was taking care of. So he came to the school cafeteria and became a chef. Over time, he was with the children, earned money through labor, realized his self-worth, and found simple happiness. Imo Zhao usually stayed in the training camp, unable to look after his father all the time. He asked Gui Chuchu to help look after him. Are my father and the others okay? Imo Zhao asked with a smile. Uncle is a great cook, and the children like him very much. Gui Chuchu smiled and covered her lips. She led Imo Zhao to wander around the campus. At this moment, some students were still in class. It was almost noon. In the cafeteria, Imo Yuanping was still sweating as he cooked. When he saw Imo Zhao coming, he greeted her cheerfully, then waved his hand and asked her to go out and play by herself, saying that he was busy. Imo Zhao said to Gui Chuchu speechlessly, "Look, this is my real father. I finally have time to come and see him. But he is like chasing a puppy." Gui Chuchu smiled so much that her eyes curved. Uncle Mo is very responsible and meticulous in his work. At this point, she glanced at Imo Zhao, just like you. Imo Zhao's recent fame and reputation is so great that even she, who is devoted to teaching and not concerned with worldly affairs, cannot ignore it. Gui Chuchu looked at Imo Zhao seriously. The natural curly short hair is very fluffy, with a sense of frizziness that is not taken care of. Like a little puppy that moves around after taking a bath and refuses to blow its hair. On the small face, the round almond eyes are black and white, clean and clear, in contrast to the harmless pretty face. The upright figure, after taking off the military uniform full of fierceness. She also wears a casual sportswear to look sharp. The whole person's appearance seems to have not changed much from before. But it seems that everything has changed. Now, every move he makes is neat and tidy, with the traces of rigorous training. Uncle Imo was very worried when you were on a mission before, and he squatted at the door in a daze all day long. Gui Chuchu glanced at Mo Yuanping, who was working in the cafeteria. It's just that he didn't say it. Imo Zhao naturally knew how much her parents loved her. She smiled. Why didn't I see Duo and the others? We gave them a small holiday today, and went out shopping. Children love to be lively by nature. Can't stay in one place. Luckily, there are older children like Yo Yu leading them, and the security of Tianyin is good, so nothing should happen. Imo Zhao and Gui Chuchu walked and chatted, talking about the recent changes of themselves and their old friends. If it was in the past college, they would never have such a harmonious chat. After all, at that time, Imo Zhao didn't know what he thought of, and was slightly stunned, and his steps slowed down unconsciously. Xiao Imo. You guys. Gui Chuchu seemed to think of something, pursed her lips, hesitated again, and stopped talking. She likes Jiangxi. Many people knew it since they were in school. Jiangxi, whether he was an excellent student in school before the end of the world or a hot young officer in the Tianyin base today, has a great aura. Excellent people can always unconsciously attract many external eyes to stop. Gui Chuchu was one of them. But later, she experienced the journey of escape with Imo Zhao and others. She discovered some facts that she was unwilling to admit before, or subconsciously ignored. Many details can be seen that Jiangxi treats Imo Zhao, the so-called childhood sweetheart, differently after all. Although Gui Chuchu was heartbroken, she had no choice. After all, she had grown up, and was no longer the little princess, who could be held in the palm of someone's hand whenever she wanted. Fortunately, after becoming a teacher, her life became fulfilling, and she found another value in life. Gui Chuchu wanted to ask them some more in-depth questions about their recent situation, but when the words came to her lips, she felt that it was inappropriate. While the two were silent, a few children suddenly ran over from the school gate. Oh no! Teacher Gua. Shurchingyi was beaten. The children ran with red faces, shouting as they ran. Soon attracted a lot of attention. Gui Chuchu was startled, and immediately ran over, helped up the flat-headed boy in front and asked, "Where are they? Who beat them?" "I don't know." A little girl, who was frightened and still in shock, had lost one of her shoes. After seeing Gui Chuchu, she seemed to have finally found her backbone and cried loudly. "We were just about to come back. But Chingy refused and insisted on playing for a while longer. Then I bumped into an uncle. Hiccup. Hiccup. She became more and more anxious as she spoke. And finally she was crying and gasping for breath and stuck there. A girl next to her, who had 3 skyrockets on her head, looked much calmer. She took over the conversation loudly. That uncle took Sir Chingy to the east. East? Mo Xiao, who just arrived, stood outside the circle and raised his eyebrows. It's hard for such a young child to distinguish between east, west, south and north. Could it be the eastern edge area of the -11th floor? Theoretically, the eastern part of each floor belongs to the poverty-stricken edge area. But if it was her, if she wanted to escape and delay time, she would definitely choose the -10th floor. After all, the height of the floor there is not the same as other floors. It is like a giant beehive with a complex environment. If you hide deliberately, it is difficult to find quickly. It is indeed a good place to hide people. Moreover, the edge area of each floor is too far away from the central staircase because it is in the edge area. For convenience, you can use the elevator. Jingjing, where are Yoyu and the others? Guichuchu asked anxiously. Didn't he ask him to watch you well? Brother Yoyu led us at the beginning and told everyone not to run around. But Sir Chingy didn't listen to anyone. She ran here and there and fell behind. Little girl, Wang Jingjing said crisply. Teacher, Sun Quan and Jiang Duo have already chased Yoyu and asked us to come back to report. Stay well in school. The teacher will go find them, Guichuchu said, and hurried to the school security department. Halfway through the walk, she seemed to remember something and looked back at Mo Xiao. Don't worry. Mo Xiao bent down and looked at the little girl with 3 skyrockets. What does that bad uncle look like? Wang Jingjing looked at this strange face curiously and shook her head. She said eloquently, his face is full of scars, as if it was burned by fire. Burns? This facial feature is very obvious, with such obvious personal characteristics, and in broad daylight. It is hard to imagine that someone would attack a child without a deep hatred. Xiao Mo. Guichuchu caught up with Mo Xiao and said quickly, I am their caretaker. I will go with you. Mo Xiao did not refuse, but went to the security department to make a few phone calls. He turned to look at her and said, the police have been notified. Although this is underground, the murderer will be caught sooner or later. But it takes a long time to check the eastern edge area. He paused slightly. We have to be mentally prepared. With such a long time, anything can happen. Guichuchu felt a pain in her heart and nodded with red eyes. Several adults left the school. The children on the playground were still gathered together and chattering. Some were worried, and some were curious. Who is the sister with Teacher Guo? A child asked curiously. Why do they all listen to her? Everyone shook their heads blankly. Obviously no one knew. The little girl who made the skyrocket just now said crisply, she must be the military sister who protects us in the wild grass camp. Wang Jingjing. You know this again? Someone pouted. Wang Jingjing has a fanatical worship of the wild grass camp. Did you know it on the first day? Someone said unconvinced. The blood hunter group is the best. Wang Jingjing snorted coldly and ran to the door, ignoring them. How could she not know? That sister. Her walking posture is exactly the same as her brother. Chapter 268. Ask your parents to beat me? Mo Xiao and some police officers chased to the eastern edge area as soon as possible. The police center checked the surveillance and found that someone had indeed gone to the -10th floor not long ago. The police on the -11th floor could not manage the affairs of the -10th floor. According to the normal process, the handover procedure should have been completed first. Fortunately, there is Mo Xiao, the captain of the 477th team of the Wild Grass Camp, with her current military rank. If you want to call for assistance from the police on all levels, you have priority and can act first and report later. After hearing about it, Director Dai Mao on the -10th floor immediately blocked the elevators in the eastern edge area of the -10th floor. At the same time, he ordered his troops to stop other trivial tasks. All of them went to seal off the outer perimeter of the eastern edge area, Tianyan Underground City. Due to its special underground closed properties, and the fact that the administrative department pays great attention to the mental health of residents, rarely has some serious criminal cases. And even if it is serious, it is mostly conflicts between adults. It rarely happens to children. Captain Mo. Beside the outer cordon of the eastern edge area on the -10th floor, a man in his 40s or 50s with extremely white skin came over with a smile. He stretched out his hands and enthusiastically wanted to shake hands with Mo Xiao. He had two eye-catching mustaches. Although he was wearing a police uniform, he looked quite friendly. Mo Xiao didn't extend his hand, but just nodded slightly. Dai Mao didn't look embarrassed at all and took his hand back, looking like an old acquaintance. Gui Chuchu was anxiously running around beside him. She came to Dai Mao and said anxiously, "Excuse me, are you the director in charge of the security of the negative 10th floor? Can you send more troops to search in? Save the children." Gui Chuchu rarely comes to the negative 10th floor, and has never been to the eastern edge of the negative 10th floor. When she first came here and saw this honeycomb maze-like structure that completely ignored lighting, she almost fainted. If she looks for someone here and the other party intends to hide, I don't know when she will find him. Dai Mao glanced at her and didn't answer. He continued to look at Mo Xiao and smiled. "Captain Mo, all the police forces we can mobilize on the negative 10th floor are here." He sighed and said, "You know, the negative 10th floor is so large, and our daily workload is also very heavy." After that, he turned and smiled. "But this time the incident on the negative 11th floor is indeed a bit bad, and the procedures have not been handed over yet. If you hadn't asked, we wouldn't be able to help even if we wanted to." Mo Xiao's eyes flashed, and he looked at him deeply. "Captain Dai's help. Of course, I will remember it in my heart." Dai Mao's smile widened, and he waved behind him. A subordinate handed over a card. He took it and handed it to Mo Xiao. "This is the master key of the Eastern Fringe area. With it, it is equivalent to having a search warrant for every household." Gui Chuchu didn't understand what the two people were talking about. She patrolled the surrounding area and talked to some police officers, anxiously asking them to save people. But no one paid attention to her. They just stood at their posts and didn't move a step. Gui Chuchu's eyes were wet, biting her lips to prevent tears from falling, looking at Mo Xiao from a distance. She didn't understand why she stood there without taking any action, until she saw her take a card from Director Dai, then turn around and enter the residential area at a very fast speed. Gui Chuchu reacted and hurried to catch up, but she was stopped by the police. "Teacher Gua, we are jointly investigating the case with the military and police. Ordinary residents please retreat outside the cordon." Someone stopped her, seemingly concerned, but the tone was cold and still. Gui Chuchu had to bite her lip, watching Mo Xiao's back completely disappear from her sight. Her eyes complicated. Mo Xiao walked alone in the residential area. He did not use the master key in his hand to open the door one by one. The eastern edge area of the negative 10th floor is very large, with thousands of households. The situation in each alley is complicated. For example, from where she is, she can see the windows and narrow corridors on the second floor of the opposite duplex by just looking up. Between buildings and floors, if you want to climb up and down, there are many ways to avoid surveillance without taking the right path. Checking room by room is too rigid and is just a waste of time. She has already notified the teammates, who are still on vacation, to come and help, and they will arrive soon, except for Cancan, who is still recuperating in the hospital. The rest are on vacation, especially Chuing, who should be able to provide great help. It's a pity that Jiangxi hasn't come back yet. Otherwise, with the advantage of their blood-hunting team in numbers, the investigation time will be greatly shortened. On the way here, she asked Gui Chuchu if Shirqingyi had offended anyone on weekdays. Gui Chuchu's answer was no. But Mo Xiao didn't think so. She knew Shirqingyi's personality very well, and her subordinates never knew their limits. It is very likely that she had offended someone unintentionally, and the other party was so resentful that he was willing to risk his life to seek revenge on her. A dark little house. The owner of the house was knocked unconscious and tied to the foot of the bed. There was also a child, who was also tied to the foot of the bed at the other end. In front of the child stood a sturdy man wrapped in a bloated manner. His face was covered with horrible burn marks, and his facial features could not be seen at all. In his right hand, he held a sharp blade emitting cold light, and sneered as he approached step by step. With the dark indoor environment, this scene was particularly terrifying. Most children would probably be scared to tears in this scene. However, the little girl stared at him with her big eyes, without crying or making a fuss. "What? Are you scared?" The man's voice was strange, as if he was deliberately speaking in a low voice. "Are you going to ask your parents to beat me?" The latter sentence was quite provocative. The girl really responded in a crisp voice. "Uncle, don't ask your parents. You can beat me by yourself. You little beast." The man seemed to be angry, stretched out his hand to pinch her neck, and said to himself in a voice that only he could hear, "You are as sharp-tongued as before." Ah Wu, the girl was not a pushover either. She lowered her head and opened her mouth to bite. The man did not retract his hand, but strangled her chin with his other hand holding the knife. With a click, the mouth was no longer strong enough. "Little bitch. Did you think that many people would come to help you deal with me this time?" The man smiled maliciously, and seemed to reveal some of his true voice, which made him look a little feminine. He pressed the girl to the ground, looking at the other party's round eyes. The tip of the knife approached little by little. Puff. The attack was ruthless. Just a poke and a pick. And the next moment, an eyeball was brought out by the tip of the knife. The little girl twisted her body and struggled violently in the severe pain. But facing an adult man, her strength was really not enough. The black blood hole in the eye socket was like an abyss, embedded in the girl's murderous face. It can be imagined that if the knife was in her hand, she would stab the other party's throat without hesitation. "Does it hurt? Is it painful?" The man smiled wildly with a great revenge. "When you killed my son, did you think that you would have this day?" Chapter 269 New Clues. Sun Quan and Yu. Mo Xiao had just entered not long ago. He caught a glimpse of two children. Dai Mao sent a lot of police officers, one of whom was leading two little boys back. It was Yu and Sun Quan. "Captain Mo." The police officer saw her coming and immediately stood up and saluted. Mo Xiao nodded slightly, glanced at the two children, looked at the police officer and asked, "What did you find?" The police officer shook his head. "We only found these two children." Others continued to look. "I will send them out first." Mo Xiao looked down at Sun Quan. "Where is Duo?" Sun Quan was a little scared of her, and shrank behind Yu, muttering. Duo was closest to Shichingi at the time, and we only found out that the two were missing later. If there is no one on the negative 10th floor, she should be on the negative 11th floor. Which elevator did the robber take to the negative 10th floor? Mo Xiao did not care about his attitude and continued to ask. "I didn't see it," Yu said. He had been secretly observing Mo Xiao. He had known her for a long time. It was just that when they were at the New Hope farm before, they did not have a deeper friendship. On the contrary, after arriving at the Sky Eye base, in addition to the relationship with teacher Guichuchu, they talked more frequently than before. Yu was older than the other children, and before being rescued by the Sky Eye, a person had experienced some hardships without adult care. He quickly recognized Mo Xiao's current status from the police officer's attitude. "Didn't you see it?" Mo Xiao was surprised. "Then why did you chase me to the negative 10th floor? Do I need to say that?" Sun Quan rolled his eyes behind Yu. "Even if it's hide and seek, you must hide in a place where you are not easily caught." He wondered if this cheap sister had a brain problem. Why did she ask such a simple question? As soon as he finished speaking, he was hit on the head. Sun Quan screamed in pain, covered his head with both hands. Tears rolled in his big eyes, staring at Mo Xiao, angry but not daring to say anything. Yu watched the interaction between the two alone. Eyelashes drooped slightly. Then he said, "We were worried that Duo was in danger, so we chased after them." Mo Xiao raised his eyebrows. This kid really doesn't care about expressing his conscience. No matter how annoying Shichingi is, she is still their schoolmate. How come there is no worry in her words? Mo Xiao's face showed no fluctuations, and he waved to the policeman, signaling him to take the children out quickly. Then he walked past the three people and continued to walk inside. "This woman doesn't look worried at all." Sun Quan muttered in Yu's ear. "I told you before. Beautiful women are cruel. Teacher Gua always speaks for her. It was clearly her who beat me last time, not me who fell." Yu slapped him on the forehead and said coldly, "She heard it." Sun Quan was shocked and turned back furtively, only to see that the man's back had already disappeared. How could he have heard it? Just when he was about to go back to settle accounts with Yu, he didn't expect that he'd push Sun Quan onto the police officer. He chased him back to the alley. Not long after Mo Xiao left, he realized that someone was following him. She pretended to turn around, but in fact she was hanging on the top. Soon, a young boy appeared in his sight. He walked to the fork in the road and found that the person in front of him had completely disappeared. He was at a loss for a moment, but the next moment, a few cold fingers were placed on the blood vessels in his neck. The person asked in a cold voice, "Do you know something?" Although the other party had no sharp blades in his hands, these fingers were just folded. But Yu had the illusion that he was a small animal caught between the sharp teeth of a beast. His Adam's apple moved up and down, and whispered, "Sister, I just forgot to tell you a message, which may be helpful to you. Go ahead." Mo Xiao never liked people with cold faces and murderous eyes. She preferred people with smiles on their faces. So when she spoke at this moment, her tone was naturally not very friendly, even if the other party was just a child. Of course, he was definitely not an ordinary child. Every child who has survived the apocalypse and looks normal and has no mental illness should not be judged by the common sense before the apocalypse. Sure, Chingy was running around on the street today and accidentally knocked over a rich woman's bag. Yoyu said calmly. There was a bottle of pungent water in the bag, which looked very expensive. Most of it was spilled on Chingy. She was very emotional. I stepped forward to deal with the dispute. So some of it was on my fingers, and I haven't wiped it clean yet. Mo Zhao's eyes lit up, and he loosened his fingers. Yoyu turned around, took a hand out of his pocket, and put it in front of Mo Zhao's nose. That's the smell. A scent of essence rushed straight to his forehead. Mo Xiao almost choked and coughed. Since taking the red pill, her sense of smell has become much sharper than before. Sometimes when she smells the breath of a living person, she will have a secret bloodthirsty desire deep in her heart. Okay. Thank you for your help. Mo Xiao covered her nose with one hand and pushed his fingers away with the other. At this moment, her eyes slightly condensed. The fingers were slender, but the fingertips were rough, and the surface was covered with small and large scars. Among them, there were 3 new wounds with bloodstains. Yoyu covered her hand awkwardly, lowered her head and said, "The ant caught it today." Mo Xiao sighed in his heart, took out a portable wound patch from his pocket, and slapped it on his palm. Then she pointed to the road behind her and left in the opposite direction. "Thank you, sister." Yoyu clenched the wound patch and bent down to her back. Not far behind him, Sun Quan and the police officer had already chased after him breathlessly. "Brother Yoyu, what are you doing?" "I'm scared to death." Sun Quan patted his chest and said in shock. "Don't go in again. That woman is a man of her word. If you don't follow her instructions, she will definitely beat your butt afterwards." "Don't ask me how I know." Yoyu glanced at him coldly. "I think she takes good care of you. Every time she comes, she brings you clothes and snacks. And she is also the captain of the famous Wild Grass Camp A-class team. She has a high military rank and is powerful." Sun Quan's old face turned red. Then he coughed lightly, put his hands on his waist, and waved his hands nonchalantly. "It's just a military camp. I will go in by myself in the future. Whoever wants this cheap sister can have it. Anyway, I can't afford it." Yoyu smiled, but there was no warmth in his eyes. If it were before the end of the world, police dogs would be enough to find someone. But in the Tianyan base, there are breeding farms, but no police dogs, mainly because animals are carriers of the virus, which greatly increases their unstable harm. Therefore, Mo Xiao and other police officers use odd-numbered longitudinal lanes as the basis. Through radio announcements, residents are asked to come out and wait at the door. In this way, if there is any movement in the houses in the even-numbered lanes in the middle, the nearby residents can quickly find out the abnormality. In the end, those who are credited can get a large bonus. This makes the originally lazy people complain less and become very enthusiastic. Of course, there are also some people who are working outside and can't get back in time, resulting in many houses with empty doors. Chapter 270 New Mission. Escorting laborers? However, even so, it also makes Mo Xiao and his team's screening efficiency extremely high. First, radiate out in a rough screening manner. It is not to accurately find out, but to warn the prisoner hiding in the dark not to act rashly. Otherwise she can quickly catch him. Only choose the odd-numbered columns. If the person happens to be unlucky and bumps into it, he may risk turning to the even-numbered columns. And if the person is lucky enough to be in the even-numbered columns, the sense of urgency will not be so strong. 9 out of 10 people will choose not to act rashly. Wait and see for a while, and look for opportunities. In this way, Mo Xiao will have time to gradually narrow the scope. But if you shout at the beginning that everyone should stand up, check each other and not leave anyone behind, and don't give any room. If chaos breaks out among ordinary people, they will not be able to arrive in time because the investigation area is too wide, which may increase or aggravate casualties. When the situation is not under control, it is the worst to force people who are still rational to become desperate lunatics. Next, Mo Xiao will gradually narrow the circle in a grid-like manner and conduct precise investigations so that someone can arrive in time in any block. Originally, she was worried that there would be some obstacles in the confirmation. Now with the clues provided by Youyu, Mo Xiao's confidence has increased a lot. She has always been confused in her heart. Why did the other party show his face in front of so many people? Combined with the information they gave, Mo Xiao had only one conclusion. That is, he showed a fake face. This is a deliberate wrong instruction, which will lead the subsequent police into a screening error. The suspect did this for only one purpose. He did not want to exchange his life for another. He still cherished his life, and even wanted to continue to live a stable life in Tianyin after committing a crime. Therefore, everything that happened today, it seems to be an accident, but it is actually premeditated. If it weren't for Mo Xiao, a person with some status in the wild grass camp, who happened to get involved, I'm afraid that person would really succeed. Mo Xiao unconsciously clenched his fists during the investigation. It's been so long, and even Duo hasn't been found. It's very likely that she has also fallen into the hands of that guy. At the same time, in a small house, in an even-numbered area, a little girl who was knocked unconscious and stuffed under the bed woke up slowly. If Mo Xiao was here, he would find that this child was Jiang Duo. As soon as she woke up, she heard a low curse. In the dim light of the street lamp, there was a bloated man's back by the window. He seemed to be spying on something in secret and saw something bad for him. So he was in a bad mood. Jiang Duo smelled a pungent fragrance and a strong smell of blood at the tip of her nose. Her eyes suddenly widened. Shirqingyi? Just about to move her body to look, she found that the man by the window had turned around in anger, with a sharp knife dripping with blood in his hand. He picked up a little girl with blood all over her face and stabbed her with the sharp knife again. Jiang Duo stared at all this in the dark, her heart beating like a drum. Shirqingyi had one eye poked out by him. Was he going to poke out the other one now? Jiang Duo pursed her lips, then gritted her teeth and rolled out from under the bed. She bumped into the man's leg with a thud, and she opened her mouth to bite. The man raised his leg and kicked. Jiang Duo was kicked against the wall, making a muffled sound, as if the door and window frames were shaken. Jiang Duo felt dizzy. Shirqingyi in front of her roared again, with a blockage in her throat. It turned out that the man's move was wrong because of Jiang Duo's collision. The tip of the knife slashed past the corner of her eye. A terrible blood mark was drawn on Shirqingyi's face. Seeing this, the man cursed inwardly and tried to cut again. Jiang Duo gritted her teeth and stood up dizzily, just about to charge again. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of light from the window. This kind of horizontal window, in an ordinary residential area, doesn't even have a protective net on the outside. Even if Jiang Duo stood up straight, she was just a head higher than the windowsill. Her hands and feet were tied up, and only her neck could move. Jiang Duo gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and smashed her head against the glass window. Clang dang. The fragments fell all over the floor. Her eyes went black. Her head was bleeding, and she fainted. Damn it! Little beast. The man was shocked. The little girl in his hand was injured one after another, but she struggled more fiercely, and even used her shoulder to catch the knife. The sharp knife was embedded in the flesh and bones, and was stuck, and could not be pulled out for a while. Outside, after the sound of glass breaking, he heard a sharp alarm from somewhere outside. As if in response to the sound of glass breaking, the man's heart shrank, and he quickly picked up some things and rushed out. Mo Xiao was patrolling a certain alley. Suddenly, the communicator received a message from Chuing, and she heard the sound of glass breaking in a certain area of the East District. The East District is the most desolate area in the Eastern Edge area, and it will take some time for Mo Xiaoli to investigate there. After hearing Chu Ying's message, she rushed there as quickly as possible. The area is very large, but as Mo Xiao walked, for some reason, she smelled a mixture of blood and fragrance. Her eyebrows sank, and she walked quickly in the direction of the smell. She found a room with two children with blood all over their faces, and a man with burns all over his body. A vicious murder and wounding incident occurred in the eastern edge of the -10th floor. This is the big news in the Sky Eye base in the past few days. 2 of the children were seriously injured and are still unconscious in the hospital. The criminal, a world-weary man with burns all over his body, committed suicide out of fear of crime. The above is the closing report submitted by Dai Mao. the director of the negative 10th floor police station, Mo Xiao, who returned to the dormitory of the Wild Grass Camp training camp, felt that something was strange for some reason. She didn't expect Dai Mao to find a burned man who looked very similar to the description of the witnesses on the street. Everything seemed to be quite reasonable. Of the two children, Jiang Duo had a moderate concussion, while Shi Qingyi was more seriously injured. One eye was completely gone, and the other was also injured. Even if he wakes up in the future, his vision will probably be very poor. Such a young child is equivalent to being half-blind. After Gui Chu found out, she was so distressed that she almost fainted. She has been taking care of them in the hospital these days without taking off her clothes. After the other classmates found out, they also visited them one after another. Only Mo Xiao ended his vacation and returned to the barracks after Dai Mao closed the case. TSK. Captain. Don't think too much. Qin Chung sat beside her and patted her shoulder like an elder brother, handing her a bottle of water. Nowadays, people in society are under great psychological pressure, and they may become abnormal at any time. Considering the severity of this incident, the Tianyan administration, headed by Lu Tian, the base commander, has strengthened the psychological supervision of the people and implemented a series of measures. However, this move has caused complaints. You know, resources have been tight recently. Food, especially drinking water, is getting more and more expensive. To solve the pressure, we have to solve it from the root. Even in the material aspect, he is doing this psychological supervision, which makes many people think that they are doing some empty and metaphysical things. The blood hunting group is really cunning. Qin Chung couldn't help but smack his lips and said, they have set up a military donation to help the poor residents in each marginal area. This forced other military departments of the Border Defense Army to follow suit, as soon as the actual material help was in hand. This is much more useful than the psychological comfort from the base commander and the leaders of each level. Now, when people of all levels mention Jiangxi, there is no one who doesn't give a thumbs up. Mo Zhao's mind shifted slightly, and his brows slightly frowned. Do you think he is too popular? A small deputy commander, who is not worthy of the title, is not necessarily a good thing. Qin Chung thought it was the same, and said with a smile, as a young genius, he only regrets that he can't be full of flowers and brocade. Who would have thought of it so much? While the two were talking, Shui Cancan, who had been discharged from the hospital, ran over in a hurry. Captain, the higher-ups asked the Wild Grass Camp to send a part of its troops to escort a group of laborers to the mining area. I've asked around, and our 477 team seems to be on the list. Mo Xiao stood up suddenly. Escort the laborers? Yes, in order to speed up mining in the mining area, recover lost land as soon as possible, and solve the problem of resource shortage. The higher-ups plan to send a group of laborers to help. Mo Xiao frowned, and asked as he followed Shui Cancan, such a large number of people. Do they also need to be carried in flight suits? No. There are too many people, and they plan to dispatch 3 transport planes. Shui Cancan waved his hand and said, but the noise when flying over and landing is too loud, and the higher-ups are worried about the zombie tide. So they asked us to escort them and divert the zombie tide that is attracted. Do you really think we can do anything? Mo Zhao's face darkened. The number of zombies startled by the noise of the 3 transport aircraft can be imagined. They seemed to be flying in the air safely in their flight suits. But once there was a slight mistake, whether it was equipment failure or operational error, the result would be a crash and death. The people above made decisions with a snap of their heads, but they didn't know that the people below were really scared. The living environment outside is so bad. Have they ever thought about what bad effects it would have on the body if so many ordinary people were transported there and stayed there for a long time? Shui Cancan hesitated and looked up behind Mo Xiao. She was slightly startled. Before turning around, she heard a cold voice behind her. It is to relieve the population pressure in the marginal areas. Chapter 271. Do you know the torch? Mo Xiao turned around and saw that the battalion commander Qin Xiao had come here at some point. She frowned. Could it be because of the vicious incident a few days ago? That was just a fuse. Qin Xiao narrowed his eyes and said coldly, environmental pollution was not so serious before, and resources were still sufficient, with a fig leaf to cover it up. You should know this better than me. Qin Xiao suddenly smiled. You are not unfamiliar with the eastern marginal area. Mo Xiao pursed her lips and said nothing. Qin Xiao suddenly put his fist on his jaw and coughed, his face red and white, and it took a long time for him to regain his composure. This decision was made jointly by the military and the government. Qin Xiao added, workers can receive high salaries for participating in this outbound work. If there are relatives in the base, they can choose to give priority to their relatives to improve their living conditions. If not, it will be directly deposited into their personal accounts. In order to ensure good health as much as possible, the candidates are basically rotated once a year. In other words, use 1 year to fight for a future. I believe many people would be willing to do it. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, he told her to go to the office and wait for notification. And he walked slowly in another direction, looking at his receding back. Mo Xiao frowned slightly. What did the battalion commander do? Why do you look so weak? You know, they haven't even had a cold since they became half infected. Maybe they just came back from the Sky Eye experiment. Shui Kankan said. The battalion commander goes to the Sky Eye laboratory for a physical examination every once in a while. Calculating the time. It's about this time. Mo Xiao glanced at him in surprise. You know quite a lot. Shui Kankan scratched his head shyly. My sister works in the Sky Eye laboratory. I'm very curious about that place, so I often ask her some questions. Mo Xiao smiled with interest. Is it the sister who was rescued you mentioned before? It seems that your family are all professionals. Shui Kankan was even more embarrassed, and said awkwardly, my sister used to work to support my schooling. My sister was just an ordinary factory worker before the end of the world. Being able to enter the Tianyan laboratory should be just because of hard work and good luck. Mo Xiao blinked. In the Tianyan laboratory, even talents like Chu Shen had to start from scratch and spent several months to become a small intern. She really couldn't think of what kind of work Shui Kankan described his sister's conditions in the Tianyan laboratory. Could it be cleaning? But according to him, his sister had not been in the base for long. At that time, cleaning jobs were basically saturated. Curiosity drove Mo Xiao to ask, but her personal cultivation made her feel that it was not good to ask about other people's sister's career. So she just smiled and patted his shoulder, encouraged him, and turned away to get the task. Shui Kankan walked behind Mo Xiao and hesitated several times. Brother Kan, just say whatever you want to say. Qin Chung laughed and teased. But if you want to confess, I advise you to think it through first. We have many competitors in the wild grass camp. I'm afraid you will get beaten up in places we don't take care of. What are you talking about? Shui Kankan's face turned red, and she looked around in fear. Mo Xiao was so annoyed by the noise that he turned around and stood still, crossed his arms and said with a smile, if you want to confess, then I can only say sorry. My current slogan is, wise people don't fall in love. Build a beautiful base. Really? Really not. Captain, don't listen to his nonsense. Shui Kankan was shocked and waved his hands quickly, shaking his head like a rattle. Mo Xiao and Qin Chung looked at each other, almost unable to hold back their laughter, and decided not to bully the honest child anymore. Just say whatever you want to say. Mo Xiao restrained his smile and said softly. Shui Kankan lowered his head and said guiltily, before you were trapped underground. That was because they didn't think it through. Mo Xiao suddenly looked at him seriously and said, they shouldn't have let you take the risk alone. Yes. I'm sorry. Brother. I shouldn't have let you go back alone. Qin Chung put his arm around his shoulders. I didn't expect you to suffer so much. But we are much smoother here. Seeing that the captain and teammates apologized first, Shui Kankan bowed helplessly. I'm sorry. Actually, I was really scared, he said bitterly. You obeyed the military order, and there is nothing wrong with it. Judging from the results, you deserve the commendation. Mo Xiao whispered. Judging by the deeds, not the heart. But you are clearly in danger and your life is uncertain. Captain, I'm sorry. Shui Kankan was so guilty that he was incoherent. Okay. Mo Xiao snapped his fingers to interrupt his crying. The past is the past. This topic ends here. Before tomorrow, each of you write a self-criticism and hand it in to me. Ah? Qin Chung wailed. Goodbye. Captain. Shui Kankan, yes. Captain. Just a few days after Jiangxi was transferred back to the Sky Eye base, Mo Xiao and his team received a new task of escorting laborers and started to go out. The good news these days is that Jiang Duo and Shirqingyi have both woken up. From their oral accounts, it was learned that the murderer was a strong man with terrible burns. Both little girls spoke clearly, especially Shirqingyi. Everyone thought she might have psychological trauma, but she could still eat and sleep as before, without any abnormality. And she quickly adapted to and digested the fact that she couldn't see clearly, and she was very relieved. When Mo Xiao went to visit, he pulled Jiang Duoduo aside and asked Shirqing carefully if she had any abnormal behavior. Have you ever offended anyone? Or, have you ever killed anyone? The latter question is a bit scary. But from what Shirqing recounted about the murderer, it seems that this seemingly harmless little girl committed the crime first. Shirqing usually spends the most time with Jiang Duoduo. In addition, Mo Xiao vaguely remembers that Duoduo's attitude towards her is not very friendly. Maybe she knows something. Mo Xiao was just asking casually. Unexpectedly, after Jiang Duoduo was silent for a long time, she really spoke slowly. When she was in Mata Town, she caught a bunch of spiders, roasted them on the fire, threw them into the soil and buried them alive, and put small branches on them and drowned them under the well. When she was in Nitaling, she raised the threshold stone a little bit on a whim one day, and many people tripped. Jiang Duoduo still remembers Qin Shirqing hiding aside and clapping her hands to watch the show, and laughing happily when she saw others fall down because they habitually raised their feet and were not familiar with the sudden increase in height. There was one person who fell the hardest, and his head hit a stone and bled a lot. Jiang Duoduo's eyes were full of disapproval and disgust, but her tone of statement was very calm. Mo Xiao listened to her bit by bit, and his eyebrows unconsciously frowned. What happened to that person in the end? I don't know. Jiang Duoduo shook her head. Later he moved to a new place, and I haven't seen him since. Mo Xiao saw her gloomy face, touched her head and said softly, Does Duoduo dislike her? No. Jiang Duoduo answered firmly. But you saved her this time. Very brave. Jiang Duoduo lowered her head in annoyance, raised her head again after a while, looked at Mo Xiao with big eyes, and said seriously, Dad and teacher Jiang are good people. So is sister Mo. Duoduo will also be a good person when she grows up. Being stared at by the child's bright and clear eyes, Mo Xiao felt a little sour in the tip of her nose for some reason. She smiled, stretched out an arm, just like in the school bishop's office, opened his hand, put it in the air above Jiang Duoduo's small palm. Do you know the torch? She asked the same question with a smile, and winked slyly. I'll really pass it to you this time. Looking at the empty palm, Jiang Duoduo sighed, like a little adult with a little disgust. But at the same time, she clenched her fist as if there was really something on it, and pouted, Then I'll keep it for you. Childish game. The two girls, one big and one small, looked at each other and smiled. Chapter 272 All Staff. Check equipment. On the ground floor of the Sky Eye base, a large number of workers lined up, like ants moving house, waiting to board the plane. Some people looked very excited. It has been too long. They haven't seen the world on the ground for too long. When they thought about seeing the blue sky and white clouds in a while, they couldn't help but get excited. But more people were frowning and depressed. Although it is said that the reward for this mission is not cheap, it is based on the premise that they can come back alive. The danger outside is not comparable to that inside the base. Even inside the base, they are affected by environmental pollution, and some weak people have some bad clinical symptoms. Not to mention the outside world without any protection. If people die, everything is gone. Everyone was nervous, looking at the huge transport plane in the distance, worried about the uncertain future. This mission is mainly escorted by 15 cleaning teams. Each 5 teams are responsible for one plane. Mo Xiao led the members of Team 477, walked past the long line, and said calmly, Our team is mainly responsible for draining the zombie tide attracted by the number 3 plane. The 3 planes will take 3 different routes to minimize the impact, in addition to draining the zombies on the road and reducing the scale of the zombie tide. What we need to do is to prevent the protective net in that direction from being broken during the period when the plane lands in the mining area and transfers the workers. After that, the plane set off for the return flight. This will greatly reduce the pressure near the mining area, because the journey is long. Strictly speaking, the fuel in their flight suits is only enough for a round trip. This is without any delays or extra consumption in the middle. But in order to divert traffic on the way, their extra consumption on the way must be huge. This means that some people may run out of fuel in advance during the return journey, or even before they can make it back. Once they lose the support of the flight suit, they may fall directly from the air into the dense zombie tide. That will be a terrible scene. No one can survive, even if they are experienced cleaners. Pay attention to your fuel red line at all times. Mo Xiao tilted her head and glanced at the two people beside her coldly, especially you two. Batian and Qingzi. Don't get too excited. Qin Chung bowed and nodded with a smile on his face. Wu Batian, who was clenching his fists and preparing to do a big fight, was stunned. He put his fist on his chin and coughed lightly, turned his head and said yes. Everyone came to the takeoff window of the number 3 aircraft. Mo Xiao stood still, facing the team members lined up in front of her, and said in a deep voice, all members of the 477th team of the Wild Grass Camp, check your equipment. Get ready to go. Yes. This powerful voice and capable and sharp temperament attracted the attention of the surrounding teams. Even the workers waiting in long queues were whispering to each other in Hindi. Is that the team from the Wild Grass Camp? Look at the black base and the outfit with wild grass on their backs. It must be. Female captain. Short curly hair. Still so young. Can it be the legendary Captain Mo? The officer who single-handedly killed the head of the president of the Haftung last time? It's her. So amazing. I heard that the president of the Haftung is amazing. And he slaughtered all the prisoners from the Wild Grass Camp alone. After that incident, all the soldiers in the Wild Grass Camp were very grateful to her. I was very nervous at first, but now I feel much more relieved with her escort. Hey Kongshin, what are you doing? It's your turn. Why don't you go forward? Someone finished chatting with the person behind him. Looking back, he found that the man in front of him had been shrinking his neck and didn't move. He couldn't help but frown and push. Hurry up. I know. The man in front had a soft voice. His skin was not as rough as that of ordinary men, and his eyebrows were thin, and his eyes were fine. He lowered his head and took small steps and small movements, moving forward quickly a few steps and slightly sideways. His thin body was hidden in the shadow of the man in front. With this body, why are you still being sent out to work? The man behind muttered. I'm afraid he can't hold on before he encounters zombies and is not poisoned. Mo Xiao stood straight with a blank expression, her eyes patrolling the line with a bit of majesty and warning. All the people who were close to her in the queue unconsciously stood more orderly and complained less. Mo Xiao seemed to be focused, but in fact she was also distracted by her thoughts. Looking at these dispatched workers, she suddenly remembered something. Although the police quickly closed the case of Shirchingi's vicious incident, but Mo Xiao always felt that things were not that simple. So when she was free, she did not give up investigating behind the scenes. She always felt that the so-called burned man who committed suicide out of fear of crime was a false illusion. I'm afraid the real murderer has already changed his skin and mixed in the crowd. She focused her target on the residents in the eastern edge of the -10th floor. If the real murderer was originally a resident here, it would explain why he was able to escape the police screening that day. In fact, they may have a misunderstanding. They thought that the murderer had fled from the -11th floor to the -10th floor because he was desperate. But what if the situation is the other way around? What if the murderer was originally from the -10th floor? What if he deliberately showed up on the -11th floor to commit the crime, making people mistakenly think that he was an outsider who fled from the -11th floor to the -10th floor? Mo Xiaoyuan planned to follow this idea and slowly screen in secret. Unexpectedly, the task of escorting laborers came. Looking at the long queues, she thought again. If she was the murderer, she might take this opportunity to hide among the workers? Among these people, would there be the murderer who almost killed Shirchingi and Jiang Duo that day? Mo Xiao frowned slightly and looked around for a while, but found nothing. Soon, all the people on the 3 planes were boarded. 3 gaps slowly opened above the sky base. The rotors on the top of the huge transport plane made a buzzing sound. They flew out from 3 directions at the same time. Accompanying these 3 planes were teams of tiny people like flies. The outside was not much different from before. It was still snowy and gloomy. The wind was strong, but there was no snow today, which was a good sign. TSK. Qin Chung looked at the stream of zombies following him, sensing the huge movement above his head, and couldn't help but sigh. How long has it been? These zombies are still so active. They really can't starve to death. Affected by the global virus, plants outside are growing luxuriantly, and some areas even seem to have returned to the ancient jungle. Mo Xiao explained in a low voice. Most of the animals are just carriers. With such rich vegetation and less interference from humans, They don't lack food. This side is adjacent to the Taita Mountains. A mountain range is different from a mountain. A mountain range is composed of countless mountains and valleys, covering a vast area. The Taita Mountains have long been famous. And even on the zoomed map, they are very eye-catching. And there are many plants and animals in them. Zombies not only eat people, but also animals. The zombies in this area naturally have no shortage of food, and can stay active at any time, and will not enter a dormant period of suspended animation. Bang! Chin Chung picked up the rocket launcher and fired the last one in a certain direction. Fire suddenly appeared, and a bunch of zombies were blown apart, twitching slightly on the scorched earth. The zombies in other places were immediately attracted by the movement and rushed over. As time passed, the zombies now not only gradually got used to the darkness of the night, but also had a certain order of attraction to the simple sound of fire. Among them, the sense of smell, which is the most sensitive to the smell of living people, rose to the top. So, rather than being attracted by the flames, they rushed over after being attracted by the flames, and finding that this place actually smelled of living people's flesh. Therefore, while cooperating with the attack, flying up and down to divert the flow in person was the task of Mo Xiao and his team. Seeing that the diversion was successful again, Chin Chung sighed, smiled and prepared to fly high again and return to the original safe position. Brother Chinzi, be careful, Yen Haoge, who was cooperating with him on the side, suddenly exclaimed, adjusted the angle, and flew towards him. Chapter 273 Dangers surround him. Chin Chung tilted his body and lost his balance. He and Yen Haoge fell down in a parabola, and where he was originally, a zombie with strong jumping ability appeared from nowhere, and fell down with his fingertips almost scraping that position. He fell into the zombie group and jumped up again. It was obvious that this was a zombie. Batian! And Mo Zhao's eyes condensed, and she called Wu Batian. And at the same time, she rushed down vertically at a very fast speed. This kind of military flight suit has been improved many times to compress the volume and ensure sensitivity, and it is very difficult to operate. She saw Yen Haoge and Chen Cheng's crooked appearance and understood that they couldn't adjust for a while, although it didn't crash directly into the zombies. But it couldn't fly up all of a sudden. The two of them were like two fresh baits, attracting countless zombies to swarm below. Another zombie jumped high on the heads of the other zombies. He stretched out his hand and grabbed one of Yen Haoge's legs. There was a zombie falling below. It made his sense of balance, which he had not yet fully recovered, go off again. Yen Haoge was dragged into the air and dropped again. The zombies below were excited to keep stretching their bloody arms up. Looking up, revealing hideous faces, they opened their bloody mouths, as if they couldn't wait for this fresh food to fall into their mouths and tear him apart. Xiao Yin. Chin Chung finally adjusted his state. Glancing at the situation where Yen Haoge was almost dragged into the tide of zombies, he was shocked and hurriedly flew behind him, holding him with one hand and controlling the flight suit with the other hand to fly up. Yen Haoge raised his gun and fired several shots in succession. It only slightly hindered the zombie's movement to climb up along his ankle, but ordinary bullets seemed to have little effect on it. Its flesh and blood seemed to be composed of thousands of living ants. It entangled and fused at a very fast speed and recovered again. Don't hit the head. Hit the hands. Mo Xiao saw from a distance and reminded loudly. The zombie's skull is very hard. All bullets that hit the skull made a sound like metal collision. With Chin Chung helping to pull up from behind, Yen Haoge had completely given up on controlling his flight suit. Freeing his hands, he fired his two guns left and right. Smashed the arm of the zombie below that had grabbed him or tried to grab him. Healed. Then smashed again. The two sides were in a stalemate at a dangerous height close to the ground. Mo Xiao narrowed her eyes and gestured to Wu Batian. Wu Batian usually seemed to do his own thing, but at some critical moments, when they needed to cooperate, his brain waves could miraculously coincide with Mo Xiao's. She saw Mo Xiao take out his sniper rifle and squint at the zombie, and instantly understood what her captain wanted to do. Wu Batian immediately adjusted his position and flew parallel in the air. Mo Xiao stepped on her toes, gave up flying, and stepped steadily on her back. It is safer to control the flight suit with both hands. It is amazing that the soldiers in the wild grass camp can be trained to fly with one hand and fight at the same time. Like Mo Xiao and Wu Batian, one can completely maintain a certain speed and altitude to fly so smoothly and carry people. The other dared to completely give up flying in such a dangerous place, and stepped on such an unreliable foothold. It cannot be achieved without extremely high trust and tacit understanding. Mo Xiao set up a sniper rifle and loaded it with armor-piercing incendiary bombs. This operation represented extremely high technical difficulty and shocked the people in other teams. Xiao Yin, cooperate with the captain, Qin Cheng suddenly whispered behind Yin Haoge. Yin Haoge's mind was highly focused on the zombie hanging under his feet, and the hot sweat soaked his mask with water stains. Hearing Qin Cheng's reminder, he noticed the movements of Mo Xiao and Wu Batian. Suddenly he gritted his teeth and put away his gun, and stopped struggling. The zombie that was originally shot and thrown around finally got the chance. He climbed up Yin Haoge's ankles with both hands again and kept climbing up, until his mouth was barely able to reach it. He raised his head and bit it frantically. Watching this scene, Yin Haoge's hands trembled slightly, and he almost couldn't help but pick up the gun and shoot again. But he gritted his teeth, suppressed this impulse again, and closed his eyes with a determined heart. Yin Haoge. Oh no! Something happened to Team 477. Several exclamations came from the air. Along with the exclamations, there was a loud bang. Bang! Blood and fire splashed together. The pain did not come. Yin Haoge smelled a burnt smell under his feet. Looking down, he found that the zombie that was clinging to him had completely lost its vitality. Mo Xiao put away his gun, controlled the flight suit with one hand, and passed under Yin Haoge's feet, and at the same time grabbed the corpse of the zombie. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and adjust your state. Listening to this calm rebuke, Yin Haoge, whose back was soaked with cold sweat, inexplicably felt that this rebuke was somewhat warm and nostalgic. He smiled and answered loudly, yes. This time he was calm and quickly recovered his takeoff state. Mo Xiao threw the corpse of the zombie into the helicopter. Seeing that the mining area was approaching, she waved her hand and asked the team members to quickly replenish fuel to cope with the next mission. Thanks to the thrilling movement just now, a large group of zombies were diverted. This gave them time to replenish during the intense mission. After the fuel was replenished, there was no time to stay. Unit 3 began to look for land. The workers in the transport plane hugged their knees. The expressions on their faces changed from excitement of flying out of the sky base to fear of seeing the dense and terrifying zombie tide below. The mood changes were extremely drastic. They hadn't been out for a long time, and they seemed to have come to a completely unfamiliar world. There was no sun, no blue sky and white clouds as imagined, and even no green grass and trees. There was only endless gray and endless white. The choking polluted gas and the disgusting smell of blood. The strong wind whistled in the ears, making people shiver with cold. Are they going to live in such an uncertain external environment for a year? Compared with this, the eastern edge of the Tiananmen base seems to be a warm paradise. If they had known this, why did they sign up? Many people have regretted it. When the plane landed and asked everyone to get off quickly, many people hesitated and were unwilling. Some people changed their minds at the last minute, holding the items on the plane and refusing to get off, in order to ensure evacuation at any time. The rotors on the top of the plane kept humming. The huge roar attracted the attention of many zombies. What's going on over there? Someone in another team cursed. Hurry up! Hurry up! Someone turned back and roared. In one mistake, the subordinate lost control of the flight suit. The balance was suddenly broken, and he fell down instantly. This person reacted quickly and tried to adjust his balance immediately. Who would have thought that the zombie group was faster? And one of them took the opportunity to grab his ankle. Then, another zombie fell under the zombie, and this person flew up again. Below, like a hot air balloon, a large group of zombies fell in unison. In the end, the member of the wild grass camp was dragged alive into the zombie tide. When he was drowned by the zombies, he looked back and gritted his teeth and shouted, Captain, don't forget to transfer all the money and points I saved in the team to my wife when you go back. Fuck. I'm going to fight you. The next moment, there was a bang. There was a sudden explosion in that area. The flesh and blood were blown everywhere. He blew himself up. Zhang Jianhe. Lao Zhang. Ah. I'll kill you beasts. Chapter 274 Mo Xiao. Killing the laborers. The wings buzzed. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. And guns roared. Roaring, cursing, crying, choking, all were covered. All personal emotions on the battlefield, mixed with the big environment, seemed so insignificant. regardless of whether they were members of their own team or not. Such a bloody and heroic scene made everyone's eyes hot and almost shed tears. You take control of the situation. Mo Xiao suddenly told Wu Batian in the communicator. Turned around and flew to the number 3 aircraft. As soon as she arrived at the door, she saw a picture that made her blood pressure soar. Someone was clinging to the door of the plane, and he was unwilling to get off. He cried and shouted that he regretted it and wanted to go back. Not only him, but many others were curled up with their knees hugged, not anxious at all. He silently indulged the other party to delay time. It seemed that they were waiting for the other party to make enough trouble. Maybe they could force the plane to turn around and send them back to the base. What are you doing, Captain Mo? Several guards called out, then turned their heads and stared at the rogue on the ground, angry and helpless. The rogue on the ground saw Mo Xiao. His eyes lit up, and he knelt in front of her and said, Captain Mo, I heard that you are the most righteous. I regret it. I don't want to be a laborer anymore. Isn't our base democratic? This kind of thing should be done by mutual consent. Right? How can you force people? Isn't that a slave owner? Is it consensual? Mo Xiao laughed in anger, and suddenly kicked him to the ground. She stepped on the man's chest, pulled out her pistol, and pulled the bolt in one go. She pointed at the man's forehead and looked at everyone in the cabin and sneered. Do you know how much risk and price the base paid for this mission? Let's not talk about the resource consumption of mobilizing 3 large transport planes. What about the sacrifice of their escort soldiers? And what about the defense line that was built after so many people sacrificed to reoccupy the mining area? If it drags on, there is a risk of being broken at any time. Once the defense line is broken, how can the lives of the soldiers and workers who were originally carefully stationed in this mining area be guaranteed if such a large number of corpses are not dispersed? Just because you said I regretted it when the time came, will it all go to waste? What did you do earlier? Why didn't you regret it when you were still in the base? Why didn't you regret it before boarding the plane? Mo Xiao's chest was raging with anger. There was a bang. A bloody bullet hole appeared on the forehead of the man she stepped on. Murder! A scream suddenly broke out in the cabin. When Mo Xiao's cold eyes looked over, she suddenly grabbed her chest and closed her mouth. Now! Everyone get off the plane. Anyone who deliberately delays will be punished for treason. She had put away her gun, but just stood there with a murderous look. The people in the cabin were so scared that they hurriedly ran down the plane as if she was pointing a gun at their heads. They bypassed the dead bodies and ran much faster than before. Mo Xiao saw a familiar figure flashing by in the crowd, but she couldn't remember where she had seen him before. She frowned and subconsciously wanted to call him, but then she thought the time was running out and she didn't have the time. The cabin of the number 3 aircraft was quickly cleared. Finally, they could return to the base. Mo Xiao had just returned to the base a few days ago. He was criticized by the higher-ups for killing the laborers. Of course, it was awarded together with a commendation for completing the mission. I don't know which black-hearted person is. He actually reported this, Wu Batian said indignantly. The team members were very angry. Mo Xiao didn't feel much. Before she did it, she was ready to bear all the consequences. Moreover, she did nothing wrong in the overall situation, and the higher-ups knew it very well. It's just that she killed ordinary civilians as a soldier, which is not good to say, so she was criticized in the notice. Fortunately, Qin Xiao, the battalion commander, was there to support her, so there was no substantial harm to Mo Xiao. However, as a matter of course, the 477 team was forced to take a few days off. Mining area. Everyone stopped working these days, hiding and not making any movement, until the zombie tide outside the protective net gradually dispersed. They breathed a sigh of relief and redistributed the work. After all, a large number of new workers came. There was the incident of the workers changing their minds temporarily before. These days, the top leaders of the Tianyan base directly added a military order. Those who cause serious harm to the base and the mining area will be sentenced to the crime of the base, and the garrison can directly execute the death penalty. After this military order, some workers with strange thoughts directly behaved a lot. After all, they stayed for a few days. They found that this mining area was safer than they thought, and they did not encounter zombies at every turn. Maybe the scene when they came was too shocking. This made everyone's psychological defense line rise a lot, and it was not so easy to break. If they could stay like this and work steadily, and return to the base to enjoy the good life after a year of high salary. It would seem not bad. Everyone divide the work according to the team. Line up. In several queues. A thin man with thin eyebrows and eyes fell to the end, lowering his head, as if in deep thought. While thinking, the little finger subconsciously raised. This face, plus this habitual orchid finger action. If Mo Xiao was here, he would definitely recognize that this man's name is Kongshin. They had met once in Yusu's villa. At that time, Kongshin was holding a little white dog, and his voice and demeanor were slightly feminine, which made a deep impression on people. When the white dog was blown out of the window, he even ignored his own life and safety. It can be said that he loved the dog like his own son. Later, Kongshin's dog was killed by Shichingi out of the blue. At that time, he was furious and crazy, and looked like he was going to fight Shichingi to death. However, Shichingi's parents were there at the time, and there were so many people in the villa. It was impossible for everyone to watch an adult man beat a child to death without caring. Kongshin was so sad and angry that he ran away in the heavy rain late at night without caring about his safety. About Shichingi's attack. If Mo Xiao could see Kongshin, he would probably understand the whole story in an instant. At this moment, Kongshin, who had voluntarily applied to work as a laborer and escaped from the Tianyan base, frowned deeply. On his way to escape, he was lucky enough to meet people from the Tianyan Air Rescue Department. So, he arrived at Tianyan even earlier than Mo Xiao and his friends. Before the end of the world, Kongshin was a rich second generation and a transgender person, because he was not accepted by his parents and relatives. So he simply ran away from home with his dog. And the dog and he lived together in a shabby rental house. In his opinion, the dog is his only relative in this world. When he faced the contempt and abuse of secular relatives and the violence on the internet, only his own Xiaobai could comfort him. It would happily wag its tail at the door when he came home, would bite the blanket to cover him when he fell asleep on the sofa due to exhaustion, and would quietly wait for him to wake up with its big watery eyes on the edge of the bed when he opened his eyes. Everyone, including his parents, disliked him, except Xiaobai. Later, his parents died in a car accident, and Kongshin, the only son, inexplicably inherited the family's inheritance. After he became rich, he wanted to give all the good things to his own Xiaobai. But later, the harder it was for a person to escape alone in the doomsday, the deeper Kongshin's hatred for Shichingi became. After arriving at the base, he became an apprentice in a store. Originally, his life was quite stable. Until one day. Chapter 275. Mo Yuanping's face is dark. He followed his boss to the negative 11th floor to purchase. He bumped into a face on the street that he could never forget. Since then, he has been concerned about it, and often took the opportunity to go to the negative 11th floor to check out the situation. Later, finally one day, he got the chance to avenge Xiaobai and used a scapegoat to escape. Although there were some accidents in the process, the result was acceptable. However, I heard that when they came to find someone that day, even the military intervened. Although he had heard of the two famous names in the Sky Eye base recently, they sounded very similar to the man and woman he had seen that day. But Kongshin always felt unreal and kept wondering if they had the same name. Until this moment, the military was involved with these children. Kongshin finally confirmed without any fluke. It was them. How much power the military has in Tianyan. How could Kongshin, who had arrived and witnessed the changes in Tianyan, not know? Especially Jiangxi, who was extremely powerful and famous. Thinking of this, he could no longer stay. He took the initiative to come out while the labor was being dispatched. He originally planned to avoid it for a year. When he went back a year later, everyone had forgotten about it, and it had been so long that there was no way to verify it. But a few days ago, he secretly witnessed the ruthlessness and decisiveness of Captain Mo of the Wild Grass Camp, who escorted them. Kongshin suddenly changed his mind. He didn't expect that after such a long time, the kind girl at the beginning would become so frightening now. This made Kongshin start to worry deeply about his future and fate. After returning to the base, Mo Xiao went to the hospital to visit Jiang Duo and Shichingi first. When he went there, he found that Jiangxi, Lu De, Chu Wenze and other old classmates were all there, and some of them brought their relatives to visit. Jiang Duo has been discharged from the hospital. Only Shichingi needs to rest and observe for a period of time. When Mo Xiao went there, She was sitting on the hospital bed, happily eating the fruit brought by Senior Zhang Jiwei from her workplace. The others were surrounding Guichuchu and asking if there was anything they could help with. But more people, such as Lu De, Li Pingping and Tongya's parents, were mainly chatting with Jiangxi. Jiangxi was indeed very likable at this time. Neither too enthusiastic nor cold and distant. Men, women, old and young were all pleased. Sister Mo is here. Little Mo is here. Mo Xiao's arrival shifted everyone's attention. Mo Xiao smiled and greeted everyone one by one. Only then did he avoid the concerns of several elders and walk towards Guichuchu. I have something to tell you. She led Guichuchu to the corridor alone. The above is my idea. Mo Xiao whispered. I plan to start from the residence in the eastern edge area of the negative 10th floor. But this is not within my jurisdiction. So I can only investigate secretly, which may take some time. Guichuchu lowered her head and did not respond to her. Chuchu. Xiao Mo. Thank you for your hard work. Guichuchu raised her head and forced a smile at her. If you were not there last time, we might not have had time to rescue. When she said this, her voice trembled slightly. Obviously she was very scared. In these days, Guichuchu suddenly felt that she had grown up a little. From the expressions and attitudes of those people when Gu and Xiao Mo were there or not. She keenly noticed a cruel fact. A fact that she had not noticed before the end of the world. When she had unconsciously enjoyed certain class privileges to a certain extent. After the end of the world, this class privilege still exists. It's just that human society has undergone a major reshuffle. If Mo Xiao's status and power were not there, it would be impossible to immediately mobilize all the police forces of the entire negative 10th layer police system that day. It would be difficult for Guichuchu, an ordinary teacher in a welfare home, to meet Director Dai. It's just that this matter has been closed. So let's stop here and don't investigate it anymore. Guichuchu shook her head, her eyes slightly red. I will take good care of the children in the future. Although she understood the helplessness of reality, Guichuchu also understood that Xiao Mo and Shi Ji's current status was achieved by their life-threatening struggles. For example, this time, Mo Xiaojiang was reported and criticized as soon as he came back from the mission. Although Guichuchu, as an outsider, could only listen to the result. And Xiao Mo also acted as if it was a light-hearted thing. But she could imagine that the process must have been very thrilling. The military seemed to be very complicated. She didn't want Xiao Mo to get involved in the affairs here and cause her more trouble. What's more, she thought that after coming to Tianyin as a teacher, she would be able to be truly independent. But she didn't expect that at the critical moment. She still had to rely on others. Guichuchu unconsciously clenched her fists. Her dignity told her that she could no longer accept help from others with such a clear conscience. Mo Xiao raised his eyebrows and took in her expression. He smiled and said, Okay. After this incident, Mo Xiao might secretly investigate it when he had time. But seeing that the victim and the caregiver were so generous, he was not as urgent as before. After chatting with old friends and elders, Mo Yuanping suddenly came to the hospital to deliver food to the children. He was leaning on a cane. His face was gloomy, and he looked in a bad mood. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Xiao Xiao, come out with me. Mo Xiao followed him out with a blank expression and trepidation in his heart. From childhood to adulthood, Mo Yuanping had almost never been angry with her except for issues of principle. Dad? Mo Xiao pursed his lips in the stairwell and spoke first. I'm still investigating the murderer, Chuchu said. Before he finished speaking, he saw Mo Yuanping sticking his cane on the ground, making a dull sound. Mo Xiao immediately shut up and looked at his old father blankly. Xiao Xiao, I heard that you killed an unarmed civilian laborer this time. Mo Xiao was stunned and lowered his head slightly. Dad, this matter is complicated. At that time, the situation was, is it really to the point where you can't even leave a life? Very peaceful tone. No reprimand. Maybe just a simple question. Mo Xiao's nose felt sore. His eyes were slightly wet, and he lowered his head silently. I don't want to preach to you. Mo Yuanping sighed. I know you have always been a good child. You must have your reasons. However, since ancient times, wealth and power have been fascinating. After the end of the world, human life is cheap, and the lives of ordinary people are even cheaper. In the eyes of some people, it has become a number. Dad doesn't understand any big principles. I just hope that no matter where you go in the future, Don't forget that we also dug for food in the mud. And the struggle of the lower class to survive has never been easy. Mo Xiao bit her lip and lowered her head without saying a word. For a moment, she felt that Mo Yuanping was right. She was instantly alert when she came into contact with power for the first time. For a moment, she felt something was wrong and felt very aggrieved. But she could understand why Mo Yuanping valued her attitude towards the lower class so much. When Mo Yuanping was young, he went out to work alone. At first, he was penniless and had a very difficult life. He slept on the streets when he had no place to sleep and went hungry when he had no food. When he almost couldn't survive, it was every ordinary person who helped him. Even if some people were struggling themselves, Mo Yuanping could best understand and appreciate the suffering and struggle of the lower class, including the struggles of the workers, who would rather give up the safe environment in the Sky base and risk being sent abroad. He could also deeply empathize with them. Seeing his daughter stubbornly bowed her head and said nothing, Mo Yuanping sighed in his heart and wanted to touch her head lovingly. At this moment, the security door next to him suddenly opened. The light in the corridor came through, and the face of Jiangxi, who was lazily leaning against the door frame and standing with his arms folded, was reflected a little blurry. Chapter 276. I'm looking for Xiao Mo. Mo Yuanping saw him coming and turned away with his cane. Uncle Mo Xiao has made a great contribution this time. Don't you want to congratulate her? Mo Yuanping was stunned. He had been angry and bitter before, and forgot what he should say. In fact, he was always uneasy every time Mo Xiao went on a mission. He was so worried that he couldn't eat or sleep well. But when he saw the child in person, he couldn't say some caring words, and his mouth seemed to be dumber. In the past, when Zhang Mei was there, the couple would reconcile, and the family of three would joke and have fun. Now there are only 2 people left in the family of 3. And it seems that the 2 who survived don't know how to deal with themselves. Whenever they get together, they think of Zhang Mei, his wife, her mother, in the familiar daily life. Every bit is her. But she is missing alone. It changes in an instant. And I feel sad and heartbroken everywhere. Mo Yuanping looked back at Mo Xiao and saw that she turned her back and didn't want to look at him. He turned his head bitterly and left with crutches. Uncle Mo, 1/3 of the troops were lost in this mission. How about I hold a celebration party to celebrate that Mo Xiao survived again with great luck? Oh, by the way, should I send you an invitation? This careless voice came from behind, and Mo Yuanping felt a pain in his heart, thinking of his daughter who survived several life and death experiences. The first sentence he saw was not comfort, condolences and concern. But he lost his pace, and his heart was filled with regret for himself. Jiangxi leaned lazily against the door frame, watching the back figure in front of him stagger and almost fall, his sword-like eyebrows slightly raised, and he smiled in an extremely malicious way. After laughing, he turned his head to see the back figure in the stairwell, and his eyebrows and eyes darkened again. With a dark face, he took off his coat and threw it far away. The white clothes covered Mo Xiao's head, wrapping her like a cloth bag. Every time you talk back to me, you are sharp-tongued, and you are like a punching bag when you are with others. Jiangxi sneered unhappily. What do you care? Can you compare with my dad? A muffled voice came from under the clothes. Jiangxi laughed angrily after hearing this, and kicked the security door with a bang. There was a huge noise in the corridor, and the door frame seemed to be crooked. I don't intend to care, but you must not cry and dirty my clothes. Jiangxi smiled coldly. Then he heard a low voice with a crying tone coming from under the clothes. Who is crying? Who saw it? Don't tell anyone. Be careful, or I will sue you for spreading rumors. Jiangxi saw her sitting on the steps of the stairs, with her back to this side, refusing to turn around, hunching her back and lowering her head, pulling his clothes to cover her head, like a curled-up little hedgehog. This stupid look is really infuriating and funny. Jiangxi closed the door with a snap. I'm going to the bathroom, and I'll come back to get your clothes. That's what he said. After he closed the door, he didn't leave. With his hands in his trouser pockets, he leaned against the security door, lowered his head slightly, and wondered what he was thinking. The dim light in the corridor outlined a delicate boundary between light and shadow on him, making him look like a lifelike silent sculpture. It was unknown how long it had been. There was suddenly a lot of footsteps at the other end of the corridor. It seemed that people were leaving one after another. Someone was calling his and Mo Zhao's names. She? Brother Shi? Zhao Peng was the first to recognize the familiar figure at the end of the corridor. His eyes lit up. Everyone is looking for you. Brother Shi. Aren't you leaving yet? The person at the end of the corridor raised his head slightly and glanced at Zhao Peng. Zhao Peng immediately blinked, pulled Lu De and others' arms and turned back. Let's go. Brother Shi has important military affairs to deal with. Ah? Lu De exclaimed as Zhao Peng pushed him away. As expected of Brother Shi, he even went out to the hospital to visit a patient and didn't forget to handle military affairs. A role model for our generation. Zhao Peng smiled with a strange expression. That's right. Brother Shi. Always a god. That child. A well-dressed middle-aged man in a group of people walking out of the hospital looked at Zhao Peng's back and smiled. He looked smart. The synonym of smart is not to be tuned. Tanya, who was walking beside the man, couldn't help but refute her father's point of view. Before the end of the world, Tanya's family belonged to a middle-class and highly educated family. Her father, Tong Qifeng, is a psychologist in the Tianjin base, which attaches great importance to the mental health of residents. She is still valued. So Tanya's family, even after coming to Tianjin, lives a good life. I heard that he was the first one among you to join the army. Tong Qifeng glanced at his daughter in surprise. He knows his own daughter. Tanya has been a calm child since she was a child, and generally would not slander others so bluntly in front of him. Tong Qifeng thought for a while, and knew that there might be some connection between the two. Yes, Tanya said with complicated eyes. Obviously timid. Tong Qifeng's eyebrows stretched, as if he realized something, and smiled knowingly. He had already found out the backgrounds of Tanya's classmates. So why did he need to ask at this moment? Zhao Peng has been in the army for so long, and his current rank is not low. Although he is in the air rescue department, he doesn't look as glorious as the wild grass camp and the blood hunting group. Even after the failure of the defense battle and the full retreat of the Sky Eye Underground, the air rescue department was almost gone, and it was once rumored that the number would be abolished. But it was saved in the end. Now it's just a slight reduction in the establishment. In Tong Qifeng's opinion, serving here is much better than being in the blood hunting group or the wild grass camp. At least it's safe. When they parted ways at the intersection, he looked at Zhao Peng from a distance, running back and courting his daughter, and smiled again. Speaking of which, most of your classmates have joined the army. Tong Qifeng asked with a smile. I thought you would go too, given your personality. Although as parents, they certainly hope their daughter can stay in the safest and most comfortable position. But one advantage of the Tong family's family education is that no matter when, as long as it is Tanya's own decision, they will support it even if they are reluctant. Over time, Tanya has developed a personality of being independent and making her own decisions in everything. Tanya looked at the backs of her friends playing away, pursed her lips, glanced at her father, shook her head and said, I am fine now. Emotions told her to fight side by side with her friends. But reason made her make the most sober choice. She is young, but she is not only passionate, she also has a family. In a corridor of the hospital, after the previous person left, another sound of footsteps was heard. This time there was only one person, neither hurried nor slow. Jiangxi looked up, stood up straight, looked at the person who came, raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile, What's the matter? Chu Wenza stood not far away and smiled slightly. I'm looking for Xiao Mo. Jiangxi sighed lightly and looked him up and down. She left a long time ago. You have something? Why don't you tell me, and I will tell you. Chapter 277 I heard that God Chu has something to talk to me about. How dare I not hurry? No. Chu Wenza glanced at the closed security door intentionally or unintentionally, pushed his glasses, smiled and shook his head. It's not urgent. Let's talk about it next time. After that, he turned around and left calmly. Jiangxi's eyes flashed, staring at his receding back. Chu Wenza suddenly stopped again, turning around and smiling. Then please tell her when you see her, and come to the laboratory to find me if you are free. After that, without waiting for Jiangxi's answer, he turned around and left again, as if Jiangxi's answer was not important to him. Jiangxi stared at his back with a heavy eye. The security door beside him suddenly made some noise. Mo Xiao poked his head out and looked towards the aisle. Did Chu Shen come to see me just now? I seemed to hear his voice. Her eyes and nose were slightly red, and her long eyelashes were still wet and stuck together. There were no tear stains on her face. It was wiped quite clean. Wait, what did you use to wipe it? Jiangshi suddenly thought of something, and his eyes moved down to the clothes on her elbow. Sure enough, he saw a watercolor, which made his dark green military jacket darker. The clothes that were originally straight and well-fitting were now wrinkled, like a piece of paper that someone had blown their nose on. Jiangshi? Mo Xiao tidied up his appearance and walked out. What did Chushan say? She asked, patting his arm with the back of her hand. Jiangshi frowned, looked at her gloomily, grabbed his clothes, put them on and left. Mo Xiao didn't understand his sudden anger. He caught a glimpse of the stains on the back of his clothes and realized it. Thinking to himself, "Oh no!" He hurriedly chased after him. "Give me your clothes. I accidentally stained them just now. I will give them back to you after I clean them up." Jiangshi? Hey! Jiangshi. Jiang. The figure in front of him suddenly stopped, and Mo Xiao had to brake suddenly. He looked down at her, his eyes deep, his expression slightly strange, as if he was a little entangled and struggling. Mo Xiao thought for a while, and said, "Are you in a bad mood because you were forced to withdraw from the mining mission?" Jiangshi was startled. His eyelashes trembled slightly, and his eyes returned to normal. He sneered indifferently. "Are all the people in the wild grass camp as nosy as you? The implication is that you are nosy about my blood-hunting group?" "Of course it's different," Mo Xiao said frankly. "What is our relationship? We are old friends." Jiangshi's lips curled up, and he was about to say that you finally said something human. Then he heard Mo Xiao muttering sincerely, "Although you are foul-mouthed and profit-seeking, arrogant, frivolous, and hypocritical." With every word, Jiangshi's face darkened. He turned around and left. "Hey, I haven't finished yet." Mo Xiao hurriedly followed. "But speaking of the facts, you did nothing wrong in this matter. The achievements you have made in your blood-hunting group are all real. I say that your Captain Xiang did not do a very fair job this time. The mining area is so lucrative. Jiangshi was used when he was working, but when it was time to harvest the finished product, other people were replaced to compete. Mo Xiao felt wrong for him. It's okay. Take your time. Haste makes waste. Anyway, the people in the upper echelons are old, and they will naturally retire in 10 or 8 years. As long as we are upright, we will get justice for ourselves sooner or later." Mo Xiao patted his shoulder with heroic spirit to comfort him. Jiangshi caught her slap, which was not sure whether it was light or heavy or an opportunity to take revenge, and said word by word with a smile, "You are right. But can you trouble Captain Mo to move your bare paw away from my shoulder? Be careful that others will sue you for murder." Mo Xiao pinched 2 fingers, changing the clapping into a warm flick of dust on his shoulder. With a shy smile, he asked, "Did Chushan ask me something just now? Why don't you go and ask him yourself?" Jiangshi impatiently slapped her restless dog paw, and said sarcastically with a light tut, Mo Xiao's god-level understanding ability instantly maxed out. "Do you want me to go to the laboratory to find him?" Seeing that her brain was online quickly at this moment, Jiangshi felt mixed emotions. The two parted ways at the entrance of the hospital. The 2 big guys from the wild grass camp and the blood hunter group talked and laughed, attracting many strange looks along the way. At the door, Mo Xiao looked at his back as he walked away, and the smile on his face gradually faded. How could a person like Jiangshi be willing to suffer such a big loss? There must be something hidden behind it. She felt a little uneasy in her heart. Jiangshi was very tight, and could not get any useful information. Mo Xiao turned around and walked towards the Tianyan laboratory. Very fast, Chuanza poured a glass of water for Mo Xiao. Measuring cup. 250 milliliters. The water in the cup was less than half. To be precise, it was 75 milliliters. Chuanza didn't think there was anything wrong with treating guests like this. He usually drinks water with a measuring cup. In today's increasingly tight resources, he even intends to promote the measuring cup drinking method to the whole Tianyan. Let every citizen strictly control the daily water intake. The unit is accurate to every milliliter, to maximize energy conservation and control resource allocation. Mo Xiao's position obviously won't be short of water. 75 milliliters is just a token of appreciation. I heard that Chushan has something to ask me. How dare I not hurry? Mo Xiao smiled, and handed the cup back to him, saying, "Keep it for yourself. I'm not thirsty." After that, he quickly got back to the point and asked, "What's the matter?" Chu Wenze liked her straightforward personality. In the past, when he was in school, he chose her as a teammate because she was easy to talk to. There is no need to worry about some human relations, gender, or other emotions. Of course, strong ability and not being a drag is also an important factor. Have you seen this person? Chu Wenze handed Mo Xiao a piece of paper on the table. A simple portrait of a woman was drawn on the paper. Although the strokes were simple, they were extremely vivid. Mo Xiao knew that this was Chu Wenze's handwriting. Perhaps because there were no mobile phones now, and he couldn't take pictures. He chose to draw it. Is it her? Mo Xiao's eyes flashed. The woman in the portrait was still pregnant. She was pregnant. Her figure was much plumper than before. And of course, much cleaner and tidier. But that face. There was no doubt that it was the woman that Uncle Gu saved with his life during the bandit suppression mission in Taita Mountains. Her name is Xue Chui Chui. Chu Wenze said directly. Xue Chui Chui. Mo Xiao frowned, thinking that Chu Wenze would specifically look for him. Could she be Kankan's sister? After that, Mo Xiao's expression changed, and he asked, "She is here? What job does she do? Who brought her here?" "It can't be." Chu Wenze smiled approvingly. "Xiao Mo, you always make me say less nonsense. I just ran into her by chance. She is in charge of the Deputy Director Zhuing. Dr. Zhu's side is not accessible to ordinary people. I think her most likely job is to become a volunteer for a certain experiment. If it was just this, it would not have much to do with Mo Xiao. But," Chu Wenze hesitated for a moment before saying lightly, "I also accidentally discovered that there is some connection between her. Zhu Ying and Jiangxi. Jiangxi often goes in and out of Zhu Ying's laboratory. If Chu Wenze hadn't been particularly diligent and lived and ate here almost 24 hours a day, it would have been difficult to discover the connection between them. Xiao Mo, I found that there are some prohibited transactions between Jiangxi and Zhu Ying." Chapter 278. 1 year later. On the eve of the Pure Leave recycling plan. That day, Mo Xiao heard a lot of secrets from the perspective of the Sky Eye Laboratory from Chu Wenze. Some were within her expectations, and some were beyond her expectations. Mo Xiao really didn't expect that while Jiangxi was fighting and advancing on the front battlefield, he also spent so much energy doing so many things behind the scenes. She originally thought that Jiangxi was so close to Zhu Ying because of his relationship, but she didn't expect there was such a hidden story. "Xiao Mo, you just need to know what I said today," Chu Wenze said in a calm voice, without any intention of investigating further, whether it was illegal transactions or experiments. In his opinion, under the current survival rules, as long as he lurks in the dark, it is not a big deal. However, Jiangxi is too deceptive, and he does not want his friend to be implicated because of a moment of carelessness. When Mo Xiao left the laboratory, Chu Wenze sent her to the gate. Mo Xiao felt mixed emotions all the way until she returned to the Wild Grass Camp training camp. After the new recruits took the oath, the old soldier sweated in the training and other venues. She walked alone to the railing in the corner and lay on her back, and suddenly felt unprecedented peace. She seemed to have taken this place as her home. The world is too complicated, and everyone has their own thoughts. Some people who were familiar in the past also began to become strangers, let alone Jiangxi. Chu Wenze was the same. From his standpoint, couldn't he see the influence of Mo Xiao and Jiangxi in the Wild Grass Camp and the Blood Hunting Group respectively in the future? If these two major forces cannot maintain an absolute balance, it will undoubtedly be a disaster for the lives of ordinary people. Perhaps this is the main reason why he told himself all at once at this time. Although Chu Wenze did not say it explicitly, Mo Xiao had already started to think so. Everyone must plan for the future involuntarily. Perhaps this is the root of distress. In such an environment, in the pure atmosphere of the Wild Grass Camp, it is reassuring. Anyway, if the sky falls, there is the battalion commander Qin Xiao to support it. After a long time, Mo Xiao and Jiangxi's personal exchanges gradually faded intentionally or unintentionally. This phenomenon made the battalion commander Qin Xiao very satisfied, and he praised Mo Xiao many times. Even the leader of the blood hunting group Xiang Ming was very pleased. Then for nearly a year, the number of cleaners in Tianyin gradually increased, and they went out of many tasks. Finally, one day, the second line of defense was recovered. Now that the second line of defense has been recovered, it needs to be built up as quickly as the first line of defense. After all, environmental pollution has become more and more serious over the past year. The impact on the inside of Tianjin is also getting bigger and bigger. It was fine for the strong people, but some weak children and the elderly showed symptoms of varying severity. The already tight resources became even tighter due to 1 year's consumption. Moreover, during this year, some new lives were born in the Tianjin base. What is worrying is that nearly 20% of these lives were deformed. The top management of Tianjin decided to compress the time for collecting finished lead block resources in the mining area to 1 year, in order to build the radiation barrier of the second line of defense as soon as possible. They decided to send a plane to recover this batch of pure lead in advance. And the time was set 1 day later. Team 477. Come and collect the materials you exchanged this time. In front of a company warehouse. Mo Xiao heard the call and collected the supplies with the team members in an orderly manner. On the way back, he saw a long queue behind him. The left side is used to help civilians, which are free resources issued by Huta Resources Company. The right side is used to exchange supplies for cleaners or some public officials. The boss of this company is quite powerful. It has only been established for a short year, but it can open up channels and expand its scale to such a large scale. Qin Cheng sighed. Humph. Collusion between officials and businessmen. Wu Batian snorted coldly. This year, they have changed several companies to collect supplies. In the fierce competition, companies continue to go bankrupt. Only this Huta Resources Company rose against the wind and achieved today's scale. You can't say that, Qin Cheng said with a smile. Having connections is also a person's ability. Captain, don't you agree? Everyone looked at Mo Xiao. She spread her hands and said, this mission is not dangerous enough. Right? How about we continue tomorrow? Qin Cheng and Yin Haoge immediately raised their hands and said with a bitter face, no matter what. We have to rest for 2 days this time? Yes. Yes. It's okay for us to get injured. But Sister Ying is just an ordinary person. This time she was injured so badly. She will have to stay in the hospital for at least a week. Right? Several people complained. And Mo Xiao smiled and waved his hand. When everyone dispersed to rest, she looked back at the sign of Huta Resources Company. She knew the name of the founder of this company. Lu Hengchen. He was the think tank of the gangster group in Donghu City. Later, he defected to New Hope Farm and then defected again. The last time I saw him was a year ago after the battle with Bantongui. He and Qiujia defected to Tianjin. Mo Xiao didn't expect that an ordinary person who came to Tianjin with no money could rise again so quickly. Later, Mo Xiao checked the whereabouts of Qiujia, the senior. He found out that he was actually in politics. He participated in the civil service examination of Tianjin base and defeated nearly 1,000 competitors with a very high score and was admitted to an administrative position that only recruited one person. When Mo Xiao first found out about this news, he was filled with emotion. He was not impressed by Qiujia's ability in taking exams. He was impressed that even if the world was ending, the small town test takers would still study so hard to make a living. As soon as Mo Xiao returned to the training camp, he was called to Qin Zhao's office. He had just come down from a meeting. Captain, do you want me to participate in the action the day after tomorrow? Mo Xiao imitated Qin Zhao's behavior and leaned back comfortably in his chair, looking boneless. Over the past year, they had become more familiar with Qin Zhao. He knew that the battalion commander did not care about such small details. He heard that the batch of finished pure lead would be recycled the day after tomorrow. This mission and time were set long ago. However, Mo Xiao's team had just returned from a mission, and the team members were not in good mental and physical condition. If she was to go on a mission this time, only she, the captain, could go. Qin Zhao picked up the pen and threw it far away, hitting Mo Xiao on the head. She immediately coughed lightly and stood up straight. She knew that Qin Zhao had something serious to say. Qin Zhao narrowed his narrow eyes. How much do you know about Jiangxi? Huh? Mo Xiao raised his eyebrows and said in surprise. Although this mission was jointly decided by the upper level, it was Xiang Ming, the leader of the Blood Hunter group, who decided to take charge of it. Qin Zhao's fingertips tapped on the table, making a rhythmic echo. I initially thought that this was Jiangxi's idea. Originally, the matter had been settled, but recently a letter of objection was received from Jiangxi, the deputy head of the blood hunting group. Speaking of this, Qin Zhao frowned slightly. He directly bypassed Xiang Ming and handed the letter of objection to Lu Dowei, the head of the Tianjin Border Defense Army, and Zhang Tu, the director of the Tianjin Military Committee. Chapter 279 Jiang, she was suspended and detained. Mo Zhao's heart skipped a beat for no reason. Try to stay calm and ask, what kind of letter of objection? He analyzed the Bantongui and said that if we don't move, it's fine. The Bantongui will most likely not make any big moves. But if we insist on recycling the lead at this time, it is equivalent to provoking them in the end. The Bantongui will fight us to the death. Mo Zhao thought for a while before saying, it sounds right. Qin Zhao laughed and said, I think he is right too. But the key to the problem is Qin Zhao's eyebrows sank slightly. We can't afford to delay. We can't afford to delay. And neither can others. This war will break out sooner or later. Mo Zhao lowered his eyes and said, so, this is a correct, but useless letter of opposition. He was fierce in the letter, and his opposition to the decision of his own leader Xiang Ming reached its peak. Speaking of this, Qin Zhao gloated. When Xiang Lanyo went back, his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. I guess that kid is in a better situation. Mo Zhao saw Qin Zhao's look of watching a good show, and curled his lips speechlessly. Qin Zhao laughed for a while. Suddenly, his expression was restrained, and he looked at Mo Zhao again, and his voice was slightly lowered, based on my observation of Deputy Leader Jiang. He doesn't seem like someone who would do such a useless and stupid thing. What do you think? Qin Zhao asked. Mo Zhao was silent for a long time before she slowly said, even the battalion commander can't see through it. How can I know? Qin Zhao looked at her seriously, said nothing, and waved her hand to let her go. Mo Zhao. When she was about to leave, she suddenly heard Qin Zhao's almost inaudible sigh behind her. We in the wild grass camp must be a handleless blade. Mo Zhao smiled, turned around and saluted. With the battalion commander here, no one can control us. When she went out, she ran into Wang Shun and the others walking towards this side. What are you doing? Mo Zhao asked in surprise. Wang Shun smiled and raised his eyebrows. Captain Mo doesn't know yet? Zhang Jing, who was standing by, explained in a gentle voice. What he meant was that he was planning to sign up for this pure lead recovery mission. Originally, this mission was first proposed by the blood hunting group. It was also the leader of the blood hunting group, Xiang Ming, who was planning to take it all. But the people in the other two search and rescue departments saw it as a rare and great mission to increase their merits. Not to mention the rewards. How could they let the blood hunting group take it all? So it became a form where the blood hunting group was the main force, and other military forces were the auxiliary forces. Everyone participated, but the wild grass camp was silent, which seemed unreasonable. After all, the pure lead recovery mission was a key mission for the people and the base. And it was a great thing that benefited the country and the people. Their wild grass camp is famous for its outstanding individual combat capability, and should play a key role at critical moments. But at the meeting, everyone had different thoughts. In the end, it was determined how many people each military department would send, as well as a series of priorities afterwards. There were not many left for the wild grass camp. Qin Zhao has always been casual, so he didn't argue with him. As soon as he came back, he announced this mission and asked the teams above grade B to sign up if they wanted to participate. Wang Shun and his team were the team that planned to sign up for the mission this time. After Mo Zhao understood the whole story, she frowned. In fact, she also felt that Jiang Shi's concerns were correct. Last time, they let Ban Tongli slip away. After such a long time, the external environment has deteriorated so seriously. They may have been keeping an eye on this lead mine. This resource recovery mission is not only not that simple, but also full of crises. Of course we know this. Wang Shun put his hands on his waist and smiled arrogantly. Brothers, which mission is not fought out in a sea of blood and corpses? Perhaps for him and his team members. For this experienced and veteran first-class team, this is just one of the countless dangerous missions. Nothing special. They just happened to be free, so they came to take it. Wang Shun left, leaving Mo Zhao with an unruly back. Zhang Jing next to him smiled helplessly, looked at Mo Zhao, nodded slightly apologetically for his captain's rudeness, and followed him. Blood Hunter Group. In a certain office, Xiang Ming was furious, picked up a chair beside him, and threw it at the young man who was standing in front of him without arrogance. Jiang Shi, tell me yourself. Have I ever treated you badly since you joined the group? You have learned to complain, right? You dare to write a letter to oppose me, right? The chair hit the young man's head directly. He stood straight, without dodging, with blood flowing down his forehead. But his expression did not change at all. At this time, the peak of his eyebrows was like an unyielding sharp blade, pressing down heavily, making his peach blossom eyes, which were usually a little frivolous, unexpectedly more resolute and upright. I told you privately that this is not right. Jiang, she said calmly. You insisted on doing it your own way. Your attitude is telling me that? You almost pointed at my nose and scolded me for disregarding human life? Xiang Ming was so angry that he covered his chest and shook it. After a long while, he calmed down and said, I know you have had many conflicts with several team leaders, and you hate me for withdrawing you from the mining area before. But you should also know that my original intention was for your own good. Captain! Jiang, she interrupted him, his voice calm and persevering. I'm just worried that you will be instigated by the villains. Before he finished speaking, he heard several people coming in from outside the door. The leader was Tong Jin, the captain of Team 12, who had always troubled him. Deputy Commander Jiang, be careful. We are all brothers in the same army who serve the country and the people. Where did this traitor come from? The others also pretended to be peacemakers and tried to persuade him. It seemed like persuasion, but in fact it had the effect of secretly adding fuel to the fire. In the end, Xiang Ming was extremely disappointed and waved his hand to have Jiang Shi kicked out, temporarily suspended from duty, and confined for reflection, and strictly prohibited from participating in this operation. When he thinks it through, he will be released. Xiang Ming has always admired Jiang Shi. The punishment should not have been so severe, but Jiang Shi didn't know if he was too angry. Before he was kicked out, he pointed at his nose and scolded him for being old and foolish. Xiang Ming, an old-school soldier who valued gratitude and seniority the most, was extremely disappointed and issued a harsh order. This commotion was a bit too loud. Almost from the moment Jiang Shi was suspended and detained, gossip was flying all over the blood hunting group camp. Within half a day, it had already reached the ears of residents outside. Many people felt sorry for Deputy Head Jiang, who had a bright future but was now suspended. Most of them thought he was a bit worried. Of course, there were a small number of people who thought he was right. However, the matter had to be launched, and Head Xiang's decision was not wrong. However, Jiang Shi's commotion made some people who planned to participate in the mission more alert. Of course, some stakeholders felt that they had removed a roadblock through this incident, and they were in a good mood and felt a little proud. Mo Xiaoling had just finished her mission and was extremely tired, so she went back to rest early that day. When she heard about this, the Resource Recovery Army had already completed the inventory and set off in advance. Chapter 280. Okay. I'll make a bet with you guys. Lead mining area. In a tunnel, someone slumped beside the stone wall, panting with exhaustion. The mist was blown onto the mask, covering it with a layer of white mist, making it hard to see clearly. Count the days. It's been almost a year. Right? I finally made it. Brothers, try harder. I heard a few soldiers talking before, saying that the base will come to pick us up tomorrow. Pfft. What kind of news is this? I also secretly heard an important intelligence saying that the second line of defense has been recovered, and this batch of lead ore should be transferred out as soon as possible to build a radiation protection barrier. Great. Someone stood up weakly by the stone wall. If I don't leave, I really can't stand it anymore. My hair has fallen out. Several people were resting and talking. Unnoticed, there was another thin figure, quietly retreating along the depths of the mine. After walking around for a long time, he entered a small dead end. He looked back, finding no one. He turned his head and gently knocked on the stone wall in front of him in a certain rhythm. After a while, a pit that looked like a dog hole appeared under the stone wall. The man crawled over. Opposite, there was a stone room. There was a long corridor on the other side of the stone room, living next to the dead end just now. It was another world. There were several people sitting in the stone room. One of them had a sickly pale complexion, perhaps because he had lived underground for a long time. It was Xie Bumian, who had become the real leader of the semi-infected association. He looked at the man who was obviously a Sky laborer, and nodded to the man sitting opposite him, according to the information obtained by Mr. Kong. The Sky army will arrive tomorrow. Mr. Ding, haven't you thought about it yet? Xie Bumian's eyes were full of sarcasm. We don't have much time to act. The man sitting opposite was in his 30s, with a round face and a crew cut. He was frowning and hesitant at the moment. His name was Ding Xingbong. and he was a gangster that Xie Bumian's men accidentally encountered when they were exploring the Xiangtata Mountains some time ago. After the two came into contact, they found that almost all of them were teams led by the semi-infected organization. However, Ding Xingbang's group is called the New Human Alliance, and Xie Bumian's group is called the Semi-Infected Alliance. The two teams have very similar original intentions and concepts. Naturally, they hit it off and formed a cooperative relationship. In terms of numbers, the number of members of the New Human Alliance is more than that of the damaged Semi-Infected Alliance. However, in terms of armed equipment and combat power, the Semi-Infected Alliance is a bit stronger. Ding Xingbang coveted the equipment of the Semi-Infected Alliance, and Xie Bumian also coveted their people. In the subsequent exchanges, after finding out each other's strengths and weaknesses, Xie Bumian told Ding Xingbang about the Sky Eye and this mining area. I heard that there is a batch of finished lead that can be used to build a radiation shield for the members of his team. Ding Xingbang was naturally very tempted. However, he was particularly hesitant to go against the military of the Tianyan base. You know, there are only two secrets for him to lead such a large team and survive until now. One is to bully the weak and fear the strong, and the other is to hide. Originally, he still had time to think slowly. But in the middle of the night, the president of the Bantong Association suddenly found him and said that it was too late. Tianyan sent out troops and would take away the batch of pure lead tomorrow. Now, Xie Bumian began to force him to make a quick decision. With the strength of their two families, fighting alone and facing the garrison would probably cost a lot. But if the two sides can cooperate, they can make up for their respective shortcomings. If the plan is well planned, there is a high chance of success. As long as they can successfully take away this batch of pure lead, it will be enough for them to go to the deep mountains and forests and build a new and safe base. From now on, they don't have to worry too much about radiation. Are you serious? The main force will arrive tomorrow? Ding Xingbang hesitated, and when he saw the person who came to report the news, he couldn't help but point the spear at him and said, "If you dare to lie to me, I will eat you." Absolutely true. The man took off his mask, revealing a face with delicate eyebrows and eyes. It turned out to be Kongshen, who voluntarily applied to become a laborer to avoid disaster a year ago. He lowered his head slightly, but there was a hint of sarcasm towards Ding Xingbang in his eyes. The words have been explained so clearly, but he still doesn't understand? He doesn't understand. He has become the leader of a team. So powerful. What is there to hesitate about? When Kongshen was working as a laborer, he was always worried about being caught when he returned to the Tianyan base in the future. Unexpectedly, by chance, he actually ran into someone from the same association. In a sense, the most dangerous place is the safest place. The underground is huge, with thousands of caves, like a maze. It turned out that they had never gone far, and had been living in such a close place. He remembered that Xie Bumian, at the beginning, before he rushed to Yusu's villa to participate in the neighborhood committee, he saw him wandering alone outside. The boy was born weak, and he was quite similar to him. He was alone, and was targeted by several people from the neighborhood committee. Kongshen immediately thought of himself in the past, and he felt the same way. Although Kongshen was a member of the neighborhood committee, he had never felt a sense of belonging to a team. As long as he was unhappy, he would dare to confront anyone. He immediately sneered and mocked them. Although his words were meant to mock the guys in the neighborhood committee for bullying people and picking up weak persimmons, his original intention was to help the boy who looked weak and could be bullied. But because the words were too harsh and sharp, not only did it not calm the conflict, but it made the other party even more angry. In the end, it was because a peacemaker in the group of people who came stopped him and let the boy leave. When the boy left, he glanced at him. Kongshen was deeply impressed. He didn't expect that the weak boy who had been bullied by the strong in school would become the president of the Semi-Infected Association today. What happened next was also a coincidence. Kongshen found a way out for himself. He also found that there were many ordinary people who could live a normal life in Ding Xingbang's New Human Alliance. This group of semi-infected people have begun to learn how to coexist peacefully with ordinary people in their jurisdiction. There are slaves, but there are also many ordinary people with high status. As long as you have the ability and contribution. Perhaps, following this group of guys to rebuild a base in the deep mountains and old forests is much better than returning to Tianyan and being frightened every day. There are many transport planes in the Tianyan base, but they are not used easily for energy conservation and safety reasons. Kongshin smiled and said, "We can wait until they have finished loading all the pure lead. Then hijack the plane and leave." Xie Bumian looked at him with appreciation. The Tianyan military did not know that he had the help of Ding Xingbang's new human alliance. They did not know that he had been hiding nearby, doing a lot of things in secret, and was familiar with all their routes. The enemy was in the dark, and he could use the information gap to catch the other party off guard. My goal is only resources, not to fight to the death with the other party. Mr. Ding, if you miss this opportunity, the semi-infected people in your new human alliance may be able to barely survive for another year. What about ordinary people? How long can they last? The last sentence hit Ding Xingbang's sore spot. If the semi-infected people want to survive, they can't leave ordinary people. Although it is not difficult to find food in the Taita Mountains, but due to the factor of environmental pollution, everyone is just struggling to survive now. He clapped his fist and gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I'll bet with you on this one." Chapter 281 Coal Brand. When Mo Xiao woke up and heard the gossip about Jiangxi, she didn't know why her heart skipped a beat. Eating and drinking water were like chewing wax. If the Bantongui in the mining area still had evil intentions, the danger would always exist. Even if Tianyan didn't take action today, they would covet the resources sooner or later. So whether Tianyan took action or not didn't seem so important. Mo Xiao sat in the cafeteria chewing bread, but her eyes were wandering. Then why was she so upset about this action? Was there any fuse in this incident? It was a bit strange to say. She always felt that Xie Bumian would not give up so easily. But the pure lead products were accumulated in batches. Why didn't they take action for a whole year? If they act before the army transfers resources, wouldn't they have to face fewer opponents and fewer risks? Mo Xiao stared blankly at the oil foam floating in the soup bowl. Suddenly, he stood up suddenly. Plane. The key is that a large number of transport planes will be dispatched this time. If it were normal times, even if they wanted to rob, how to move so many resources would be the biggest problem. But this time, the plane undoubtedly provided the other party with the best opportunity. They only need to simply hijack the plane and fly away, without having to consider any consequences. Before, the Bantongui might also take into account the safety of subsequent mining in the mining area. But this time, they don't need to leave any room at all. Mo Xiao took a deep breath. Perhaps the surrounding environment and zombies will become their weapons. In man-to-man, the Tianyan military will naturally not be afraid of the half-infected people of the Bantongui. But the Tianyan military is trapped in the need to maintain the mining area and ensure its subsequent mining, which will definitely be constrained everywhere. They have fallen behind before the battle even started. Based on Mo Xiao's understanding of Xie Bumian, he can definitely do something to cut off the source of the trouble. Xie Bumian is not the kind of person who is willing to pick up other people's scraps. He will definitely do something big. Qianyan's operation this time was led by Xiang Ming, the leader of the Blood Hunter group. Although he didn't go into battle personally, but it is said that he also went to the second line of defense that had just been recovered to command. Xiang Ming had never dealt with Xie Bumian before, and he was old-fashioned and lacked flexibility. Considering the overall situation, he would certainly not easily give up the mining area that had been recovered and put into normal operation after so many lives were lost. This was exactly what Bantongui wanted. The more dilemma the Tianyan military was in, the greater their chances. Mo Xiao clenched her fists. There must be someone on the front line of the war who could make a bold decision at a critical moment. Otherwise, she really couldn't imagine the casualties of this battle. Everyone in the cafeteria looked at the startled Captain Mo in confusion. Suddenly, several people rushed in from outside the door. They were the members of Team 477. Yin Haoda seemed to be thirsty from running, so he picked up Mo Xiao's bowl of soup and drank it all. He wiped his lips with the back of his hand and asked, "Captain, guess what news I just got?" He couldn't help but exclaimed, "Jiangxi went out." "What?" Mo Xiao frowned. Shocked. "Right," Yin Haoda explained. The leader of the Blood Hunter group personally ordered him to be suspended and detained. As a result, he was able to mobilize so many people to listen to him. What's strange is that there was no obstruction in his travel, as if he was in an empty place. Chen Chum also sighed. The blood hunting group seems to be a solid block, but it turns out that it has been eroded to this extent by the people under its command, openly disobeying the order of the head of the group and leading the army out. This means that when the head of the group Xiang Ming comes back, Jiangxi and the soldiers who follow him will face unimaginable punishment. How long have you been out? Mo Xiao asked. Although he asked this, he didn't have much hope. Their entire team should have just woken up not long ago. They returned to the base after the mission and almost slept through the whole incident. Who would have thought that so many changes had happened outside in just a dozen hours? It seems like it has been a long time. As expected, no one knew. Shui Kankan reasonably guessed, if the news can be revealed at this time, it is estimated that the mission has been completed long ago. Maybe they are on their way back. I just woke up, and I have no idea about the situation outside. I heard that they set out early yesterday. Why haven't they come back after so long? Mo Xiao and the members of Team 477 just sorted out the news. Then, they heard the broadcast of the Wild Grass Camp calling for everyone to gather. Regardless of rank. All the military personnel in the base have gathered in the square in a short while. Everyone looked at the serious battalion commander Qin Shao on the stage with a blank face. Beside him, someone with red eyes held a tray in both hands. It was originally covered with a red cloth. Qin Shao pulled the red cloth open. There were neatly arranged name tags on it. Mo Xiao had excellent eyesight, and could recognize the name on the first name tag in the first row almost at first glance. It read, Wang Shun. Then Zhang Jing. Then came the names of other familiar team members. This solemn atmosphere, and the memorial service for name tags, that only compatriots, who died in battle could have made the people, who were still in a trance realize what had happened. There were already suppressed sobs in the team. This tray full of names. There is no doubt that almost all the participants in this operation were wiped out. Mo Xiao stared at those familiar names, and suddenly felt a sense of disconnection from reality. How could it be possible? The comrades who were still talking and laughing yesterday could only appear in front of her with these cold names today. Even the corpses could not be recovered. Qin Shao looked at the sad faces of the people below the stage, and said in a deep voice, We successfully saved the resources in this mission. But the losses were heavy. Not only us. The damage to other military systems was also tragic. The enemy was very cunning and vicious, blowing up several important passages and destroying many key defense network nodes, leading the zombie tide to drive in. Our comrades fought and held on until the last moment, no matter how much blood and tears were involved in the process. It only took a few words to tell it. Mo Xiao still vaguely saw the back of Wang Shun that she left at that time. He smiled fearlessly. Brothers, which mission was not fought out in the sea of blood and corpses? Zhang Jing followed him with a silent smile. Now, these vivid people are just cold nameplates. The number of teams in the Wild Grass Camp was in the single digits. After a series of battles, there was only one Class A3 team left. Now, Class A3 team was completely wiped out. The veterans of the same period left without a single one. The weeping in the square became louder, and there were more people who were just grieving silently. They are warriors. They are blades. They are one after another. They are sprinting at the forefront. In this battle that does not know the dawn. Only they must not retreat. Chapter 282 Get out of the way. I'm looking for Jiangxi. The nameplates of the deceased comrades were sent to the Yongjin Monument along the way. This heavy and sad memorial service was about to end. Everyone was in a sad mood, and no one wanted to talk. So they left. Mo Xiao wandered aimlessly alone. There was a lot of noise around. Many residents had already known that their relatives had died in the war, and they cried loudly. There were also people crowding on the street towards the elevator where the military came down, sobbing and sending them off in silence. More people, when they heard that the resources were finally saved, felt a little happy in their hearts. This means that after the barrier of the second line of defense is built, they will be able to obtain some ground resources, and they don't have to live a tight life anymore. At the same time, the radiation damage they suffered in the base will also be reduced. This is hopeful for the future. Although sacrifice is sad, hope is always joyful. Mo Xiao also gradually learned more details. Not only their wild grass camp suffered heavy losses. Most of the blood hunters who participated in this mission also died in the battle. Among them was someone Mo Xiao knew. The upright guy named Yin Zhuang, who also died in the battle. She remembered that she was originally a member of Jiangxi's team. But later, somehow, she went out independently and was valued by the head of the group, Xiang Ming. This time Xiang Ming was the commander-in-chief. And of course, he also followed the mission. When the battle situation was urgent, someone came back to report the news. Xiang Ming called the Border Defense Army headquarters several times to seek rescue, and went to the battlefield in person. The rescue was delayed, and the mine was in danger of being lost. During the rescue, Long Xiang, whose rank was only lower than that of the head of the Air Search and Rescue Department, was also killed. Mo Xiao knew Long Xiang when she first arrived at the Tianyan base. The highest-ranking officer she met was Long Xiang, besides Qin Xiao. However, the highest-ranking officer who died in this battle was not Long Xiang. It was Zhang Sanchuan, the head of the Land Search and Rescue Department. Originally, Zhang Sanchuan and Xiang Ming would not go to the battlefield in person for this operation. But Xiang Ming was reluctant to leave the mine and insisted on defending it. So Xiang Ming went first. In addition, Lu Dawei, the head of the Tianyan Border Defense Army, Xiang Ming, the head of the Blood Hunting Group, and Zhang Sanchuan, the head of the Land Search and Rescue Department, were of similar age and were veterans of the same generation. They knew each other when they were soldiers, and they had a good personal relationship. Among them, Lu Dawei looked the most irritable. But in fact, Zhang Sanchuan had the most violent personality. When he heard about the tragic situation at the front, even the old guy Xiang Ming went there in person. How could he hold back? And he led the team to support in person. Zhang Sanchuan was still as skilled as ever, and was also very brave in killing zombies. However, the situation on the battlefield changed rapidly, and there was always a critical moment. Who would have thought that Xiang Ming, who was determined to die, came back alive, while he left his broken body on the battlefield where he had fought all his life? The fierceness of this battle, and the death of his old friend Zhang Sanchuan, the Tianyan Corps leader Lu Dawei, who was already in poor health and had a red light in the previous 2 physical examinations in the Tianyan laboratory, suffered a cerebral hemorrhage under the stimulation. Now it is said that he is still lying on the bed of Tianyan Hospital, unconscious. Now, the entire Tianyan military is almost in chaos. Mo Xiao patted his forehead. In just one day, the world seems to have changed again. In this mission, the one who made the greatest contribution is Jiangxi, the former deputy leader of the blood hunting group. He disobeyed orders and led troops to support without authorization. In the end, he predicted the enemy's actions, ambushed and killed them in the middle, and saved the resources at the same time. It is said that if he had not intercepted the enemy first, I am afraid that the enemy would have escaped with the resources long ago. When the follow-up support arrived, Jiangxi temporarily became the on-site commander and dispatched several teams of troops, assisted him to almost completely wipe out the opponent. Unfortunately, a few people went deep into the Taita Mountains and escaped by relying on the terrain. Jiangxi was concerned about resources and supporting his compatriots to recover the mining area, so he did not pursue further. Afterwards, he fought bloody battles with the large troops that arrived later, and finally recovered the mining area at a tragic price. For several days afterwards, the entire Tianyan base was still shaken. Especially the series of rank changes in the military were amazing. Xiang Ming, the former head of the Blood Hunter group, was said to be extremely remorseful. His hair turned white overnight, and he made a profound review when he came back. Although the current head of the army, Lu Dawei, was in a coma, no one punished him. But Xiang Ming insisted on punishing himself and abdicating at the same time. Even though Zhang Tu, the director of the Tianyan Military Committee, tried to persuade him to stay, he was unable to shake his determination. At the same time, Xiang Ming changed his previous attitude and strongly recommended Jiangxi to become the leader of the Blood Hunter group. It took less than 2 years. He fought his way up from a small soldier to such a high position. Jiangxi's military experience is legendary. It has become a topic that the people of Tianyan cannot miss after dinner. As for the Air Search and Rescue Department, due to the death of Captain Long Xiang, a young man took over his position. It is said that in that support battle, he made a key contribution to Jiangxi's interception of the enemy and the recovery of aircraft resources. Coincidentally, this person is an old acquaintance of Mo Xiao, and someone she never expected, Zhao Peng. As for the Land Rescue Department, since the head of the department died in battle, his subordinate, the former Captain He Wen, who had just participated in the rescue, was naturally promoted to this position. On the Border Defense Army side, other military departments were rotated and changed. Only the Wild Grass Camp seemed to be silent, without any movement. The battalion commander Qin Xiao did not even attend the several meetings held by the director of the military commission Zhang Tu. even though the other party urged and invited him repeatedly. The person who came to deliver the message could no longer enter the gate of the wild grass camp. The wild grass camp has been in a welcoming attitude recently. Except for the soldiers of the camp. No one else is allowed to enter or leave. Mo Xiao wanted to find out the news. But he could only go out and find out in person. That day, she was stunned by the crowds of people in front of a warehouse. That was the site of Huta Resources Company. I heard that they were recruiting more workers recently. Because before the battle, Huta Resources Company donated a lot of supplies to the military for free. At that time, many people laughed at the foolishness of the rich. There was no need for such a large expenditure. This is not the way to show courtesy. Who would have thought that this mission would eventually develop into this situation? Afterwards, Huta Resources Company took the lead in winning the development rights, a part of the second line of defense land resources due to its outstanding contribution. The development momentum is very good, and the future is promising. Mo Xiao looked at the company name and the smiling face of Lu Hengxian, who was speaking on the podium. Suddenly, a strange idea came to her mind. She widened her eyes, covered her chest in panic. Her knuckles curled and clenched, as if she couldn't believe it, and her steps seemed to stagger a little. After a while, Mo Xiao turned around with a gloomy face. She walked towards the blood hunting group at a very fast speed. When she arrived at the entrance of the blood hunting group, the guard saw that she was wearing the uniform of the wild grass camp and looked murderous. Thinking of the recent turbulent situation, originally, he didn't want to let her in. Mo Xiao's heart was like being burned by a raging fire at this moment. And the hostility and anger almost swallowed up her reason. So she forced her way in. When she, an outsider, was pointed at by countless guns, Shen Qi appeared. He smiled and looked at Mo Xiao and said, "Isn't this Captain Mo? What's the matter? There's been a lot going on in our camp lately. As you know," he said gently, "if there's anything urgent, you can tell me, and I'll help if I can." Shen Qi is now the deputy leader of the blood hunters. Mo Xiao narrowed his eyes and said dangerously, "Get out of the way. I'm looking for Jiang Shi." Chapter 283. Never do it again. Shen Qi smiled. He said in a neither humble nor arrogant voice, "Our leader has been busy with official duties recently. Captain Mo, why don't you come another day?" Mo Xiao smiled, stared at him with dark eyes and said, "Are you determined to stop me?" "You can't say that." Shen Qi smiled. "Your wild grass camp has its own rules. And our blood hunting group has its own rules." Shen Qi said softly, "I just hope, Captain Mo, don't make things difficult for everyone." Mo Xiao glanced at the soldiers who surrounded her with guns. There was a heavy anger in her eyes. 5 meters. She suddenly spoke. This incoherent sentence made Shen Qi frown slightly. Mo Xiao gave him a strange smile. "Within 5 meters? I can kill at least half of the people here, including you, before I fall. This is really too arrogant." Although the 477th team of the wild grass camp is well known, Mo Xiao is just a team leader. Their blood hunting group is almost all elite. So many people, in their own territory. And they took out guns and surrounded her first. How dare this woman say such arrogant words? Many people showed anger on their faces. Shen Qi's face was a bit ugly. The words including you obviously didn't take him seriously at all. And it was quite a bit of understatement, like killing chickens and dogs. As the current deputy leader of the blood hunting group, he was humiliated by the people from the wild grass camp. This slapped not only his face, but also the face of the blood hunting group, and the face of the new leader of the blood hunting group. "Jiang Shi. Say it again. Where is Jiang Shi?" Mo Xiao shouted coldly. "Let him come out to see me." You are so presumptuous." Shen Qi could no longer maintain his smile, and could not help but shouted harshly. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding soldiers pulled their guns in unison, as if they could shoot the man in the middle into a sieve in the next moment. Mo Xiao sneered. Her standing posture seemed loose, but in fact her muscles had begun to slowly tighten and accumulate strength. Her eyes were filled with surging anger like a volcano before it erupted, and she would not be happy until it was all gone. Just when the tension between the two sides was about to break, a man suddenly ran in from outside. He came to Shen Qi and whispered a few words. Shen Qi looked ugly and his expression changed. He slowly clenched his fist. He still insisted on ordering to stop Mo Xiao. The man who came to deliver the message was shocked and tried to stop him several times, but was ignored by Shen Qi. Mo Xiao couldn't wait for them to shoot. so he took the initiative with the tip of his toes. He flashed away at a very fast speed. And the next moment, he appeared beside Shin-Chi. The man with the gun reacted at the moment she moved and fired subconsciously. But all the bullets missed. Mo Xiao kicked Shin-Chi's head in the air, and he grabbed Mo Xiao's leg with his hand, as if to throw her out. The two wrestled together, constantly changing positions. The surrounding soldiers did not dare to shoot rashly, fearing that they would accidentally injure Deputy Commander Shin. Mo Xiao's leg was grabbed by Shin-Chi, and he used it as a fulcrum to smash it to the ground. But when he was about to succeed, he was pulled by a huge force, lost his balance, and fell to the ground. The next moment, Mo Xiao had stood up again, and with one hand, he twisted Shin-Chi's left arm behind his back. One leg stepped on his spine and kicked him hard. "What are you still doing? Shoot!" Shin-Chi groaned, swallowed the cry of pain, and gritted his teeth and shouted to the surrounding soldiers. Mo Xiao sneered at the sound. Some people were still hesitating, and some people had already fired a shot in a fit of excitement. However, Mo Xiao raised his hand and changed his position with Shin-Chi again. The bullet entered the flesh and splashed some blood. Shin-Chi was shot in one leg and couldn't help kneeling on one knee. The soldiers' hands trembled, and they dared not shoot rashly. Instead, they put down their guns, picked up sharp blades, and provided assistance. "What are you doing?" At this moment, a lazy laugh suddenly came into everyone's ears. Everyone was startled and saluted the newcomer in unison. "Captain!" The newcomer was tall and long-legged, with delicate eyebrows and eyes. He wore a straight dark green military uniform, and his shoulder straps had been replaced, showing his current status. Jiang, she was so young and in a high position. Although he smiled at the corners of his lips, there was no smile in his eyes. On the contrary, when that look swept through the crowd, it made people feel cold for no reason. He said to the man next to him, "Adjutant Zhang, please ask Captain Mo to come to my office for a talk." Mo Xiao released the hand that was holding Shin-Chi and walked towards Jiang, she step by step. She looked up at him. "You, Captain Mo." An ordinary-looking man smiled at her. "If you have anything to say, please go to our head of the group to discuss it in detail." Mo Xiao was silent and followed Adjutant Zhang to leave. "Head." Shin-Chi tried to salute with difficulty. Jiang, she walked up to him, looked down at him for a long time with an unclear look in his eyes, and smiled. "You are so brave. Have you learned to disobey orders?" Shin-Chi was shocked and gritted his teeth and said, "Captain, the Wild Grass Camp has recently shown an attitude of clearing ties, which is obviously dissatisfied with your promotion. Now their people have come to our camp to bully us. I am doing this for you." Bang! He didn't finish his words. Suddenly, he was kicked in the chest. The whole person fell backwards uncontrollably. Jiang, she looked at him with a smile. "Court Captain Shin, has your mind been on the wrong place recently, so that you have neglected exercise? You can't bear such a kick?" Blood oozes from the wound on Shin-Chi's leg, but this pain seems to be less than the dull pain in the chest. He gritted his teeth, knelt straight again, and lowered his head and said, "The commander taught me right. I will be diligent every day in the future, and I will never dare to slack off again." Jiang, she looked at him with a smile, and just when everyone around thought that he had calmed down and was about to help Deputy Captain Shin up, he suddenly kicked Shin-Chi again. Shin-Chi had been prepared for this kick, and he resisted the urge to fall down. But the blood on the corners of his lips and legs became more intense, and he looked particularly embarrassed. Some of the soldiers around him turned their heads away reluctantly. The new rules of the blood hunting group are revised with the assistance of Deputy Captain Shin. "Tell me, what crime should be convicted for disobeying orders and acting arbitrarily?" Shin-Chi was silent and bowed his head. "Shin-Chi will be punished now." After saying that, he limped and stood up with some backbone. He was quite courageous and walked away alone. There were many onlookers. Jiang, she had great prestige, and no one dared to step forward to help. He sneered and looked around at the people who had just participated. "This will not happen again." Shin-Chi paused. With his understanding of the head of the regiment, he knew that this was mainly said to him. If it weren't for the fact that he had helped to establish many merits along the way, if it were someone else, if they dared to act against his will under his military order, within a few days, the grass on their graves would probably grow. Shin-Chi endured the severe pain and sighed in his heart. He originally wanted to take a gamble and take advantage of the fact that Mo Xiao from the Wild Grass Camp had trespassed into the blood hunting group. force her to take action, and get rid of her legitimately on the grounds that she had slaughtered the soldiers of the blood-hunting group without reason. From the information from Dr. Zhu, it can be seen that the one from the wild grass camp will not last too long. Now the mobilization of the border guards is almost complete. Only the wild grass camp has become a thorn in their eyes, and a thorn in their flesh. Among the wild grass camp, Mo Xiao performed the best, and his style of doing things was somewhat like that of Qin Zhao's successor. If it were at this moment, I would take this opportunity to help the captain solve this worry. In the future, the entire Sky Eye base would be in Jiangxi's pocket. It's a pity. A pity. A pity. Shen Qi sighed in his heart. His captain's wisdom, character, and martial arts, no matter how you look at it, he is a dragon among men. Only in this matter. Why is he so confused? If he missed this opportunity, it would be difficult in the future. Shen Qi knew that there was only one chance. He was planning in his heart. And how could Jiangxi not see it? Knowing this, he still interrupted him. Shen Qi felt extremely heavy, but he didn't dare to do it again. He knew that he would die next time. Chapter 284 Mo Xiao. You understand me. Inside Jiangxi's office, after Adjutant Zhang brought her in, he left. Mo Xiao had no mood to sit down, so she just stood quietly in front of the window until the door behind her opened again and someone came in. She slowly turned her head. Your deputy commander is loyal. Mo Xiao sneered. He wants to force me to kill people here so that he can help you get rid of me. Jiangxi was silent for a moment and poured her a glass of water. That's not what I meant. Of course I know that's not what you meant, Mo Xiao said sarcastically. You had countless opportunities to kill me, but you didn't. I guess you don't really want to kill me. Hearing her sarcastic words, Jiangxi frowned slightly and was about to speak. Suddenly, Mo Xiao looked up and stared at him and said, the pre-war support of Huta Resources Company. Was it your idea? After you arrived at the first time, you did not rescue those compatriots who were fighting against the zombies, but chose to hijack the plane. Is that your idea? Hearing her question, Jiangxi was stunned for a moment. Then he let go of the hand holding the cup handle and smiled gently. You guessed it all? Lu Hingxing of Huta Resources Company. I always thought he relied on Qiu Jia's connections in the government to develop so smoothly. I thought they were climbing up to the administrative side. Mo Xiao laughed at himself. I didn't expect that your hands were so long. As early as more than a year ago, you actually buried the line to the market and the administrative side. In today's world, resources should be allocated to our military first. Jiangxi's tone was very calm, almost indifferent. Those guys who only know how to hide in the rear. In the name of checks and balances, whenever we ask for supplies, they always hinder us everywhere. I just took this power back into my own hands, he said indifferently. Take this mission as an example. This resource should have been jointly approved and issued by the military commission and the administrative party. But it gave a company an opportunity to take advantage of it. Why did Huta Resources Company get this opportunity? Isn't it because the people who should have acted did not act? Jiangxi laughed sarcastically. Since they don't like to stand out, I simply chopped off their hands so that they can't come out in the future. Jiangxi sat down, resting one hand on his brow, and smiled, letting those who like to hide and enjoy leisure time completely free. Everyone is happy. What's wrong with that? Mo Xiao's voice was a little hoarse. You have taken all the power into your own hands. You are the first person I have ever seen who speaks of monopoly dictatorship so refreshingly. As for hijacking the plane, Jiangxi paused slightly before continuing. This is a question of choosing between two options. Even if I support them at all costs, I can only save hundreds of people at most. But hijacking resources can save tens of thousands of people. His amber eyes reflected a calm and cold light. Of course I choose the latter. It seemed that life was just a number to him. Mo Xiao looked at his almost cold face. She felt that the person in front of her was familiar and strange. She thought of the cold nameplates on the Yongjin monument, when they were fighting hard and waiting for rescue. I'm afraid they would never have thought that the first person who arrived and the only one who could save them had already given up this option in his heart. Countless lives were just chips in his hands. He looked down at these innocent people who sacrificed their lives with a godlike indifference. Maybe he would occasionally feel sorry for the passing of everyone, but it was far from being moved. The funny thing is that everything this person said was true and made a lot of sense. Mo Xiao was sad. Perhaps not just because of what he did, but because he could make a decision that others would struggle with pain. But he could do it easily. How ruthless and cold-blooded a person must be to have such a face and such a mentality. Mo Xiao covered her chest with her hands and took a few steps back until her back was against the cold wall. And then she seemed to come back to her senses. She slowly raised her eyes, looked at Jiang Shi and said hoarsely, "Is this all you did? You knew that this matter was dangerous. You knew that there would be many sacrifices. And you obviously had a better way to stop it? Why should I stop it?" Jiang Shi took a step forward, and the distance between her and him was only a few feet away. If the Bantom will not be destroyed, there will be a battle sooner or later. He raised his eyebrows lightly. Sacrifice is inevitable. If you are reluctant to give up a little, you will not be able to give up a big one. It is precisely because of Xiang Meng's most real resistance that I can confuse Xia Bamian and let me catch them from behind at the lowest cost. From then on, the mining area will have no worries. Or do you think? Jiang Shi saw Mo Xiao lowered his eyes and said nothing, and sneered. If the other party uses the same method, who else in the entire Tianyan base can minimize the losses like me? Can it be just relying on a handful of blood? Every word makes sense. It makes so damn sense. Mo Xiao suddenly covered her face and laughed softly. Even her shoulders were shaking. And the next moment, the laughter stopped abruptly. She raised her eyes suddenly, and the grief and anger in her pupils were obvious. Reduce losses. Sacrifice 100 people to save thousands. For the overall situation. For the long term. For the people's livelihood. Her voice was hoarse and full of anger. Did you really do this for these reasons? After this incident, first, your reputation has reached its peak both in the military and among the civilians in Tianyan. Second, the Huta Resources company that you secretly supported is connected with the administrative department and has been infiltrated by you. And the lifeline of ground resources is also in your hands. Third, you took this opportunity to support Zhao Peng, who has always followed your lead, to take the position. Its director Xiang Wei is calm and steady, but not flexible enough, and originally relied on the original captain Long Xiang. Now that Long Xiang has died in battle, almost half of the air search and rescue department, which was originally at the same level as the Blood Hunter group, has fallen into your hands. Long Xiang died in the rescue alone, and Xiao Peng, who originally went with him, was instructed by you to help you rob supplies. Fourthly, you used this incident to force Xiang Meng to give up his position to you. At the age of just over 20, you became the commander of an army. Xiang Meng's hair turned white overnight. I'm afraid he will live in guilt and regret until now. No, for the rest of his life. He has always treated you like his own son or nephew. And he is extremely grateful for your rescue this time. Little did he know that the current situation was all planned by you. Fifth, in this battle, Zhang Sanchuan, the head of the Land Search and Rescue Department, died, and He Wen took over. When He Wen was still the captain, he had many conflicts with Zhang Sanchuan. How did Zhang Sanchuan die this time? Since you didn't even let go of the small piece of meat of the Air Search and Rescue Department, how could you be indifferent to such a big piece of fat meat as the Land Search and Rescue Department? Let me guess. Did you help He Wen get to this position so smoothly? Did you collude with him long ago? Sixth, Mo Zhao's voice trembled slightly, mixed with his own unbelievable grief. Lu Dawei, the commander of the Tianyan Border Defense Army, suffered a sudden cerebral hemorrhage and hemiplegia due to excessive grief and emotional excitement after hearing the bad news about Zhang Sanchuan, and lost the ability to take care of himself. Now the Tianyan border guards are led by a group of dragons, seemingly in a three-legged tripod. But in fact, you, Jiang Shi, are the leader. Mo Xiao thought of people of Lu Dawei's level, and their physical examinations were all done in the Tianyan laboratory. And the data was probably checked by Zhu Ying himself. And Zhu Ying has been involved with Jiang Shi for a long time. Could it be that he has even calculated this? So that now, the only Legion commander who can ride on Jiang Shi's head is useless. The grass is gray, and the snake line is hidden for thousands of miles. You hide it so deeply. Occupy the great cause. Win the hearts of the people. And hold real power. Jiang Shi. Ask yourself, is the starting point of all you have done so bright? Mo Zhao's voice contained pain and disappointment that she herself did not realize. Jiang Shi's eyes became brighter and brighter when he heard it. And at the last moment, he could not help but bow his head and fall on her neck. Mo Xiao, you understand me. Jiang Shi laughed softly in her ear, his breath warm. his voice filled with joy and trembling from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 285. Do you like me? Mo Xiao. You always understand me. Does it matter whether the starting point is bright or not? Jiang, she whispered in her ear. Mo Xiao guessed most of it right. But she misunderstood him in a few points. Everyone has their own temperament. For some things, Jiang, she doesn't need to do it himself. They will make their own choices according to their personality. And this choice often determines their final outcome. For example, Long Xiang, Zhang Sanchuan, and even Yan Zhuang. What Jiang she did was, at most, to spend a little more time on understanding other people's human nature. In this world, we judge by deeds rather than by heart. And no one is perfect if we judge by heart, let alone deeds. He did nothing wrong if we judge by results. Even if we judge by heart, Jiang she has never had a high moral bottom line, and even feels that he has a clear conscience. Even if he had prevented this incident in advance, these casualties, even if not today's, will be replaced by tomorrow's. But from this batch of names, it was replaced by that batch of names. Can you tell which batch of names is more noble than which batch of names? From this point of view, Jiang she even feels that he is extremely fair, and no one will be fairer than him. Because in his eyes, it can almost be said that all beings are equal. Look, even if Zhang Sanchuan, the head of a department, who is a big figure in everyone's heart, died, did he frown? Anyway, some people will die. So why not take advantage of it and seek greater benefits for yourself? The position of Lu Dawei, the head of the Tianyan Border Defense Army, was vacant, which was an unexpected gain for him. However, this matter was also reasonable. He had already obtained the physical examination information of all cadres from Zhu Ying of the Tianyan laboratory. According to Lu Dawei's physical examination report, it was inevitable that some accidents would happen in his grief and anger. Jiang she originally planned to take the position of the head of the blood-hunting group and then wait for an opportunity to sideline him. But Lu Dawei was so old and his mentality was still so unstable. He had an accident in advance, so he couldn't blame him. At this point, the head of the army was a name only. In the entire Tianyan Border Defense Army system, the Jushua hunting group is the most powerful. He took power in advance, and his sharp military uniform made him look noble and elegant. Mo Xiao, your Wild Grass Battalion Commander Qin Xiao is a wise man. Look at his behavior these days. Does he seem to want to cause trouble for me? Because he also knows that from the cost and the results, I am impeccable. Mo Xiao listened to this light smile, and although the voice was very pleasant, he felt a chill in his back, as if the devil was whispering in his ear. Then why are you so angry? Is it because of the sacrifice of your comrades? But such sacrifices have always existed in the past 1 or 2 years. Is it because I helped a few friends get promoted? The market is there. If I don't take a share, others will. I just entered the game before others. Is it because I calculated Xiang Meng? You know, I scolded him for being old and foolish that day. And it was not all a show. The border guards are not like your wild grass camp. The soldiers of the wild grass camp are particularly united because of their special nature and Qin Zhao's presence. And our side is full of calculations and oppression, which is inseparable from Xiang Meng's inflexibility. If I don't get promoted today, others will step on my head tomorrow. When that happens, how can I and the soldiers under my command have a good life? When Jiang she first entered the military camp and had not yet made a name for himself, he suffered a lot. People only saw him rising to the top and were quite envious. But they forgot that he had climbed up step by step from the bottom without any background advantage. There is no such thing as climbing a ladder to heaven. It is a bridge built by people's blood and sweat. Or because Jiang she's hand gently covered the back of her hand covering her chest and whispered, Do you like me? Because you like me, you can't accept that I am such a despicable person. And you can't accept that you have fallen in love with me, who is completely contrary to your 3 views. Is that right? Mo Xiao? There was a trace of imperceptible humbleness and uneasiness in his voice, which would never appear in Jiangxi, who has always been proud and conceited. Mo Xiao suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest. Then, she felt a deep sadness and helplessness. She looked up at him and found that he was also staring at her closely, observing her every subtle expression carefully like a hunter. Mo Xiao suddenly realized that she always felt a sense of contradiction when looking at Jiangxi. She felt that he had a kind of cruel innocence similar to Shi Qingyi. This feeling came from the first time she saw him in kindergarten. She hated him very much at that time. This disgust lasted for a long time. Until later. Perhaps because they had been entangled with each other for too long. She began to get used to it. And their relationship gradually became much more harmonious. She saw less of this cruelty. Today, I found in a trance that he was as cruel and cold as when I first met him in kindergarten. It seemed that there was an insurmountable gap between them since the first meeting. After so many years of acquaintance, she deliberately forgot and ignored this huge difference. As if it was a dream. Maybe she did it on purpose. Along the way, people around her came and went. Only Jiangxi was always there. Maybe the reason why Mo Xiao didn't feel much about the coming and going of others was because Jiangxi was always there. It was she who couldn't bear to see him leave. Tears rolled down unconsciously, and Mo Xiao couldn't help biting her lips. But Jiangxi saw the answer he wanted through her hazy tears. His eyebrows slightly raised, and a comfortable smile was about to appear on his lips. Then Mo Xiao suddenly stretched out a hand. Slowly, reluctantly, firmly, pushed him away. She raised her eyes again, blinking away the moisture in her eyes. Her eyes were clear, painful, but firm. Jiangxi, congratulations on your perfect plan and getting what you want. You are right. You are a good leader and superior. I believe that as long as you are here, Tianyin will not be destroyed. Although our original intentions are different, we can reach an agreement on protecting the homeland behind us. She passed by Jiangxi sideways, then turned around and looked at him. Every time he said a word, he took a step back. Step by step. Silently, but solemnly. Jiangxi suddenly felt an unprecedented panic in his heart. As if something was really going to be completely lost. How could this happen? He had always had an inexplicable mentality. A bad one. And repeatedly wanted to test Mo Xiao's bottom line. When it really came to this moment, Jiangxi suddenly didn't want to know. A trace of regret rose in his heart. As soon as this thought arose, he knocked it down again. How could he regret doing something? He, Jiangxi, had never done anything he regretted since he was born. Mo Xiao looked at the familiar face in front of her and stepped back. At this moment, she suddenly understood the reason why the battalion commander had acted these days. Since then, Jiangxi's power in the entire Tianyin base has been unhindered and flourishing. However, Tianyin cannot be the Tianyin of a certain person. Tianyin is the last common home for all the people who are indomitable, struggling and resisting, and living silently in the end times. The reckless power of one person must be curbed by someone. Wild Grass Camp is a blade, both to the outside and to the inside. From today on, they will be completely independent. Chapter 286. Happy birthday for the last time. Goodbye, Jiangxi. Mo Xiao lowered her eyelashes, stopped looking at him, and opened the door. The bright corridor light outside the door shone in, as if the light was pouring in her face. Mo Xiao bathed in this light, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. The shadow stretched behind her and fell on someone who stood still in the corner. Alone, like a ball of cold ink that could not be melted. The dividing line between light and shadow was so obvious. A few steps away, but it was a chasm. Mo Xiao pursed her lips, hardened her heart, and walked out without looking back. Mo Xiao. There seemed to be a faint call from behind. She was stunned for a moment, clenched her fists, and finally said softly, Jiangxi. For the last time, happy birthday. Jiangxi was stunned. And then he remembered that today seemed to be his birthday. Since the temperature dropped more than a year ago, the temperature outside has never been higher. The 4 seasons are no longer obvious, so people don't care much about the months. There is no Mo Xiao at the door. She has always been like this. From childhood to adulthood. As long as she decides to do something, she will not turn back even if she hits the south wall. Jiangxi doesn't remember how long he sat alone in the shadow. He has a good memory, but he never remembers his birthday. Maybe he deliberately forgets. But every time that day comes, someone will always mention it. First the authoritarian father, the sarcastic sister and brother. His father never said anything like happy birthday to him, but only gave him new tasks when he was at home. The elder sister and elder brother would not show up at the table, let alone give blessings if Jiangyin had not forced them. A forced melon is never sweet. So every family gathering on that day would end in a quarrel. The ending of flipping the table and leaving is the same every year. He was left alone. Ridiculous days. Jiangxi had already gotten used to it. Until one day, there was someone who had to come over and say happy birthday to him every year. At first, he was reluctant, as if he was forced by his parents. She was furious. But he didn't care. Who would have thought that he would get used to it later? Both sides got used to it. What did she just say? She's eyes moved. The last time? He stood up suddenly, a sneer on his lips. The last time? He didn't agree. Mo Xiao came out of the blood hunters' camp, standing for a long time under the Yongjin monument on the central street. It has been crowded here recently, full of people who came to mourn spontaneously. She stood far away, looking up, looking at the familiar names densely packed on the monument. Zhao Jiangwo, Guo Weimin, Wang Shun, Zhang Jing. Looking at it, familiar smiling faces seemed to appear in front of her. Wang Shun fell behind Zhao Jiangwo with a smile, looking unreliable and unreliable. Zhang Jing helplessly chased after the two of them, rolling his eyes and helping to clean up the mess. The weeds behind everyone's uniform seemed to be dripping with blood, as dazzling as an unyielding flame. Uncle was squatted there and did not move, smoking one cigarette after another, staring at her with thick eyebrows locked, then smiled wantonly with his big white teeth, and rubbed her natural curls with his big hands. She couldn't hear what he was saying, but there was a faint voice vibrating in the depths of her soul. All people are actually a whole, and other people's misfortune is your misfortune. Don't think that the death knell tolls for someone. It tolls for you. Xiao Mo. Help your Uncle Guo work harder. Come on. Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo. Sister Mo? She heard the voice that was solid in her ears, and her eyebrows frowned. Suddenly, someone patted her on the shoulder. She came back to her senses, and all the illusions disappeared. Xiao Mo. Why are you here? It turned out to be Tongya, Chu Wenze and Sun Yang. What are you doing? Mo Xiao asked instead of answering. Oh, aren't there a lot of orphans these days? Chu is collecting donations from the society, so we are here to show our support. Sun Yang responded positively. After that, she smiled and showed off a bag of handmade toys in her hand. Mo Zhao's eyes turned, and sure enough, she saw that Chu Wenze and others had similar daily entertainment items in their hands. Wait a minute. I'll go too. There was nothing to do. She bought some things on the street, and went to the welfare home, where Chu was on the -11th floor with a few people. There was a big donation box at the door. When Mo Xiao and his friends arrived, they found it was full. Several teachers were sorting it out. They saw that the people who came looked familiar, especially Mo Xiao, because her father worked there. So she came the most often. After a simple greeting, it didn't take long for Mo Xiao and his friends to find where Guichuchu was. Inside was a large warehouse-style dormitory. One student per bed. Many people lived there. When they arrived, Guichuchu and several girls were talking to a little girl with their backs to them. The girl covered herself in the quilt. A small sky rocket leaked out from the pillow. Jingjing. It's time to eat. Can you go eat with the teacher? Guichuchu squatted beside the bed and asked softly. No. The little girl poked her head out from under the quilt, bit her lip and cried, I don't want to eat. I want my brother to come back. Guichuchu's eyes turned red, touched her head, and said in a hoarse voice, my brother went on a mission and can't come back for the time being. Jingjing. Go eat with the teacher first, so that you can have the strength to wait for your brother to come back. Right? You are lying. The girl suddenly became emotional and screamed loudly. The teacher didn't. You are lying, she cried. I know all this. These words are made up to deceive children. My brother is dead. He can't come back, woo-woo-woo. The child's cry was desperate and sad. Guichuchu's throat was choked, and she couldn't speak for a while. This girl, Wang Jingjing, was Wang Shun's only relative before he died. Mo Xiao watched her crying hysterically, and was speechless like Guichuchu. Some teachers nearby comforted her that your brother died in the war, and was a great hero. All people will remember him forever. But what's the use of that? Death is death. Whether he is a hero or who remembers him. Wang Jingjing only knows that she will never see him come back and hug her with a smile. The passing of a life is probably like this. For those who cherish it, the pain is real and deep. Neither Mo Xiao nor any of his friends said anything. They waited quietly for Guichuchu to finish her work and come out. She looked exhausted. There were too many things going on in the hospital recently. A few people stayed to help silently. In a corridor, Mo Xiao ran into another acquaintance, Shui Cancan, one of her team members. When Mo Xiao ran into him, Shui Cancan was holding a baby and coaxing her. Baby? She remembered that his sister had given birth to a daughter before. Could it be his sister's child? But why was this child in the welfare home? Captain? Shui Cancan saw her and called softly. The two greeted each other. Mo Xiao pointed to the baby cloth bag. What is this? Chapter 287. I declare that our wild grass camp is independent. Shui Cancan's face was slightly stiff, and he said sadly, This is my sister's daughter. Gua Mingri. Gua? Mo Xiao was stunned, and then realized that Shui Cancan's sister, Shui Tsuetsue, was saved by Uncle Gua at the cost of his life. Unexpectedly, she gave birth to a daughter, and the name she gave the child was the same as Uncle Gua's. Mo Xiao vaguely knew about Shui Tsuetsue's affairs with Zhu Ying and others in the laboratory more than a year ago. It's just that Zhu Ying's defense was very strict, and even Chushan didn't find out the truth. Shui Tsuetsue cooperated very well. Even Shui Cancan kept it a secret, and it didn't look like she was forced. Mo Xiao did not interfere. Now, how could her daughter appear here? Mo Xiao turned his eyes and saw a bitter expression on Shui Cancan's face. My sister passed away. His sister had been in poor health since she came to the Sky Eye base, especially after giving birth. She almost lost half her life. Now the child has not grown up yet, but the mother can't hold on after all. It is said that since the sister passed away, this niece should be taken care of by him, the only uncle. But Shui Cancan's work is special. It is impossible to accompany a child to grow up for a long time. Therefore, he can only place the child in an official welfare home with special care, just like Captain Wang Shun did at the time. Shui Cancan is not a person who likes to trouble his teammates. If Mo Xiao hadn't come across this by accident, he would have kept this a secret from the captain and the others. Gua Mingri. Right? The daughter of tomorrow born from the ruins? Mo Xiao smiled slightly. What a good name. In the end times, everyone has their own helplessness. And Mo Xiao didn't ask any more questions. She subconsciously reached out and wanted to take the child to hug. But Shui Cancan moved to the side as a conditioned reflex. After realizing that the person in front of him was his most trusted captain, he moved back. Mo Xiao glanced down and was stunned. This child. It turned out that she was also born with a congenital deformity. She seemed to be born with one eye blind and could not open it. Her nose was like a flesh-colored bag. One of the nostrils was still in the normal position, and the other was slightly drooping in the upper part like the mouth of a bag. I saw a strange face looking over. The child opened the intact eye, which was round and shiny, and her little mouth moved and smiled. Tomorrow Shui Cancan was in a gloomy mood. However, Mo Xiao took it with a normal expression. It's a good thing to be alive, and it will get better and better in the future. Mo Xiao stretched out his finger to tease her, and the child was amused and subconsciously bit Mo Xiao's fingertips. Shui Cancan was so scared that she took the child over and said with guilt on her face, I'm so sorry. Captain, I don't know how my sister taught this child. He just likes to bite something in his mouth. It is easy to form a habit, but difficult to get rid of it. Fortunately, she has not grown teeth yet, so she is not very lethal. There is plenty of time to teach her correctly. Mo Xiao smiled and indicated that she was fine. How could she be bitten by a baby? Leaving the welfare home, sending everyone away one by one. She walked on the same road with Chu Wenze intentionally or unintentionally, until the last person beside her smiled faintly and looked back at her. Xiao Mo, do you have something to ask me? You saw it. Mo Xiao immediately responded with a smile. She has been following me for so long. Only a fool can't see it. Chu Wenze smiled secretly in his heart, and did not expose her, but asked seriously, what is it? Mo Xiao was silent for a moment and asked, why did Jiangxi go to such great lengths to get Shui Tsuetsue to volunteer as Zhu Ying's experimental assistant? Or, what kind of experiment are they doing? Chu Wenze did not answer her directly, but glanced at her strangely and said something irrelevant. Did you break up? What's there to break up between Jiangxi and me? Mo Xiao laughed at herself. Chu Wenze sighed and said, I didn't say you were referring to you and Jiangxi. Mo Xiao was stunned and pursed her lips. Seeing her embarrassment, Chu Wenze smiled and said, in that case, you can consider me. Mo Xiao's eyes lit up. I was just about to say that. Mo Xiao glanced around, approached him, and whispered, I want the Wild Grass Camp to be completely independent from the Sky Eye military, with independent resources, medical care, and even experimental systems. Looking at the entire base and the research institute, your workplace is the most important. If you can convince your colleagues to move some projects to our camp, from now on, whether it is ground resources or other things, the entire Wild Grass Camp will become your reliance. Mo Shao offered a very tempting condition. Chu Wenjia was stunned for a moment, and then he found it more and more funny, and said lightly, "You want to split us?" Mo Shao spread his hands. The situation is stronger than people. You can think about it slowly. Mo Shao waved her hand and turned away. She always felt that Chu Shen would give her a satisfactory answer. He was a person who attached great importance to rules. And with the current situation of Tianyan, if there is no containment from the Wild Grass Camp, then the rules of Tianyan in the future may become the will of a certain person. Chu Wenjia may not know the details behind it, but he must have a vague sense of crisis. After Mo Shao said goodbye to Chu Wenjia, he was called by Qin Xiao as soon as he returned to the Wild Grass Camp. He was still slumped in his swivel chair, as if he had no bones in his body. "I heard that you almost killed the new deputy leader of the Blood Hunter group today." Qin Xiao's cold and dark voice sounded the moment Mo Shao stepped in. She opened her mouth and was thinking of an excuse. Then she heard Qin Xiao slap the table and laughed. "Okay. I've been hiding for the past few days. I've been holding back my anger. But you didn't hit me hard enough." Qin Xiao walked forward with a look of disappointment and nodded at Mo Xiao's eyebrows. "You should catch that stinky boy Jiang Shi and beat him up. Damn it! A little white-faced man who hasn't even grown all his hair dared to plot against me like this." Qin Xiao paced back and forth. His steps hurried, as if he was really holding back his anger. "If I had the temper I had back then, even if there were 10 Jiang's eyes in front of me, I would rush over and tear him apart. It's all the fault of this lousy battalion commander." He waved his hand, looked up and down at the silent Mo Shao, and suddenly his eyes lit up. "How about I let you be the leader?" "No. No. No." Mo Shao waved his hands again and again, and smiled awkwardly. "I don't even know how to be a captain. How can I be a battalion commander? Besides, it's not so easy to transfer positions. There are a lot of procedures." She talked non-stop. Qin Xiao had already sat back in his seat, looking at her with a smile. "Are you testing me here?" He raised his eyebrows. "I declare, our Wild Grass Battalion is independent. We will not get involved in the military shit from now on. As for the position transfer," he was the only one who had the final say. Mo Shao looked at him speechlessly. Qin Xiao looked like he was going to quit. Mo Shao couldn't win over him, so he just ran away, leaving him to shout to the northwest wind and resign. Qin Xiao's cursing voice came from behind. The soldiers of the surrounding Wild Grass Camp passed by without looking away, as if they were used to the intermittent tantrums of this battalion commander. Chapter 288. 7 years later. The last battle. But Qin Xiao seemed to be more than just talking. On the contrary, his style has always been vigorous and resolute. Soon, the Wild Grass Camp really declared independence to the outside world. Not only that, several resource companies, private hospitals, and other complete supporting services have appeared in the area near the Wild Grass Camp. What's more outrageous is that they even poached a lot of people from the Sky Eye Laboratory and set up a Wild Grass Research Institute. This series of big moves, even those who are not familiar with the situation, feel that something is wrong. The actions of the Wild Grass Camp seem to be a clear relationship with the Sky Eye military and even the administrative side, and the attitude of each taking care of their own business in the future. Many residents were worried. The border guards were strong, and the Wild Grass Camp was not weak either. If the two major forces inside the Sky Eye base started fighting, the civilians would undoubtedly suffer the most. However, it was gratifying that the Sky Eye military seemed to have tacitly agreed to the Wild Grass Camp's approach and had no intention of fighting them head-on. So far, a strange pattern has formed in the Sky Eye base. The Wild Grass Camp will still go out on missions as usual, but their highest command is only at the level of the battalion commander. Apart from that, they will not listen to anyone's orders. Moreover, with the camp as the center, a large area around it seems to have been included in their jurisdiction. Even the Tianyan administration did not dare to say too much. Therefore, the police system had to withdraw its forces from there. The days went on strangely. The mood of the people changed from the initial uneasiness to the later accustomedness. 7 years later. Deputy Battalion Commander M.O. Captain M.O. Sister Mo. Going on another mission. Mo Xiao came out of Qin Zhao's office again, listening to the strange greetings along the way, smiling and nodding. The unconventional nature of the wild grass camp can occasionally be a headache. There is no way. The upper beam is not straight, and the lower beam is crooked. After all, there is a battalion commander like Qin Zhao leading the crookedness. 7 years have passed since the independence of the wild grass camp. During these 7 years, the Sky Eye base has been carrying out plans to reclaim territory and defense lines and eliminate pollution. Perhaps the first battle was too tragic. And later Jiang, she took over the deployment of the entire mining area. The tragedy of that year has never happened again. The annual transportation of materials is very smooth. And Mo Xiao and his team did not give up the cleaning task, and took back the defense line step by step. Now, there is only one step left to reclaim the 6th defense line. 7 years of polishing have made Mo Xiao much more mature. But there is a bit of hidden worry in this smile. Almost as soon as she left the door, Qin Zhao's office behind her could hear an uncontrollable cough. This made Mo Xiao realize very clearly that Qin Zhao's body was getting weaker and weaker. How could his body decay so quickly? Mo Xiao was very confused. I heard that Qin Zhao's initial balance value was similar to hers. Although Mo Xiao's condition was indeed much worse than before due to taking the red pills over the years. Due to her innate advantages, it was basically still within the controllable range. Qin Zhao should have been similar to her. Why is he in this state now? Mo Xiao was walking and ran into his teammates. He put aside his thoughts and greeted them with a smile. They were going to do the final mission. Now, the 6th line of defense only had Yuanshan Station and its vicinity left to be recovered and cleaned up. If this place can be taken, the initial reset of the 6th line of defense will be basically completed. For this reason, the wild grass camp attaches great importance to it. The military also attaches great importance to it. They even send people to seek cooperation. This is not only because Yuanshan Station is large in scope, with a complex internal environment and high danger. It is also because the equipment of both sides is not as good as it was 7 years ago. First of all, it is energy. The military's improved version of the special flight suit can no longer be used in actual combat due to the problem of fuel scarcity. This phenomenon is not recent. It has existed for some time. Therefore, the cleaners, like Mo Xiao, can only rely on walking when they go out on missions. Fortunately, because more areas have been recovered. Today, the radiation protection barrier has been built to the 4th line of defense. It gives them the option of emergency retreat. The mission departure time is tomorrow. Why are you in such a hurry? Mo Xiao smiled at his teammates. The military will also send people out. We will be on the left and on the right. And we will not interfere with each other. Isn't this thinking about the last battle? So happy. Qin Cheng rubbed his hands excitedly. This mission to recover Yuanshan Station is called the last battle by the people in the base. Because over the years, they often learn about the changes in the outside world from the cleaners who come back. When will the weather get cold again? When will the earth begin to warm up? When will we see the blue sky and white clouds? These daily routines that were easily available before the end of the world have gradually become a luxury for the residents, who have been curled up underground for thousands of days and nights. The survival goal of many people, from the beginning of staying alive, it has become being able to return to the ground alive and take a look at the world that originally belonged to them. In order to stabilize the emotions of the residents and ensure the mental health of most people, the Tianyan administration and the military have been twitching everyone's appetite in a way that seems to be a pie in the sky. The most widely circulated one is that after taking back the 6th line of defense, they can complete the previous deployment plan, establish a new ecological base on the ground. At that time, even ordinary residents underground will have the opportunity to walk on the ground safely. Unconsciously, everyone is silently waiting for the 6th line of defense to be taken back. Yuanshan Station, where they will go on a mission tomorrow, is a key point for the final closure of the 6th line of defense. In the entire Tianyan base, from the old to the young, countless eyes are staring at this mission and praying for its success. Although it is the last battle, it cannot be underestimated, let alone slack off. Mo Xiao stared. I know. Cheerleader. Wu Batian patted her shoulder with a smile. You just worry too much. Everyone understands. Mo Xiao smiled. Okay. You guys prepare well today. I have something to do. I need to go out. Where are you going? Chu Ying asked curiously when she saw that she was going out of the camp. Sky Eye Laboratory. Mo Zhao's eyebrows were slightly depressed. And he whispered. The teammates were not surprised that Mo Xiao went to the Sky Eye laboratory. Everyone knew that Mo Xiao had an old friend named Chu Wenzhou working there. Mo Xiao had invited him at the beginning. But surprisingly, the other party did not switch to the wild grass camp. Mo Xiao was not angry, but often went to the -6th floor to see him. In recent years, the two have become closer. So much so that the streets and alleys were full of gossip that Captain Mo, who was second only to the wild grass camp, had kept a gigolo in the Sky Eye laboratory. Chapter 289. People from the wild grass camp need to show a special invitation letter if they want to enter. Mo Xiao went straight to the Sky Eye laboratory. She walked with the wind, and her wild grass camp uniform was very eye-catching. After a few years, many people liked her, and even more people were afraid of her. People on both sides of this route were no longer surprised by her arrival. After all, everyone knew that Captain Mo seemed to have a knot in his heart, since he was rejected when he tried to poach his friends. And he always wanted to poach them. If it weren't for Mr. Chu from the Sky Eye Laboratory's firm position, I'm afraid that the manufacturer of the X short-acting drug that appeared on the market a year ago was the Wild Grass Research Institute, not the Sky Eye Laboratory. After all, in the research and development team of the X short-acting drug, Mr. Chu was the main member second only to Dr. Zhu. In recent years, some outstanding young talents have emerged in all walks of life in the Tianjin base. Their appearance seems to herald a new hope and future. Even after the doomsday that makes people despair, there are always people walking in the front, leading the majority of people with their own light. It seems to tell everyone that as long as you don't give up, you can always find a way out. And I can be the first. Over the years, some people have grown old, and some have grown up, and continue to chase their pace. On the way to the Tianjin laboratory, Mo Xiao could see with his naked eyes that there have been significant changes in the Tianjin base. Because of the reduction of some non-renewable resources, they now live in a modern underground city. But the life they lead is not much different from that before the Industrial Revolution. There are even many cases of bartering. If it were not planned to use geothermal energy at the beginning of its establishment, it is still unclear whether the entire Tianjin base can maintain its operation today. Not only the lifestyle has changed, but also the relationship between ordinary residents and semi-infected residents has improved a lot. Although the two sides were forced to live together in harmony due to government laws in the past. But most ordinary people are more or less afraid of living next to semi-infected people. Even if they are acquaintances, they are afraid of being accidentally injured by the other party. But since the Tianjin experiment produced a short-acting drug called X, this situation has been greatly improved. This short-acting X drug is said to be developed by extracting a certain component from the gestation period of newborns. If someone is unfortunately scratched by a zombie, as long as the wound is not deep, injecting this drug within 1 minute can avoid infection with a high probability. Of course, if the wound is too deep or caused by a bite, this short-acting X drug is still ineffective. Even so, once this news came out, it still caused a sensation among everyone. For many years, everyone has been looking forward to the country's special medicine to solve the terrible zombie virus. The white pill and red pill previously released by the Tianjin laboratory. Both are only for semi-infected people, and they only treat the symptoms, but not the root cause. Now that a drug has finally appeared that can give ordinary people a chance to protect themselves, how can we not be excited? It's just a pity that it seems that due to the scarcity of raw materials, this drug is also rare. There is only a fixed amount of inventory in the hospital on each floor. Mo Xiao stood at the door of the Tianjin laboratory. Everyone thought that she must have come to see Chu Wenzhou again. In fact, they all guessed wrong. She came this time to see Zhu Ying. Mo Xiao didn't have much dealings with Dr. Zhu, who has now become the director. But he has heard a lot about each other's deeds. In fact, although the wild grass camp seems to be independent over the years, but few people know that the camp commander Qin Xiao has been in contact with Dr. Zhu in private. He has been hiding it well. Mo Xiao also found out after he noticed Qin Xiao's weak body and carefully tracked and investigated. Thinking of Qin Xiao and Zhu Ying, Mo Xiao suddenly remembered Shuai Cui, who died many years ago. It seems that people who have had deep interactions with this Zhu Ying, except for a certain person, are all very weak. She hesitated at the door and did not go in immediately. Not because of a sudden regret, but because there were many more people in dark green military uniforms standing guard at the door today. They all stood tall and alert. and made the gate of a scientific research institute look like they were guarding an important military base. In the entire base, there was no one else who could travel with such a posture except the boastful person. And Mo Xiao couldn't help but sneer in her heart. After so many years, he is still so arrogant. She didn't go in right away. Not because she was afraid of him, but because Jiang Shi appeared here, most likely to find Juing. She didn't want to run into that person head-on. And Mo Xiao turned on her toes, and was about to find another opportunity next time. Suddenly, she heard the murmurs of the curious people who were watching the excitement in the distance. Fuck. Deputy Battalion Commander Mo is going to run into Commander Jiang head-on. Since the Wild Grass Battalion declared independence, it is recognized that they disrespect the Legion. But Commander Jiang is very strict in his military discipline, and his subordinates never tolerate people who are not kind. Guess, will she find an excuse to avoid him this time? I think so, someone said uncertainly. Do I need to think about it? We will definitely avoid them, someone said speechlessly. The individual combat power of the Wild Grass Camp is outstanding. But after all, the base number is there, and the number of people has almost only decreased in recent years, and it is no longer the same as it was in the past. This sentence seemed to touch the hearts of many people. They all expressed their agreement. Although the general public may not have personally participated in the war, they still have the leisure to point out the mountains and rivers. Mo Xiao, who was about to leave, frowned slightly when she heard this, and moved her toes back. She just took a few steps forward. Two people in dark green military uniforms immediately stood up in front of her and stopped her. The Sky Eye Laboratory belongs to the government system. People from the Wild Grass Camp need to show a special invitation letter if they want to enter. Government system? Mo Xiao's eyebrows sank slightly. If I remember correctly, the Sky Eye Laboratory has an independent seat in the Supreme Council. And you? She smiled coldly at the corner of her lips. Are the Sky Eye border guards' hands a little too wide? The woman in front of him was wearing a black Wild Grass Camp uniform. The Wild Grass logo on her back seemed to be soaked in blood, and her sharp edge was exposed. The murderous aura honed by countless life-and-death battlefields was quite intimidating. The soldiers who blocked the road were slightly stunned. Originally, they felt a little guilty because they knew who they were blocking. It was not easy to muster up the courage to act according to the rules and persuade him. This man not only didn't care, but also looked like he was about to lose his temper. The soldiers were a little nervous and a little scared. We also follow the rules. The soldier mustered up his courage and added, Today, there are important people coming in and out. Please come back another day. The tone was a little weaker than before. Under normal circumstances, the Tianyan laboratory is not so strictly guarded. Only when high-level confidential figures come in and out will they be heavily checked. In the past, when Commander Jiang came to see Dr. Zhu, they did the same. Who knew that they would run into a tough guy from the Wild Grass Camp today? Although they belonged to different systems. In the past few years, the name of Mo Xiao in the Wild Grass Camp is probably known to everyone. This is not only because of her high position, but also because of the killing power she showed on the battlefield outside. It is already good under normal circumstances. Once she takes the red pill and goes berserk, she is really like a fierce god. Occasionally, the team that encountered her will spread the story by word of mouth. And the more it is spread, the more amazing it becomes. So that many children listen to her story as a legend. Chapter 290. What? The guests of the Wild Grass Camp can be entertained, but the guests of our border guards cannot be entertained? In the hearts of the general public, the Wild Grass Camp represents the highest combat power. And this peak of combat power is Mo Xiao, who has been active on the front line for several years. This is also the important reason why everyone thinks that although the Wild Grass Camp has a huge disadvantage in numbers, it can always have a foothold in the Sky Eye. When you go in and out, others have to retreat? Why? Because you are good at showing off? Because you are shameless? Because you are privileged? Mo Xiao sneered and cursed. Important person? What important person? Isn't it Jiangxi? It's his bad habits. I'm going in today. Now. At this moment. Who dares to stop me? Originally, the fierce woman from the Wild Grass Camp in front called out the full name of the Commander Jiang and cursed him. And the soldiers on guard were already terrified. Then they heard that she wanted to fight with them. And they looked at each other, bitterly and helplessly raised their weapons. Although they knew they might not win and were panicking, they did not dare to retreat. This shows how strict the Commander Jiang was in managing his troops. At the same time, In a room on the upper floor of the Sky Eye Laboratory, a woman in her 40s stood at the window holding a glass of water. The window was one-sided, so she could see the situation below. But the people below could not see her. You said that the experiment had a new breakthrough. So I came here. On the circular sofa at the back, a man in dark green military uniform leaned lazily, without even taking off his leather military boots, and his long legs were crossed on the coffee table. It was obviously an indecent action, but he did it casually and freely, adding a bit of noble and elegant flavor. You asked me to wait without telling me anything after you came here, the man said with a sarcastic smile. My time is very valuable. Dr. Zhu, you don't have much balance here. He smiled half-truthfully. His peach blossom eyes were full of affection, but his eyes were cold and deep. After hearing the words behind him, Zhu Ying finally turned her head and glanced at him. Don't worry. It takes time to get the final result. At this point, she recalled the scene downstairs she had just seen, and her expression became strange. This Jiangxi, she had been working with him for so many years. At first, when he was weak, she still had some say. Later, he took power at an astonishing speed. Since then, Zhu Ying has become very passive. In the past, she could still negotiate conditions, but later, she could only negotiate conditions when he was in a good mood. And Zhu Ying was always under the spur of his authority. Once the experimental progress did not meet his expectations, she would be threatened openly and covertly. For example, today, Jiangxi always hinted to her that he would not accept useless people. What is a useless person? A person who cannot play the role he should in his position. Jiangxi has never been lenient towards useless people. Zhu Ying sees this more clearly than most people. Of course, working with Jiangxi. Oh no! Now it should become working for him. Of course, working for Jiangxi also has its advantages. For example, he never restricts you from doing what you need to do professionally. He only looks at the results, no matter what means you use to achieve it. Of course, if you still cannot produce results under such a relaxed condition of taking whatever you want, the consequences will be even more terrible. Zhu Ying hated the previous situation of being tied up, and she didn't like the current situation very much. But compared with the two, she felt more comfortable to be able to let go and do experiments. She lowered her eyes, stroked the handle of the cup, and thought to herself that if it happened again, she would probably still choose to cooperate with this man. Since the death of Li Changming, the director of the Tianyan laboratory a few years ago, she has been promoted to director. With Jiangxi's care, many of her projects have been approved smoothly. Of course, the one that Jiangxi values most is the one many years ago, the semi-infected person reversal experiment. This is the most difficult, because to achieve this project means that they have found a way to completely eliminate the X virus and all its variants at once. Over the years, Jiangxi has been putting pressure on her. If it weren't for the X short-acting drug developed 2 years ago, he saw hope. At this moment, Zhu Ying didn't know if she could still stand here safely. Speaking of X short-acting drugs, it is worth mentioning that the gifted young man Chu Wenzhou was added to the project team by her and gave her great inspiration. This decision was originally opposed by Jiangxi, but to some extent, he is still a principled person. At the beginning, he agreed not to interfere with her profession, so he just expressed verbal dissatisfaction. Zhu Ying has been in contact with him for so many years, and she can still roughly tell whether he really wants to deal with her. In her heart, nothing is bigger than the progress of her own project. Having a genius like Chu Wenzhou is of great help to her. So even if Jiangxi is dissatisfied, Zhu Ying will turn a blind eye and pretend not to know. Then wait until the result comes out, and then we can talk about it. Jiangxi yawned and sat up lazily from the sofa. I still have military affairs to deal with, so I'll leave first. Zhu Ying blinked, but didn't keep him, and said meaningfully, well, it's just right for me to receive the distinguished guests from the wild grass camp. Jiangxi sneered and turned to leave. Suddenly, his body froze. Turning back, he rushed to the window at lightning speed. A distinguished guest from the wild grass camp? Apart from Qin Shao, the half-dead, frivolous middle-aged man who always likes to touch young girls' heads. Who else would go to the Sky Eye laboratory for no reason? Qin Shao seems to be too frivolous, so Zhu Ying always has a bad opinion of him. The distinguished guest Zhu Ying mentioned could not be used to address him. Who else could it be? The person who came must be. Jiangxi lowered his head and saw a woman wearing a special military uniform from the wild grass camp standing straight like a sword outside the gate below. The natural curls that were difficult to take care of seemed to be even more frizzy. He frowned. There is not even a good barber shop in the wild grass camp. He unconsciously sighed. Mo Xiao. Mo Xiao. Look at how unkempt and stupid you are now without me. His eyes moved down to her slightly worn cuffs. And his eyes darkened again. The special uniforms of the wild grass camp have been scrimped to this extent? The missions on the ground are so dangerous. And this special uniform is an excellent protective barrier. But they don't even pay attention to replacing it with a new one. It is said that the old fool Qin Shao loves his soldiers like his own sons. But it seems to be all exaggerated. As for this woman, there are so many rumors outside. All kinds of stories. And he has calluses on his ears. She even got promoted to the deputy battalion commander. Second only to the first person. The result is just like this? Jiangshi became angrier and angrier as he looked at her. And his face gradually became gloomy. Zhu Ying was shocked and said, "Aren't you leaving? Why are you still here?" She hissed. "Captain Jiang doesn't have much time left with me. Your time is so valuable. I can't afford to waste it." Jiangshi ignored her and stared down with a dark look in his eyes. "Furious, wild grass camp? Can it be as powerful as my border defense army?" He sneered. "Why? The guests of the wild grass camp can be entertained. But my border defense army can't?" Chapter 291. Since he is Dr. Zhu's distinguished guest, why don't you go down and meet him in person? Zhu Ying saw him standing still and had no intention of leaving, and couldn't help rolling her eyes. It was clearly him who said he was going to leave. But he changed his mind at the end and put the blame on himself. What's going on? Jiangshi then noticed the situation below and the others. He didn't stand by the window for a long time like Zhu Ying, and saw the whole thing clearly. Zhu Ying was about to explain. However, Jiangshi reacted immediately after he asked, "This group of people?" He just cursed and suddenly changed his words. "Since he is Dr. Zhu's distinguished guest, why don't you go down and meet him in person?" Zhu Ying couldn't help but hold his forehead. This is because he doesn't want to break his own rules, but also wants her to come forward and pick up the person intact. As one of the few people who know the whole story of the two, in the past few years, Zhu Ying has been caught in the middle and has rolled her eyes countless times. She was about to go down herself, but suddenly there seemed to be new changes below, which made her stop. The situation of blocking the road below was deadlocked for a while. Okay, seeing that no one of them gave in, Mo Xiao smiled coldly, pointed his toes, and jumped high with his back down. This speed was extremely fast, and the angle was tricky. Before everyone even reacted, it seemed that as soon as the breeze started, she had already fallen. In the blink of an eye, she appeared behind the two people blocking the road. With a tight palm, he was about to attack the two of them first. Xiao Mo. At this moment, a call sounded behind him. Mo Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, and only hesitated for a moment between continuing and stopping the action, and then changed his claws to hand knives. With two bangs, the two soldiers who had just blocked the road fell to the ground. Mo Xiao then turned around with a smile on his lips and blinked innocently. "God, Chu?" Seeing this, Chu Wenzhei smiled helplessly. He hurried forward, pulled Mo Xiao away, and whispered something to the group of soldiers. He then turned around and came to Mo Xiao and said, "Okay, let's go in. Is it all right?" She glanced behind her. Chu Wenzhei smiled softly. "I work here, and I will come to pick you up in person. They will follow the rules, and in principle have no right to stop you." God Chu is getting more and more proud. Mo Xiao teased as she walked with him. "No wonder you refused to come to our wild grass camp." Chu Wenzhei saw her bring up the matter again. He smiled faintly, and did not respond. Instead, he changed the subject and said, "Next time you come to see me, just show me the secondary card for emergency calls that I gave you before." Mo Xiao's thoughts were interrupted, and she subconsciously asked, "What secondary card?" Every time she came to the Sky Eye Laboratory to find Chu Wenzhei, she was allowed to pass unimpeded. Except for the soldiers under someone's command this time. No one dared to stop her. Chu Wenzhei smiled helplessly. "It's the one I gave you 8 years ago, in the Blood Hunter group camp." Mo Xiao slapped her forehead and remembered that it was true. The main reason was that she had never used it. So after such a long time, she didn't know where she had thrown the card. Chu Wenzhei understood everything when he saw her expression. He sighed, shook his head, and took out a new card and asked her to keep it. But Imo Xiao waved her hand awkwardly and said, "That, Chushin. Actually, I didn't come here to find you this time." Imo Xiao didn't take it, because she thought she wouldn't need it in the future. According to the rules, those are the rules set by the border guards. If she, who represents the wild grass camp, actually abides by the rules of the border guards, it would be a big joke. Chu Wenza was stunned for a moment, and then took the card back without leaving a trace. If they didn't come to see him, then they must be. He was silent. Imo Xiao asked, "Is Xu Ying here?" "Xu Ying?" Chu Wenza was surprised. "Are you looking for her?" "Yes." Imo Xiao nodded. "I want to ask her something." "But?" Imo Xiao hesitated and said, "She seems to have a guest today. I will go to your place first, and I will go there when she is free." The owner came to pick her up in person. Seeing the two figures disappear at the door, Xu Ying smiled. "Our Tianyin laboratory is full of talents, and they are all well aware of the tradition of welcoming distinguished guests in person." She sighed with relief. The smile on the man's lips seemed to grow bigger. He slowly turned his head and said word by word, "Really? Such an excellent talent. It's a waste of talent to be just a laboratory leader." He smiled and said, "In time, it's unknown if he can become a director." Xu Ying's breath, which had just been released for a while, was instantly choked. Her expression froze, and she forced a smile and said, "It's just that I don't know how to judge the situation. I still need to practice a little." After that, she picked up the landline next to her and made a call. In less than 3 minutes, Chu Wenza had already led Imo Xiao to the door of the room. "Xiao Imo, are you sure you want to go in now?" Chu Wenza asked. "Don't worry." Imo Xiao turned around and smiled. "I'm not worried about what he will do to you." Chu Wenza smiled calmly. After all, when the Bantam Society was almost destroyed, he still saved his junior's life. Imo Xiao was stunned after hearing this. He retracted his hand that was about to push the door. After a slight hesitation, he turned his head and looked at him seriously and said, "You don't think he saved Xia Bumian's life because of our previous friendship, do you? In the battle 7 years ago, the Bantam Society was destroyed, but its president Xia Bumian was cunning enough to escape successfully. He has not appeared again in these years. Maybe he died in the dangerous doomsday environment. Or maybe he found a new territory suitable for survival. Who knows? Anyway, separation or even farewell is always the norm in the doomsday." But the information that the old guys in Tianyin heard was that they could find some traces of the Bantamgui's comeback from time to time. Jiangshi deliberately spared his life, not because of the old friendship, but to add a bargaining chip to him when his foundation was not stable at that time. The battle 7 years ago really hurt the faces of some senior executives of Tianyin. The mining area seems to be a piece of fat meat, but not everyone can have a bite of it. What's more, the ruthless president of the Bantamgui is still on the run, and seems to be waiting for an opportunity to make a comeback. No one is willing to take this hot potato again. At that time, Jiangshi had just integrated the military, and his infiltration into the administrative side was far less profound than it is now. Not to mention the old guys in the military commission. At this moment, it is necessary to build a common potential terrorist enemy. Imo Xiao sneered, "Kindness cannot command the army, and affection cannot establish affairs." I only truly understood this truth later. But he had understood it long ago. How could he be the kind of person who would show favoritism because of a little old friendship, rather than saying that he let Xia Bumian run away because of old friendship? It is better to say that he took advantage of his old companion and squeezed out the last bit of his surplus value. Xia Bumian was slightly stunned. He had been immersed in research and did not have a deep understanding of the details of military affairs. He only roughly guessed that Jiangshi deliberately let him run away based on some information he had received. But he did not go deep into this level. Now, after listening to Imo Xiao's words, he understood it instantly. Xia Bumian looked at the door panel with complicated eyes. As if through it, he saw the old classmate who always had a playful smile. Chapter 292. How about I let you see what real filth is? At the same time, inside the door, Xu Ying saw that the Commander Jiang, who sat back on the sofa, seemed to be looking down at the documents. In fact, his eyes always glanced at the door inadvertently. She couldn't help laughing in her heart. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would have found it hard to believe that the inhumane man would behave like this. Thinking of the word inhumane, Xu Ying thought of the threats and oppression she had received over the years. Just 2 minutes later, she couldn't help laughing and said, "Commander, why don't you step aside? These young couple have almost regarded our laboratory as a date and check-in place over the years. I can't stand it when they get sick of it." Zhu said helplessly, "I heard that the wild grass camp and the border guards do not interfere with each other. I am afraid that they will offend you." Crack. A glass of water slipped from the corner of the table and hit Zhu Ying's feet. The fragments splashed all over the floor, scalding her so much that she gasped. She glanced at her sideways. It seemed that she had just stretched lazily and didn't even notice that her boots accidentally knocked off the water cup. She was surprised and said, "Dr. Zhu looks unwell? Why don't you go and have a rest first? I will entertain this distinguished guest for you." He waved his hand in a patronizing tone. "With my status, I am the one who receives guests on behalf of others. How many people would beg for it? Dr. Zhu should not look down on it. Right?" Zhu Ying took a deep breath again. Enduring the pain in her feet, she forced out a smile and said, "They seem to have arrived. I'll go open the door." Zhu Ying was just looking for an excuse to change the subject. Who knew that she would open the door? She saw two pairs of eyes outside looking over at her. One pair was slender but calm. The other pair was large and round. But the edge was restrained. Really arrived? So fast? Zhu Ying turned her head stiffly. A shadow covered her from behind. It turned out that she had arrived at the door without her knowing. He glanced at the two of them with his bright peach blossom eyes, and said in surprise, "What a coincidence. You were also called by Dr. Zhu?" Mo Xiao glanced at him, pretending not to see him. She walked in directly at Zhu Ying's invitation. The military boots stepped on the ground, making a crisp and cold sound. Chu Wenze smiled slightly and nodded to Jiangxi. Just as he was about to go in, he noticed that the man was also staring at him. Jiangxi was taller than him. I don't know if it was his illusion, but this angle made him look a little condescending. The other person's long and thick eyelashes covered his eyelids. His eyes were dim, and he didn't even stare. But he made people feel cold for no reason. Mo Xiao walked in and just took a few steps, and saw that Chu Wenze didn't follow him in. He looked back, only to find that 3 people were blocking the door. Motionless, like a big formation. She rolled her eyes speechlessly, and took out a pocket-sized handmade ball from her trouser pocket that she was about to donate to the welfare home. Throw it at the door. There was a bang. The door of the house closed tightly. The ball bounced back into her hand accurately again. Mo Xiao threw it back into her trouser pocket and dusted it off, showing her ease and confidence. If this handsome hand was placed outside, it might get a lot of applause. But in this room, she didn't mean to show off her skills at all. She just wanted to remind the 3 people. The door is closed. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't stand there like a wooden stake. Chu Wenze smiled first, nodded to the 2 again, walked around them, and sat next to Mo Xiao. Jiangxi glanced at Chu Ying with a smile. She sat across from the 2 of them. Jiangxi had no choice but to sit in the only remaining empty seat. "Dr. Zhu, you're looking for me?" Mo Xiao asked first. After asking, he smiled again. "Actually, I have something to talk to you about." Zhu Ying glanced at Jiangxi, as if asking if she could tell him. She was looking for Jiangxi today because of the semi-infected person reversal experiment, and Chu Wenze was originally a member of her project team. She had some contact with this confidential project. Since it is a confidential project, it naturally cannot be told to outsiders at will. In fact, this is also the case. Over the years, few people know that her research focus has always been on this project. "Didn't you say that you were going to produce results?" Jiangxi chuckled while leaning on the armrest of the sofa. Zhu Ying immediately stood up as if she remembered something, and quickly opened a door at the back and went in. He actually left the 3 people in the room outside. Mo Xiao and Chu Wenze looked at each other. The atmosphere fell into a long silence. "I'll go see what happened to the director." Chu Wenze stood up and whispered to Mo Xiao. "Wait a moment." "Okay." Mo Xiao nodded. "I'm outside. Call me if you need anything." The 2 didn't talk much, but their words were very natural and familiar, as if they were afraid that others didn't know that they had known each other for many years. Jiangxi sneered coldly at the side. Mo Xiao frowned slightly and glanced at him. She glanced at him not because of the sneer, but because Chu Wenze almost tripped over him before he went in. Mo Xiao almost laughed out of anger. Jiangxi was sometimes so scheming that he seemed like an old monster who had lived for thousands of years, playing with everyone in his hands. Sometimes he was so childish and ridiculous. For example, he tripped someone with his legs, which was a stupid thing that only elementary school students would do. He, the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, did it without any shame. He was in his 20s, and he was so shameless that he was sick. "Are you sick?" After really cursing, she regretted it a little. She had decided to ignore him and not talk to him. Sure enough, Jiang immediately laughed sarcastically. "I thought you could have made any better choices in these years? You just found such a fragile white-cut chicken." She frowned. "You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth." Jiang rarely used foul language before. At most, she would follow the local customs when she was in a group of boys. She also said humiliating words, but she rarely made direct foul language and personal attacks. When she was a child, if she really talked about swearing, Tin Jiang's eyes couldn't match her. But when she grew up, she became sensible and well-mannered, and she didn't say those vulgar words anymore. Unexpectedly, Jiang was just the opposite. What happened? After becoming powerful, she began to enjoy the ultimate happiness without restraint? Who else can spit out ivory except the elephant's mouth? Jiang sneered. Mo Xiao blinked. On one hand, she was impatient to listen to this person's nonsense. On the other hand, she began to think deeply, and felt that this sentence made sense. Mo Xiao secretly hated that Jiang she could always come up with some nonsense that she could not help but agree with. The next moment, she saw Jiang's suddenly enlarged face and playful eyes. She came back to her senses immediately. She reflexively grabbed him and pressed him on the sofa. Mo Xiao. Jiang seemed to be unable to move under her pressure, but he laughed happily in his chest. What's the point of being with someone who can't say a few words a day? Anyway, you are an older leftover woman. Why don't we both stop looking down on each other and just make do with each other? Jiang, if you continue to humiliate Chushin, don't blame me for being rude, she said sarcastically. I'm a clean and honest researcher. Look at what you said about me. Clean? Jiang sneered. You're always flirting with the commander of a military unit, and you don't know how to avoid suspicion. What should we avoid? Mo Xiao bent his knee and hit him on the back. Do you think everyone has the same dirty thoughts as you? As soon as the voice fell, Mo Xiao suddenly leaned back and withdrew. It turned out that Jiang's hand hidden in the sofa moved slightly, and a mist sprayed on the place where she was just now. This mist is specially used to restrain and weaken semi-infected people. It is similar to the principle of Baiwan. It's just atomized, highly concentrated, and more effective. It often works wonders in battles with semi-infected people. Taking advantage of Mo Xiao's retreat, Jiang turned around and grabbed one of her arms, and pressed her back with his other leg, jokingly saying, I'm dirty? How about I let you see what real dirty means? Chapter 293. The key is what the two people on the ground are doing. It would be better if he didn't say this. As soon as this threatening remark came out, Mo Xiao laughed angrily. Just you? The last person who said this to me. The grass on his grave is already 3 feet high. Over the years, Jiang has been calling the shots in the military. How could she have been looked down upon in the wild grass camp? Mo Xiao immediately recalled the frustration of her classmates, who were slightly lower than him in every exam in those years. At that time, Mo Xiao always thought that if she and Jiang were on the same starting line and had the same learning conditions, she might not lose to him. Today is the first time the two have fought in so many years. Mo Xiao's new and old grudges ignited a strong fighting spirit. She hooked one leg back like a scorpion's tail, aiming for Jiang's neck. If it was an ordinary person's leg strength, at most, he would be knocked away. But if the person who kicked was Mo Xiao, Jiang would not dare to take her blow. Or it might really kill him. He did not let go, but used the joint of the wrist as a fulcrum to avoid it, and turned to the side. He landed on one knee, changed his position, and still held one of her arms. Because Mo Xiao evacuated the back position, half of her body was free. The next moment, she also used that arm as an anchor point, and threw Jiang forward with an over-the-shoulder throw. The two fought from the sofa to the ground, in the sound of fists hitting flesh. Mo Xiao's physical advantage was soon reflected, although he suffered a little loss. But it was obvious that Jiang suffered a greater loss. Not only was there a lot of bruises on his face, his clothes were full of wrinkles, and even the shoulder straps and buttons that represented his power were torn off. TSK. The desire for power devours people's bones. And you are getting weaker and weaker. How dare you say that to Chushin? Mo Xiao pressed his knee on his chest triumphantly, and was about to give him a final blow to let him know why the flowers are so red. Suddenly his eyes condensed. From the chest where the buttons were scattered down, countless crisscrossing old and new wounds were shocking. Several old wounds, at a glance, could tell the dangerous situation of escaping death at that time. Mo Xiao remembered that the last time he saw him without a shirt was when he first escaped with the RV. At that time, although everyone was fleeing in the doomsday, Jiangxi was always one of the most glamorous people among them. Unlike now, he obviously has more power than 10,000 people in the Sky base. But he is covered with wounds. Some things are very hot to hold, and before picking them up, the price to pay is unimaginable. Wipe the corners of your mouth, the people below suddenly said. Mo Xiao was thinking, and he subconsciously raised the back of his hand to wipe it when he heard the voice. Then he heard someone chuckle. You are drooling. Although my figure is good, you shouldn't be so obsessed with it. Right? Jiangxi teased while pulling his clothes to the middle without leaving any trace. Mo Xiao stood up angrily, and quickly withdrew from this annoying guy with her eyes. After taking 2 steps, she walked back in anger. In the surprised eyes of Jiangxi, she kicked him again. Jiangxi felt a dull pain in her chest, and she was not willing to suffer such a loss. When she was kicked down, she reacted very quickly and pulled along her ankle. Mo Xiao was pulled closer by him again, and almost fell with him. Fortunately, she knelt on one knee, stopped the momentum in time, and maintained her body balance. It's almost there. The results will be out tomorrow. Zhu Ying's voice suddenly came from the inner laboratory. Then she pushed open the door and walked out quickly to announce the good news. Following closely behind was Chu Wenze, who also had a hint of joy in his eyes. However, the two people's faces, which had just shown some smiles, froze the moment they came out to see the situation in the living room. The room was a mess. The key point was what the two people on the ground were doing. Their clothes were disheveled. Their faces were red. They were pulling and tugging, and sweat was dripping slowly from their temples. Right in her living room, right outside her laboratory. Zhu Ying was petrified and froze for an unknown period of time. The two people on the ground had already separated like springs. It should be said that Mo Xiao stood up unilaterally at a very fast speed, while Jiangxi, who was still slowly sorting out his clothes, smiled meaningfully at Zhu Ying and Chu Wenze. You came out so quickly, he sighed. I'm having an in-depth discussion with Deputy Battalion Commander Mo. I think it's very timely. Chu Wenze slowly pushed his glasses down and walked to Mo Xiao to ask. He smiled a little after asking a few questions, came to Jiangxi and stretched out a hand, pretending to pull him up. Are you okay? Xiao Mo sometimes doesn't use too much force. Jiangxi looked at him deeply, suddenly smiled, and also stretched out his hand and said, It's okay. I've been used to it since I was a child. Jiangxi followed his support and seemed to want to get up. But I don't know if Chu Wenze was too weak. He didn't help him up, but stumbled. The scene was a bit awkward. Jiangxi sighed and said sadly, It's my fault that I'm injured too badly. I'll get up by myself. Mo Xiao saw that he was bullying Chushin again. She couldn't help but come over again, raised her toes and gestured slightly behind him. Have you pretended enough? Can you get up? Jiangxi's smile froze, and his legs and feet became much more flexible in an instant, and he returned to the sofa from the ground in an instant. Zhu Ying didn't even see how he moved. She just looked at her messed up furnishings with heartache. Mo Xiao looked at the time on her watch and felt that she had been delayed here for too long. She was not as good as Jiangxi. Now the wild grass camp is short of manpower. Even though Mo Xiao's status and position are much higher than before, she still needs to be diligent in carrying out tasks. To be honest, she is not stupid. Jiangxi and Zhu Ying obviously have an experimental project in cooperation, and even Chu Wenze knows it. But from Zhu Ying's hesitation just now, Mo Xiao realized that it might be inconvenient to tell her. Then why did she call herself up from below? Maybe someone instructed her. As for why someone did this, Mo Xiao never thought about it, and simply thought he was sick. Anyway, he has been sick for a long time. It was clearly agreed a few years ago that from now on, the bridge is the bridge, the road is the road, and they will not interfere with each other. But that guy seemed to not understand what people were saying, and he would make some noise from time to show his presence. And maybe because he was indeed in a high position and played an important role in the Sky Eye. Mo Xiao was forced to listen to a lot of things about him. In the same base, there was no way to avoid him. Mo Xiao began to despise herself for the pity she felt when she saw those scars just now. She must not get entangled with him anymore. She made up her mind again. She turned around and grabbed Zhu Ying's hand and took her out. "Excuse me. Dr. Zhu. I have something to talk to you alone." Zhu Ying didn't even react before she was pulled away by Mo Xiao. Mo Xiao was quite familiar with the layout of the Sky Eye. After looking around, she asked Zhu Ying to use her card to scan a new office. And the two went in. Before Zhu Ying sat down, she heard Mo Xiao's slightly sinking voice in her ear. "What did you do to Qin Xiao?" Chapter 294 How long will it take? Zhu Ying raised her eyebrows in surprise at first. Then she smiled. "So you are here for this matter?" She pointed to her head and asked Mo Xiao, "Have you found that you are getting more and more excited recently?" Mo Xiao's eyebrows sank and sneered. "Don't worry about my business. I really can't take care of your business." Zhu Ying sighed. "But you? There is someone who has been taking care of the affairs of you half-infected people." Speaking of this, she was slightly startled and paused. In the past, Qin Xiao was indeed the only one who took care of it. But since Jiang, she intervened later. It seems that there have been two people. She suddenly realized and looked at the young woman in front of her with a hidden look. This young man is likely to take over the wild grass camp. Qin Xiao is worried about the entire group of semi-infected people, and also takes care of her. And Jiang Shi. Zhu Ying sighed. "Forget it. Let's not talk about that lunatic." Mo Xiao didn't care about her stunned. His face changed slightly, narrowed his eyes and asked back, "You mean Qin Xiao's current situation has something to do with us? How do you think the white pill and the red pill were developed?" Zhu Ying looked at her with a strange look. "Since it is specifically for semi-infection, it should naturally have a good clinical effect on semi-infected people. And the protein antibody for ordinary people before. Do you know why it is named QXX? The last X is the name of the virus. As for the former," she said a few words, but Mo Xiao's face changed several times. "And he had restored everything. QX. Qin Xiao. Is it him? Ordinary semi-infected people can't bear the experiment at all. Only those with a balance value as high as Qin Xiao can barely survive. However, in the long run, even he has his own limits. You may think I am too cold, but from the beginning, I was responsible for his affairs. So over the years, even if the wild grass camp declared independence, he and I have not lost contact. Of course, the main reason is that some of our experiments cannot be abandoned halfway." Speaking of this, Zhu Ying suddenly raised her eyes, revealing a completely different confidence from that in front of Jiang, she just now. "It's not that I'm conceited, but in this field, Zhu Ying, am a genius." She curled her lips and smiled. "So those smart people who want to achieve their goals are naturally willing to choose to cooperate with geniuses." Mo Xiao was silent for a while, then slowly said, "He has been looking for the last project you insisted on for these years. What is it?" "This is also a coincidence." Zhu Ying smiled. "Obviously in different camps, but many people are actually heading for the same goal." Mo Xiao's eyes moved slightly. "Is it the one you and Chu Shen just talked about?" "Yes." "Oh, yes. There is also him." Zhu Ying almost forgot about Chu Wenzhe. At the beginning, Chu Wenzhe did intend to switch to the wild grass camp. But somehow, Qin Xiao seemed to have talked to him in person once, even in the Sky Eye laboratory, without any hesitation to Zhu Ying. After that, Chu Wenzhe never ran to the wild grass camp again. Zhu Ying also gradually noticed this extremely talented young man from the huge laboratory camp and many staff members. She guessed that the man might have an agreement with the wild grass camp. But Zhu Ying didn't care. She didn't even tell her immediate boss Jiang Shi about it. This kind of thing might add trouble to the project and hinder the progress of the experiment. Anyone who dares to do it in front of her would be courting death. She herself, of course, would not interfere. After tomorrow, we will know the results. Zhu Ying smiled and looked at her. Mo Xiao knew that she would not say anything more, so she kept silent and did not ask any more questions. Zhu Ying seemed to open up and couldn't help but speak out. To say that Qin Xiao has many bad habits, but he really has nothing to say about you semi-infected people. If you look outside, most ordinary people and semi-infected people are in opposition, because the Sky Eye base was once an official station. You think it is natural for ordinary people and semi-infected people to live in harmony. Actually, it wasn't like this at first. she sighed. As one of the first batch of researchers to be brought in, Zhu Ying witnessed some of the early chaos. Although the authorities intend to divide the army into fully infected and semi-infected, the balance in between is not so easy to control. If you are not careful, it will be a tragedy. In the beginning, the authorities certainly stood more on the side of ordinary people with a larger base. So the semi-infected soldiers really suffered a lot. It is not a happy thing to let powerful and capable people be oppressed for a long time. Later, someone finally couldn't hold back and wanted to. Well, in common parlance, it should be called a rebellion. Such behavior greatly intensified the conflict between the semi-infected and ordinary people, and the resentment of both sides reached its peak. This dispute was finally settled at the cost of blood. At that time, the leader of the semi-infected soldiers was not Qin Shao, but his old company commander, Lin Yuan, who led him when he joined the army. Lin Yuan can be called a generation of military kings, whether in terms of personal combat power or achievements. He was once Qin Zhao's goal. It's a pity that he died early at the beginning of the end of the world for this matter. Right in this sky-high base. Even a guy like Zhu Ying who only cares about experiments can't help but feel a little regretful when he mentions Lin Yuan's death. It can be seen that the other party is a very charismatic person. Do you know which species of mammals has the most serious tendency to kill each other? Zhu Ying suddenly asked. Seeing Mo Xiao silent, she smiled slightly, knowing that the two had the same answer in their hearts. Mo Xiao could imagine that perhaps Qin Shao realized that the threat of the end of the world not only came from the outside, but was more likely to come from within. Lin Yuan wanted to protect the rights of semi-infected people, but he didn't want ordinary people to be harmed. Such a dilemma. He was still thinking about it when he died, but he didn't do it. Qin Shao did it after his death. He created the wild grass camp. He voluntarily supported the experiment in exchange for a lot of time to grow and develop. He provided a habitat for all the confused semi-infected people. After developing to a point that no one dared to underestimate, he maintained a relative balance with the military and society. The huge amount of energy consumed during this period is really unimaginable. How long will he last? Mo Xiao suddenly asked in a low voice. This question made Zhu Ying unable to laugh. Although she had been complaining about Qin Shao openly and secretly, she had to admit that he was really like an Iron Man. However, even an Iron Man will eventually run out of energy. After a slight silence, she answered, in these few days. After Mo Xiao left, Zhu Ying returned to the reception room outside her laboratory. Chuanza had also left long ago. Jiang she was left with scratches, half of his face hidden in the light and shadow, his expression unpredictable, and there was no trace of the playful smile just now. The punishment is unpredictable, so the power is unpredictable. This is the familiar Jiang she in Zhu Ying's eyes. She stopped far away. She knew how many injuries Jiang she had on his body, and even she was always shocked. After all, this person was once her volunteer, but because of this, she also knew that he might be inferior to Mo Xiao in a head-on fight. But he would never be so miserable in such a short time. There was only one reason. He did it on purpose. He deliberately wanted her to see his wounds accidentally. What did he want to do? Zhu Ying was in a complicated mood. She never expected that this man had fallen to the point of seeking pity in his relationship. Zhu Ying suddenly remembered a line from a movie. It said, "Love is to occupy, destroy and ruin. To get the other person, you will do whatever it takes. You don't hesitate to make the other person sad. If necessary, break up and burn both sides." She laughed it off when watching the movie and didn't take it seriously. Until now, she didn't expect to see such an inextricable entanglement between two young people. Chapter 295 How about eating together? Mo Xiao returned to the wild grass camp and ran to find Qin Shao as soon as possible, quickly and eagerly. When she broke in, Qin Shao was laying down his chair, crossing his legs, lying comfortably on it, and eating watermelon secretly. Fruit is more precious than food in the sky-high base. Qin Shao has always required all members of the wild grass camp to be diligent and frugal, and he has always taken the lead. Over the years, Mo Xiao has never seen him eat any fruit. I didn't expect to kick the door open today. I could see Qin Shao with half his face covered with watermelon juice. I am most afraid of the air suddenly being quiet. Qin Shao stared at the door stiffly and secretly spit out a watermelon seed. Mo Xiao stared at him in a daze. A man in his 30s, with a black seed on his face. Looked like a matchmaker's mole. Close the door. Close the door quickly. The footsteps of the patrol team were heard passing outside. Qin Xiao immediately came to his senses, waved his hand, and asked Mo Xiao to close the door quickly. Bang! Mo Xiao stared at him and walked in step by step. With amazing momentum, Qin Xiao hugged the remaining melon tightly, with a tangled face. After a long while, he reluctantly broke half of it and handed it to her. How about eating it together? Mo Xiao laughed angrily and said speechlessly, It's just a melon. Is it that serious? Qin Xiao heard that her tone was not harsh, and he breathed a sigh of relief for some reason, and took another bite with a smile. You don't understand. Who told me to set too many examples in my life? He started to talk about this and that. Mo Xiao suddenly said, I went to find Juing. Oh! Qin Xiao responded subconsciously. He had known about this for a long time, even though he didn't leave the gate of the wild grass camp. The news that Mo Xiao almost had a fight with the border guards outside the Tianyan laboratory reached his ears not long after it happened. While eating, Qin Xiao suddenly coughed. He patted his chest and glanced up at Mo Xiao. Are you going to see that experiment, maniac? Dr. Zhu told me something. Qin Xiao swept the watermelon like a lawnmower as usual, and said vaguely without raising his head, What did she say? I tell you, if there is anything bad about my character, slander. It is absolutely slander. Don't worry. She didn't scold you. Mo Xiao sat down opposite him speechlessly. It just means you won't live for many days. Qin Xiao was choked again. He almost coughed out the watermelon juice. He felt it was a waste again, so he quickly sucked it and swallowed it into his stomach. He slapped the table and replied, What a woman! Look! Is this human language? Mo Xiao's eyes lit up. So, she lied to me? That's not true. Qin Xiao leaned back, squinted his narrow eyes, and said proudly, God is jealous of talents. Mo Xiao got up. Seeing that Qin Xiao didn't take it seriously at all, he became more and more angry. Pa kicked his chair. It rocked like a baby cradle. Then he slammed the door and left while Qin Xiao was cursing. Just a few seconds after he left, he suddenly opened the door and walked back. He picked up a garbage bag and packed up the remains of his watermelon and took it away. He sneered, Qin Xiao. I tell you, I'm going out to do a mission tomorrow. You'd better not die in the next few days. Otherwise, I will come back and disband the wild grass camp. You stinky girl. What did you say? Come back. Qin Xiao took off one of his shoes and hid it empty, looking at his foot with one shoe and the other without. He held his chin and thought for a while, and finally decided to take off the other shoe and hit it as well, even though the person had already gone a long way. He walked barefoot on the ground and paced back and forth in the office leisurely. Suddenly he thought of something. He picked up the landline and made a call. According to the lights, the sky was gradually getting dark. Mo Xiao stood alone on the training ground of the camp for a long time. Over the years, this place was like her home. Every team member who was still alive, or whose name had been engraved on the Yongjin monument, was a family member who had been together for a long time. In fact, she could understand Qin Xiao's actions very well. What she said just now was just angry words. If it were her, she would probably make the same choice as Qin Xiao. Mo Xiao smiled sadly and walked towards the dormitory. On the way, she met a member of the logistics unit who was looking for her everywhere. Deputy Battalion Commander Mo. I finally found you. The man panted. What's wrong? The man looked around her and sighed. The battalion commander called me before and said that your uniform was damaged. We should replace it with a new one before the mission tomorrow. Mo Xiao looked in the direction he pointed. She found that there was indeed a hole behind her. It seemed that someone had deliberately torn it. Fortunately, we caught up. The logistics department of the wild grass campsite. If you wear such a uniform to the battlefield tomorrow, if something unexpected happens, we will be guilty. After handing over the uniform, the people in the logistics department dared not delay any longer, and said that they would send her a new set the next day. Mo Xiao returned to the dormitory, thinking of the tear in the uniform. Her face was very strange. It was obvious that Jiangxi must have scratched it on purpose. That person's temper was exactly the same as when he was in school. Whenever he had something new, he would break Mo Xiao's old things and then compensate her. When she was a child, Mo Xiao was almost angry and cried, and couldn't help but fight with him. Over time, even she could see that he did it on purpose. Add to that the rumors from the surrounding classmates. That's why he asked that question back then. After so many years, he still does the same thing. Thinking of Jiangxi, Mo Xiao couldn't help but think of his injuries. Mo Xiao turned over, and then turned over again, and finally sat up in the dark. Different positions. In the quiet room, she lowered her eyes and whispered, "Disbanding the wild grass camp was just a joke. The wild grass camp is now the sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of some people. Power without checks and balances will go off track sooner or later. By then, perhaps Tianyin will become the next Nutuling. Perhaps those vulnerable civilians who used to call this place home will find that their voices can no longer be heard. That the powerful and the wealthy have gradually become the upper class riding on the heads of everyone. And that fairness and justice have become a joke. Speak for the disadvantaged, for the suffering, and for the fairness and justice of this world. This is what Lin Yuan wants to do, what Qin Xiao is doing, and what she wants to maintain." The next morning, Mo Xiao and the team members were ready to go. At the ground exit, you can see that the border guards have also sent a lot of people. Mo Xiao even saw the old squad leader Lu De among them. He is no longer as rich as before, and he is tall and strong. Little Mo. Lu De has been looking around since just now, and finally saw the people from the wild grass camp coming, and hurriedly waved. At this moment, his parents just left. These years, every time before Lu De went on a mission, they would come to see him off with tears. Lu De promised that after completing this last battle, he would go on a blind date and have another fat white child according to the two elders' words. The two elders left reluctantly. Chapter 296, The Last Battle. Set off. Lu De ignored the strange looks from his teammates. He laughed and ran to the front of Mo Xiao's team. "I knew I would run into you on this mission. Since the wild grass camp declared independence, as a member of the Border Defense Force, it is not good to have too much contact with the soldiers in the wild grass camp. They usually need to avoid suspicion, so it's rare to see each other." Lu De touched the back of his head, sighed, and was about to pat Mo Xiao on the shoulder after a long absence. Suddenly, his peripheral vision swept over the shadow-emitting energy beside Mo Xiao, who was glancing at him faintly. Lu De shuddered subconsciously and pulled his hand back. "Ha! Ha! I almost forgot that Chu Ying is here too." Chu Ying glanced at him and nodded, which was considered a greeting. He didn't even bother to open his mouth. Lu De awkwardly looked at Mo Xiao again. At the same time, he greeted the other members of her team. Fortunately, the others were easy to get along with, which made him less embarrassed. "Are you going this time too?" Mo Xiao asked. "Yes, to earn military merit." Lu De smiled. In recent years, his position has not risen significantly. It is far inferior to his best friend Xiao Peng in the Air Search and Rescue Department. That guy. Since the battle in the mining area that year, his promotion speed is like riding a rocket. But Peng, who is shameless, always likes to cling to brother Shi, always cooperate with him. Seeing this, Lu De was envious and jealous, but not hateful, because he was in the same system. He would even take the initiative to avoid brother Shi in order to avoid suspicion. It can be said that he really relied on himself. Fortunately, Lu De was broad-minded. He joined the army purely out of passion. He was originally from the countryside. He was fat since he was a child. He didn't care much about his position. For him, being able to eat a full meal, take good care of his parents, and live a stable and down-to-earth life was already a great happiness. So he said that he was earning military merits. But in fact, he was not really pursuing fame and fortune. However, I am not in the same area as Xiao Mo and you guys. Lu De sighed. Otherwise, I would have to hug my thighs well. Shameless. A voice as thin as a mosquito came into everyone's ears. Everyone was embarrassed again for a moment. Mo Xiao coughed lightly while pulling Chu Ying behind him, and said with a smile, "You have been famous for many years. It doesn't matter if we are not in the same area. Let's have dinner together after we return victorious." Mo Xiao was not exaggerating. Lu De is indeed famous in the community. It's just, well, it's a long story. Well, it can be simply summarized that every time Lu De completes a task, he will go out to hold a celebration banquet to cheer himself up. When he brags, he has a set of sets, and the lines are long, such as the Son of Light. The zombies are a piece of cake, and he kills them indiscriminately. At first, it was enough to scare people. Later, as he boasted more, it gradually changed. Although he became famous, He made himself famous by his own efforts. This reputation that spread out. Ahem. You can imagine. Hearing Imo Xiao's praise, Luda smiled and waved his hands in a humble manner. Hey. It's all exaggerated. It's not that great. It's just a little bit. Yin Haoge and others laughed secretly behind Imo Xiao. Chuing just pulled Imo Xiao's sleeve and said seriously, Xiao Imo. Let's go. Old Lu. Let's go. In the distance, comrades also began to call Luda. It seems that both sides are about to leave. Luda smiled and waved to the few people, turned around and ran. Goodbye. Xiao Mo. And everyone. Let's continue when we come back. Because the jet flight suit is no longer in use. So Imo Xiao and his friends traveled by car this time. Fortunately, the first 5 lines of defense have been recovered over the years. Even the protective barrier has been built to the 4th line of defense. So riding an off-road vehicle will not affect the speed of going out. At a certain point in the middle of the 5th line of defense, the people of the wild grass camp began to walk. The 6th line of defense was not completely recovered. The meaning of their last battle is to recover Yuansao Station first and encircle the defense line. Then close the door and beat the dog. Resolve the battle at the fastest speed and with the least loss. Of course, it is impossible to drive the car directly over, as it makes too much noise. You can only get off the car halfway and find an opportunity to take a detour. Under such circumstances, this so-called last battle is actually very dangerous. Because if you are not careful, you may face the dilemma of being surrounded by zombies. The only good news is that their base station has been redeployed, and it can reach the outer perimeter of the 5th line of defense as far as possible. So, as long as the weather conditions on that day allow, choose the right time and place. They can even transmit real-time intelligence to the base layer by layer while recovering Yuansao Station. Today, it was a rare cloudy day without any bad conditions. The border guards went south of Yuansao Station and attracted most of the attention with small-scale mobile artillery fire. Our wild grass camp will encircle from here and go deep into the station. We will take this opportunity to clean up the inside and then block the platform. Separate the zombies outside the 6th line of defense from those outside the 5th line of defense. Before leaving, Imo Xiao repeated in a low voice. They came with a total of 36 teams this time, and they will cut in from different angles and routes. Some vanguard soldiers had previously used drones to explore the situation near Yuansao Station. However, due to signal interference, the drone soon lost contact and crashed. But with a quick glance, they could get a rough idea of the zombies inside. I emphasize this for the last time, Imo Xiao said solemnly. All actions are based on ensuring your own safety. Everyone looked at her, stood up and saluted silently. Imo Xiao also saluted back, and said slowly, live like weeds. If you don't move forward, you will die. Everyone replied in a deep voice. Disband. Set off. 2 hours later, Imo Xiao and his 477 team had arrived under a stone bridge. This is a muddy road. Before the end of the world, Yuansao Station was still rebuilding the platform because of the high-speed rail. So many places around it were bumpy. Pedestrians who want to catch a train have to get off 2 stops earlier than before, take a shortcut, pass through several alleys and a group of low-rise houses around, and go back and forth to get to the platform that is still in use. This complex road condition makes even electronic maps difficult to use. If you walk fast, you may get there in 10 minutes. But if you walk slowly, it is hard to say. Of course, private cars or taxis that drive in through another road are another story. That road was previously blocked by all kinds of cars. Later, after it was taken over by Sky Eye, they cleaned it up. Later, Yuansao Station fell again, and I'm afraid that the avenue is full of zombies. And there is no place to hide around the road that is gradually like a high bridge. Of course, it is not the first choice of Imo Xiao and his team. As for this muddy route here, it is full of yellow mud, stagnant water and blood, mixed with a small amount of white snow foam. Because the road is rugged, there are relatively few zombies, at least within the capabilities of Team 477. Along the way, they have already cleaned up a lot of ground. In case of an emergency, they can take shelter temporarily, because the houses on both sides are still there. The terrain advantage is very obvious. Go under this bridge hole. Walk about 100 or 200 meters along the upper right slope, and then walk more than 60 meters to the upper right slope. There will be a 2-way slope lane on the right that continues to go up. Mo Xiao analyzed and drew a mark at the last two-way road. From here, there will be more zombies. Chapter 297 Waiting Hall. Can. What do you think? Mo Xiao looked at Shui Can. After several years of training, even though he was the most timid at the beginning, he became much calmer in dangerous situations. There is a fork in the road on this two-way road. Shui Can whispered. Walk over. You need to cross the railing on the left and go directly to the small square. The right side is the lane, and the end is the big square. With our limited number of people and firepower, it is not suitable to break in directly. Shui Can observed the nearby residential buildings. He made a circle on the roof of a house. Let's set up an ambush here. Just like playing a game. Pull a few monsters at a time, and pull the next batch after solving them. Under the premise of ensuring safety. Advance effectively. This requires the strong mobility and controllability of the monster attractor. Team 477 has cooperated for many years, and has a tacit understanding. No one has any objections. They quickly came to the second floor of a civilian house. There is also a small house built illegally on the roof. Shui Can and his team used the terrain to assemble and set up mobile crossbow equipment. This equipment can instantly fire many arrows, which is an option for them to replace artillery fire. After all, artillery fire is too noisy and is not suitable for this kind of mobile team to fight. The only drawback is that after a few rounds, the arrows need to be recovered before the next round of attack can be launched. Wu Batian and Mo Xiao followed Chu Ying's advice and led the monsters from the front, intercepting the flow and controlling the number. Qin Cheng and Yin Haoda controlled the field from the two wings respectively. Shui Can shot arrows from the back. After each round, everyone would hold their breath and wait for a while, until the external conditions reached the point where the arrows could be recovered. They would continue to act. This coordination lasted until the sky gradually darkened. Countless corpses had piled up on the slope in front of the houses, like small hills built with sandbags. Blood and mud mixed together. Rusty railings, peeling wall skin, and the gloomy sky dyed the world into a smelly and dilapidated picture scroll. Hua la la. Mo Xiao put the arrows he collected this time on the roof. Chu said that if we don't continue to move forward, there will be few zombies. We can say that we have basically taken over Area A. The mission of the Wild Grass Camp is very clear. It is to clear Yuansao Station and then block the platform. When they came, they held a pre-war meeting with other teams and made an analysis. This platform map is divided into more than 30 areas of various sizes. The other teams are also going smoothly, and 10 of them have completed their tasks. Yin Haoda put down the communicator and added, Team 368, Team 402, Team 501, who have not completed their tasks. They should be able to completely solve them within 3 hours. Mo Xiao nodded. In the areas assigned to other teams, there are several relatively easy tasks. For example, it is enough to clear the zombies along a certain section of the railway track and slightly repair the damaged original protective net. The area is not large. The risk factor is not high. And if there is danger, you can always take shelter in the nearby mountains and forests. In comparison, Area A, which Mo Zhao's team is mainly responsible for, is the most dangerous and largest area before entering the station. Rest in place for 5 minutes. Then prepare to enter the station. Mo Xiao waved her hand to let her teammates rest, but she observed from a distance with a telescope. She knew that it was the most dangerous after entering the station. In addition to the large and interconnected waiting rooms, there are also underground passages that are inconvenient to avoid. The team entering the station is still Mo Xiao and Chu Ying at the front. Chu Ying's combat ability is not as strong as everyone else's, but because she was born with a pair of extremely sensitive ears, so in this kind of terrain, she has a very effective ability to avoid the dangers of blind spots that cannot be seen by the eyes. And everyone trusts her. Everyone dispersed, sneaked in quietly from several passages at the entrance, and squatted behind the security check machine. There are 2 floors here. There are 3 waiting rooms on the first floor, 1 on the left and 2 on the right. There are 3 waiting rooms on the second floor. There are 2 escalators on each side that have been out of service for many years. In front of the security check machine, a huge screen was hung high up. It was now stained with a lot of dust and blood, and there were thick spider webs. In the visible range, there were about 40 or 50 zombies wandering in the main hall on the first floor. If they were in the square, they would have many ways to quickly deal with these zombies. But now, once a zombie fell to the ground, The noise would instantly cause other zombies to gather and roar. And it is very likely that the zombies in the 6 waiting halls would rush over. Mo Xiao thought about it, and gestured to his teammates. Wu Batian rolled over, and was the first to touch the number 1 gate lightly, locking the originally loose entrance and exit gate with something. He turned back, and gave his teammates an OK signal. Qin Cheng and the others followed suit. In the end, only Mo Xiao and Chu Ying were left squatting at the last gate. Shui Kankan and the others retreated one after another. Mo Xiao stood up and flashed past the gate. The nearest zombies were instantly attracted, although they could no longer see the target figure when they turned their heads. But they ran towards the gate based on instinct. After passing through the loose gate, there seemed to be a figure flashing in front of them. Several zombies kept walking and were foolishly hooked out. Bang! 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 When they got outside, several figures suddenly appeared around. Sticks and sharp blades were stained with blood at the same time. Puff! A slight gunshot with a silencer passed by his ear. Mo Xiao turned around and found a zombie crookedly coming out from the back. It was shot dead by Shui Kankan, who was checking for omissions from a distance. The 477 team looked at each other and smiled at the same time, relying on this phase bait method. It took less than half an hour. Then, they cleaned up all the dozens of zombies in the main hall on the first floor with ease. There are too many zombies in the 6 waiting halls. While the 477 team was still back-to-back under the front desk of the main hall on the first floor, Captain Mo Xiao had already inspected the 6 waiting halls and returned quietly. Don't underestimate the small hall at the entrance of Yuanan South Station. But the 6 waiting halls are still quite large, especially number 3 and number 4. Mo Xiao just glanced at it from a distance. It was so densely packed that it was creepy. A few were still wandering slowly. Most of them had entered a dormant period, sitting or lying crookedly. They looked like they were asleep, but also like dead people. But Mo Xiao knew that most of them were still alive zombies. They looked motionless at the moment. But in fact, as long as there was a movement from the prey close to their side, they would wake up instantly like zombies. Compared with the corpse, it was particularly difficult to distinguish those guys. Mo Xiao whispered, as I guessed before coming here, it is impossible to clean them all up without making a big noise. Captain, you want to? Shui Kankan whispered. Chapter 298. Xiao Mo has handed this place over to me. On their side, they could not hear the border guards attracting the attention of the zombies for the time being. This shows that the other side is also controlling the noise made by the artillery fire from a long distance. From the situation that there are not too many new zombies wandering around after the zombies were cleared along the way, the border guard's containment effect is still very successful. Mo Xiao and his team just need to take down the platform and implement a blockade. From the current situation, Area C, Area D, Area E, Area F, and some damaged protective nets along the railway. It won't take long to repair and complete the blockade. Only Area A and Area B are a little troublesome. The seal of Area A is where Mo Xiao and his team are now. They need to seal the doors leading to the main hall from several waiting halls, and the exits from the underground passage to the outside world. The main purpose is to seal the countless zombies inside. The seal of Area B happens to be on the side of the zombies that the border guards are holding back. If the opening over there is to be sealed, the artillery fire of the border guards must be larger and more intensive. Such a movement will undoubtedly be clearly transmitted and wake up the dormant zombies in several waiting halls at the same time. Once Mo Xiao and his team are on a mission, the zombies in the 6 waiting halls will wake up and riot at the same time. It is conceivable what kind of desperate situation the 477 team will fall into. Similarly, if Area A adopts violent means, such as bombing the zombies in several waiting halls, then the zombies in Area B will be alarmed and gradually approach this side. The containment of the defense forces there will lose its meaning. At the same time, the blockade mission in Area B is almost equivalent to failure. And the soldiers of the Wild Grass Camp, who are trapped in Area A, or even in the entire Yuanan South Station, will be in danger of being surrounded by the huge zombie tide. Batian, Qingzi, Kankan, Xiaoyan, go and lock the doors leading to the main hall of our waiting hall from number 1 to 5. In major train stations across the country, this kind of door is generally a huge glass door. But after the end of the world, Tianyin briefly took over Yuanan South Station for a period of time. They replaced them all with solid iron doors. Although they fell later, they were damaged after many years. But they could still do it by simply repairing and locking them with the equipment they brought. The only thing to be careful about is not to disturb so many dormant zombies. Maybe it's because the 6 waiting halls are located deep and relatively isolated. More than 90% of the zombies inside are motionless and dormant. For the experienced members of the 477th team of the Wild Grass Camp, this requirement is not too difficult. But this means you want to sneak into the 6th waiting hall alone. Go through the underground passage and block Area A. Wubatian frowned and almost raised his voice to express his objection. But after several years of experience as a teammate, she pursed her lips and whispered, "I'll go with you. I won't hold you back. I'm not going alone." Mo Xiao patted Chu Ying's shoulder beside him. "She's with me." Chu Ying was silent after being suddenly called out. Seeing that all the teammates were looking over, she said calmly, "I'll take good care of Xiao Mo." Qin Chung covered his face and sighed. They were actually mainly worried that Chu Ying's skills were not good enough and would drag down the captain at a critical moment. But, well, in fact, they could understand a little bit why the captain only brought Chu Ying. In this light combat mode, effective evasion is indeed more practical than output. Your mission is not that simple, Mo Xiao said solemnly. After we go in, you must remember to lock the door of the 6th waiting room. While speaking, he actually left himself no way out. Yin Haoda clenched his fists and shook his head in a low voice. "No! How can you get out? We will successfully pass through the underground passage. Block Area A. And set out from the other end of the railway track to meet up with everyone in Area B. The Wild Grass Camp will eventually cooperate with the border guards to block Area B. Only then can the mission of recovering Yuanshan Station be completely completed. The firepower of the border guards can only hold back for another 4 to 6 hours at most." Mo Xiao said solemnly, "Time is tight. After you lock this side, quickly set out to meet up with other teams and cooperate with the border guards to complete the mission in Area B. Understand?" 15 minutes later, 2 people sneaked into the 6th waiting room. They rolled under the first row of seats with their extremely agile skills. As a result, the few zombies swimming slowly in the room did not find their traces. These 2 people were Mo Xiao and Chu Ying. The reason why they chose the 6th waiting room was purely because there were fewer zombies in it than in other waiting rooms. After all, the area of this waiting room was the smallest. Mo Xiao lay on the ground and glanced around. 3 or 4 meters to the right, there were 3 zombies in a sleeping state. And on the wall behind them, that is, opposite to this row of seats, there were about 6 or 7 zombies leaning against the wall with their heads down and motionless. This scene is very similar to the passengers who sit against the wall at the station and doze off while waiting for the train because there are no empty seats. On the left is the extremely spacious middle aisle. There is no shelter. It is impossible to avoid the zombies, who are still awake and active for a long time. They naturally cannot choose to go from the left-hand side. They can only go to the right. Mo Xiao took out a sharp double-edged stab and pressed it under his wrist with his backhand. Crawling quietly on the ground at a slow speed, Chu Ying pursed her lips and followed her carefully. Suddenly, she widened her eyes and was about to say, "Be careful." She saw Mo Xiao in front of her rolling over and almost pressing his face against a zombie who had just opened his eyes. Both knees and elbows pressed down the movement of it trying to stand up and roar. His left hand pinched its chin like an iron clamp and thrust it into its mouth and brain with a quick and quiet method. Mo Xiao twisted his wrist slightly. The zombie that just opened its eyes did not even have time to roar before it became weak again. Chu Ying swallowed the little heart that almost jumped out of his chest just now back into his stomach. He pulled Mo Xiao's sleeve, frowned slightly, and shook his head. Chu Ying felt that she had underestimated this mission before. It was not long after entering the door, and it was almost ruined by a zombie that suddenly woke up. There were at least 40 or 50 rows of seats along the way. If Mo Xiao hadn't been so quick, once the zombie roared, it would have instantly awakened several sleeping zombies here, with a chain reaction. I'm afraid that within a minute, all the zombies in the 6th waiting hall would have woken up leisurely. Mo Xiao got off the zombie and moved back to his original position. Seeing Chu Ying's eyes, he knew what she was worried about. To be honest, Mo Xiao also felt that she had not considered it a bit. Although Chu Ying had excellent hearing, her skills and nerve reflexes could not keep up with her ears. In such a dangerous situation, she shouldn't have dragged Chu Ying in. Mo Xiao nodded slightly at her, indicating that they should retreat back to the outside of the hall. Chu Ying nodded and quickly followed the order. When they got outside the hall, Shue Kankan had already completed her task and rushed to the door of the 6th waiting hall. Sister Ing? Shue Kankan whispered. Why did you come out alone? Chu Ying was stunned. Looking back, only then did he realize that Xiao Mo had not returned the same way. Instead, he had killed 2 zombies neatly at some point, rolled to the far right corner of the entire hall, and lay quietly, like a beast that had been lurking in the snow for a long time and had great patience, waiting for an opportunity to move. Chu Ying stared for a while, then quietly said, You go to Area B first. Xiao Mo has given the task here to me. Chapter 299 Chu Ying's Action. Mo Xiao lay in the corner for a while pretending to be dead. She did not look back. At this angle, unless she stood up, she could not see outside. But she knew that Chu Ying should have understood what she meant. Chu Ying seemed to be quiet, but in fact, he knew a lot of things in his heart and was a very smart person. And over the years, other team members would occasionally question their instructions. Only Chu Ying would not. Mo Xiao liked her very much, whether as a classmate, friend, or comrade in arms. While lying on the ground, Mo Xiao was not idle. Her eyes kept looking ahead, looking for the best route. Soon, she sorted out a route that was more advantageous to her. The red blush around her eyes had not yet faded, which was a sign that the red pill was still effective. Mo Xiao took a breath, took out another red pill from her bag, and swallowed it in one gulp. The smell of blood spread throughout her body. It brought a thrilling pleasure. Her fingertips seemed to tremble slightly because of the touch. Not fear, but excitement. Mo Xiao raised her eyes suddenly, and a faint red color appeared in her pupils. 3, 2, 1. When a zombie turned around in front of her left, she supported herself with one hand. With the power of her fingers alone, she lightly slid past at an incredible angle, and slid down a distance. With both arms, she hugged an unconscious zombie, and the sharp blade was quickly inserted and pulled out. At the same time, her 2 legs strangled another zombie that had just opened its eyes. She folded her upper body back like a spring, at a very fast speed, and the corpse under her feet fell into deep sleep again after the knife passed. The stench of zombies lingered at the tip of her nose. Mo Xiao's body returned to stillness again, just like the 2 zombies that were almost awakened just now. But she couldn't suppress the excitement in her mind. If it were another half-infected person, he would probably not be able to control his movements so accurately. But she just pursed her lips tightly, like a machine without fear, joy or anger, still lying quietly, as if waiting for the next opportunity. The teammates had been gone for a long time. Chu Ying stood outside the door alone, listening to the noise from afar. Even she, who was safe outside, could not help but feel her heart tighten. I really don't know how Xiao Mo passed the level 1 by 1 on the tightrope. Chu Ying lowered her eyes. In fact, she sometimes felt that although Xiao Mo was her believer, he was more like everyone's hero, especially in the environment of the end of the world. The strange thing is that Chu Ying was originally a person who didn't like the title of hero. After all, she was born so different. But if she equated it with the believer she most recognized, she felt it was very suitable. Moreover, it is most appropriate for her to personally award this title. Chu Ying's ears moved slightly. The noise in the 6th waiting room has gradually subsided. Mo Xiao should have passed the last security gate and walked into the underground passage. While listening to the noise, Chu Ying locked the iron door that had been prepared long ago, and took out the rifle with a silencer and placed it far away outside. Puff. One shot. A zombie in the 6th waiting room was shot and fell to the ground. Several zombies around quickly surrounded him, but soon looked around in confusion. Puff. Another shot. The bullets were like footprints in the snow, and the trajectory seemed to have been carefully planned, leading some zombies to the 6th waiting room little by little. Chu Ying was halfway through shooting when she soon realized that this attraction was not enough. She pulled out a dagger, rolled up her clothes, and cut herself. A faint smell of fresh blood slowly seeped into the air. In the 6th waiting room, many zombies slowly opened their eyes and walked towards the door blankly. In the underground passage, Mo Xiao huddled in a small guard room next to the passage. Through the crack in the door, he looked at the group of zombies outside who were walking crookedly towards the 6th waiting room, and his eyebrows tightened slightly. Why did the zombies suddenly start to migrate? The underground passage is not like the waiting room. There are so many rows of seats of various styles as a cover. It is generally more open here. Of course, That also meant that forcing through was not an easy task, and could even be said to be quite dangerous. Unexpectedly, before Mo Xiao had taken any action, she discovered that the zombies were rushing towards her. She quickly took shelter in the nearby guard room. After waiting for an unknown amount of time, the noise outside gradually died down. She quietly pushed open the door, and saw that only a few zombies with leg problems were left in the underground passage. Scattered behind, the rest should have rushed to the back. Good opportunity. She ran out at high speed, occasionally killing the zombies that fell behind. The further she went out, the more zombies she encountered. After using extremely fast speed and fierce means to crush them, the exit was a staircase leading upwards on both sides. The middle is made of stone, and there are old escalators on both sides. The door leading to the main hall from the waiting room is now closed. If the zombies in the 6 waiting rooms are awakened and want to run out, the only possible way is to go up the stone steps here. Mo Xiao quietly went up along the stone steps on the left, and the sky outside was very dark, because Yuanan South Station is quite special and built on the mountain. This place is not open air. You can already see the bloody and rusty rails on both sides of the platform. Zombies in rotten clothes are wandering slowly. There are not many of them. Next to the platform, there is a broken giant iron net collapsed on the side. This was originally used to block the 2 exits, but it was obviously hit by something before, so it has lost its function and fell to the side. After natural corrosion, the reddish-brown rust looks like blood stains and looks very broken. Mo Xiao hid beside a stone pillar. She wanted to seal the exit, so she needed to reinstall these iron doors. With her current strength, it should not be a problem to carry it. But the key is that it is corroded like this, and I don't know if it is strong. Mo Xiao glanced at the end of the extension of the railway, and vaguely saw the gradually rising mountains and forests beside the railway from afar. After the apocalypse, affected by the virus, the size of plants is now much larger than before the apocalypse. The iron net may not be reliable, but if we can cut down some trees and use thick tree trunks to block the exit, it will be much safer. This is a strenuous job for ordinary people, but for Mo Xiao, who is in the state of double red pills and has strength but nowhere to use it, it is not a difficult task. Do it as soon as you say it. She first cleared the zombies on her expected path in a guerrilla warfare manner. Then she took out several metal weapons issued by the army, and with a few clicks, they were assembled into an axe. Half an hour later, Chuing, who was lying on the old retro chandelier in the middle of the main hall, stood up, put away the gun, sitting quietly by the light cord. She had already used up all the bullets she brought. Judging from the noise, Xiao Mo should have left long ago. At the entrance of the number 6 waiting room on the 2nd floor, a group of zombies were crowded and lying on the iron door, competing to roar at the outside. Not only that, the zombies in the other waiting rooms also seemed to be awakened by the long-lost bloody smell of living people. The locked iron door kept making creaking and shaking sounds, and it looked shaky. Chapter 300 Xiao Mo. Run forward. Don't look back. From just now, there was a faint sound of artillery fire from the direction of Area B. They should have started the task of blocking Area B in cooperation with the border guards. She had to evacuate quickly. Chu Ying was about to get down from the chandelier. Suddenly, a distant explosion sounded into her eardrum. It might sound muffled to others, but to her, it was like someone hitting a thunder in her ear. Just now, in order to maximize her hearing, she had already removed all the earplugs she used daily. Now, suddenly startled by this, Chu Ying's body swayed, and she almost lost her balance and fell off the chandelier. Bang, bang, bang. Bang. Stimulated by the explosion, several waiting rooms suddenly rang with more intense knocking sounds. The door leading to the main hall from the waiting room was not very reliable. If all the zombies were excited and knocked together, it might be broken again. There are 2 exits that really need to be tightly blocked here. One is on Mo Xiao's side, and the other is at the entrance of the main hall. There are already several steel plates falling above the entrance. The distance is not high, leaving only a gap for one person to crawl through. It is a mechanism set up by Shuai Kankan and others before they left. As long as Chu Ying leaves, cut a certain line. Due to the chain reaction of the gears, the steel plate will fall straight down and sink into the groove they specially arranged, getting stuck and completely blocking it. Now Chu Ying has not left yet. Clang, clang, clang. At least 2 iron mesh doors of the waiting hall on the 1st floor have been knocked down. The zombies rushed out like locusts. Chu Ying was shocked. We can't let them rush out now. They might destroy the mechanism. The combined steel plates that everyone has specially carried will become waste. What's more, if they are attracted by the movement in Area B and chase them, the members of the wild grass camp, who are doing the task outside, will undoubtedly fall into the dilemma of being attacked from all sides. Chu-Ying subconsciously threw a dagger and cut a rope. Rumble. Bang. Very close distance. The huge sound resounded in the hall. No defense. It's like someone hit the eardrum with a sledgehammer. Chu-Ying curled up on the chandelier with a miserable look on her face, covering her ears with both hands belatedly. There was a faint trickle of blood oozing out of her ears. Chu-Ying felt the wetness on her temples and was slightly startled. She had already wiped and bandaged the wounds she had deliberately made before, and the blood had already had less impact on the zombies. In addition, she was lying quietly on this exaggerated large chandelier, and the attention of the zombies rushing out was not on her. But this time, blood oozed from both ears, and a group of ant-like zombies below paused. And then, like a carnival, they all raised their heads, roared at each other, and reached out to each other as if they were in a frying pan. Chu-Ying's pupils shrank. It was not because of this horrifying scene. It was because she found that the originally noisy and bustling world suddenly became silent. This was something she had never experienced since she was born. Even in a desperate situation, Chu-Ying was still neither sad nor happy. She just shook her head blankly, shook it again, and shook it again, but still couldn't hear any sound. It was so quiet. So this is the world of ordinary people? There were no strange whispers, no rapid heartbeats and panting that revealed emotions, no ambiguous sighs and laughter behind. Chu-Ying sat in a daze against the chandelier. Zombies on the second floor also broke out from the waiting room one after another. They ran in the corridors, reaching out their hands to chase the only living thing within their sight. They rushed forward one after another, their expressions twisted and crazy, and they even fell down from the second floor one by one. Chu-Ying sat alone on the chandelier that was gradually shaken by the zombies, as if watching a pantomime. Suddenly, the scene in front of her did not know where she was funny, and she grinned. She was born different. Even if she lost one of her talents, there were still other lights for people to chase. Even zombies were no exception. Alas, maybe this is genius. Chu-Ying sighed, stood up leaning against the shaky chandelier, and looked up at the smooth ceiling with very few steel frames inside. There was a small glass skylight in the middle. Unfortunately, it was a cloudy day today, and the stars were not visible at all. Otherwise, the end of a genius would actually be more suitable for the starry sky. Chu-Ying closed her eyes, thinking that Xiao Mo should have succeeded. She was very relieved. She was a genius, and her believers were heroes. A true hero never looked back at the explosion. Chu-Ying smiled. Xiao Mo, run forward. Don't look back. Bang! Another zombie jumped over from the second floor. This one seemed to have good jumping ability. Although it failed to catch Chu-Ying, it almost broke the rope of the chandelier. The lamp body tilted and hung there dangerously. Chu-Ying could no longer stand, grabbed a small lamp, and her whole body fell in the air, sliding down little by little. Her physical fitness is not as good as that of the half-infected. She was about to collapse. Suddenly, the spider web on the screen in the main hall caught fire. The flames raged and spread along various flammable materials at a very fast speed. Chu-Ying was stunned. Before she understood what happened, something seemed to fall from the sky in front of her. The first thing she saw was a pair of deep red pupils. But the owner of these eyes did not bite her, but put his hand around her waist and threw her far up. Mo Xiao? Chu-Ying's eyes widened suddenly. She only then noticed that the glass on the ceiling that she had just stared at was broken by someone at some point. It should be just now, the moment when the fire burst out and attracted the attention of many zombies. She broke the glass and fell from the sky. And this arm strength. Chu-Ying pursed her lips. She realized that Mo Xiao's condition was not right. He must have eaten a lot of red pills in a row to have the current speed and physical strength. The moment she was thrown into the air, the hanging lamp finally couldn't bear it and fell down with a bang. And with it falling, something jumped up in the opposite direction at the speed of an afterimage. Even after starting, it caught up with Chu-Ying, holding a grappling gun in one hand. Using the strength of the moment, he once again borrowed the power of the second stage of the void and jumped high. Bang! The two landed on the smooth outer ceiling. Even though Chu-Ying was held by someone, she barely managed to stand steady. This series of operations was extremely fast and difficult, but it was smooth. Chewing stood there stupidly, and she didn't even react to the fact that she was in a desperate situation the moment before. But how could she escape the next moment? My sister Ing, remember to discuss with me before the next mission. After all, your captain, had never abandoned my teammates. Seeing that she was still in a daze, Mo Xiao pinched her face and joked, "You go to Area B to meet them first. I still have something to do." Mo Xiao's face suddenly changed halfway through his words, and he turned around abruptly, bent over and covered his mouth. Only after she was a few steps away did she wave her hand to calm down. After a while, she saw that Chewing did not move. Then she noticed the problem with her ears. Mo Xiao frowned slightly, and used a grappling gun to hang her to the square outside, and gestured for her to leave. Then she turned around quickly, and disappeared in a few quick moves. Mo Xiao turned back at a very fast speed. The exit on the side she was responsible for was blocked, but not completely blocked. Halfway through, she suddenly remembered the strangeness of the zombies before. She realized that if there was a teammate to help her, it could only be Chewing, who had excellent hearing and could monitor her situation at any time. Otherwise, if she rashly helped, it might not help her, but harm her. Chewing, on the other hand, has never been good at asking for help from others, and might foolishly stay alone. Mo Xiao was anxious. She took 2 more red pills. She climbed all the way to the ceiling from a ventilation hole in the underground passage, and caught a glimpse of Chu Ying's situation. She used the high-power laser pen she carried with her to ignite the spider webs from a distance through the glass. And while the fire was raging, she broke the glass to save people. Now Mo Xiao was rushing back, because there was still a small opening in the tunnel over there. She lit the fire not only to save Chewing, but also to attract the zombies in the several waiting halls to the front. In this way, the tunnel will be relatively safer, at least before she seals it off. Yuansao Station is built on the mountain. The front door is smooth and high, with no leverage, so it is easy to go down but difficult to come up. The back is connected to the mountain, and it is impossible to come up without taking a long detour. Time is running out. When Mo Xiao turned back, she still walked on the top of the building, and came to a place that looked like a vent, and was forced to stop. When she climbed up through the vent in the small police room in the tunnel and reached the top cover. Mo Xiao returned to the police room and came to the underground passage. Sure enough, a large number of zombies had been attracted to the front hall. She only needed to go back from here and go out through the exit left before, and she could get away safely. Mo Xiao just pushed open the door and was about to leave. Suddenly, she heard the sound of a wall peeling off in the dark tunnel. Her nerves tightened and the hairs on her body stood up instantly. Chapter 301 Temporary Command Post of the 5th Line of Defense. Inside the temporary command post of the 5th Line of Defense, Jiangxi was standing in front of a large screen, staring at the dots on it. In this command post, there were still many soldiers sitting in their positions. Various communication instruments made dense sounds alternately. "Commander, there's a call for you." Suddenly, an operator next to him was stunned for a moment, and handed it to Jiangxi. "It's from the Sky Eye Laboratory." Jiangxi raised his eyebrows slightly. "Sky Eye Laboratory? A call from Zhuing?" Yesterday, Zhuing misjudged the time for the data to come out, so Jiangxi naturally couldn't stay there all the time. Compared to the old cadres who were in high positions and had great power in the past, they usually stayed in the rear. Jiangxi is often at the front line. This time, he was directly in charge of the temporary command post of the 5th Line of Defense. If you cross this fragile line of defense where the radiation barrier has not yet been built, you may encounter zombies when you go out. Jiangxi just picked up the phone and heard the excited voice on the other side. "It has risen. The balance index in the number 3 experiment has risen." Jiangxi was slightly startled, and then a trace of joy flashed across his eyes. He lowered his voice slightly. "Is the experiment successful?" "No, not yet." Hearing Jiangxi's question, Zhuing seemed to calm down a little. She reorganized her words before speaking, however. "As long as the balance index has the possibility of rising, the semi-infected person reversal experiment is equivalent to seeing hope. Now there is only this trend. After so many years, with the help of many parties, we finally took the most difficult and most promising first step." This made Zhuing very excited. She believed that if she could take this first step, she could take the second and third steps later. "I will carry out further screening and extraction, which is called X-reverse agent. Zhu Ying chattered excitedly on the other end. Jiangshi had already put down the phone. After many years, there was finally a breakthrough. He was not unhappy, but he had always been self-controlled. Especially after he was in a high position, his emotions became less and less obvious. When he was about to ask in detail, someone in the busy temporary command post exclaimed again, which had to attract Jiangshi's attention. "Captain, receive the latest intelligence. The front line has launched a containment plan for Area B." "So fast?" Jiangshi narrowed his eyes and looked at the map on the electronic screen. "Have other areas been blocked? Especially Area A, which can only be broken through from the front and back. And the difficulty is extremely high. This time is at least 1 or 2 hours earlier than they expected. Except for the cooperation in Area B. We don't know the specific deployment of other areas in the wild grass camp." A soldier wearing headphones reported to Jiangshi. "There is movement in Area B, and it was communicated with the wild grass camp in advance." Jiangshi frowned. "Who gave the order in the wild grass camp?" "It's Wu Batian, deputy captain of the 477th Squadron Werimo Shao, the highest commander of the wild grass battalion." "Is," the messenger said. After listening to this, a soldier who looked like a staff officer whispered beside Jiangshi, "The individual combat power of the wild grass battalion is invincible, and the control of the mission time has always been accurate. Judging from the situation, a time for encirclement should have been agreed upon. Their temporary command post has perfect communication equipment. However, on the front battlefield, once the troops are dispersed, it is difficult to maintain communication at any time due to complex factors such as terrain, environment, and even weather. Therefore, when multiple teams are performing tasks separately, they often agree on a bottom-line time." "Wu Batian," Jiangshi frowned. "That means that Mo Shao, the captain, has not yet arrived at Area B to participate in the encirclement plan. Where is she? With her strength, what else can hold her back for so long?" While Jiangshi was staring and thinking deeply, a small-scale cheer had already sounded in the temporary command post. In their view, the mission has reached the last step. As long as Area B can be successfully blocked, Yuanshan Station can be considered to have been recovered. They can complete the encirclement of the 6th line of defense and completely separate it from the outside world. By then, the zombie sandwiched between the 5th and 6th lines of defense will sooner or later be killed by them. There are a large area of rich ground resources between these two lines of defense. According to expert calculations, as long as a radiation barrier can be successfully established on the 6th line of defense, within the high walls, there is no need to worry. They will not have to worry about survival resources for at least the next 100 years. This greatly alleviates the survival anxiety of the people since they were forced to live underground and faced ecological pollution and insufficient supply of resources. Let the Air Search and Rescue Department go out to respond immediately," Jiangshi suddenly ordered. Not long after the order was given, 2 men in military uniforms hurriedly walked in from outside the tent. Both of them were thin. One of them is Xiao Peng, the captain of the Air Search and Rescue Department, who holds real power. The other person was Shen Qi, the deputy leader of the blood hunting group, who had not been promoted for several years, because Jiangshi had always been the leader of the blood hunting group. Even after he was promoted to the leader of the corps a few years ago, he seemed to have no intention of moving. Naturally, no one dared to say much. Anyway, when he had not yet taken the position of the corps leader, he had already been in charge of the 3 armies. For him, the position of the corps leader was just an empty title. "Leader, let's go now," Xiao Peng said worriedly. "The zombies in Area B have not been pinned down by the frontline soldiers. I am worried that if we send a plane over now, if they have not succeeded by the time we arrive, they will attract the zombies in the rear and form a double-team situation for them." Jiangshi drew a line on the electronic map with his fingertips and said calmly, "You cut in from the right. Go around the eastern edge of Yuanshan Station to Area B." Xiao Peng nodded repeatedly. This would not cause danger to the rear of the frontline soldiers. But is it necessary? He frowned subconsciously, and suddenly thought, is this detour to lure away the zombies that may exist in those areas? To create favorable conditions for the evacuation of the wild grass camp? "Leader." Shen Qi looked at Xiao Peng's back as he left, his eyes gloomy. "The wild grass camp has been hindering us in every way over the years. If it weren't for them, we would have unified the entire Sky Eye base long ago. How could there be so many voices and forces that dare to resist us?" He took a step closer and whispered, Qin Shao can't protect them for much longer now. If another spiritual pillar, the god of war Mo Shao, dies accidentally during the mission at this critical node of outward expansion, the wild grass camp will inevitably decline irreversibly. When Jiangxi said the first sentence, he was still staring at the screen calmly. When he said the second sentence, he suddenly tilted his head and glanced at the loyal deputy commander Shen beside him. Shenqi felt his scalp tingling, gritted his teeth, and said with tears, "Captain, opportunities are rare and will never come again. The captain that seems a little excessive today is full of sincere worries." It seems that the two are still comrades who plan to climb together from humble beginnings. Although many people in the team have passed away, the two of them have always stood on the same position. Jiangxi has been moving forward, and he, Shenqi, will always stand behind him. Chapter 302 Short Ponytail. Old soldier. I know. Jiangxi suddenly spoke and responded calmly. Shenqi was sent out and stood for a long time with mixed feelings. Just now Jiangxi transferred him back to Tianyin to handle all matters of Tianyin Laboratory. Shenqi knew that he failed again this time. That woman. Shenqi unconsciously clenched his fists. That captain was a stumbling block in his great cause. In fact, he had no personal grudge against anyone in the wild grass camp. The wild grass camp wanted to check and balance, and their original intention was to put the people first. And Shenqi and Jiangxi were on the road of the end-time warlords, and the people's livelihood was just a stepping stone. Only those who could be used as a stepping stone were worth protecting. The two sides have different ideas and beliefs. They are irreconcilable after all. He can see it clearly. He doesn't believe that the captain can't see it clearly. Two soldiers came from a distance and led Shenqi to retreat to the rear. Shenqi was unwilling, but had no choice. When he was halfway through the journey, he suddenly knocked out the two and tied them up in the dark. He walked back openly again. He went to the rear and transferred 2 cars of people under the pretext of a transfer order, and quietly left the temporary station. Looking at the route, it was not returning to the base, but heading towards Yuanan South Station. Yuanan South Station. Area A. In an underground passage, Mo Xiaojing came out of the narrow guard room. He saw a fire door in front of him suddenly move. With a creaking sound, the half-man-high door slowly opened. There was a space of medium size inside. When the door opened, the rusty pipes were exposed. Also exposed was a curled-up figure. It was motionless, like a stone statue. Perhaps it was just a person who was hiding in a panic in an underground passage full of zombies and maintained the same posture for too long. Mo Xiao heard the sound of joints twisting and moving, which made her teeth ache. That was not a dead thing. It was a zombie. Mo Xiao was extremely sure. It was not an ordinary zombie, because she saw the iconic wild grass camp uniform. Mo Xiao's pupils shrank slightly, and she kicked her toes and rushed to the end at a desperate speed. She was very fast, but the other side was not slow either. The moment she jumped up, all the joints of the zombie on the opposite side made crackling sounds. It instantly fell out from behind the fire door, landing on all fours, with its neck twisted and tilted to look at Mo Xiao. In the middle of the large white eyeball, a small scarlet dot turned and quickly locked onto her. Then there was a chase. Perhaps the zombie was also very strong when it was in the wild grass camp, so it became even more powerful after being transformed into a zombie. If Mo Xiao hadn't taken several red pills in a row, it would probably catch up with it in a few seconds. But even now, in her dangerous state of being on the verge of transformation, the other side can still bite her tightly behind her. As long as Mo Xiao pauses, he can catch up in an instant. Mo Xiao didn't even dare to look back. A few seconds later, she looked at the almost completely blocked crawling passage in front of her, with only one person vacant, and gritted her teeth secretly. This won't work, even if she can maintain her advantage speed now. But if she wants to go outside through that passage, her speed will inevitably be affected, and she will definitely be caught up and bitten by this zombie. If she wants to get through safely, she can only kill it first. Mo Xiao touched the bullet in her pocket and suddenly stopped. She pulled out a telescopic steel stick with her backhand, unfolded it instantly, turned around and swung it heavily. The crazy zombie chasing was hit back with a bang, and fell to the ground. But it quickly crawled up, as if nothing had happened after twisting its limbs several times. It was not until this moment that Mo Xiao really saw her face, and was slightly startled. Is this person her? Mo Xiao pursed his lips. Many years ago, and Mo Xiao was just a new recruit who had just joined the army. On the first day of joining the army, he encountered the task of the zombie invasion. At that time, the Sky Eye base was still struggling to defend the 6th line of defense. Mo Xiao, who had just arrived at the recruit camp, was also transferred to the front line to support and do logistics tasks. At that time, they were sent to Point 3. The captain of the defense Point 3 was a girl with a short ponytail. When Mo Xiao and his team left, the group of veterans saluted them and promised to complete the mission. As long as the people are on the defense line, they are there. Not long after that, Mo Xiao and his team heard the broadcast asking them to evacuate. Mo Xiao never saw any familiar faces from Point 3 in the base again. She thought they all died in that cruel battlefield. Unexpectedly, she would see the captain with a short ponytail in the underground passage of Yuanan South Station today after so many years. Mo Xiao frowned. Could it be that some of them had successfully escaped and retreated? But when they moved here, they found that this place had already become a zombie base. The zombie tilted his head, his face covered with old blood, and his short ponytail shook as lively and energetic as before because of this action. However, the expression was completely different. His 5 senses were distorted, his teeth were bared, and all he could think about was his appetite. Bang! It leaped again, and its black nails were like steel knives, almost brushing against Mo Xiao's cheek. Both sides passed each other at the same time, and landed again at a very fast speed. Bang 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 bang. It attacked in the tunnel up and down, left and right without any rules, like a very elastic ball. And Mo Xiao was so busy dodging that she had no time to aim with her rifle loaded with explosive bombs. Even more unfortunate was that in a collision, the gun in her hand was knocked off and fell to the other side of the tunnel. The exit was behind Mo Xiao. Originally, she only needed to go out calmly and cut the rope of the mechanism she had laid before. This underground passage connecting several waiting halls and countless zombies will be completely blocked. However, at this moment, she was dragged down by a zombie, and the only weapon that could counter the opponent fell on the other side of the tunnel. Even more unfortunate is that the battle situation in Area B should have escalated, and the external artillery fire became more and more intense. And the noise of her fight with this zombie also attracted the zombie tide that was originally confused in the hall to find the right direction and surge towards this side. And Mo Xiao even saw the huge zombie vanguard moving towards this side at the end of the tunnel within his field of vision. If he delayed any longer, if he let this group of zombies go out from the exit behind him, the group of soldiers in the wild grass camp, who were still doing tasks in Area B, would not only have to deal with the danger of the zombie tide in front, but would also be surrounded by this group of zombies from behind and caught in a pincer attack. Mo Xiao lowered her eyes, and suddenly took a hard blow, causing the gap in the special military uniform to be damaged. She rushed to the back and cut the rope of the mechanism. The last escape gap was blocked. She turned back again. Her face was as gloomy as water, but there seemed to be a blazing fire of unyielding in her eyes. She calmly looked at the roaring zombies, and the roaring zombies rushing towards her. First, give back the weapons. She touched the damaged part of her military uniform, and found that although her inner shirt was also torn, fortunately, the skin was not broken. Just after she breathed a sigh of relief, Mo Xiao's eyes turned, and she suddenly found that a line of the self-destruct device on the zombie's chest seemed to be pulled out during the emergency dodge. Could it be that the self-destruct device was broken at that time? No. Maybe the female captain didn't realize she was infected again at the beginning. That's why she kept hiding behind the fire hydrant door. As we all know, the speed of half-infected people turning into zombies is very fast. At that time, their self-control is extremely poor, and they may not be able to end their lives in time. So the Wild Grass Camp Army designed a simple and convenient self-destruct device. Just pull and press. It will explode instantly. Looking at the position of this line, it should have been pulled. Maybe it was due to poor contact and no reaction at the time. So, Mo Xiao frowned and narrowed his eyes dangerously, glancing at the zombies approaching in the distance, and touching his self-destruct device. He swallowed another red pill with a fierce heart, and his whole body rushed into the arms of the zombies at an unimaginable speed like a cannonball. Chapter 303. Stay alive as long as possible. At this moment, she removed her own self-destruct device and hung it with the opponent's, and pressed her own self-destruct device at the same time. She fell to the side in an extremely embarrassing posture. Bang! Bang! Two loud noises merged into one. Mo Xiao only felt a burning pain on her back. She did not look back at the situation behind her, but rolled on the ground again and quickly picked up the gun filled with explosive bombs. Turning around, calming down, aiming, blood, fire and smoke slowly filled the underground passage. At the explosion site just now, a dark shadow moved vaguely and climbed up from the smoke again. The explosion only stunned it for a short moment. Soon, the black shadow suddenly burst out fireworks and rushed straight towards Mo Xiao, who was squatting on the ground. Its bloody flesh was constantly squirming after being blown out. But it didn't feel anything. There was only one target in the field of vision that shrank into a point. 10 meters. 8 meters. 5 meters. The closer it got, the calmer Mo Xiao felt. She was obviously in pain all over. And the zombies behind her were only more than 10 meters away from her at most. But her center of gravity was surprisingly stable. And even her fingertips didn't tremble at all. 3 meters. Bang. The trigger was pulled, and the blood hole was detonated at a very close distance. It seemed that something almost splashed her face. The zombie fell straight to the ground, and the back of its head with a huge hole was exposed not far in front of her toes. The red hairband tied in a ponytail fell to the ground, accompanying the unrecognizable face. Mo Xiao's face was tense, and she pursed her lips and turned around. Countless combat experiences told her that you are a soldier. You are a warrior. You don't have time to be sentimental. You must seize every opportunity to complete the mission and stay alive as long as possible. She turned around and ran back, facing the zombies that were coming one after another. Use cold weapons when the bullets are empty. In the isolated underground passage, like taking advantage of the gaps. She kept using the terrain to return to the previous police station. Bang! The door was instantly tightened by her. The zombies hit the metal door panel one after another, making a loud noise. Fortunately, this is an outward opening door. Pairs of hands kept hitting the door. Mo Xiao leaned against the door, looking at the closed, narrow but temporarily safe police station, and finally had a chance to breathe heavily. After using everything she could to block the exit, Mo Xiao returned to the vent where she had climbed back before. In fact, she was not without a way out. It was precisely because of this consideration that Mo Xiao blocked the exit there without any hesitation. She was not the kind of person who would leave herself no way out. She was the kind of person who would try to find a way out even if she saw a coffin. This passage was actually not included in the blueprint she had in her hand. Instead, she was anxious to go back to save Chuing, and combine some intelligence to break through a few fragile iron nets and walls and artificially connect them. Mo Xiao recovered a little strength and began to climb up. The noise outside the door has become much smaller. Most of them may have been attracted by the artillery noise from Area B. But the exit had been blocked by her in advance. As long as no more zombies appeared in this group, they would be trapped here with their individual abilities. At the same time, 2 convoys had arrived at the square outside the station in Area A. The wild grass camp swept in front. The planes of the Air Search and Rescue Department diverted them from behind. The area that was originally full of zombies suddenly became extremely quiet. Of course, it was based on ignoring the movement in Area B. The sky was getting darker at this moment. The ground was full of corpses and water. Blood and stench were overwhelming, and some broken walls and ruins were hidden in the shadows. It made this place seem like a ghost on Earth. Shenqi stood on the roof of the car. He looked around with a telescope and did not find any living people or zombies. He felt a little admiration in his heart. This group of soldiers in the wild grass camp were indeed powerful. Although they seemed to have picked up the loophole of the plane passing by just now, they could drive the car to this location in a swagger. But after observing along the way, Shenqi knew it clearly. In fact, before the Air Search and Rescue Department passed through, the people of the wild grass camp had already cleaned the external environment here very cleanly. Although the wild grass camp fought in small teams this time, Shenqi, who was used to making plans, only needed to think a little, and knew that the team that came to Area A must be the 477 team led by Mo Xiao himself. Not only he could guess it, I believe the captain also guessed it. That's why he ordered the Air Search and Rescue Department to make a detour. If the god of war Mo Xiao did not appear in Area B, where else could she stay? Shenqi's telescope showed the scene outside the entrance gate. Several pieces of spliced and assembled steel plates were firmly embedded in the exit with a special mortise and tenon structure. Portable and sturdy. Shenqi couldn't help but exclaim again. Only the half-infected people in the wild grass camp could march all the way here while carrying such heavy objects. Not only that, the 477 team where Mo Xiao is also full of capable people. They can actually come up with such a way to seal this exit. To be honest, although Shen-Chi has always been hostile to Mo Xiao, but from another perspective, it does not prevent him from sincerely appreciating the future helmsman of the wild grass camp. She is courageous, bold, capable, and quite smart. If she was from his camp, Shen-Chi would definitely protect her like the captain. But unfortunately, she is half-infected. First of all, her buttocks are sitting on different chairs from others. And for humans, their buttocks often determine their positions. This is an eternal truth. Shen-Chi sighed, but he never forgot what he wanted to do. He estimated that the blockade of Area B would be completed soon. As long as the blockade of the large area in Area B is completed, there is no need to keep the door at the exit of Area A. The wild grass camp wants to seal it to prevent their own people from being attacked from both sides during the execution of the mission. But for the border guards, as long as they can take down the blockade of the entire outer outline of Yuansao Station, the interior can be directly bombed later. Although so many years have passed, their current resources are really stretched. But there is still a reserve for the recovery of the 6th line of defense. As long as the 6th line of defense is recovered, they can immediately cross the 5th line of defense and build a radiation barrier at the 6th line of defense as quickly as possible. By then, they will have a vast and safe ground resource, which can basically solve the problem of survival. And this group of semi-infected people who may stab them at any time are really a thorn in the eye. In Shen-Chi's view, it doesn't matter whether they have this idea at this stage. The key is that they have the ability. A man is innocent, but he is guilty of holding a treasure. Facing his opponents, it is the most ridiculous thing to pray that they rely on conscience to restrain themselves. When people are extremely angry, it is often not conscience that persuades them not to kill, but fear. Chapter 304 Let the tiger return to the mountain. Shen-Chi narrowed his eyes and waited for a while. The 2 cars of soldiers who followed him out also waited silently. They all admired Jiangxi, the corps commander who climbed to a high position at a young age and rebuilt the Sky Eye. They all disliked the wild grass camp that had constrained them for many years. For many years, there have been 2 voices arguing back and forth in the border guards. The fierce hawks always hope to use tough measures to safeguard the interests of the border guards and the jurisdiction over the Sky Eye. If it weren't for the discipline, they would have fought to the death with the wild grass camp. Not only the obviously unruly opposing armed forces such as the wild grass camp, they even think that the so-called administrative party should be removed, even if the other party is as soft as can be. Those brought by Shen-Chi this time, to some extent, are all hawks. Shen-Chi waved to the soldiers while monitoring the movements in Area B. They moved a large amount of timed explosives from the car. They quickly arranged them near the station building and returned to the car again. The 2 cars quickly started again, opened the sealed door, closed it again, and quietly returned along the way they came. Under the cover of night, no one would know that they had been here and what they had done on the chaotic and dangerous battlefield. Shen-Chi did not look back. If Mo Xiao still stayed in the building, she would be buried alive under the large amount of explosives, and her chances of survival would be low. Mo Xiao did not appear in Area B on time, and he was most likely still in that building once the dynamite went off. The soldiers of the wild grass camp in Area B would be attacked by 2 waves of zombies in front and behind. Those who came to the mission this time were all the best. After losing such a large number of excellent combat forces, especially Mo Xiao, the successor of Qin Xiao, the strength of the wild grass camp will inevitably be greatly weakened. The wild grass camp is not like the border guards, and it is difficult for them to fill their personnel under the current circumstances. As one side gains, the other loses. Shen-Chi believes that within 3 months after this battle, the entire Sky Eye will fall completely into the hands of its own captain this time. Thinking of this, he sighed slightly, couldn't help but stand up, bowed slightly to the back, and saluted to show respect. In the years when resources were becoming increasingly scarce, their border guards and the government had wanted to abandon some of the useless groups that were sick, weak, deformed, and useless. But the wild grass camp disagreed. They were even willing to often take on the most dangerous tasks for this purpose. Using the resource companies they supported to supply those vulnerable groups. Even Shen-Chi didn't expect that under such difficult conditions, those useless guys in the base were actually saved by them. He admired the group of idealists. But unfortunately, in social relations, for thousands of years, class power has not been able to escape the division of interests. Even in the end of the world, if you are weak, you can only be swallowed and exploited by the stronger. He and the captain had come this far. The winners are the kings and the losers are the bandits. The future of Sky Eye, and even the history of mankind if it can continue, will probably be written by them. Boom! A huge explosion sounded behind them. But it had nothing to do with them. Their car would soon be back to where it was supposed to be, as if it had never been there. Mo Xiao was still curled up in the narrow and cramped pipe and crawling around. Halfway through the climb, she suddenly felt the building shaking slightly. The next moment, a violent explosion sounded in her ears. She was stunned for a moment, staring at the huge rock falling above her head with wide eyes, gritted her teeth and let go. The whole person, who had finally climbed up, fell straight down. However, the originally narrow pipe began to peel off and disintegrate like a sand castle that was suddenly pushed apart. With the boulder on top, Mo Xiao used the gaps around to gain leverage and stepped on it a few times. Suddenly, a slightly larger space appeared next to her. She seized the opportunity and rushed over there recklessly. There was another rumbling sound. After a while, the surroundings fell into darkness. The air was full of the smell of smoke and dust. Mo Xiao almost hissed in the darkness. Fortunately, she should have fallen into a collapsed triangle area, and this space should be safe at present. But unfortunately, in this safe space, she was pressed to the ground by a huge rock and could not move. Mo Xiao's legs were pierced by 2 steel bars on the exposed part of the stone slab, and blood gushed out in large quantities. If it were an ordinary person, the body would probably be getting cold by now. But she was a half-infected person, and her balance value was extremely high. She had taken several red pills before, so even though she was seriously injured, she was still alive. However, it was precisely because she was a half-infected person that she could clearly feel every bit of pain and repeated torture brought to her by this fatal injury. Fuck. Mo Xiao was lying in a dark space of unknown size. The huge pain and anger made her burst into swear words. It exploded? It actually exploded here? She couldn't believe who would do such a stupid thing. How many zombies can be crushed to death by bombing a building? They are a group of monsters with broken arms and legs but still full of vitality. Once a gap is opened, thousands of zombies inside will rush out crazily. Release the tiger back to the mountain. Who the hell did this? The area? What happened in the area? Did the soldiers of the wild grass camp evacuate safely? Mo Xiao simply couldn't imagine that if they hadn't evacuated successfully, this group of zombies would follow them, with wolves in front and tigers behind. The consequences? She gritted her teeth, sweat oozing from her forehead. Ah! Mo Xiao's elbow just propped up a little height, and then it lost its strength in an instant and fell to the ground. The huge rock on her back, the injuries on her legs, and even the backlash of the red pill tortured her all the time. However, I don't know if it was because of the severe pain in her legs and the blood flowing out. It was very similar to the night when she bled herself to survive the first round of virus infection. Mo Xiao's sanity, which was on the verge of collapse due to taking several red pills in a row, has returned a little. She tried to contact the team members through the communicator, but obviously, there was no signal. The self-destruct device on her body was used by her just now. Mo Xiao couldn't help but start to worry. If she really turned into a zombie like this, who would give her peace in the future? As time passed, her consciousness began to gradually blur. Area B, the forbidden network left by the Sky Eye several years ago, has finally been repaired and reinforced. Everyone in the wild grass camp gathered under the high iron fence. Where is Deputy Battalion Commander Mo? Haven't we contacted him yet? Everyone began to ask the members of Team 477. There seemed to be an explosion in area just now. Will she be okay? Someone worriedly asked. How could it be? Someone glared and kicked the comrade with a crow's mouth. Don't talk nonsense. Sister Mo is the god of war of our wild grass camp. Don't worry. Even if we are all wiped out, Sister Mo will not be okay. But, someone hesitated and turned his eyes to Chu Ying. Sister Ying, did you hear anything? Although Sister Ying is usually very withdrawn and speaks very little, she has excellent hearing. If you need any information, you can always go to her with a thick face. It's just that she seems to be more indifferent today. She is like a lonely wandering soul, ignoring everyone. When asked just now, she was in a daze, as if she didn't hear it. And she didn't even move her eyes. The man touched the back of his head awkwardly, and had to look at Wu Batian. Sister Batian. Should we retreat first, or wait for Sister Mo? Retreat first. Wu Batian put down the telescope and said with a stern face. The captain told me before that everyone's safety should be put first. Most of the zombies outside the protective net chase the border guards. If they want to retreat, they definitely can't run after the zombies. They can only go back the same way and withdraw from the other end. Fortunately, the zombies in the area of the station have been swept away when they came, and it has become a safe area now. Wu Batian spoke, and everyone nodded and began to retreat in the direction away from the artillery fire. If they retreat like this, they will pass by Area A, and they can find the captain by the way. However, they just walked a short distance, and the person who led the way in front suddenly stopped, and his body stiffened slightly. What's wrong? Why don't you move on? Someone frowned and asked, looking at the same time. But soon, he also stopped, swaying in the shadow of the night. A large wave of zombies, like waves, was coming towards them. Chapter 305. If we retreat, the people in the wild grass camp will be wiped out. Is it a zombie tide? How could it be? Someone exclaimed. Come from Area A. Could it be that Sister Mo failed in her mission? The latter sentence is even more unbelievable. The reason why Mo Shao can become the spiritual belief of the new generation of the wild grass camp. It is precisely because the team she led has never been defeated in the wind and rain for several years. When I thought that Sister Mo actually failed in her mission, the zombie tide in front of me seemed to become a little unreal. All the members of Team 477 were extremely pale, especially Chuing. Her pupils suddenly shrank, and she whispered, How? How is it possible? Unfortunately, it was already night, and the sky was too dark. The gray sky had no stars or moon. They could only barely estimate the number and direction of the zombies through the night vision goggles. And they couldn't see things farther away clearly. They didn't know what had happened. Wu Batian's eyes suddenly turned red. She glanced over there, clenched her fists, and gritted her teeth and said, All soldiers in the wild grass camp, listen to the order. Turn around. Retreat in the direction of the border guards. Xiao Mo. Chuing took 2 steps forward, as if he wanted to go upstream. Sister Xiao Xiao must still be alive. We have to go back to save her. Yin Haoge looked ugly, and he also had the tendency to rush over there. The two were pulled by Wu Batian and Shui Cancan at the same time. Xiao Yin. Calm down. There are zombies everywhere, and we are out of ammunition and food. Why should we go to the captain to save him? Shui Cancan advised with red eyes. Prioritize everyone's life safety, which is the last military order given to me by the captain before we separated, Wu Batian said firmly. Then, he carried the 2 people and retreated with the rest of the people without saying anything. In our current state, we will die if we go, Qin Cheng said gloomily while retreating. We haven't figured out what happened to the captain yet. If we want to come again, we have to go back for supplies first. He is usually the guy who loves to play conspiracy theories the most in the 477 team. Although most of the time, he just has nothing to do, and is happy by himself. This unexpected situation today made Qin Cheng subconsciously wonder if there was an outsider involved. After all, the recovery of the 6th line of defense is almost a foregone conclusion. For a long time to come, they only need to focus on construction at the Tianjin base. When life is stable, some conflicts of interest are magnified countless times compared to when there are common external enemies around. Qin Cheng couldn't help but think deeply. Who would benefit the most from the fact that their wild grass camp was seriously injured at this time? The answer is obvious. Qin Cheng's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and his heart was filled with endless murderous intent. When it really came to the point, he didn't talk nonsense as usual, but pursed his lips tightly. Everyone in the wild grass camp understood the seriousness of the situation. They passed through the gate that had just been blocked and came to the dividing line outside Yuan and Sao Station. Although they temporarily avoided the zombies inside. But outside, everyone looked heavy. If they wanted to get out safely, they had to find a breakthrough from the group of zombies that were pinned down by the border guards. At present, this place is relatively safe. The zombies are sparse, and they were solved by them in a few moves. That's because most of them were pinned down by the artillery fire of the border guards. But just now, they sent a text message saying that the blockade mission of Area B was completed. The border guards may withdraw at any time. Once the large force of the border guards that pinned down the zombies withdrew, those zombies might turn back at any time because of the presence of these living people from the wild grass camp. "Look!" someone whispered. There was a faint buzz of an airplane in the sky. No spotlights were turned on. Under the heavy gunfire and the large number of living people over there, this little noise did not attract the zombies much. "It's the Air Search and Rescue Department of the Border Guards." Someone squinted. "They are here to pick up these frontline border guards." "Oh no!" someone exclaimed. "They took everyone away. And all the pressure is on our side again." This person spoke out the hidden worries in everyone's heart. Even if Wubatian immediately ordered everyone to follow quickly. But before they could get in touch with the other side through the communicator, they saw planes rising and leaving rapidly. There were not many soldiers left on the front line of the Border Defense Army to contain the zombies. There were still a few armored vehicles driving in the wilderness. The mission was completed, and everyone was more or less excited. They were retreating to the fifth line of defense. The rest of the soldiers were picked up by the Air Search and Rescue Department, although they were arranged to stay behind. But because there was no shortage of firepower, and there was a car on the way back, they could directly get rid of the zombies at full speed. So this mission of covering the rear was not dangerous. Once we build the radiation protection barrier of the sixth line of defense, the several metal mines in the middle can be taken back to build factories. Someone said excitedly, "When the time comes, I will bring my family to the ground for a stroll." Ha ha ha. It was just taken back. "Why are you in such a hurry?" Another person joked. "You don't know. Xiao Wang is like this." He looked at the little girl at the base, and even thought of what to name their future child. The soldiers in a certain car were joking in a relaxed mood. Someone put down the communicator, looked at everyone, and told them what happened in the wild grass camp with a heavy expression. The soldiers choked with laughter and looked at each other. "Can we still contact the Air Search and Rescue Department?" Someone slapped his forehead and said anxiously, "Call them back quickly." "We tried it, but it probably flew too high. It didn't work." Everyone fell silent again, due to the influence of various complex factors of the environment and climate. Every soldier has become accustomed to the situation of communication being cut off from time to time in the years of the doomsday. If we leave and lose the restraining power of our artillery fire, the wild grass camp will really be swallowed up by the returning corpse tide. Someone whispered, "What should we do? What else can we do? The main force has left, and we are just staying to clean up the mess." Someone said bitterly and helplessly, "Besides, we don't have much ammunition left. We originally planned to withdraw after the battle. We can't retreat now." The voice of someone in the next car suddenly came from the communicator. "If we retreat, the people in the wild grass camp will be wiped out." Hearing this voice, someone's eyelids jumped. "Lao Lu, I know you have a close relationship with the people in the wild grass camp. But we belong to two different military systems after all. It's not that we don't want to help, but we really can't. Do you want to see us wiped out too?" The person who just spoke on the other end of the communicator was the squad leader of an action team in the Border Defense Army, who came to the front line this time. Named Lu De. It is said that he was once a classmate of the famous war god Mo Xiao in the wild grass camp. After being refuted by his comrade, Lu De seemed to be silent for a while. After a while, his voice sounded again in the communicator. "If we have to watch the people who are fighting on the front line for our common homeland, I believe that none of the brothers can do it." Everyone looked at each other, speechless. Chapter 306. The unknown border guard brother over there. Ruda seemed to know the answer and smiled. He said loudly, "I have a way." It was very difficult for the wild grass camp to break through. They were almost chasing the zombies to find an opportunity. But because the frontier guards in front of them withdrew and the containment force was weakened, the zombies had a tendency to turn around in confusion. Bang! A soldier from the wild grass camp chopped down a zombie that was close to him. The disgusting liquid splashed all over him. But he was panting and had no time to care about anything else. Because of the day's mission, their physical strength and energy had already reached their limit. Just now, the last bit of ammunition was also emptied. The blades were bent, and many cold weapons were damaged. If the fight continued, it would probably turn into a barehanded fight. This was not the worst. Some people's eyes were red, and their arms began to tremble uncontrollably. Extreme consumption is not only physical consumption, but also mental and self-control consumption. After taking the red pill and completing the mission, they should have returned to the base to have a good rest. But they were forced to fall into a desperate fight again. If this continues, let alone being eaten by zombies, I'm afraid someone in the team will be the first to become a zombie. Damn it! Someone touched his chest with a trembling arm and said to his comrades around him, I can't hold on any longer. Wait, I'll go over there and blow myself up to see if I can blow a hole. You find a chance to break out. Old Tan, don't do stupid things. His comrades hurriedly grabbed him, gritting their teeth and refusing to let go. Wu Batian was stunned when she heard the noise over there. It seemed that the man gave her some inspiration. She touched the self-destruct device on her body and sneered at the tide of corpses. Who said there was no ammunition? Isn't there still some? Wu Batian suddenly handed the command to Shui Kankan and was about to rush in a certain direction alone. Qin Cheng's eyes flashed, knowing what she wanted to do, and quickly grabbed her. Sister Batian, look over there. Dong. Two beams of light came from a slope, breaking through the endless dark night. Looking up, I saw a car on the slope from a distance, with a tall and strong silhouette in front of the car, posing in a coquettish posture. Is it from the border guards? Wu Batian squinted and looked, but couldn't see clearly. But at this moment, the people who could appear in that position and have a chariot beside them could only be the border guards. Along with the chasing light, there was the roar of artillery fire on the slope. On the flat ground below the slope, several cars turned on their bright headlights at the same time. As if riding a horse, they walked around and cheered in a small area. The shells were their whips. The light, shadow, sound, and lively and noisy crowd. This teasing. The tide of corpses tended to slowly rush towards that small area. At the same time, on the other side, several cars suddenly appeared and did the same thing. As a result, the zombies on both sides began to diverge. On the contrary, a narrow and obviously weak gap gradually appeared in the middle. Although it was short, this trend was very obvious. There is a way! Wu Batian's eyes lit up, and he suppressed his excitement and whispered, everyone sees the opportunity. Get ready to rush out. Wait a little longer. Someone said calmly, if we rush out now, the zombies that have not been attracted will be drawn to the middle again, and their efforts will be in vain. We have to wait a little longer. They have to wait until the time comes when they can rush out before the zombies close again, even if they show up openly. The border guards who stayed behind on both wings did not stop for a distance before driving as they did before. Instead, they kept circling in the same place. This was an extremely risky and provocative action. If they failed to retreat in time, they would easily get into trouble. Captain Liu, is it done? We have to retreat. Someone shouted towards the slope. Old Liu, the zombies are coming fiercely. It will be too late if we don't retreat now. After firing the last shell in front of the artillery, Liu De wiped his face and observed the situation. The people from the wild grass camp hadn't come yet. It should be that the road in the middle was not safe yet. They had to hold on for a while longer. The method of diverting the two wings was not bad for the opposite wing, because the terrain over there was flat. Even if the zombies were closer, they would not have no way to escape by driving a vehicle, and the zombies would probably not catch up. The side that Liu De was in charge of was much more dangerous, because the terrain here was steep. If you were not careful, you might be chased by the zombies. Although the comrades kept asking Liu De, but they were all soldiers. No one was willing to be a deserter on the battlefield. They were not the monsters in the wild grass camp who were invincible in single combat. Over the years, they knew that individual strength was meager. They had always relied on collective tactical cooperation with their comrades to complete difficult tasks again and again. At this time, if they did not cooperate with their companions and left rashly, it would likely bring unpredictable accidents and troubles to the others. And it would also likely put the people in the wild grass camp into greater danger. You retreat first. Leave this to me. Liu De returned to the driver's seat and shouted to his teammates. Old Liu, are you crazy? How can that be? Let's go together. If I run away now, I won't be able to go back and introduce you to a blind date. You two are all cursing me to death. Right? Liu De's eyes were filled with tears. He wiped his face hard in the driver's seat and cursed with a smile. Don't worry. I'm not staying here to die. The wild grass camp will soon break through. The terrain here is not good. So many cars staying here will be a burden. The others hesitated, but they felt that what Liu De said made some sense. The broken road was originally difficult to drive on. It was still so dark. If we ran for our lives and there were no way to find a way, A bunch of cars would be squeezed together and turned into bumper cars. That would be ridiculous. Hurry up. I'm the captain and I'll be the last one. Before Luda laughed and scolded. He couldn't help but muttered, I used to be a squad leader. And now I'm a captain. I'm really a life of worry. After that, he hurriedly urged his teammates to leave. What are you still dawdling about? Everyone knows that I'm the son of light. Let me ask you. Are you protected by the holy light? He smiled and pressed the horn. I'm going to clear the way. Don't block the way. With a few loud beep-beep whistles. As soon as the accelerator was stepped on, the chariot rushed down the slope. The headlights cleared the way. Like a lightsaber splitting the darkness ahead, the rest of the teammates were chased to the back by Luda. Laughing and scolding, he drove the car alone, circling in the open space like a fish. Extremely cunning. In the distance, the people in the wild grass camp frowned and said, We can't delay any longer. There is only one car left on the left wing, and the right wing has already shown a trend of retreat. Everyone looked at the 477 team. Wubatian lowered his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, Charge. The pungent smell of blood and stench flowed with every breath. The well-trained soldiers in the wild grass camp were so bloodthirsty that they almost forgot how many times they were so close to death, and who was falling around them. They hadn't completely rushed out yet. The border guards on the right wing couldn't hold on, and had already retreated first. Only the car on the left wing was still fighting alone. And it almost rushed into the zombie group. Wubatian looked at the seemingly endless tide of zombies, her teeth almost bleeding. She picked up the communicator and said hoarsely, Thank you for your support. My unknown border guard brother over there. That's it. You can retreat quickly. Chapter 307 Stormy Night. They haven't rushed out yet. And the center line has begun to become dense again. Despair surged in Wubatian's heart. She had tears in her eyes. At this moment, she missed the woman who always had a messy natural curl. The weeds on her back were unyielding flames. They stared at the fire. The light had led them to charge into battle countless times, and led them to escape death countless times. Her captain, Mo Xiao. If she were here, she would definitely not give up. And maybe everyone would not be as desperate and helpless as they are now. Wubatian has never been a person who gives up easily. On the contrary, she is very stubborn and tenacious. If it was just her, she would not waver until her last moments. But now, with so many lives on her back, she felt deeply helpless and guilty. Maybe today is their farewell. Or maybe, we'll meet again underground. Wubatian swung his weapon mechanically and numbly, and thought to himself, Pooh, don't chase your sister Batian to meet us down there. On the other side of the slope, Luda drove his car and rushed through the tide of corpses that almost surrounded him. His communicator received the voice from the wild grass camp. He recognized the first sentence. It was from the woman named Wubatian, who was usually so cool. They were the elite members of Xiao Mo's team. They were even the elite members of the entire wild grass camp. The helplessness and despair in his tone were very obvious. The situation over there was indeed dangerous. And he could also observe it from his side. The restraining force on both wings had disappeared, and the wild grass camp had not yet rushed out. This was originally a risky plan. If the wild grass camp could break out within this time, then with their physical ability and experience, it would be very likely that they would use various environments and terrains to get rid of the zombies. But if not, it would be a collective act of suicide. This method was his idea, and this plan was formulated by him. How could he just watch them being swallowed up by the zombies in front of him? Luda suddenly slapped the steering wheel hard, as if he was doing some psychological preparation, and took a deep breath. When he looked up again, a cruel smile appeared on his lips that did not match his honest appearance. The sound of zombies slapping windows and doors kept coming from both sides of the car wall, and dense and dirty palm prints kept impacting his vision. His palm was printed on the horn. The car horn blew long. It backed up a distance. Just when everyone thought that this last car was about to evacuate, the car suddenly accelerated. Accelerate! 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 Rushed into the zombie group with a resolute attitude. Sister Batian. Look! Everyone! Look! The soldiers of the wild grass camp shouted together when they were exhausted. They noticed that a chariot rushed into the zombie group instead of retreating, even slightly opened a crack. At the same time, it attracted the attention of more zombies. There's one over there too. It's a border guard car. They're back, someone else said happily. It turned out that there was more than one car. In the darkness in the distance, the convoys that should have withdrawn long ago turned back without knowing when. From the wild grass camp. Don't give up. Find a chance to rush out. Where's the invincible individual combat power? Get out of here. Let's go back to the base and compete on the training ground when we have a chance. I'll sue you if I don't accept you for a long time. Voices with different tones came from the communicator one after another, although the tones were different and very unfamiliar. But there was only one meaning in his words. They would insist on assisting until the wild grass camp broke out safely. Let them seize the opportunity. A new fire suddenly flashed in Wu Baishan's eyes. He chopped down a zombie with a knife, wiped the blood off his face and laughed. Did you hear that? Brothers, kill them! Ha ha ha. That's right. Don't let people underestimate you. Kill them! Morale was greatly boosted. But the reality is still difficult. Although there is a returning convoy to help contain them. But because the zombies are irregular and undisciplined, and the people in the wild grass camp have already attracted a lot of attention, such containment has limited effect. In the difficult march, the car that rushed in first suddenly stabbed and opened a gap in front of him. Wu Baishan's eyes lit up. He grabbed Chuing with one hand and carried him on his shoulder and shouted to everyone, now! The well-trained semi-infected people in the wild grass camp are worthy of being called the strongest individual soldiers in the Sky Eye. Just a small opportunity can be quickly magnified by them to carve out a path for life. In the night, a series of black shadows flashed by at a very fast speed, like a nimble eagle. It only took a few seconds. All the survivors completed the breakout. TSK. It's worthy of the wild grass camp. Someone in the rear convoy slapped his thigh and exclaimed. Then he stopped with a tailspin and shouted out the window, "Get in the car!" Everyone jumped onto the roof of the car one after another. Wu Batian leaned on the edge of the car wall and shouted to the car behind him that was deeply trapped in the tide of corpses, "Thank you, brother. Come out." However, the people in the car did not respond. She frowned and was about to go down again to help. The car that had hit her before finally made some movement. And the people inside were hoarse. "Here we go." Wu Batian and the border guards breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at the same time. Start, turn, and stay away from the tide of corpses. One by one, they turned off their lights and quietly evacuated in the strong wind under the dark night. Rumble. His car had been damaged in several places because he had been sprinting in the zombie tide for too long, even with protective measures. Unfortunately, he already had several scratches from zombies' nails on his body, and even a bite on his forearm. Ruda was shaking uncontrollably and started to reverse. He could already feel his reason roaring away from him. He was reversing, but he was a little powerless to even shift into reverse gear. Ruda's vision gradually turned red. He didn't need to look in the mirror to know what he looked like now. His pupils must be shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, very soon, he would become exactly the same as those zombies outside who roared and screamed without recognizing their relatives. This time, it's a big deal. Lu De suddenly thought of his parents, who always nagged him to get married early after every mission. The old classmates who were drifting away, and the people he always looked up to. Shigu, Xiao Mo and Chu Shen. He thought of his best friend Xiao Pengpeng, and the classes he skipped and boasted about with him during those years. All the familiar faces are drifting away from him. I used to joke with Pengpeng about how great we were, and we flattered each other commercially, and we would do something big one day. But they knew that they couldn't compare to a talented strongman like Shigu. If an ordinary person does something big, he may lose his life. In this case, they should always maintain a supporting position in the team and follow the strong ones, which should be their way of survival to save their lives safely. Today, he was forced to do something he was not prepared for. He rushed ahead of everyone. Okay, he lost his life. But, Ruda backed the car out with difficulty, grinning at the seemingly endless zombies chasing him in front of him. So this is how it feels to follow your own beliefs and morality and rush to the front. Damn cool. The Son of Light has lived up to his mission this time. He suddenly stepped on the accelerator and rushed into the zombies again. He laughed out loud with the last bit of strength in his life. The car was knocked over, and he got out of the car and continued to fight, until he had no more strength left. He lay on his back on the ground, looking at the gloomy sky. Suddenly, he raised his arms in a very childish way, and shouted, "Lightning! Smash the darkness with thunder!" Boom boom. Thunder roared. A crack appeared in the sky. It came to the world like a divine punishment, illuminating the endless darkness at this moment. Then, it started to rain heavily. Fuck. Luda looked at his raised hands with trembling pupils, just like before, and was so surprised that he burst into laughter. This laughter was soon drowned by the roars of the zombies, and the wind and rain. The night of violent storms may be the darkest moment before dawn. Or perhaps, it is the last night before dawn. Who knows whether the sun will rise tomorrow? Maybe someone in the convoy that left safely can see it. Chapter 308. The plan to eliminate the zombies was urgently brought forward. Rainy night. On the plane of the Air Search and Rescue Department. Everyone looked at each other in silence. Among them were people from the border guards and people from the wild grass camp. They were the survivors who had fought out of the zombie tide not long ago. Not long after they evacuated, they realized that they had lost a respectable comrade. Luda. Everyone had no time to grieve. They heard the roar of an airplane above their heads. It turned out that someone from the Air Search and Rescue Department came again in extremely bad and dangerous weather. After being rescued on the plane, everyone realized what had happened. It turned out that the Army's plan to eliminate the zombie tide was urgently brought forward. They still don't know why it has become like this. Nor do they know the deeper inside story. They are just soldiers, and there is no explanation from above. They only know that the additional reinforcements from the Air Search and Rescue Department this time were sent by Commander Jiang. He even persuaded Qin Shao, who was still at the base, to let the Wild Grass Camp and the Border Defense Army actively and deeply cooperate for the first time. In fact, in the temporary command post of the 5th Line of Defense. Not long after Jiang, she ordered Shen-Chi to be evacuated but actually escorted back to the rear. He received the news that Shen-Chi had escaped. Shen-Chi has been with Jiang for many years, and he is also smart and good at scheming. So it is not surprising that he has some confidence. Although he knows Jiang, he still underestimates his control over the surrounding situation when dealing with complicated war information. In fact, under normal circumstances, Jiang should have been able to control Shen-Chi's movements earlier. Once he immediately took countermeasures, the other party would not even be able to get out of the 5th Line of Defense. However, today, there happened to be a call from the Sky Eye Laboratory. He seemed to be extremely concerned about Zhu Ying's research. After handling the matter here, he even took the initiative to call the other side again to understand the details during the war. As a result, his subordinates misjudged the importance of the matter and delayed the notification. Even Jiangxi, after learning the details from Zhu Ying, just raised his mouth with joy. He was slightly stunned when he knew that Shen-Chi disobeyed orders and left without permission. Over the years, Shen-Chi has been a very loyal and useful card in his hands. He is smart, flexible, has good eyesight, and has good skills. He can handle everything in an orderly manner. He has completed all the tasks assigned to him beautifully. Under normal circumstances, with his achievements in serving Jiangxi, he should have been promoted after several years. However, the mind of this young Commander Jiang is unpredictable, and his subordinates naturally dare not speculate rashly. In fact, Jiang has been suppressing him for so many years. The reason is that Mo Xiao broke into the blood hunting group and Shen-Chi handled the matter improperly. Jiang understands that from the perspective of position and interests, Shen-Chi may have some hostility towards the hostile forces such as the Wild Grass Camp. It's no big deal. It's human nature that no one will have a good impression of a force that opposes them everywhere. Moreover, they have suffered a lot from the hands of the Wild Grass Camp overtly and covertly over the years. Jiang doesn't care too much about the hostility of his subordinates towards the opposing forces. In fact, no superior will care too much. Shen-Chi is capable of assisting him, but he was too young at that time and his foundation was not stable. So he really needed such talents to do things for him. Shen-Chi has been doing his job peacefully over the years. So much so that at this moment, Jiang suddenly realized that perhaps Shen-Chi's greatest hostility was in Mo Xiao, not the Wild Grass Camp. The source of his hostility came from the weight of Mo Xiao in his heart. Jiang felt a chill on his spine at that moment. Why would Shen-Chi disobey orders and leave at this time? He immediately pulled up the map with a gloomy face. Thinking of the Air Search and Rescue Department he had sent out before and the various arrangements. He did not explain the reason, but requisitioned new planes to reinforce Area B. Jiang ignored the confusion of other generals. The original plan to close the door and fight the dog at the lowest cost and slowly grind the tide of corpses was brought forward. Fortunately, His voice in the military had already reached its peak, and no one dared to object. Even Jiangxi himself led several teams to the front line. In bad weather, while the frontline soldiers have not returned from the mission of recovering Yuanshan Station, the follow-up troops have once again embarked on the journey of eliminating the zombie tide. Such urgency and urgency. Although many soldiers are confused, they are also very excited. It will come sooner or later, whether it is the border guards or the wild grass camp. Everyone can't wait to rebuild a peaceful home on the ground with abundant resources, without zombies and radiation. Area A. On the top of a taller civilian building, Jiangxi put down the telescope. His face very gloomy. The rainy night blocked the view, and the signal was very poor. He could only see the dense zombies wandering around the square. The rest of the people could not be contacted either. The team brought here was supposed to be a zombie extermination mission, and they should have been steady and cautious. But he, the Supreme Commander, left the main force, led several teams to go deep into the most dangerous area, and took the initiative to take charge of the zombie extermination mission inside Yuanshan Station. Later, because the search and extermination area was too wide, who would have thought that the powerful Legion commander of the Sky Eye base would appear alone in this place closest to the danger source? In the field of vision, in addition to the zombies, a ruin could be vaguely seen. That location should have been the entrance. It would be impossible for Mo Xiao to do such a stupid thing as blowing up and letting the zombies out. Jiangxi narrowed his eyes dangerously. Anger accumulated in his chest. If there was a raging fire, if Shang-Chi was right in front of him, he would probably not be able to help but cut him into pieces. Although Mo Xiao would not do such a stupid thing. But that idiot could do other stupid things. For example, he would stay alone to cover the rear, rush to the most dangerous place, or complete the most dangerous mission. The more Jiangxi thought about it, the tighter he clenched his fist. He thought about it, and didn't want to believe that Mo Xiao was under the ruins. But reason forced him to come here. Because, if Mo Xiao was not picked up safely by the air search and rescue plane he sent out, then she was most likely under the ruins. And now, there is no signal of the aircraft he deployed in advance hovering overhead to warn. So, Jiangxi exhaled slowly, trying to slow down his breathing rhythm, trying to calm himself down and keep his mind clear. In any case, he must see the person alive or the body dead. He crouched and quietly retreated to the right rear. The square in front was already full of zombies. Obviously, it was not a wise move to go through this side. The building in front was connected to the mountain. Now that it was blown up, part of the mountain collapsed. He could go up the mountain from the railway line behind the right, and then search the ruins from the opposite side. Although it took a little longer, the success rate would be much higher. At the same time, at the base, and even at the temporary command post, the army was also shaken, because the supreme commander of the last battle, the commander of the Tianyan border guard, Jiangxi, was also missing. Chapter 309I. I want to become a zombie. The reason why I used it is because the pioneer soldiers of the recovery mission of Yuanshan Station have returned. They came back with the soldiers of the wild grass camp, and they also brought other bad news. Before leaving, Jiangxi negotiated a cooperation agreement with the wild grass camp and really persuaded the dying Qin Xiao to come to the front line to take charge of the overall situation. When he arrived here, he heard that everyone in the wild grass camp had escaped death, and the legendary Mo Xiao had also disappeared, and his life or death was unknown. The guy who was originally famous for his bad temper. His face was even more terrible. However, Qin Xiao was personally invited back by the commander of the Jiang army. Although the border guards were resentful, they dared not say much because of Jiangxi's great prestige over the past few years. Fortunately, no matter what frictions the wild grass camp and the border guards had in the past, although this last battle was brought forward, the goals and interests of the two sides this time were the same. So the two sides joined forces and cleared the corpse tide in an orderly manner according to the command of the stinky-faced Qin Xiao. Even though there was no news about Jiangxi for the time being, there was no big chaos in the army for a while. In the ruins of a certain area of Yuanshan Station, a man climbed out of a pit, stood up again, and looked around. It was raining heavily. Even though his waterproof military uniform was constantly washed by rain, there were still traces of blood, and it looked like he had been through a lot of fierce battles. There was a life detector at his feet. It was quiet, and there was no reaction. The man's face was as gloomy as water. and he suddenly kicked the useless thing at his feet in anger. The ruins were not flat, and the life detector accidentally fell into a pit with a clang. The man's anger, which had risen due to his anxious and complicated emotions, was instantly reduced with this mistake. He immediately squatted down and moved the rubble piece by piece, trying to dig out a hole for people to pass through and pick up the thing. However, at this moment, in the roar of heavy rain and thunder and lightning, his body stiffened slightly. It seemed that there was a sound coming from below. He quickly put his ears close. That's right. It's the alarm. This proves that there are living things down there. The man's eyes suddenly widened, revealing an unprecedented joy. The sound was already very weak after being covered up from such a long distance. It might be easy for people to mistake it for an auditory hallucination, but he was extremely sure that there must be someone alive down there. And he started digging in the heavy rain, just as he moved some of the rubble on the top. Suddenly, a hand suddenly stretched out from the gap between some stones. The nails were black and sharp, constantly scratching out, and there was a faint low roar. This was obviously a zombie that was unfortunately pressed down and could not escape. The claw just now was very thrilling. The man reacted very quickly to avoid it, without even moving his eyebrows, and directly broke its arm with a military shovel. Then, without even glancing over there, he once again seized the time to clear the way down without distraction. In the dark and cramped space, Mo Xiao, whose consciousness was blurred but who had insisted on not completely fainting, moved her eyelashes. The sound of wind, rain and thunder continued to come from outside. But from just now, she seemed to have vaguely heard the sound of an alarm above her head. There was even someone calling her name in a low voice. Mo Xiao tried to raise her head, and her eyelashes were covered with dust. The moisture in this narrow space was heavy. But fortunately, no rain seeped in. Maybe it was because it was too deep, so the ground was still dry. Otherwise, with the damaged state of her special military uniform, it would be stained by rain, and then stained with the wounds on her legs that had been pierced by steel bars and had not healed for a long time. I'm afraid she has already been infected with zombies for the second time. This dark space is very depressing, and it seems that only her breathing can be heard. But it is very noisy outside, so much so that she hears all kinds of sounds as if her ears are wrapped in a ball of cotton, hazy and unclear. Of course, it may also be that most of her energy is scattered elsewhere. Mo Xiao tried to open her mouth and wanted to make some response, but she could only make a low and weak sound. If there is a sound of the alarm, it means that there are comrades coming to search and rescue. The threat of the zombie tide outside may not be as dangerous as she imagined, or it may have been solved. Forced to be confined here for so long. In the darkness, she subconsciously went over everything in her mind. When all the excuses could not explain the bombing of the SEAL building, she could only sadly and helplessly admit that she was plotted. The wild grass camp was plotted, and the power behind the scenes must be the border guard. What made her even more painful was that the highest commander of the border guard was Jiangxi. She always felt that she understood Jiangxi. Even after the two parted ways 7 years ago, she still didn't think he could do such a thing. But reality slapped her hard. It shattered her last bit of pitiful hope. Mo Xiao's blood seemed to boil, and her whole body seemed to be burned by something. She was sad, angry, and hateful. These complex emotions supported her desire to live. She wanted to go out for revenge, to seek an explanation for herself and for those comrades who may have suffered misfortune. But her physical condition told her very realistically that she really couldn't hold on any longer. Even if someone appeared in front of her right now and rescued her, Mo Xiao still couldn't control herself and couldn't reverse her tendency to become a zombie. She took too many red pills in a row and kept overdrawing her balance value. Now the balance finally fell, and the building was about to collapse. Mo Xiao's body has begun to show many signs of zombie transformation. This tug-of-war with the virus that lasted for several years. She finally lost. Mo Xiao used up her last strength and shouted hoarsely at the place where the alarm sound came from above her head. Not for help, but to let the other party run. She understood her current physical fitness. Once, she was completely transformed into a zombie and released. It would be a terrible disaster for the people outside. Hateful. Mo Xiao dug her 10 fingers into the ground and bled. She fled all the way, struggled several times, and did not die in the mouth of the zombies, but finally died from human power struggles and profit calculations. It's really hateful. She was unwilling to give up. Swish. Bang. In the darkness, A cool breeze suddenly swept in. Then, there was the sound of something falling to the ground. Mo Xiao was startled. She knew someone had come in. Mo Xiao's fingertips twitched slightly. And she tried to control her voice. Quick! Run! I'm going to turn into a zombie. The footsteps on the other side were getting closer. Mo Xiao gritted her teeth and shouted. Run! Mo Xiao. In the darkness, a voice that was so familiar that Mo Xiao almost thought she was dreaming appeared in her ears. She was startled at first. Then she looked up suddenly. Jiang. Chapter 3. 10 people like me are most afraid of death. A strong light lit up in this cramped space. Mo Xiao closed her eyes subconsciously. When she opened them again, someone was helping her move the huge stone slab behind her. Jiang Shi. Mo Xiao did not look back. Her voice was deep. I know what you want to say. The man behind her did not stop moving. His voice was full of sobriety and calmness after extreme restraint. It was not me. After the man finished speaking, he pursed his lips as if he was angry. But in the end, while Mo Xiao was stunned, he couldn't help but add another sentence. With you here, I won't do that kind of thing. You know? Mo Xiao lowered her eyes. Yes, she knew. So in recent years, whenever there is a mission that requires cooperation between the two armies, she has always been at the forefront. I sent a military aircraft to support your people. I received a signal on the way here saying that they have been safely picked up. It is reasonable for you to suspect me. But Mo Xiao. Jiang, she said coldly. You'd better survive now. Otherwise I can't guarantee that your suspicion will not become a reality later. He was threatening her. But Mo Xiao no longer had the mind to care about it. And even had no energy to argue with him. After hearing that her companions had successfully escaped, she felt relieved. Her consciousness was hazy. She felt as if the fatigue and even pain in her body were gradually fading away. Mo Xiao subconsciously supported her elbows, and the heavy stone slab pressing on her back actually loosened slightly. Her strength seemed to have increased a lot compared to before. In the dim underground space, Jiang she frowned unconsciously at Mo Xiao's state. Mo Xiao might not know it herself. From the perspective of an observer, her current appearance was very horrifying. She lay on the ground in tattered clothes, seriously injured and dying, with bloodshot eyes that shrank little by little. She supported herself on the ground with her elbows, carried the stone slab behind her little by little, and climbed up despite the severe pain of her legs being pierced by steel bars. But she herself seemed to be unaware of it. Her pupils turned slightly, and she tilted her head expressionlessly and sniffed. And a low hoarse roar came out of her throat, as if she was looking for prey. Only occasionally would a trace of struggle flash through her eyes, and then be replaced by animal nature. Jiang she saw that she seemed to be able to climb out by herself, move from the stone slab to her side, just like when he just arrived, although it seemed that they could talk. As soon as he approached, she couldn't help but bite him. In such a cramped environment, facing ordinary zombies is already very dangerous. Not to mention facing a semi-infected person like Mo Xiao who is on the verge of collapse. He couldn't even get close. Jiang she took out a box from his waist and poured it to the ground. A bunch of round white pills rolled along the sloping ground like marbles. The man on the ground, who was on the verge of collapse, was attracted by the moving object, subconsciously grabbed it, and opened his mouth to bite it. Jiang she narrowed his eyes slightly, took advantage of this gap, suddenly rushed closer, and sprayed her head with inhibitor spray. This high-concentration wartime material is obviously faster and better than white pills. Mo Xiao was poured with a basin of cold water on her head while she was burning. When she was distracted and slightly awake, she found that she had been pulled out by Jiang she without knowing when. The steel bar between her legs had been pulled out, with the activeness of the virus in her body now. The injury is healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The white pills don't work, and the inhibitor spray doesn't work either. Mo Xiao took a breath and said in a hoarse voice, "It can only make me sober temporarily. It's futile to try to stop a car with a mantis arm." She tilted her head slightly. She found that Jiang she was taking out a tube of injection from her bag. She didn't know what it was. It seemed that he was going to inject himself. The flashlight was thrown aside, reflecting the blurry visibility of the small space under the ruins. Jiang she had just come in from outside, and his body was originally full of rain. But it seemed to prevent her from accidentally getting contaminated by these. He blocked the entrance when he came in. At the same time, he took off his outermost wet layer and put it aside. "I know. Jiangxi replied without raising his head. This is the extraversal agent, which was just developed by the Tianyan laboratory. You should control the deterioration first, and I will take you back to the base. Before he left, he deliberately opened a green channel and sent someone from the base to the frontline command post. It was not that he had anticipated Mo Zhao's situation in advance. It was a subconscious guarantee. At this moment, Jiangxi was extremely glad that he made such a decision at that time. Although Zhu Ying strongly opposed him to take away all the immature reversal agents that he had extracted with great difficulty. But after all, the arm cannot twist the thigh. Jiangxi knew that Mo Zhao was stubborn and would not allow him to inject something of unknown origin. So she quickly explained a reversal experiment on Zhu Ying's side. Mo Zhao was slightly stunned after hearing it, and then shook his head. Have you ever thought that this thing is not mature yet? If I turn into a zombie in the middle of the process, who can fight me? She stood up against the wall, refused firmly, and kept urging Jiangxi to leave quickly. She couldn't bet on this. Once she failed, the consequences would be disastrous. The first to suffer was Jiangxi, who was closest to her. Mo Zhao, I think you are seeking death, right? Jiangxi's anger in his heart finally couldn't be suppressed, and his eyes were filled with coldness like a hawk in the sky. He stood up and walked towards her, grabbed her collar and said quickly, Aren't you full of hope for the future? Don't you always say that you will always protect the homeland behind you? Your belief, your ideal, your ambition. Is that the limit? It ends here? The corners of his eyes were slightly red, and his originally light pupils seemed to be filled with water light in the obscure. Mo Zhao stared at him in a daze, suddenly raised his hand and wiped the corner of his eyes, as if he wanted to wipe off the expression that shouldn't appear on this person's face. He is not suitable. A proud person like him is not suitable. Mo Zhao leaned against the wall and sat down slowly. Jiangxi, they all say that I don't care about my life when fighting. But it's not true. People like me are most afraid of death. Mo Zhao covered her chest, and the impetuousness that had just faded away due to the inhibitor was coming back again. It was not that the effect was not obvious, but her physical condition was too bad. She knew it very well, so she didn't dare to gamble. Mo Zhao changed direction and sat back to back with Jiangxi, so that he couldn't see her expression clearly. Because people like me like this world, like the people and things in this world that we care about and love. And we have countless beautiful visions and expectations for the future. So we are afraid of death. But at the same time, these things give us strength and the courage to not fear death. But you are different. Mo Zhao tilted his head back, just like when he was on the roof of the car, and touched the back of the head of the person behind him. All of Jiangxi's methods, whether he is cold, cruel, or even reckless, are all because he doesn't love this world, no matter how bad or chaotic this world is, or how hopeless the people in this world are. He doesn't care. So he is indifferent to everything. Many people think that people like Jiangxi are terrible. But Mo Zhao felt sorry for him since she was a child. At that time, he was still rich and well off, while she had nothing. But when she was eating cheap and simple fried noodles at her parents' simple roadside stall, she looked up at the wealthy area and the exquisite window that vaguely reflected the full moon in her memory. And she felt sorry for him. Over the years, the battalion commander and I didn't have to go against you. In fact, we all sincerely feel that in this situation, the base also needs an iron fist like you to govern. But, because you don't love this world, we are only worried about this. Maybe the Sky Eye is just a place for power games in his hands. But in the hearts of all survivors, it is the last home for themselves and their loved ones to survive. Jiangxi never thought that Mo Zhao would say these words to him sincerely. He was silent for a long time, and suddenly said, You can try. Mo Zhao. You live. I can try. Mo Zhao smiled bitterly and covered his eyes. After a long while, he opened his eyes firmly in the darkness. Suddenly, he turned around and hugged him from behind along his shoulders and neck. She was slightly startled. The warm breath beside his ear made him not react yet. Suddenly, something next to his leg flashed by. At the same time, the weight behind him disappeared. Jiangxi's pupils shrank slightly, and he turned around immediately, looking at Mo Zhao again. He had already got a gun and an explosive bomb. She stood opposite him, calmly loading the bullets. And the sad and soft conversation just now seemed like a dream. So this is her purpose. She said so much nonsense to numb herself. She just wanted to grab the weapon that could make her commit suicide. This woman. She is stupid in some things. But when it comes to dealing with me, she is full of tricks. She has never been submissive. Jiangxi's eyebrows were gloomy, and there was a thunderous anger in his chest. He almost squeezed out a voice from his teeth that wanted to tear her apart. Mo Xiao. How dare you? Chapter 311. We fell into a zombie den. The man on the other side should be furious. She had never seen him so angry. Mo Xiao smiled weakly, very shallowly. Perhaps because she used all her strength to seize the weapon in her hand. Loaded. The muzzle of the gun was tilted against the chin. Jiangxi. You promised me that you would try. Don't forget. Jiangxi always does what he promised. She believes in him. Even if he is so angry at the moment, he will not break his promise when he calms down again. Unexpectedly, after the man on the other side shouted, "You dare!" he suddenly put away all his outward emotions in an instant. He looked at Mo Xiao with a calm and regretful look. She felt a little more panicked and worried for no reason, and loosened her hand that was about to pull the trigger. I promised you, so I won't do it myself. Jiangxi narrowed his eyes dangerously. You? What else did you do? You don't know who did this accident yet? Do you want me to tell you in detail? Jiangxi raised his eyebrows and took another step forward calmly. This statement obviously hit Mo Xiao's sore spot. She clenched her fists. Apart from the group of people in your border guards, who are hostile to our wild grass camp, who else could it be? Jiangxi smiled knowingly and betrayed Shenqi without any nonsense. Do you know why I didn't inform the three armies of this news when I came? Jiangxi raised his eyebrows slightly, looking at his bright face, but with a cold undertone. Not only did he not inform the three armies, he even suppressed all suspicious information. And no one knew the truth. It's not because I'm worried that this matter will be exposed and implicate me. It's because I expect he will come back to me. Jiangxi curled his lips and said, Shenqi is only loyal to me. Once I disappear, several guys under him will definitely be ready to move. In order to contain, or to warn them to wait for me to come back. He will definitely implement the disappearance plan I left before. Disappearance? Disappearance plan? Mo Xiao's face turned pale, as if he had associated something bad with it. It's a backup plan I left long ago to deal with special crises. Not just the disappearance. Jiangxi smiled. He can still talk about Shenqi lightly now. Precisely because Shenqi still has this last bit of value. Before Jiangxi came, she had imagined that if Mo Xiao was not picked up safely, she must have fallen into danger. Under this assumption, her physical condition would definitely not be very good. In the past, that idiot would never miss any chance to survive. But since the burden on her shoulders became heavier, she has more and more concerns. If it is for the overall situation, she is not incapable of doing such a stupid thing as sacrificing her own interests for the sake of the greater good. The first item in my plan is to kill Chu Wenze and destroy the Tianyan laboratory. Jiangxi narrowed her beautiful peach blossom eyes and smiled as if she had just told a joke. As a nominally neutral institution, the Tianyan laboratory controls some important things. For example, the production of red and white pills that allow semi-infected people to coexist peacefully with ordinary people. Of course, there are also some other biochemical and other projects that benefit the people's livelihood, which are of great importance. Once the laboratory is destroyed, there will be chaos inside Tianyan. In particular, the relationship between ordinary people and semi-infected people will be rewashed. This is indeed a good idea to muddy the waters when dealing with a crisis. As for killing Chu Wenze, Mo Xiao did not think for a moment why it was put together with him in this plan. But when he thought of him threatening to destroy the laboratory, Mo Xiao couldn't help but look up and glared at him fiercely. Jiangxi, do you dare? This vengeful word sounded so familiar. I promised you. You know, I won't do it. Jiangxi smiled helplessly. But he slowly said, after all, I'm missing. This matter is not my turn. This plan was not originally reserved for him. A missing person. But for Shenqi. Do you think he dares? At some point, Jiangxi and Mo Xiao were very close. Almost whispering in her ear. Does he dare? Shenqi. Does he dare? Mo Xiao's hand holding the gun fell weakly, and was snatched away by Jiangxi and thrown far away. That man was able to cut off the source of the fire in the wild grass camp. So would he not dare to deal with the laboratory? Mo Xiao was filled with grief and anger. She wanted to hate Jiangxi for being so calculating. But she couldn't. The unknown liquid in the syringe flowed into the body through the blood vessels. Mo Xiao didn't know whether this so-called extraversing agent would work, but she still took some protective measures on herself, intending to lock herself up first to buy some time for the worst possible situation. But just as she was preparing, the surrounding environment shook. Then, there was a deafening clang. Jiangxi subconsciously pulled her to his side. The two of them dodged and rolled. Then, there was the familiar feeling of weightlessness. It seemed that the space below had collapsed for the second time. The flashlight had fallen to an unknown place. The two fell into a dark space again, which seemed to be more cramped than before. In a strange place, there was a faint roar of zombies. The two stood back to back for a while, and found that the roar of the zombies was not far away, as if they were suppressed and unable to move, or they were not in the same space. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief and sit down slowly. It should be caused by the heavy rain. Jiangxi whispered to comfort. The originally unstable structure collapsed for the second time. They were buried again. It was dark, and nothing could be seen. Only the warmth behind reminded them that they were not alone. "I'll see if I can climb out," Jiangxi whispered. Mo Xiao grabbed his wrist. "Listen." Jiangxi was stunned, and the two held their breath. In the silence, he listened carefully again, and noticed that the zombies seemed to be roaring from all directions, including above his head. "We fell into a zombie nest." Mo Xiao smiled bitterly. It was really a case of adding insult to injury. Once a hole was open somewhere around, the zombies would squeeze into this cramped space, which would be digging their own graves. And it was still a dark night and heavy rain outside. After thinking about it, the best solution at the moment was to maintain the status quo as much as possible and wait for rescue. The only good news now is that the so-called extraversal agent seems to have some effect. Although I don't know if it's temporary. It's at least much better than the white pill. The hot blood in her body that was about to burn her body seemed to cool down little by little. This speed is even faster than taking an ibuprofen pill during menstrual cramps. I don't know how long I stayed in the silent and dark space. Jiangxi suddenly remembered some old things. When they were young, Mo Xiao often went to a small bookstore called Taorin Bookstore. The owner was an old grandfather named Tao. At first, only Mo Xiao was familiar with him, because she often helped with some work, and Grandpa Tao tacitly allowed her to stay in the store to read books and do homework. Chapter 312, Waking Up in the Ward. But later, somehow, Jiangxi often followed Mo Xiao. That place became a place he often visited. The two competed with each other and read a lot of books. The bookstore was cramped, so they could only sit on the floor, back to back, reading their own books. If there was a rare holiday, the two could stay like this and read seriously for an afternoon. The scent of ink and books lingered at the tip of the nose, and the afternoon sun shone on the dark brown wooden bookshelf, bringing warm beams of light. And it seemed like elves were flying in the air. Perhaps it was not only the sun that was warm, but also the temperature of another person behind. In addition to being suitable for reading, this atmosphere was also unexpectedly suitable for sleeping. Thinking of this, Jiangxi's lips unconsciously curled up a soft smile. Occasionally, Mo Xiao would fall asleep accidentally, and most of the time, he would come to the bookstore after the school had just released the last test results. It was not because she did poorly in the test, but because she did well in the test. Although she didn't say anything, Jiangxi knew that she was angry. In theory, the two of them should have tied for first place. But because of the initials of their surnames, Mo Xiao's name was always below Jiangxi's. When she was second, she was below him. After finally getting first place, she was still below him. Isn't it more aggrieved? When Jiangxi thought about her being angry about this and embarrassed to say it, she almost laughed out loud, realizing that he was distracted. Jiangxi was stunned again. The small bookstore, from boys and girls to teenagers and young women, the leisurely time of reading back to back is long gone. Those memories accompanied by golden sunshine have deposited so much in his heart. Jiangxi's eyelashes trembled. He was ordered to learn many difficult and obscure things since he was a child. At first, he hated it. He learned it, but with a cold look and rejection from the bottom of his heart. Every minute and every second at that time was painful and tormenting. Later, somehow, he gradually began to feel the joy of learning. Now think about it. Maybe it was from the moment I followed her into the bookstore that the change began. Mo Xiao said he didn't love this world. Jiangxi felt something was wrong. He seemed to still like this world where she existed. In a long silence, Mo Xiao could clearly feel the fatigue from her limbs and body coming like a tide. She was slightly startled. And then she was happy. This feeling. This is similar to the feeling after the effect of the red pill gradually faded. The higher the activity of the virus, the worse Mo Xiao's control over her limbs, and the lower the pain and fatigue perceived by the brain. On the contrary, it proves that the activity of the virus in her body has been suppressed. That X-reversing agent is really effective. It actually pulled her back from the cliff little by little. Mo Xiao's body's balance value was originally very high, as long as she could return to the current state. Unless external forces such as the red pill broke the balance again, she should be able to maintain this state for quite a long time. It was just weakness. Too much weakness. She hadn't felt this kind of weakness for a long time. But Mo Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least she should be safe during this period of time. The people who stayed with her should also be safe. The state stabilized. The mind was relaxed. And the familiar temperature behind her made her fall asleep unconsciously despite her exhaustion. Jiangxi felt a head gradually sliding down from her shoulder. Subconsciously, she stretched out her hand to push the thing away. Just when she was halfway, she suddenly slowed down, touched her forehead, and gently supported her with her hand to prevent her from sliding down further. Mo Xiao woke up in the military hospital of Tianyin. When she woke up, she was surrounded by familiar faces. The first one was Qin Xiao. In addition to her stinky face, her feet were also stinky. She even put them on the edge of her bed to ventilate. Mo Xiao raised her leg and kicked his feet away with disgust. Battalion commander, can you be more aware of your own stinky feet? You stinky girl. Do you have any conscience? I just came down from the front line and came to see you without taking a shower. You actually dislike my stinky feet? What's wrong with me letting my beautiful legs ventilate? He muttered. They are not as hypocritical as you. I have been telling the truth for a long time. But no one said that my feet smelled. They are afraid that you will deduct their bonus again if they tell the truth? Mo Xiao rolled his eyes and sat up with the help of his teammates and classmates. Deduct bonus? Is he so stingy? In all these years, he has only deducted it 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times. Right? Qin Xiao snorted coldly. Considering that she was a patient, he decided to be merciful and not bother with her. Mo Xiao greeted his teammates and classmates one by one, and couldn't help but start asking about the current situation. It turned out that Mo Xiao had been in a coma for 7 days, and she had only been rescued for 2 days. During this period, Zhu Ying from the Tianyin laboratory came to see her. She said she was fine. The reason why she was in a coma was because she had overdrawn her balance value this time. She was already in danger in the battle between her own immunity and the virus. Now, with the temporary suppression of the X-reversal agent, her own immune system has found an opportunity to take advantage of. Now it is gradually recovering its balance. Coma is essentially a self-protection mechanism of the body. It forced her to not be able to overdraw herself during this period. So, Jiangxi and I were trapped down there for 5 days? Mo Xiao murmured, and suddenly looked up. Where is Jiangxi? The others were stunned and looked at each other. Mo Xiao frowned, opened the quilt, and was about to get out of bed. Hey! Captain! Yin Haoda quickly held her down and muttered. He is still in the intensive care unit. No visitors are allowed. Intensive care unit? You were originally buried down there. But because it was buried too deep, our army couldn't get in for a while before the zombie tide was cleared. Someone explained, I heard that when you were last found, you were on the ground, and it seemed that the seriously injured border guardsman carried you out. Xiao Mo, you don't have to worry too much. Guichuchu wiped her tears. Her voice choked with sobs. I just heard from the doctor that the situation has stabilized. Mo Xiao covered her chest, and her rapid breathing gradually slowed down, listening to the chatter of her relatives and friends around her. Suddenly, she felt something was wrong. Everyone had a sad look on their faces, especially Guichuchu and her old classmates. She glanced around and suddenly asked, where is the squad leader? Is he still on the front line? The scene suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Captain, Wu Batian clenched his fists and lowered his head. Blame me. Blame me. Just 2 words. In the silence, someone's sobbing seemed to be heavier. Mo Xiao understood everything in an instant. Before leaving that day, Lu De said goodbye to everyone happily. But who would have thought that the back figure was a farewell forever? Mo Xiao put his fist on his chest again, as if he wanted to say something, but he was out of breath and started coughing. The room fell into chaos again. And the doctor's footsteps hurriedly came and left. I don't know how long he was busy. Finally, Qin Xiao was the only visitor in the room. Mo Xiao leaned against the pillow, and was silent for a long time, before he could no longer bear it, and slowly opened his eyes. Qin Xiao was cracking melon seeds, making a smacking sound. The melon seed skin was loose and crisp, and it made a sound when it was peeled. Qin Xiao had a lot of free time, and he leaned back lazily, turning the hospital chair into a rocking chair, which creaked. Mo Xiao's temples throbbed for a long time, and he forced himself to suppress the depression in his chest. And then he spoke hoarsely, "Do you have something to say to me?" "Oh!" Qin Xiao punched himself in the face, as if he had just remembered something important after being reminded by her. "Yes." After saying that, he collapsed back like a boneless person, continued to eat melon seeds, waved his hands and smiled, "But don't worry. Don't worry. You take a rest first. I'll talk to you after you're done." Mo Xiao was so angry at his attitude that his head hurt. "Speak." Chapter 313. You go. I will go too. I plan to resign. Qin Xiao put down the melon seeds, and said directly, "From now on, you will be the battalion commander of the Wild Grass Battalion." Mo Xiao didn't expect him to say such a thing at this time. He was stunned for a moment, and pursed his lips and said, "I didn't agree." The next moment, a warm touch suddenly came from the top of his head. It turned out that Qin Xiao patted her head with his palm, and smiled confidently. "You will agree." At the end of the words, there was a sigh, and an unspeakable sense of guilt. Everyone suffers in the end of the world, but there are always people who suffer more than others. He admitted that he had put a lot of pressure on this young girl for no reason. "Even if I believe she can make it, but every bit of pain experienced in this process is irreparable. She could have lived a stable life in the base as an ordinary resident, without having to go out in the wind and snow, and without having to fight in dangerous and desperate situations." However, Qin Xiao pulled her out of the crowd. He had been thinking about her since he got her physical examination report. He has been paying attention to her, and focusing on cultivating her. He has his own beliefs and hopes that this can be passed on. So he selfishly planned to involve her. Unfortunately, his body is not up to the task, so he can only accompany her here. The next road will depend on her to walk by herself. Qin Xiao bent down to tuck her quilt, and began to pack his things. At this moment, when his life was about to come to an end, he suddenly thought of a person. Lin Yuan. Qin Xiao used him as an example, and carried out his military career. At that time, Qin Xiao was still young, with the arrogance and unruliness of a genius. He didn't obey anyone except Lin Yuan. It's a pity that the life of the soldier king came to an abrupt end at the beginning of the end of the world. This made Qin Xiao suddenly realize the insignificance of personal power. In the torrent of the times, everyone seemed so small. A long time ago, Qin Xiao had read a famous micro-novel. It was about when the last human left on the planet was sitting alone in the room. There was a sudden knock on the door. This story has been passed down by many people, and they are horrifying when they think about it carefully. When Qin Xiao was young, he hated this kind of worrying about the future the most. He sneered at it back then, but he never thought that he would think of it again after the real doomsday. The fact that Lin Yuan died in the seemingly safe base made Qin Xiao feel that the horror story of the last human left on the blue planet was not far-fetched. Those who are defeated internally will inevitably be defeated externally. Lin Yuan didn't want to see such a thing happen, and Qin Xiao didn't want to either. He believed that Mo Xiao didn't want to either. In fact, with their personal abilities, being a little selfish might help them live better in the short term. Little did they know that if everyone was like this, the gears of the great destruction would have been slowly turning. Mo Xiao sat at the head of the bed, and watched Qin Xiao take off his epaulets, and slowly put them aside. His movements were a little slow, not like a general. In a trance, Mo Xiao suddenly saw the scene of the first time he met Qin Xiao. At that time, he was agile and walked briskly. Unlike now, only a few years have passed. His hair is not white, but he looks old. The atmosphere in the room was a little heavy. Mo Xiao looked at his slightly hunched back as he left. He suddenly blinked to get rid of the moisture in his eyes, and then said, "You forgot to take your melon seed shells." Cough, 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 cough. Qin Xiao immediately put his fist to his lips, and coughed loudly. His back seemed to be more hunched. "It's no use pretending to be dead. You have to deal with the garbage you created yourself." Qin Shao glared at her in annoyance and walked back to the place where he had just sat. He picked up the broom and started sweeping. And the dust was all over the sky. Her back was straight, and her movements were neat. There was no trace of the old, weak and sick look that seemed to be about to die at any time. Mo Xiao flicked off a melon seed shell that fell on her face expressionlessly, and said lightly, "Why pretend to be weak and powerless? Have you forgotten that we are half infected? And the closer we are to collapse, the stronger our physique will be." Qin Shao said angrily, "It is because of your temper that your father is so anxious that he secretly found me several times and asked me to give you a holiday and take you back for a blind date. What I am in a hurry? Singles are the fine traditions of our weeds." She smiled with her head tilted. "Yes, the former battalion chief?" Qin laughed at the old bachelor of nearly 40 years and cut off the handle of the broom. "Well, wise." In the sound of sweeping the floor and a venting of anger, Mo Xiao stared at him straight and suddenly spoke again. "Did Zhu Ying say something to you?" The sound of sweeping the floor paused, and Qin Shao did not turn around or speak. "I took several red pills in a row because of the mission this time, and I overdrew. In the end, I relied on her X-reversing agent to stabilize myself again." Regardless of whether Qin Shao responded or not, Mo Xiao continued, "It is said that this is a project she has been secretly carrying out, the reversal experiment of the half-infected, and you have known about it for a long time. If I am not mistaken, you have been cooperating with her for so many years? Now that the experiment has achieved initial results, where are you going to go after leaving us?" Mo Xiao asked. "Sky Laboratory? To make the most of your last bit of value as a volunteer? The X-reversal agent is not yet mature. As the only one who has tried it, Mo Xiao feels it very clearly. Although her body is now stable, the average balance is much lower than before. This rate of decline is more obvious than taking the red pill. The current X-reversal agent obviously cannot completely reverse the fact that they are half-infected. In the process of continuous adjustment and improvement, a large amount of data support is needed for the half-infected people participating in the experiment. This is a very dangerous thing in itself. Once the balance value drops to a certain level, the body collapses. And I am afraid that even gods can't save it." Mo Xiao said a lot straight to the point. In Qin Zhao's silence, he finally said, "I didn't stop you this time because I can't find any other better way." "Go ahead," she whispered, with a firm and gentle smile on her lips. "I will go too. I will make it clear to Zhu Ying. This time, let me help you." Qin Shao had already left. He was surprised at Mo Zhao's sharpness, but he couldn't persuade her to make a decision. He could only curse and leave with a bag of melon seed shells. Mo Xiao leaned against the pillow for a while. "And Sue?" She suddenly lifted the quilt and climbed out of bed. She first took a walk around the intensive care unit. She couldn't get in, so she could only see someone lying motionless in the ward through the glass, with various medical instruments on his body. From the numerical value, it was relatively stable. Then he went to the dean's office and called the Tianyan laboratory. After that, Mo Xiao changed his clothes and walked out of the hospital gate in the surprised eyes of the doctors and nurses, who wanted to persuade him, but didn't dare to persuade him. Chapter 314 All for Our Homeland. 7 days have passed. The large area of zombies between the 5th and 6th lines of defense has been basically cleared. But because the land area between the two lines of defense is huge, and the terrain and vegetation are complex, so this zombie elimination plan has not been completely completed. There are still sporadic zombies wandering on this land. It takes at least 1 month of repeated verification to ensure its safety. After ensuring safety, a series of radiation treatment measures must be carried out. It will take a while before it can be open to workers to implement the construction of the protective wall. So, at this stage, a large number of troops have been withdrawn. Next, it is still the same as the previous cleaner mode, in the form of a small team, guerrilla sweeping the fish that escaped the net among the zombies. After the previous cooperation, the relationship between the Wild Grass Camp and the Border Defense Army is very delicate. There are also various speculations among the people. There are also discussions about where the two military branches will go in the future. Jiangxi's serious injury and coma are currently kept secret, and Qin Shao announced his resignation as the commander of the Wild Grass Camp in a high-profile manner. And Mo Xiao, who is still lying in the hospital, succeeded him. Everyone knows the news, especially when the zombie tide was cleared. The number of semi-infected people in the base showed negative growth, with only casualties and no new additions. Everyone is not optimistic about the future of the wild grass camp. Disturbed by these chaotic voices, including the inside of the wild grass camp, they themselves may also be a little confused about Qin Zhao's decision. So, Mo Xiao returned to the wild grass camp as soon as possible. Seeing her appear in front of everyone again, the army was a little relieved. Mo Xiao summoned the members of her team to the office one by one, originally wanting to discuss and announce an important event with them. But she waited and waited. But Chen Chung was nowhere to be seen. She put the announcement on hold and asked, "Where is Orange?" "Who knows?" Wu Batian sneered. "Every time he comes back from a mission, he disappears. I guess he's hiding somewhere to hook up with girls again." Yin Haoda waved his hand and smiled. "Captain, I only get close to Brother Chenzi when I am on a mission." Shui Kankan worried. "He has been looking bad since he came back from this mission. Will he be in trouble?" "Looking bad?" Wu Batian tried to recall Chen Cheng's face, and found that apart from the cool coxcomb and some greasy gestures, he really couldn't think of anything special. Yin Haoda touched his chin thoughtfully, and when he saw Mo Xiao looking at him, he laughed and shook his head. "Agreed. I really don't know where Brother Chenzi went." Several people expressed their opinions one after another. Only Chu Ying remained silent. The others were also used to it, although they were teammates. Chu Ying used to be aloof and taciturn. She could only say a few words when the captain was around. Now, it was just a matter of saying less and less. Mo Xiao frowned and waved to dismiss everyone. Several people left. "Chu Ying, stay for a while." She suddenly spoke. Chu Ying's back did not even pause. Mo Xiao stood up, walked around the long table, and held her alone. Chu Ying stared at her in surprise, and then saw Mo Xiao staring at her. "You? Are you?" The person opposite was talking. Chu Ying's eyes unconsciously moved to her mouth to check her lip shape. Mo Xiao was so perceptive that he felt a pain in his eyes, and gently patted Chu Ying's head. Chu Ying was stunned for a moment, and then she saw Mo Xiao writing on her palm, "I'll take you to see a doctor." Mo Xiao knew that everyone knew that they should see a doctor when they were injured or sick. But in Chu Ying's mind, the same thing may have different identifications and classifications. In the eyes of others, deafness is a big deal. But Chu Ying was stunned for a while, and then accepted this fact. From extreme noise to extreme silence, the transition from two extremes. She accepted all this in a very short time. Acceptance is a very common thing for Chu Ying. It has been like this since she was a child. Later, there was no obvious pain, and it did not affect her life. In this situation, she might not go to see a doctor herself. Mo Xiao had guessed it from her reaction. The first military order that he originally planned to announce after becoming the battalion commander was temporarily put on hold because of Chen Chung and Chu Ying's matter. Not long after seeing the doctor, Mo Xiao sent Chu Ying back to her residence to rest. The condition of Chu Ying's ears was still quite serious. The wound was large, and the medical treatment was not timely. And there was a purulent infection deep inside. The doctor said that even after treatment, she could hear sounds in the future, but she would not be able to recover to the same level as before. It is even very likely that her hearing is weaker than that of ordinary people. Chu Ying read the doctor's instructions expressionlessly, and before leaving, she suddenly turned around, stared into Mo Xiao's eyes, and patted her on the back of her hand gently. The patient didn't care, but turned to comfort her. Mo Xiao stared at the door for a moment, then suddenly laughed, and a little warmth rose in his heart. Turning back, he strode away. The streets and alleys were full of the atmosphere of human life, outlining the ordinary happiness of each family. The relationship between people is like this, always moving inadvertently. She likes this world, so she embarked on this road. Mo Xiao's eyes were firm, and as his clothes fluttered, he gradually took on a bit of sharpness and murderousness. "Shenqi, some accounts? It's time to settle them." Mo Xiao had asked about Shenqi indirectly since he woke up. He learned from everyone. It turned out that when Jiang Shi carried her out, the first team, she met with Shenqi, who rushed over. He led the team to rescue Jiang Shi and Mo Xiao. Then the main force arrived, and Mo Xiao and the others were transferred back to the base. As for Shenqi, he stayed at the front line. It is said that he has been fighting bloody battles with zombies and has not returned until now. Judging from the situation, if nothing unexpected happens, he should plan to stay until the day when the zombies are completely cleared. Jiang Shi really didn't lie to her. It was Shenqi who framed them, and it didn't spread. Even her teammates were still in the dark. As for whether Qin Xiao knew about it, Mo Xiao didn't know. Maybe he knew. Maybe he didn't know. Whether he knew it or not, he was powerless now. Or did he want to keep this person for himself? Before leaving the base, Mo Xiao went to the ground entry and exit checkpoint to ask someone to check the entry and exit information. Originally, this kind of thing was forbidden to be checked casually. But everyone knew that Mo Xiao had become the commander of the Wild Grass Battalion and was truly in charge of the top combat power of the army. No one dared to neglect it. And they didn't even dare to make an excuse and quickly checked it for her. Soon, Mo Xiao really found Qin Cheng's entry and exit records. The records showed, not long after coming out of her ward, Qin Cheng parted ways with everyone and went directly to the front line. Mo Xiao lowered her eyes. In her team, except for Wu Batian and Chuing, everyone else was very thoughtful. It seemed that Qin Cheng had suspected it long ago. In the ward, he noticed Mo Xiao's indirect questioning, but through Mo Xiao's attitude, he instantly locked the target on Shenqi. His goal should be the same as his own: to hunt Shenqi. TSK. The people in the wild grass camp are really fierce. Not long after coming down from the battlefield, they are back to full of energy. The staff in the information room looked at Mo Xiao's departing back, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and sighed. Alas, someone else sighed. It's a pity that he is a half-infected person. What's wrong with the half-infected? I've been watching them coming in and out for years, and the blood of the half-infected has not been reduced. To be honest, I almost cried when I heard that the Wild Grass Camp mission was almost wiped out a few days ago. Someone else echoed with emotion. It's all for the Sky Eye. Someone whispered. The Sky Eye is our home. We are all family. It would be better if we could fight less and live in harmony. In an office, the sighs turned into sighs, and finally returned to a long sigh. Chapter 315. Actually, if you don't come to find me, I will die. The world on the ground has been cold for a long time. It has not rained for a long time. Since the sudden rainstorm a few days ago, the temperature outside has suddenly started to rise. On this day, it was rare to see the sun above my head. Sunny day. How long has it been since this word appeared in my mind? Shinchi killed the last zombie in this area, wiped the blood, and looked up at the sky with squinting eyes. The warm beams of light sprinkled on the mask, reflecting colorful ripples. Deputy Captain Shin, this area has been cleaned up. Do we need to report to the headquarters for handover? A soldier next to him asked. They have been out for too long. They have lost contact with the main force for a long time. In theory, it should be time for a change of guard. But Shinchi was reluctant to go back, and there was nothing they could do. Now, the supplies and equipment they brought out have been almost consumed. Everyone's physical strength and energy have almost reached their limit. Shinchi listened to the voices of his men asking, moved his eyes away from the air, slowly turned his head, and looked at the two convoys he brought out. Sweat, dirt, blood. Everyone looked at him tiredly. Most of them are still very young, and they all trust this senior, who is quite prestigious in the Blood Hunter group. Shinchi smiled, waved to everyone, and said, thank you for your hard work this time. Excitement immediately appeared on the exhausted young faces, and they shouted, fight for the commander. It's not hard. Get in the car. Get ready to go back to the camp. Shinchi turned his back and didn't look at those faces full of vitality in the sun. With Shinchi's words, the other soldiers were overjoyed. One by one, they carried their guns back to the car. They followed Shinchi out that night and did several big things in a row. They even saved the life of Commander Jiang, who was in danger. After that, they didn't go back to the camp to rest. They fought outside for so long and killed so many zombies. It can be said that they lived a very fulfilling life. Everyone was nervous and happy at the thought of returning to the base. They were worried that they would be punished by the higher-ups for blowing up the building during the final battle of the Yuanan South Station recovery mission. But unexpectedly, no one mentioned the incident after they returned. Deputy Captain Shin did a flawless job, and no one knew it was them. Even everyone thought it was an accident during the mission. Everyone gradually put their minds at ease. To be honest, most of them were radical and daring, so they were naturally not afraid of punishment. But if not, that would be even better. Everyone happily got on the car, but saw Shinchi still staring at the sky in the distance. The soldier in the driver's seat pushed down the window, poked his head out, and shouted, Deputy Commander Shin, get ready to go. Shinchi sighed and looked back at the two cars again. his eyes sad and helpless. Bang! Bang! In the open field. 2 loud explosions were deafening. Time seemed to be frozen in that unbelievable look. Screams and wails. Shin-Chi threw away the remote control in his hand. Tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. And the blazing fire reflected in the depths of his pupils was like a morning song. They trusted you so much. And followed you through life and death to fight everywhere. But you were so cruel that you didn't even let them go. Suddenly, in a desolate place, a slightly out-of-place voice mocked. Shin-Chi froze, looked up, and saw a man with a coxcomb coming towards him. The black uniform carried a cold and solemn feeling. This was the military uniform of the Wild Grass Camp. And the man in front of him was none other than Shin-Chung, a member of the famous 477th Squad. Shin-Chi looked at the man approaching with a knife, expressionless, as if he was not surprised at all by his appearance. You finally showed up. I've always felt that someone was watching us in secret. Shin-Chi suddenly said, I thought our captain had woken up and sent someone to settle accounts with me. I didn't expect it was you. At this point, a bitter smile appeared on his lips. You are here, but he hasn't sent anyone yet. Could it be? At this point, he couldn't help but look up at Shin-Chung and asked, Our captain. Is he okay? Shin-Chung sneered. You are a dog that wags its tail quite well. Shin-Chi didn't mind how the other party slandered and abused him. He just looked at the other party's expression carefully. After a long while, he seemed to be relieved and nodded to himself. It seems that the dangerous period should be over. Shin-Chang's face sank. When death is imminent, the affairs of the world are more concerned. Shin-Chi was supposed to be defenseless. At that distance, Shin-Chung could kill him by just shooting with his gun. But Shin-Chung put away his gun and came forward with a knife. It can be seen that he did not want the other party to die too easily, but wanted to cut the other party into pieces to vent his hatred. Facing a powerful half-infected person alone, Shin-Chi was not panicked at all. I lost the bet. He sighed softly, but I didn't lose to you. Not to your Wild Grass Camp, but to my captain. Although Jiangshi is now the commander of the Legion, he is still more accustomed to calling him captain. Now think about it carefully. Back then, from the bottom of the Blood Hunter group, they risked their lives bit by bit to fight, and lived and died together again and again, and shared joys and sorrows. There is still a bit of nostalgia. At that time, even though all of them were trapped underground, they did not panic at all under the leadership of Jiangshi. Shin-Chi smiled. At that time, Xuangu was still alive, and many of them were still alive. They were joking and making jokes in desperate situations without any pretense. Although they gradually gained power later, there was no need to go through the past again. But the days became more and more oppressive, far less enjoyable than before. Shin-Chi always felt that all this was because the last thorn in his eyes, the Wild Grass Camp, had not been removed. He vowed to follow Jiangshi since he was a nobody, to help him all the way, and to complete their great cause of the end of the world with him, and to kick those old guys in the old world off the altar one by one. It was all going smoothly. What went wrong? Shin-Chi didn't think there was anything wrong with his approach. He only saw obstacles. His captain was the most perfect person in the world, and he was born to be in the highest position. But such a genius had only one weakness. Everyone has a lot of weaknesses. For ordinary people, it's nothing. But in Shin-Chi's opinion, this one weakness can be fatal to Jiangshi. As time goes by, he sees more and more clearly. So, his desire to kill Mo Shao grows day by day. If that woman is not eliminated, sooner or later, she will become a big problem. The more murderous intent Shin-Chi had, the better he hid. Ever since Mo Shao broke into the Blood Hunters camp a few years ago, he had been as low-key as possible in dealing with the Wild Grass Camp. It was to paralyze his captain, who was almost a demon. He was lurking. He was looking for the most perfect opportunity. He must do it. One-shot kill. Who would have thought that he underestimated the tenacious vitality of the Wild Grass Camp, and underestimated the vigilance of his own captain? Shin-Chi wanted to laugh a little. After nearly 10 years of companionship, he still couldn't get the captain's full trust. Sure enough, such a person is born to be a superior. A frenzy of noise flashed through his chest. He felt relieved and bitter. In fact, if you don't come to me, I will die. Shin-Chi sat down by the small earthen slope and said calmly. Chapter 316 Shin-Chang's Fury. 1,000 cuts. The group of young soldiers under his command thought that Jiangshi was favoring them by keeping the news secret. Shin-Chi was not so naive. He could guess the captain's thoughts to some extent. If he could not come back for a while, Shin-Chi would activate his missing plan. If he came back alive, he would still be the commander of the Border Defense Army with high power. And he needed to continue to lead everyone. Then his important minister, a general of the Border Defense Army, framed the soldiers of the Cooperation Party during the war and almost caused the other party to be wiped out. This big scandal is obviously very detrimental to the morale of the army and the people. Suppressing it at the beginning is naturally more beneficial to the subsequent handling. Shin-Chi thought of what Jiang-Shi said to him in the Blood Hunters camp. Don't do it again. After so many years, he remembered these 4 words very clearly. He remembered every word he said to him very clearly. It didn't seem like a serious warning. But only Shin-Chi knew its weight. Any ordinary sentence spoken by that person would have considerable weight. Shin-Chi knew from then on that if it happened again, he would definitely die. So he endured it for so many years. This time too, he would die. But he didn't regret it. The only pity was that these young soldiers followed him because they believed in that legendary man. Shin-Chi knew he would die, and that person would not spare his soldiers. So he led them out. He spilled the blood of the soldiers on the battlefield. He wanted to end his life and theirs in this way. Or maybe he could wait for that person to come and send him off. As for the others, he would send them off in advance, and it was not their turn for that person to deal with them personally. But he did not expect. It was the people from the wild grass camp who arrived first. Chin Chung was not interested in the sudden feelings of the enemy in front of him. He sneered, "Looking for you? I'm here to cut you up." Chin Chung moved very fast, holding a knife and jumping over 2 destroyed military vehicles with flames rising to the sky, and rushed toward Shin-Chi. He had already found Shin-Chi, but because he had too many soldiers under his command, Chin Chung had been secretly looking for opportunities. But he didn't expect that. This Shin-Chi was not only cruel to the people in their wild grass camp, but also to his own people. Those people were too twisted and turned. The loyal men of the 2 cars probably couldn't figure out why they suddenly died at the hands of their obedient superiors. In this way, only Shin-Chi survived, and all the ammunition was consumed. This gave Chin Chung an opportunity. Ordinary people faced the soldiers of the wild grass camp, who were known to be invincible, and they were fighting in close combat without thermal weapons. Chin Chung was extremely violent, and every knife was not fatal. Shin-Chi had almost no power to resist, until he was covered in blood and flesh. He was still hanging on to a trace of life. Suddenly, when he retreated to the edge of a slope, Shin-Chi suddenly looked up and stared at Chin Chung. "I have only lost to one person in my life. That person is not you. I don't care about your bullshit logic." Chin Chung cursed gloomily, wiped the blade with one hand, and licked the blood between his lips and teeth. He wanted revenge. Revenge for the captain who almost died, and for more comrades, who stayed in yesterday forever in this conspiracy. Some of them still have families in the base looking forward to their return. But unfortunately, they can no longer wait. And some people are alone and rely on collective beliefs to survive until now. But these tenacious comrades, who are like weeds that cannot be blown down by the wind or rain. But they are heading for death, because of the power struggle of those bullshit superiors. They may eventually meet their death. But it must not be, and should never be in this way. The anger in Chin Cheng's chest spread like that rainy night, as if it was about to overflow. For many years, Chin Chung has always been a versatile player in the team. In every mission, Chin Chung is a brick, and he moves wherever he is needed. And Chin Chung never complains. This would be impossible if he had the temper before. In the past, Chin Chung was just a gangster, a street slicker, and it was common for him to be violent, and to form gangs. He is used to speaking with fists, used to betraying friends who only care about food and drink, used to everyone running away when disaster strikes, and has learned many of the darkest survival rules at the bottom of this society. Chin Chung has never been afraid to speculate on others with the worst ideas. When he first joined Mo Zhao's team, he just saw how strong they were. It is much better to have a group of strong teammates than to have a group of dragging people down. Only when teammates are strong can the team be strong. When the team is strong, his personal interests can be guaranteed. The captain is selecting team members, and he, as a team member, is also selecting the captain and teammates. The subsequent series of successful experiences perfectly prove that his choice is right. But in this process, there are some unexpected gains. Chin Chung found that he seemed to have joined a group with love. The word love made him a little confused. Qin Cheng's parents divorced when he was young, and no one wanted him. He grew up eating at many people's homes. Later social experience made him even farther away from this word. Unexpectedly, he would come into contact with love in this dilapidated world after the end of the world. The life and death of comrades in arms, never leaving each other, the oath before the mission, and everyone's common beliefs and pursuits. Along the way, there were too many experiences in the wild grass camp that moved him. Gradually, he thought that not only him, but also many people who were wandering and helpless in the end of the world should have regarded the wild grass camp as their home. Fight for home. Fight for faith. Fight for dawn. He will not allow anyone to interfere and destroy all this. Qin Cheng narrowed his eyes and held his sword in front of him. This last sword. Finish him off. The cold light of the sword shadow and the trajectory of the leap appeared at the same time. Blood splashed in the air in a crescent-like arc. Shin-Chi looked up at him, and suddenly, a smile appeared at the corner of his lips. He is not dead yet. He can only die under the military order of that person. Or, in the mouth of a zombie. He will never die in the hands of the people in the wild grass camp. He will only lose to one person. Qin Cheng frowned and stared coldly at the slope. It turned out that there were still a few zombies left there at some point, all of them eagerly looking forward to the fresh flesh and blood falling from above. Qin Cheng put the knife back into the sheath. He touched his waist and was about to raise his gun to shoot again. Suddenly, he touched nothing. It turned out that in the fight just now, Shin-Chi was not on guard and deliberately cut off his holster and strap. Because the things fell on the ground. Qin Cheng didn't care at that time. But he didn't expect that he had planned this. Qin Cheng glanced back and wanted to pick it up. Although the distance was far, he was not sure whether Shin-Chi had died in the mouth of the zombies when he came back. Seeing how proud he was when he fell, it was estimated that it would be too late. When he looked back, Qin Cheng was suddenly startled. Then he lowered his eyes and called, "Captain." Mo Xiao had been watching in the dark for a long time. Seeing this, she patted his shoulder. Walking to the edge of the slope, she looked down. Shin-Chi, who had just pulled out the last trace of a smile from the corner of his mouth, fell to the ground with a plop. When he saw the man above, his eyes widened, full of annoyance, hatred and unwillingness. Mo Xiao stared at him coldly, with a scornful smile on the corner of her lips. Slowly raised the gun. Shin-Chi stared at her with bloodshot eyes. Before the gunshot, he seemed to be tortured. This unwillingness and pain continued until the last bang. The gunshot broke his life. Chapter 317 Ward Confrontation. The base recently received bad news. The deputy leader of the Blood Hunter group and the soldiers he led out had an accident while clearing out the remaining zombies. And the entire army was wiped out. The entire Sky Eye base was shaken. After all, everyone knew that Shin-Chi was Jiangxi's confidant. And his military rank was not low. The later guerrilla clearing plan, which was thought to be harmless, would actually have such a big accident. This made everyone's heartstrings, which had just been relaxed for a short time, tighten again. The recent actions have also been much more cautious. As a result, the speed and rhythm were naturally slowed down. The first time Mo Xiao returned, he heard that Jiangxi had woken up. She went straight to the ward without stopping. When she arrived, she found that the door was full of people, except for some relatives and friends who came to visit and senior officials. Most of them were military personnel. After all, they all wore eye-catching military uniforms, and they were in a hurry to work. So it was hard not to attract attention. Captain Mo is here. Because of the strict security, most people outside the door could not enter, and could only wait with a smile. In the crowd, someone saw Mo Xiao and shouted. The others immediately came back to their senses. Their smiles widened, and they turned to her and started chatting enthusiastically. When it comes to how to be like a fish in water in these social interactions, Mo Xiao is not as good as Jiangxi. She just nodded slightly and walked towards the guards. I have something to ask your corps commander Jiang. This was not the first time that Mo Xiao had seen Jiangxi's guards. Those people looked familiar to her and were still afraid. Someone immediately winked and went in to report. Not long after, someone hurried out and invited her in. Seeing that the later Captain Mo went in without any obstruction without waiting, the people who wanted to get close to him but were not allowed to enter and had been waiting in the back felt a little uncomfortable. Alas, comparing people is so annoying. Someone sighed in a low voice. I've been waiting for half an hour. And I couldn't even pass in a fruit basket. Only half an hour? Someone next to him sneered. I've been here for 6 hours. Did you see me complaining? New here. Learn a little. Who do you think this person inside is? The real powerful person in the Sky Eye base. You can see him whenever you want? Isn't this person from the Wild Grass Camp? Someone clever suddenly asked. I remember that the Wild Grass Camp has always been at odds with our military. Yeah. What is she doing here? You are so stupid that you can't even drink the hot soup, someone said speechlessly. Recently, the two armies have started friendly cooperation outside. Don't you know about such a big thing? I know. But so what? So what? When our last battle is completely over, the development of the base will inevitably embark on a new journey. And the relationship between the two armies will probably be broken with this opportunity. At this point, the man suddenly slapped his forehead and turned back. This is going to change. Captain Emo appeared here so quickly. The policy is going to change. And this matter must be reported to General Du. In the spacious and quiet ward, the person on the bed sat with his back against the pillow. He was wrapped in gauze in many places, and one leg was in a cast. It was obvious that he had been seriously injured. But compared to his injuries, his spirit was much better. Military personnel came in and out one after another, reporting to him or asking him to sign some documents. The man took the pen with his left hand, which was not wrapped like a dumpling, and it was quite smooth. When Emo Shao came in, the last person was just closing a document, nodded slightly from her side, and then left. Emo Shao crossed her arms, leaned her back against the white wall, and stood in a relatively relaxed posture, looking at the person on the bed. 6 hours and 23 minutes. The man raised his eyes calmly. I've been awake for so long. Emo Shao was stunned to see him pursing his lips and staring at her, as if he was angry. After a slight hesitation, he explained, I'm outside. At the end, he added, just came back. Jiangxi, who had been prepared to hear something unpleasant, did not expect her to explain. His eyebrows were slightly raised, and a smile was about to appear on his lips. Then he heard another sentence from his ear. I killed Shenqi. Jiangxi was silent for a moment. He violated military law and should be killed. Click. Emo Shao suddenly approached, took out something, and placed it on the table beside his bed. Jiangxi looked at it and found that it was Shenqi's shoulder badge. From my personal standpoint, as the commander of the Wild Grass Battalion, I would not hesitate to chop him into pieces for the sake of my fellow comrades, who died in vain. But as you... She paused for a moment and continued. As your friend, I brought his shoulder straps back to you. Shenqi had 1,000 faults, but he had nothing to say about Jiangxi. Emo Shao felt that she could make him die without a complete body, or even expose his body in the wilderness. But at least she might want to pay tribute to him. After all, they had come all the way from humble beginnings through life and death. Of course, Emo Shao felt that she had done nothing but wasted her time. With Jiangxi's previous temperament, he didn't care much about these things, and it was not an exaggeration to say that he was cold and indifferent. Emo Shao certainly felt that Shenqi's death was not a pity, but she didn't want Jiangxi to be really indifferent. If he really didn't care about any ties around him, he would be very lonely. Emo Shao seemed to see a lonely figure struggling on the endless dark ice field. From a child, to a teenager, to a young man. Every time she saw it, she couldn't help but want to help him. She had witnessed too much and intervened too much. As if she had gotten used to it. When she really made up her mind to let go, she found that it was intertwined and entangled. And she couldn't figure it out and couldn't cut it off. And she was at a loss. What do you want me to do? Jiangxi picked up the epaulet, took a look, and raised his eyes to ask Emo Shao. He thought of many things at this moment. Emo Shao had been promoted to the commander of the Wild Grass Battalion. She deliberately brought back the epaulets, perhaps to show that she had sufficient evidence to cause chaos in his border guards. Perhaps to negotiate with him to make some concessions. Perhaps to gain greater benefits for the group of semi-infected people from her hands before the final victory, or perhaps, she was just comforting herself. The last possibility was the humble, obscure, and unbelievable little hope that had risen in her heart at the beginning. But before it grew stronger, it was suppressed to the deepest part of her heart by reason and buried deeply. She is rational, fair, and righteous. She hated herself so much over the years. How could she come to comfort him simply? Jiangxi felt bitter. Emo Shao loves all living beings, but not him. The room fell into silence again. Mo Xiao pursed his lips speechlessly. He looked at the man on the bed with complicated eyes. According to the examination report, he should still be in the stage of unbearable pain all over his body. But this man, as soon as he woke up, handled a lot of military and political affairs without leaving any gaps. If you don't know, you would think he just had a little skin scratched. Sometimes, Mo Xiao really doubted whether there was a cold robot living in his mind, so that he would not lose his composure, show weakness, show cowardice, or be moved at any time. Both sides were stubborn and silent. The silence in the ward seemed to last a little long. Finally, Mo Xiao sighed, took back the epaulets, burned them with fire, and threw them into the trash can, and turned away. Chapter 318, Recruitment Conditions. Jiangxi saw her come in, and said 2 words before leaving, and a self-deprecating smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then he realized his loss of composure, adjusted his mood, raised his eyebrows, leaned back, and asked casually, "Leaving now, Captain Mo?" This wording that emphasized his identity made Mo Xiao's steps pause. Jiangxi's sarcasm deepened. "Yes. The ward is not a place to discuss serious matters. When I recover from my injury and leave the hospital, I will wait for you in the office." This sarcastic remark, Mo Xiao's foot, which was about to step out of the ward, retracted. She walked to the bedside, unable to hold back her almond eyes, staring at Jiangxi. If she were still a child, she would have had a fight with him. But at this moment, the man in front of him was covered in wounds, and the wounds were even caused by her. Mo Xiao could only stare blankly, and couldn't touch him lightly. The two looked at each other for a while. Mo Xiao suppressed his frustration and took several deep breaths. Then he tried to speak calmly. "You take good care of your injuries. I will come to see you tomorrow." After saying that, he didn't give Jiangxi a chance to open his mouth, and flashed out of the room at a very fast speed. On the hospital bed, Jiangxi was still in a daze. What did Mo Xiao just say? Tomorrow. Tomorrow, come to see him again. Over the years, he has been injured many times, openly or secretly. But Mo Xiao has never visited him once. Not to mention visiting the sick. The two were both on the -10th floor, and with their identities, they could access most of the dozens of floors above and below the sky base. But they rarely had the chance to see each other. Jiangxi looked at his plastered leg, and suddenly felt a sharp pain in a trance, which reminded him that all this was real. Mo Xiao would really come to see him tomorrow. Moreover, he might come to see him often, without any other public intentions, just to come to see him. Mo Xiao came out of the ward and rushed back to the wild grass camp without stopping. As the new commander of the wild grass camp, she truly realized that Qin Xiao looked careless on weekdays. But in fact, he had a lot of work to do. Many things were waiting for her to deal with. After finishing her daily work, Mo Xiao suddenly approved a special document. Almost not long after the approval, the entire Tian'an base and all walks of life received the news. On the electronic bulletin board outside the wild grass camp, a conscription document was displayed. This was originally an extremely ordinary thing, but the content on it today made it extraordinary. The wild grass camp has actually broadened the conscription conditions? A bystander exclaimed. "Please make way. Make way. Is it true?" Someone came from nowhere, sweating profusely through the crowded crowd, and squeezed to the front row. "Is the wild grass camp really starting to accept ordinary people?" "It's written on it," someone exclaimed. "As long as they can pass the assessment, ordinary people can also join the wild grass camp. And it's specially approved by the new battalion commander Mo Xiao. It's stamped with the official seal. It couldn't be more true. Isn't this nonsense?" Someone muttered in his heart. "The wild grass camp is full of half-infected monsters. How can ordinary people keep up with their pace?" "You can't say that. Ordinary people who have adapted and injected immune proteins are also very strong." "Yes. And this is not a precedent. I remember that there has always been an ordinary person in the 477 team where Captain Mo is. Isn't that the god chewing an ordinary person?" "That's true." "Great. I've always wanted to join the wild grass camp. I've finally waited for this day." "Me too. My family was almost starving to death. And it was the soldiers from the wild grass camp who helped us." The news of the change in the recruitment conditions of the wild grass camp swept the entire base. It has been fermenting for several days. Surprisingly, the most enthusiastic response came from the major welfare homes and schools. Most of these young people admire the strong. Jiang Shi's personal popularity in the Border Defense Army was too great, overshadowing the rest. The wild grass camp was different. The strong men with their own characteristics were often talked about by these children after class. Every time the soldiers of the wild grass camp returned after completing a dangerous mission, there would always be children sneaking out to watch, just to take a look at their idols. Therefore, many young people have dreamed since childhood that they can also join the wild grass camp one day, form their own team with like-minded friends, and go to the wasteland world outside to fight for their homeland. In the welfare home and school on the -12th floor, in a corner, there is a big tree, and the bushes in the flower bed under the tree are lush and green. Next to the tree is a wall. Outside the wall is a quiet alley. Jump off the wall, turn around this alley, and run a distance to get around to the main street. The naughty students in the school know how to avoid the old man in the guard room, who wears reading glasses and has to use a magnifying glass to check the guards, and sneak out of the school gate. At this moment, there were two teenagers sitting on the wall. Brother, are you really going to the wild grass camp? Sun Quan curled his lips and sighed. A few years later, he has grown into a teenager. He has a delicate outline, and his eyes are very similar to Mo Xiao's, big and round, which often makes people mistake them for siblings. When outsiders see him, they praise old Mo for his fertility, and his sons and daughters are more beautiful than each other. Yu glanced at him lightly and said nothing. He is already an adult. But Sun Quan is not yet. Sun Quan has been whispering in his ear about signing up for the wild grass camp for a few days. Yu thinks that he is a typical sour grapes mentality. Sun Quan didn't care about Yu's expression. Anyway, this guy has always had a Sima face since he was a child. And he is as gloomy as if he just came out of a killer organization. I don't know where he got such a strong temper at such a young age. But his brother Quan is kind. Of course he won't care about these things. Sun Quan's eyes turned around, and he tried his best to slander the wild grass camp in Yu's ear. Of course, he mainly slandered his chief sister, saying how bad she was. Entering the wild grass camp is equivalent to falling into her clutches. So you must not go. At the same time, he didn't forget to praise the border guards. As he spoke, Yu lowered his eyes to think about himself, without moving. On the contrary, Sun Quan was hit on the back of his head. Oh my god! He touched the back of his head in pain, and found that it was a stone. Who is it? How dare you throw a stone at your brother Quan? Who? I am your aunt. Two pigtails first emerged from the bushes below. With a rustling sound of leaves, a head popped out. It turned out to be a young girl. She had a piece of bread in her mouth, and a few pieces of gravel in her hands. It seemed that the person who threw the stone just now was none other than her. The girl was young, but her momentum was fierce. With a poo sound, she spat half a piece of bread into her palm, raised her head, put her hands on her waist, pointed at the boy on the wall and cursed, Sun Quan. Next time your aunt hears you slandering the wild grass camp and my sister Momo, you will not be hit by a stone, but a frying pan. Chapter 319. Everyone has their own way of living. Wang Jingjing. Is there something wrong with your brain? Did I mention you at all? Sun Quan turned around and pointed at the air with his toes, looking down at me. Children should not interfere in adult matters. You dare to slander my wild grass camp and my sister Momo, and you dare to say it's not my business? Wang Jingjing seemed to be very angry. She turned around and ran to the big tree, spitting into her palms, and started to climb. Just wait! Sun Quan was not to be outdone. He jumped up and down on the wall with a playful smile. Hey! Come up! You just can't catch me! Hey hey hey! Why did you fall down again? Wang Jingjing. Can you do it? Yu, who was sitting next to them, frowned slightly, and sat a little further away from them. There was a slight sound of footsteps on the path not far away. A few people glanced, and found that it was Jiang Duo, who was passing by with a book. She saw the mess here and frowned. Teacher Guo wants you to go over. No one answered. The noisy ones continued to make noises, and the thoughtful ones continued to think. Jiang Duo closed the book and turned to leave. From this posture, it seemed that she wanted to say that she had brought the message anyway, so she could go or not. However, just as she turned around and started to walk, a figure hurried over there. The person who came seemed to have poor eyesight and didn't look at the road very well, and almost bumped into her head-on. The man didn't care that he almost knocked someone down. He continued to run forward without slowing down. Jiang Duoduo held on to the pillar beside her to regain her balance. Looking back, she couldn't help but frown again. The running man was also a teenager, wearing a black eye mask, on which she had painted a bunch of colorful and messy fire-breathing monsters that most people couldn't understand. The other eye was also covered with a thick lens. He was so old, but he had a duck leg in his left hand and a chicken leg in his right hand, which was not in a proper state. He was in a hurry, and it was obvious that he had just stolen Uncle Mo's snack from the kitchen and was still on the run. There was a faint shouting behind him. Jiang Duoduo rubbed his eyebrows, smoothed out the wrinkles, and his expression returned to calmness. If Shichingi doesn't get into trouble one day, the sun will probably rise from the west. The girl who was running and eating secretly jumped into the bushes as if no one was around. The dense leaves quickly covered her figure, and it was impossible to tell that there was a person hiding. The footsteps of someone chasing behind were getting closer. The fish on the wall narrowed its eyes slightly, jumped off the wall in an instant, and turned into the alley outside. Sun Quan's eyes turned around, wanting to watch the show but not to cause trouble, and his face was half tangled. In the end, based on the principle of not getting involved, he also jumped outside the wall. The two teenagers, one in front and one behind, landed lightly and skillfully, and their skills were quite good. It can be seen that they have been training a lot over the years. Oh no! Uncle Mo is here. Without Sun Quan's obstruction, Wang Jingjing jumped up the tree like a monkey and jumped out at the same time, with extremely agile movements. Still on the path, Jiang Duoduo, who was far away, silently opened the book she had just closed, and seemed to be reading it seriously. Duoduo? A man in his 50s chased here breathlessly with a cane. He looked around with a kitchen knife for a while, but found no movement. Then he looked at the girl who was reading quietly, and asked in a low voice, as if he was afraid of disturbing the child's study, "Have you seen Chingy?" Jiang Duoduo heard the voice, and looked up as if she was awakened. At this moment, there seemed to be some leaves swaying slightly in the bushes. She stared at the bushes and smiled slightly. "I didn't see it." After she said this, a certain leaf in the bushes swayed and disappeared, as if someone was relieved. Jiang Duoduo said this and turned away. Mo Yuanping walked towards the bushes that Jiang Duoduo had just looked at with a dark face, gritted his teeth and said, "Sure. Qing. E. Staff dormitory. Guichuchu's home." Guichuchu kept looking out the window and sighed. These kids are getting more naughty as they grow up. Mo Xiao came today. She originally asked someone to call Duoduo and the others to come to her house. In the end, no one knew where they had gone, and no one had been seen until now. Mo Xiao took another sip of the teacup, and stood up with a smile. "I'm glad to see that you are all well. I have something else to do, so I'll go back first. Will you wait for me?" Guichuchu said regretfully. "You are all busy, and it's rare for you to come." However, she just said it casually, and didn't mean to stop him at all. Instead, she put down the needlework in her hands, and stood up with Mo Xiao. She walked to the closet, and said to Mo Xiao, "It just so happens that I have something to do. I will go out with you." Mo Xiao raised his eyebrows, and crossed his chest to see that she had specially picked a beautiful skirt, and dressed up a little. "Dressed so beautifully? Blind date?" Mo Xiao joked. Over the years, most of their original group of friends are still single, but there are also many who have already started families and had children. For example, Senior Zhang Jiwei. She has been living on the -36th floor and working in the planting industry. Later, she met a colleague with the same aspirations, and they got married. Now the child can help with cooking. It is said that he also hangs out in the vegetable fields with the couple all day long. The last time Mo Xiao saw him, the child was still clamoring to go to the ground to plant vegetables with his parents. All residents in the base know that when the 6th line of defense is built, the radiation barrier will be established. They can return to the ground again. Even children are no exception. This is also the beacon that the government has established in the hearts of the people, full of hope for a better future, and the driving force for all those who suffer in the end times to move forward in the dark night. Sooner or later, we will be able to get out of the underground. We will be able to see the blue sky, white clouds, and the sun. We will be able to return to our homeland. In addition to Senior Zhang Jiwei, Mo Xiao's former college roommate Li Pingping also got married a few years ago. Li Pingping's family of 3 is safe and sound. They also yearn for such a stable life. It is said that the man is also a civil servant in the administration. Although his income is not high, It is very stable. They also have 2 children. Li Pingping often lamented with tears that she is a lucky person. In fact, Mo Xiao feels that it is not just her luck that has created her current happiness, but contentment. Contentment is always happy. There are many people who get married and have children in the doomsday. They bring new life to this world, as if they are carrying a new hope. How many people are holding back, dreaming of taking their children to the surface one day to see the real world? But Li Pingping's family never said such things. Their family felt that even if they lived underground for a lifetime, it would be good enough as long as their family was around. They could have food to eat, and they could make ends meet. Everyone has their own way of living. Just like Sun Yangyang's business was extremely prosperous. There were many single women in the neighborhood who liked him. But he was running errands and busying around. He was not young anymore. But he never mentioned getting married. Some people seem to be wandering forever, always on the road. It's just a blind date. Guichuchu smiled slightly. Mo Xiao was stunned when she saw her expression. She remembered that she had never been on a blind date before. I don't know why she suddenly agreed this time. Chapter 320 Under the Yongjin Monument. Countless heroic souls stand shoulder to shoulder with us. Xiao Mo. Guichuchu suddenly turned around, stared at Mo Xiao seriously, and said, I have liked brother Shi since the beginning. Seeing Mo Xiao was stunned. He chuckled and said, but I have long understood that some things are not what you want. She has learned a lot along the way. She also learned to be decent. So she put this feeling back in her heart. Guichuchu is beautiful. And she has a good personality and popularity in school. Over the years, there is no shortage of suitors. But she didn't like any of them. Or rather, it's not because they are not good enough that she doesn't like them. It's because she always has a hidden expectation in her heart. Sometimes Guichuchu felt ridiculous. Every time she rejected a suitor, she couldn't figure out what she was doing. This might be the last naivety of her, as a little princess, who had no worries about food and clothing. She suddenly decided to accept the suitor's invitation to date, because of Shi Ji's serious injury some time ago. He was such a person who could do this for Xiao Mo, and even seemed to be willing to give up his life. Guichuchu felt relieved for a while. She didn't make a mistake. But she felt bitter for a while. After returning from the hospital that day, a child wet the bed. She immediately comforted the child, and went to help the child wash the wet sheets and clothes. In the dead of night, under the dim light, Guichuchu stared at her rough hands. It was as if a hammer had traveled through time and hit her head hard. It smashed the last corner of the ivory tower she had built in her childhood. She was still Guichuchu. But she was no longer Guichuchu. Her hands could now play the piano and wash diapers. The last bit of obsession in Guichuchu's heart suddenly disappeared. Finally relieved. She was the respected teacher Gua who taught and educated people. Maybe she was no longer as glamorous as before. But how could this new life path not be exciting? Everyone was moving forward. And so was she. He is also a teacher. Very gentle. Very kind to me. And loves children. Guichuchu said with a smile. The he mentioned at this time is obviously not Jiangxi. The most important thing is that we have the same ideals in life. And we are on the same path. Guichuchu smiled slightly and dressed herself up. When the time comes, you, the big man of the base, must not be stingy with the money. And Mo Xiao returned to the -10th floor again, knowing that she was leaving so soon. Mo's father chased after her with a kitchen knife. The meaning behind his words was nothing more than that. Worrying about his own children. Especially when the group of children around him saw that one by one they were happy. With the comparison, she was even more anxious. Mo Xiao didn't expect him to be so excited and actually came to see her with a kitchen knife. She was dumbfounded. As Mo Yuanping was talking, he wanted to pull her back, saying that he had found a few blind dates for her to see if they were compatible. It seemed that a big meal was prepared for her. But something unexpected happened in the middle. Mo Xiao didn't eat the big meal, but just listened to Mo Yuanping's nagging. After a few random words, she hurried back. Days passed. Even if the pace of the outside world's point to surface elimination of zombies has slowed down, they are still about to usher in a complete victory in this final battle. Mo Xiao has not been on missions often recently. The new conscription conditions have received a very good response. Many young people have signed up recently. The only obstacle is some discordant voices from the border guards. However, there was no movement from Jiangxi, and the others did not dare to breathe heavily. And it is said outside that the border guards and the wild grass camp will improve their relations and start friendly cooperation in the future. Everyone is unsure of the decisions and thoughts of the superiors, and they dare not stand in a random line for the time being. There are also a few knowledgeable people in the folk who are happy about this. If the superiors can cooperate for the happiness of the people and stop tit-for-tat and internal consumption, it will be the best thing for the people. In the end times, it is already difficult to move forward, and everyone is looking forward to the day when things get better and better. Mo Xiao didn't think much about these voices. She changed the conscription conditions because she realized that after the sixth line of defense was fully built, there would be less and less fresh blood on their side. By then, the wild grass camp would inevitably weaken day by day. Jin Xiao handed the wild grass camp to her. One, to give all the semi-infected a home. Another reason was that he hoped that this force that could check and balance the border guards would continue to exist. When their generation was still alive, they could still get along in a friendly manner. But what if they all died? No one knew whether the future generations would do something outrageous because of the dominance of one family. Dictatorship is absolutely unacceptable, and checks and balances must exist. Drawing strength from ordinary people is something Mo Xiao has thought about for a long time. They, the wild grass camp, care for ordinary people without distinction. So why can't they draw strength from them and give back to the people? In the future, she will turn the wild grass camp, which seems to be divided by groups, into a legion united by common beliefs. Whether you are a semi-infected or an ordinary person, as long as you share the same dream with us, we will be with you. As Mo Xiao said in his speech to the new recruits entering the camp, we are all a wandering weed in this chaotic world, watching in the storm, and waking up in the fire. We come together because of a common ideal, and our predecessors have paved the way for this ideal with generations of blood. I swear, I will be loyal to my homeland. Behind me is the homeland I will never abandon. I swear, I will be loyal to civilization, and will never succumb to killing and barbarism. I swear, I will be loyal to hope. There is the deepest darkness before dawn. I will be the blade that pierces the eternal night. I will fight until the last drop of blood is shed. Life is like weeds. If you don't advance, you will die. At that time, she looked at countless pairs of excited, hot, young, tearful eyes, and sighed loudly. Under the Yongjin Monument, countless heroic souls stand shoulder to shoulder with us. Under the Yongjin Monument, countless heroic souls stand shoulder to shoulder with us. The sound was like waves, like hitting the reef. Even if they were broken into pieces, they would continue to fall. Mo Xiao smiled slightly. She knew that this decision was right. Some people ridiculed them as a group of naive and stupid idealists. But the torch of this ideal will be passed on forever from now on. It passed down through the hands of generation after generation, until they saw the light of dawn shine again on the earth.